2 months of rent amounts to 1,000, plus a deposit of 500, making a total of 1,005. This is the lease agreement. Please take a look and sign it if everything is in order. In a modest rental unit in Ningchuan City, a plump landlady smiled as she handed the contract to Qin Feng. The contract's contents were brief. Qin Feng glanced over it, and finding no discrepancies, signed his name. The rental period was for 2 months with payment made in full. It was the end of June, and Qin Feng had just completed his junior year at university. Coming from a modest family, he had decided to seek a part-time job during the summer break to alleviate some of the financial pressure on his household. Young man, I typically don't rent out my place for such a short period, but I'll make an exception since you're a student. If you cause any damage during your stay, you'll need to cover the repair costs, the landlady reminded Qin Feng, clutching a large set of keys before departing. The rental unit Qin Feng secured was small, yet adequately furnished and equipped with appliances. The view was pleasant, not at all stifling. Most importantly, it was conveniently located not far from the city center, making the commute to job interviews hassle-free. Qin Feng first set down his belongings, a laptop, 2 changes of clothes, and some everyday necessities, simple and straightforward. After paying the rent, he found himself rather short on funds. The main reason for his financial straits was a lack of money. Your bank account has received a transfer of 2,000 yuan. Suddenly, Qin Feng's phone buzzed with a bank notification, accompanied by a voice message from his mother. Son, please be careful while out there alone. If you're in need of money, don't hesitate to reach out to me. A warmth filled Qin Feng's heart as he began to formulate a reply. At that moment, however, his phone screen went black and remained unresponsive no matter how he tapped it. What's going on? Could it be a virus? Qin Feng wondered, puzzled as he hadn't engaged in any risky online behavior lately. All-purpose part-time system is binding. After a brief period of blackness, the screen flickered back to life, displaying a progress bar. Simultaneously, a melodious electronic voice resonated within Qin Feng's mind. 1, 33, 66, 99. All-purpose part-time system binding successful. A system? Qin Feng could hardly contain his disbelief, excitement gleaming in his eyes. He never imagined that a system would manifest in his life one day. Wealthy individuals rely on inheritance, while the underprivileged thrive on opportunity. And now, his extraordinary journey was poised to begin. As the system activated, a semi-transparent information panel floated before him. Host, Qin Feng. Assets, 2,887.99. Skills, none. Strength, 61. Appearance, 89. Mentality, 60. Speed, 63. Note, the benchmark for an average person is set at 60. Aside from boasting a charming visage that could rival many social media influencers, his other statistics were rather unremarkable. In this day and age, university students were a dime a dozen without connections or a strong background. The likelihood of landing a respectable job post-graduation was slim. Some are born into ample privilege, while others bear the weight of toil. Such are the disparities. Qin Feng undeniably fell into the latter category, however. With the advent of the system, everything had changed. The wheels of destiny would commence turning from this moment forth. System, please elaborate on your functions, Qin Feng eagerly inquired. The system will issue part-time tasks daily as long as the host can complete them. Various cash or skill rewards will be granted. As a welcome gift, the system presents the host with a cash bonus. Please collect it promptly. Qin Feng nodded vigorously. Claim it. Claim successful. Congratulations, host. You have received a cash reward of 90 million. Qin Feng was overwhelmingly thrilled, for 90 million represented a staggering fortune in his eyes. Many toil their entire lives and never amass such wealth. Yet here he was blessed with a reward from the system, so generous. The prospect of future rewards filled him with excitement. Ding! The first part-time task has been issued. Waiter, please report to the Shoe Flavor Hot Pot restaurant by 4 p.m. for a duration of 3 days, working 4 hours each day. There are both interim and final rewards. Will the host accept? Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback. Having anticipated that tasks issued by the system would be exceedingly challenging, instead, this one was exceedingly straightforward. A waiter? Are you serious, system? He asked uncertainly. The system clarified, the difficulty of tasks varies. If the host is dissatisfied, there is the option to decline. However, declining will result in no new tasks being issued for 3 days. Hearing this, Qin Feng chuckled. Decline? Refusal is not an option I choose to accept. With rewards contingent on task completion, simplicity was decidedly preferable. Before long, the 90 million cash reward was credited to his account. Qin Feng delightedly glanced at the balance on his card, feeling elated. On this sweltering midday, He chose to remain indoors rather than venture out. During this time, his good friend Lin Kuan called. "Brother Feng, I've already found a part-time job. Do you want to join me?" Lin Kuan was Qin Feng's childhood friend studying at another university in Ningchuan City. Given their similar financial situations, neither returned home for the summer break, but opted to remain in search of summer employment. "Sure, Kuan, you found one so quickly?" Intrigued, Qin Feng inquired, "What kind of job?" Lin Kuan hesitated for a moment, somewhat bashfully. "Well, it's a regional security system inspector." Qin Feng's expression shifted to one of confusion, exclaiming, "Speak plainly." "Security guard," Lin Kuan clarified with a chuckle on the other end. "Although the pay is a bit lower, the hours are flexible, and there are quite a few attractive girls in the neighborhood." Qin Feng replied, "I found a job as well, working at a hot pot restaurant for now." The part-time jobs assigned by the system were entirely random, and Qin Feng had no inkling of what the next task might be. Nonetheless, with the system at his disposal, reaching the pinnacle of life seemed within arm's reach. "While you pursue a guard position, I shall serve as a waiter. The future is bright for us both." Lin Kuan asked, "Where is your workplace? I might come by and visit." Qin Feng promptly provided his work location, exchanging a few more words before ending the call. A couple of hours later, around 3 in the afternoon, Qin Feng ventured downstairs to procure a shared electric scooter, setting off toward the Shoe Flavor Hot Pot restaurant. Today marked the restaurant's grand opening, and due to promotional offers, a considerable number of customers were already in attendance. The establishment featured 2 dining levels, but all tables were occupied. There was a sizable queue of patrons waiting outside. Despite having ample staff on hand, including several temporary workers like Qin Feng, the pace was frenetic, clearly indicative of the bustling business. With the system having orchestrated everything, the manager handed Qin Feng a uniform upon his arrival. Thus, his first day of work commenced. Chapter 2. Stage Reward, 10 million. The work of a waiter is rather straightforward. As Qin Feng was not well acquainted with the hot pot restaurant, the manager assigned him some simple tasks, such as serving dishes and pouring tea. Qin Feng quickly adapted to his duties. Time flew by, and as the end of his shift approached, he received his daily wages, 60 yuan. Concurrently, the system's stage reward arrived. Short-term task completed 1-3. Congratulations to the host for receiving a stage reward. 1 strength enhancement card. Cash prize of 10 million. Strength enhancement card. Upon use, it increases the host's strength by 10 points. That seems quite favorable, Qin Feng mused, nodding in satisfaction, intending to return home and utilize the strength enhancement card. After changing back into his regular clothes, he stepped out of the hot pot restaurant when a melodious and gentle voice called out from behind him, accompanied by a faint, pleasant fragrance. "Qin Feng, brother." Surprised by the familiar voice, Qin Feng turned around. Standing before him was a young woman clad in a cerulean long dress, tall and elegant, with delicate and fair features. Beneath her long, willow-like brows, her strikingly large eyes were particularly captivating. Even without makeup, she exuded an astonishing beauty, as if heaven itself had bestowed her with such grace. "Shuhan, what brings you here? Aren't you in Yanjing?" Qin Feng inquired. He and Zhao Shuhan had been childhood friends, sharing the same class from elementary school through high school. However, Zhao Shuhan excelled academically, reaching the status of a top student, and eventually enrolled in the prestigious Yanjing University. With a smile gracing her crimson lips, Zhao Shuhan explained, "I am also on break." After landing at 7 o'clock and settling her luggage, she immediately came to seek out Qin Feng. "Qin Feng, brother, do you find yourself in need of money? I have 30,000 yuan on this card. Please take it." Zhao Shuhan produced a bank card from her bag, delicately offering it to Qin Feng. She assumed that Qin Feng had taken up a part-time job due to financial constraints. Fortunately, she was not in need of money. "No, you should keep it." Despite knowing that Zhao Shuhan's family was affluent, Qin Feng declined to accept the card. Her family operated a restaurant business with assets exceeding 100 million. Zhao Shuhan clarified, "This money is mine. You wouldn't think I'm taking money from my family, would you?" Since starting university, she had seldom relied on her family's finances. As a top student, her scholarships were sufficient for her needs. Qin Feng chuckled, "Nonetheless, I cannot accept your money. Please keep it." "I took this part-time job merely to experience life," he fabricated a casual excuse. His bank account already contained the system's reward of 100 million. Yet, even without the system's bounty, he would not accept Zhao Shuhan's money. As a man, he believed in maintaining his dignity. "Very well then." Zhao Shuhan reluctantly put the bank card away, her gaze towards Qin Feng filled with tenderness. It was evident to anyone with eyes that Zhao Shuhan harbored feelings for Qin Feng. In truth, he was aware of this too. However, he pretended to be oblivious and had been avoiding it. He understood that they belonged to different worlds, and even if they were together, it would likely lead nowhere. Yet, with the emergence of the system, Qin Feng felt no longer inclined to evade Zhao Shuhan. After all, who could resist a gentle and understanding young lady like Zhao Shuhan? Come, let me treat you to something to eat. Feeling hungry himself, Qin Feng declared as he walked ahead. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Zhao Shuhan's beautiful eyes, for she sensed a change in Qin Feng. He no longer seemed to reject her as he did before. After their separation for university, Zhao Shuhan would frequently text Qin Feng to check in, yet he rarely responded. Whenever she invited him out, he would always find an excuse to decline. Could it be that Qin Feng has had a change of heart? Zhao Shuhan beamed, hastening to catch up with him. As they walked side by side through the bustling streets adorned with neon lights and throngs of vehicles, they first ventured to a nearby food street. The area was teeming with people and an abundance of delectable treats. Having resided in Ningchuan City for 3 years, Qin Feng rarely frequented the food street, while Zhao Shuhan navigated it with ease. After finishing high school, Zhao Shuhan's family had relocated to Ningchuan City. Although she attended university in Yanjing, she would often be invited by friends to shop whenever she returned home, and the food street was a must-visit for her. "Boss, we'll have 2 grilled mackerels, lightly spiced, please," Zhao Shuhan cheerfully instructed the stall owner. "All right, just a moment," came the reply, as the owner tended to the grilling fish amidst a queue of eager customers. Following that, they indulged in various other delicacies: grilled squid, savory pancakes, and barbecued chicken wings. It was not until 10 o'clock, their appetites satisfied, that they finally exited the food street. "Shuhan, it's quite late. Perhaps you should head back home to avoid worrying your parents," Qin Feng suggested, glancing at his phone. "It's all right. My parents aren't home. I wish to accompany you a little longer." This rare opportunity to be alone with Qin Feng was not something Zhao Shuhan wanted to relinquish so soon. Noticing that Qin Feng seemed about to speak, Zhao Shuhan interjected, "Qin Feng, brother, let us go to the riverside. The night view there is truly beautiful." Before Qin Feng could respond, she had already dashed ahead. He shook his head in resignation, watching Zhao Shuhan's joyful figure, and chose not to say anything further. Soon, they arrived at the riverside, where many pedestrians strolled along the greenway. Not far off stood the Grand Bridge spanning the Ning River, adorned with colorful lights that reflected beautifully upon the water's surface. "What a stunning view!" Zhao Shuhan exclaimed, standing on the riverbank, gazing at the opposite shore's cityscape, resting her chin on her hands, lost in thought. As if having made a significant decision, Zhao Shuhan turned to Qin Feng. "Qin Feng, brother, there are some words I have long wanted to share with you," she said, her cheeks tinged with a blush. "In truth, I already know, even without you saying it." Qin Feng was not foolish. He merely pretended to be confused. "Ah." At his words, Zhao Shuhan's face flushed even deeper. Theo harbor feelings for someone while fearing their knowledge was a contradiction. Yet this veil would eventually need to be torn down. Qin Feng also yearned to express his feelings to Zhao Shuhan, hesitating momentarily before saying, "Actually." Just then, a thunderous crash resonated from the nearby bridge. Immediately after, a white sedan crashed through the railing, plummeting into the river. What just happened? The tremendous noise startled Zhao Shuhan, prompting her to instinctively draw closer to Qin Feng. Ding! The system has detected someone falling into the water. The situation is critical, triggering a temporary mission. Rescue the person? Completion of the mission will yield a lucky gift pack. Does the host accept? As this was a temporary mission, it had a validity of only 1 minute. Any expired tasks would become void. Chapter 3. Masterful Swimming Techniques. Qin Feng, of course, would not let such an opportunity for reward slip by. Without a moment's hesitation, he declared, "Accept." Considering the peril of the task, the host is granted premier swimming techniques. Emergency response methods for drowning. 2 streams of information surged rapidly into Qin Feng's mind. With the system's presence, he required no time to process the data. It was instantaneously assimilated. As he plummeted into the river, the white sedan was descending at a visible speed. The occupants had not escaped, and if it sank to the bottom, the difficulty of rescue would escalate dramatically. "It seems there has been an accident." Passers-by along the riverbank directed their anxious gazes towards the site of the car's descent. "Someone has fallen into the water." "Shuhan, stay here." After issuing his urgent instructions, Qin Feng wasted no time, scaling the riverbank railing and diving into the water. Qin Feng. Seeing him plunge into the water to save others, Zhao Shuhan's face was etched with concern. Yet, at that moment, there was little she could do but silently pray. "You mustn't come to harm, Qin Feng." The river spanned 300 meters wide, with the incident occurring at its center, demanding considerable strength to swim across. The peril of entering the water to rescue someone was immense. One could easily become a victim themselves. Such tragic news stories were far too common. However, Qin Feng had no need to dwell on such thoughts, for he was a prodigy. Coupled with the newly acquired premier swimming techniques from the system, he was assured of his safety. With remarkable speed, Qin Feng propelled himself toward the location where the sedan had submerged. A young man has jumped in to save someone. He's so far from the shore. Can he really pull them out? Look at how swiftly he swims. Let us hope he can perform a miracle. The onlookers murmured among themselves, captivated by Qin Feng's figure. Soon, the white sedan was entirely engulfed by the river, bubbles continuously emerging from the surface. The water at the center was over 3 meters deep, making it exceedingly difficult for an average person to dive down and rescue anyone. Has it sunk? It appears that rescue is futile. That young man must have received swimming training. Otherwise, he wouldn't swim so quickly. But alas, the spectators continued to speculate. Endowed with premier swimming techniques, Qin Feng swam with astonishing speed, even outpacing some professional athletes. At last, he reached the site where the car had disappeared. Without hesitation, he dove beneath the surface. The vehicle had already settled at the riverbed, and thanks to the light cast down from the bridge, Qin Feng quickly spotted the white sedan. The car had been severely damaged in the collision, its door warped beyond normal operation. Despite exerting all his strength, Qin Feng found the door unyielding. He knew that every second wasted meant another 60 seconds of danger for those trapped inside. In such dire circumstances, he had to race against time. System, activate the strength enhancement card, Qin Feng commanded. Strength enhancement card is being activated. Activation successful. Host strength increased by 10. In that instant, Qin Feng felt as though his body had undergone a transformation. The power in his hands surged, the metal door began to bend, and in the next moment, it was wrenched open. Seated in the driver's seat was a woman, with a 4- or 5-year-old boy in the back, both unconscious. Racing against time, Qin Feng scooped up the woman in one arm and the boy in the other, propelling himself toward the surface. Though his hands were occupied, the combination of premier swimming techniques and the strength enhancement card allowed him to reach the water's surface swiftly. Taking a deep breath, he began swimming toward the shore. Look, the young man has rescued them. And he saved 2 at once. This young man is truly remarkable. The crowd on the riverbank erupted in astonishment, never expecting that Qin Feng would indeed retrieve them from the depths. It is worth noting that for an ordinary person, merely reaching the center of the river would be a formidable challenge, let alone diving to rescue someone. Qin Feng. Upon seeing him swim back toward the shore, Zhao Shuhan exhaled a sigh of relief. Her anxious heart was finally at ease. As Qin Feng approached within 20 meters of the bank, 2 eager young men entered the water to assist. At last, the woman and the boy were brought safely to shore. They seemed to be without breath. We must get them to a hospital. The crowd on the bank was at a loss for what to do. Step aside, let me take over. The boy's condition appeared more critical, prompting Qin Feng to initiate CPR. This young man's technique is quite professional. Everyone, clear the way. Do not disturb him. Witnessing Qin Feng's adept actions, the faces of the onlookers glowed with admiration. Zhao Shuhan squeezed through the crowd, silently observing Qin Feng, hesitant to interrupt. After approximately a minute of effort, thanks to Qin Feng's diligence, both the boy and the woman finally regained consciousness. Realizing they had survived, the woman clasped the boy's hand and knelt before Qin Feng in gratitude. At that moment, her car had been traveling normally on the bridge when it was suddenly struck by a nearby truck, sending them plummeting into the river. Fortunately, someone had come to their rescue, marking a stroke of luck amidst their misfortune. Though you are no longer in danger, I still recommend a checkup at the hospital, Qin Feng advised the woman before hastily departing the crowd with Zhao Shuhan. The onlookers, awestruck by Qin Feng's bravery and striking appearance, began inquiring whether he had a girlfriend. Overwhelmed, Qin Feng decided it best to make his exit. Having accomplished his mission, lingering held little purpose. Congratulations, host, for completing the temporary mission. Reward: 20 million. With the successful rescue, the reward was now in hand. Qin Feng calculated his gains. On this very day, he had received a total of 120 million from the system. At this pace, earning 3 billion in a month seemed entirely feasible. The thought alone was exhilarating. Brother Qin Feng, I never imagined you were such an exceptional swimmer. Zhao Shuhan's face beamed with delight, her gaze on Qin Feng akin to one who had discovered a treasure. From his courageous dive to the prompt administration of first aid, His actions were beyond the capabilities of an average individual. Indeed, Qin Feng had saved 2 lives that day. When you have some free time, could you teach me to swim? Although Zhao Shuhan was academically inclined, she was also quite fearful of water. Of course, when I have the chance, I'll teach you, Qin Feng promised. Brother Qin Feng, you're completely soaked. You'll catch a cold if this continues. Let me take you to buy a couple of outfits to change into. Noticing Qin Feng's drenched state, Zhao Shuhan couldn't help but worry. Qin Feng shook his head. There's no need. My home is not far from here. I can change when I return. It's quite late. You should head back as well, and be careful on the way. Chapter 4. The video went viral as Qin Feng reached into his pocket. He discovered that his phone was missing. It must have fallen into the river during his hurried descent. My phone is gone. I'll contact you again after I purchase a new one tomorrow. Given the late hour, there was no chance of replacing his SIM card, so Qin Feng resolved to buy a new phone the following day. Please jot down my number. 173. Concerned about losing touch, Zhao Shuhan also requested Qin Feng's rental address before reluctantly hailing a taxi to return home. Qin Feng, on the other hand, opted to walk back to his residence. Curiously, after using the strength enhancement card, he felt invigorated and powerful. Even if boxing champion Tyson stood before him, he believed he could knock him out with a single punch. Is this what the strength enhancement card does? Truly remarkable. It was noteworthy that Qin Feng's strength level had only reached 71. Reaching 100 was almost unfathomable. Before long, Qin Feng arrived at his rental. While enjoying a hot shower, he was pleasantly surprised to find that he had developed 8 distinct abdominal muscles, and his arms were brimming with muscular definition. This transformation was indeed a result of enhanced strength. At 7 o'clock the next morning, Qin Feng awoke from his slumber. After freshening up, he descended for breakfast. He then purchased a cutting-edge smartphone from a nearby store and proceeded to replace his SIM card. Just as he logged into his WeChat account, a message from Zhao Shuhan appeared. Brother Qin Feng, last night's heroic act of saving someone was recorded and has gone viral online. Accompanying her message was a link to a Douyin video. Intrigued, Qin Feng clicked on the video. The footage depicted the events of the previous night, capturing his courageous rescue. Due to the nighttime setting and the use of a mobile phone, the quality was somewhat unclear, yet his face was still discernible. The video, edited into a mere few seconds, flowed seamlessly, showcasing the sequence from the car plunging into the river, to his dive for rescue, and finally to administering first aid on shore, resembling a cinematic masterpiece, with Qin Feng undoubtedly as the protagonist. Upon checking the likes, he was astonished to find they had surpassed 1 million, with comments exceeding 200,000. What truly surprised him was that the topic, a young man from Ningchuan rescues 2 people, had ascended to the 9th position on the trending search list, and its popularity continued to surge. Clicking into the topic revealed several videos shot from various angles, albeit with lower view counts. Swimming back and forth for 300 meters to rescue 2 individuals, this young man possesses remarkable stamina. Stamina aside, he also knows an impressive array of first aid techniques. Had he been just a few seconds slower, that mother and child would have been in dire straits. Reading the comments, Qin Feng could only shake his head in resignation. After rescuing the individuals last night, he had left promptly with Zhao Shuhan to maintain a low profile, never anticipating such a significant reaction. In this age of digital information, it was inevitable that his identity would be uncovered. Nevertheless, Qin Feng chose not to dwell on it, as he had committed no wrongdoing. He resolved to let things unfold naturally. I've bought a new phone, just saw it. He decided to ignore the comments and replied to Zhao Shuhan. Shortly after, she responded, "That's great. Brother Qin Feng, many people are discussing your heroic act from last night. You've become a hero." Qin Feng maintained a calm demeanor, for he was someone with a system. His focus lay more on the rewards from the system. While chatting with Zhao Shuhan, his phone suddenly rang. Upon checking, he found it was a call from his friend Lin Kuan. "Brother Feng, I'm here to visit you. I'm downstairs." "I'm outside, please wait a moment," Qin Feng replied. "Okay, I'll grab some breakfast first." After hanging up, Qin Feng strolled back, coincidentally spotting Lin Kuan at the breakfast shop below. "Brother Feng, would you like something to eat?" Lin Kuan asked with a smile as he savored a bowl of beef noodles. "No, I've already eaten. You came all the way here early in the morning. Don't you have work?" Lin Kuan's expression suddenly darkened. "Don't mention it. I was fired on my first day." "Why?" Lin Kuan explained, "Last night, while guarding the entrance of the community, I took advantage of the quiet hours to sneak in a couple of games, only to be caught by a returning resident. And then..." Qin Feng chuckled. "There was nothing after that. Not a big deal." I'll just look for another job in this day and age. Finding a wife is tough, but jobs are plentiful. I'll figure things out after this summer. I have a distant cousin working in Ningchuan City who is in need of a materials handler for high-temperature and acid-resistant materials. Qin Feng interjected. Speak plainly. I mean, it's a construction job. Lin Kuan chuckled sheepishly. I plan to go work for him. Lin Kuan's academic performance was mediocre, having enrolled in a second-tier university. Such is the reality these days. Without connections or the fortitude for studying, one must endure the hardships of life. Qin Feng scrutinized Lin Kuan with skepticism. With your physique, you probably won't last 3 days. Lin Kuan wasn't exactly thin, but it was evident he lacked stamina. No worries. Consider it a training exercise. I don't intend to do this forever. Brother Feng, why not team up with me for some gaming later? I have to go to work in the afternoon. While they conversed, Lin Kuan casually scrolled through short videos. By chance, he soon stumbled upon the video of Qin Feng's rescue. Brother Feng, this person looks quite like you. Lin Kuan handed his phone to Qin Feng. Glancing at the screen, Qin Feng remarked, Does he merely resemble me? Open your eyes and take a closer look. Lin Kuan's expression froze as he clicked into the topic, discovering numerous videos captured from different angles. There was no doubt it was Qin Feng. What was most striking was that these videos were garnering significant attention. I can't believe it's really you. Brother Feng, you're amazing. If I were you, I'd deregister an account immediately and start live streaming merchandise. With the current popularity, making a few million would be effortless, far better than working as a waiter in a hot pot restaurant. Lin Kuan animatedly plotted out a grand future for Qin Feng. Live stream selling? That's not in my plans. Qin Feng shook his head. He had never contemplated pursuing that avenue. After all, he was someone with a system and had no need to rely on merchandise sales for income. Lin Kuan, feeling anxious for Qin Feng, urged, Brother Feng, once the hype dies down, it will be too late for regrets. You must seize this opportunity for wealth. Qin Feng shook his head once more. Just then, his phone rang again, this time from an unknown number. May I ask if you are Mr. Qin Feng? I am. Hello, I am Zhu Tu, an agent from Zhongyu Media. Mr. Qin, we are quite interested in your heroic act of saving someone in Ningjiang last night. Would you be interested in becoming a streamer? Indeed, someone had swiftly uncovered Qin Feng's identity. He was not taken aback. In this era of explosive digital information, it was remarkably easy to investigate a person's background. Chapter 5. The lottery winning card. Zhongyu Media, a domestic internet-based brokerage firm, has signed numerous influential streamers and enjoys considerable renown within the industry. I'm not interested, Qin Feng declined. Mr. Qin, please listen to the conditions we are offering. Upon signing, there is a signing fee of 200,000, and the subsequent earnings will be split 40-60, with you receiving 60 and the company 40. If you have any conditions of your own, feel free to present them. With a handsome appearance, a courageous spirit, and being a student, such a persona would undoubtedly attract attention online. This is precisely what Zhongyu Media aims to leverage. Moreover, Qin Feng possesses an inherent popularity. Isn't that a lucrative prospect? Zhongyu Media has discovered that Qin Feng's family background is not particularly affluent, and he is currently working part-time. Faced with a signing fee of 200,000, Qin Feng had little reason to refuse. I'm sorry, but my response may disappoint you. In truth, Qin Feng regarded that signing fee as trivial. Mr. Qin, has another company already contacted you? Zhu Tu was quite puzzled. Given such generous terms, it was strange that Qin Feng showed no interest at all. No, I simply have no intentions in that regard, Qin Feng replied candidly. The voice on the other end fell silent for a considerable time, expressing a sense of helplessness. Once the fervor subsides, Qin Feng would lose his value. Nonetheless, there was nothing he could do in light of Qin Feng's rejection. Very well, should Mr. Qin decide to pursue a career as a streamer in the future, please do not hesitate to reach out to me. The signing conditions we offer at Zhongyu Media are undoubtedly the highest in the industry. Qin Feng ceased to respond and hung up the phone. Brother Feng, is there a company that wishes to sign you? Lin Kuan, sitting across from him, inquired with wide eyes, having overheard some details. Zhongyu Media offered me a signing fee of 200,000, which I declined, Qin Feng stated flatly. What? Do you think it's too little? Lin Kuan exclaimed. Qin Feng merely smiled noncommittally. Before obtaining the system, he might have considered it. However, now he had far more options. Lin Kuan knew he could not persuade Qin Feng and chose to remain silent, feeling a tinge of regret for him. Brother Feng, I'll take my leave now. After finishing breakfast, Lin Kuan stood to depart. Weren't you supposed to team up with me for a gaming session? Qin Feng called out. Forget it. I'll go work at the construction site. Lin Kuan's confidence had taken a hit, and he left on a shared electric bike he had summoned at the door. In the following half hour, several other internet brokerage firms called Qin Feng, proposing to cultivate him into an internet celebrity, all of which he declined at 18 noon. Qin Feng wished to invite Zhao Shuhan out for a meal, but she happened to be unavailable. He had to forego that plan. Around 3 in the afternoon, Qin Feng made his way to the Shu Flavor Hot Pot restaurant for work. Upon arriving at the entrance, he spotted Zhao Shuhan in a long dress. Her flowing long hair and stunning beauty drew the attention of numerous passers-by as she stood at the door. "Brother Qin Feng, I've been waiting for you for a long time," she greeted with a smile as she approached him. "I still have to work." "Why did you come here?" Qin Feng asked. "You're almost late. Go inside first, and you'll find out soon," Zhao Shuhan said with a mysterious smile, leading the way into the hot pot restaurant. Curiosity piqued, Qin Feng followed closely behind her. He watched as Zhao Shuhan approached the restaurant manager and swiftly obtained a set of work attire. "What is this?" With a sweet smile, Zhao Shuhan explained, "Of course, I'm here to earn some money part-time, just like you." "I'll go change clothes first." Zhao Shuhan giggled before heading off to change. Seeing this, Qin Feng was at a loss for words. He understood that Zhao Shuhan's motivation for earning money was likely a pretense. She was probably here to accompany him. Given her family background, she had no need to take on such work. Before long, Zhao Shuhan emerged in her work attire. Although it was quite ordinary, it did little to conceal her beauty. Since she was also a temporary worker, her hours aligned with Qin Feng's. During their shift, several male customers sought Zhao Shuhan's contact information, but she graciously declined with a smile. Even the male employees in the restaurant seemed to be working with newfound diligence. Finally, after 4 hours of bustling activity, it was time to clock out. Short-term task completion 2-3. Congratulations to the host for receiving a phased reward. A lottery winning card. Note: the prize amount is random. Binding the purchase number will activate it. Cash prize of 10 million. With the completion of the day's part-time task, the system's reward arrived. "Not bad," Qin Feng chuckled. "Brother Qin Feng, work is over. Let us go to the snack street for a bite." "I'll treat you," Zhao Shuhan suggested. The wages for temporary workers are settled daily, and Zhao Shuhan had received her pay for the day. She appeared somewhat fatigued, her cheeks flushed, and a few droplets of glistening sweat adorned her smooth forehead, yet she radiated happiness. Seeing this, Qin Feng felt a pang of sympathy and said, "You shouldn't come back tomorrow?" Zhao Shuhan laughed. "Although I'm a bit tired, I'll consider it a life experience. If Brother Qin Feng can persevere, so can I." Qin Feng sighed. "Well, suit yourself, but once I finish tomorrow, I probably won't be here anymore." Zhao Shuhan inquired, "Brother Qin Feng, what do you plan to do then?" Qin Feng shook his head. "I'm not sure yet. After all, the part-time tasks assigned by the system are random, and he had no way of predicting them in advance." "All right then, just know. If you ever find yourself in need of money, just let me know." The two enjoyed a variety of snacks at the street and later strolled along the riverbank. As they walked side by side, their laughter and conversation resembled that of a couple. The night breeze tousled Zhao Shuhan's dark hair, and Qin Feng could catch a faint scent of her fragrance. The night was beautiful, and the person beside him even more so. Last night, he had intended to confess his feelings to Zhao Shuhan, but an unexpected incident had disrupted the moment. "Wait here for me. I am going to buy a bouquet of flowers." There happened to be a flower vendor along the greenway, and Qin Feng hurried over. Zhao Shuhan, unsure of his intentions, could only wait in place. "Hey there, handsome, care for a bouquet?" The flower seller smiled at Qin Feng. Without hesitation, Qin Feng chose the largest bouquet, featuring 17 red roses complemented by baby's breath. After completing the purchase, he returned to Zhao Shuhan, holding the roses. "Brother Qin Feng, are these flowers for someone else?" "They're beautiful," Zhao Shuhan remarked, gazing at the roses in Qin Feng's hands. "No, I'm buying them for myself. I wish to give them to someone I like." Qin Feng looked deeply into Zhao Shuhan's mesmerizing eyes and softly spoke. "Ah." Zhao Shuhan's cheeks flushed, a mixture of nervousness and anticipation coursing through her. Could she be the one he likes? She felt uncertain. "Shuhan, these flowers are for you. Would you be my girlfriend?" Qin Feng asked, cradling the bouquet and extending it toward Zhao Shuhan. Zhao Shuhan's eyes moistened as she stared at Qin Feng in astonishment. "Brother Qin Feng, do you know how many years I've waited to hear those words from you?" Chapter 6. May I embrace you? In their childhood, they resided in the same neighborhood of the county town. Zhao Shuhan's family was engaged in business, initially struggling with poor management and accumulating significant debts. With her parents frequently absent, Zhao Shuhan often found herself bullied by the local children. During those times, it was always Qin Feng who stood as her protector. Their bond was profound. They shared everything and walked home together after school, embodying the essence of childhood sweethearts, untainted by suspicion. However, everything changed in their first year of high school when fortune smiled upon Zhao Shuhan's father, and his business flourished remarkably. Within a year, he amassed assets exceeding 100 million, and in the following 2 to 3 years, franchise stores opened across the nation. Concurrently, Zhao Shuhan exhibited extraordinary academic talent, consistently ranking first in her high school. To provide her with a superior education, her parents purchased a villa in Ningchuan City worth 30 million. Yet, Zhao Shuhan insisted on completing her high school education in the county town. Thus, they did not relocate. As time passed and experiences accumulated, Qin Feng's mindset underwent a significant transformation. His academic performance was mediocre, barely qualifying for a first-tier university, rendering him incomparable to Zhao Shuhan. The disparity in their family backgrounds was even more pronounced. Aware that he and Zhao Shuhan belonged to entirely different worlds, Qin Feng chose to distance himself and evade the situation. He believed that time would eventually lessen the intensity of his feelings, yet it seemed otherwise. Zhao Shuhan remained the same as ever. Perhaps her heart was so small that it could only accommodate Qin Feng, leaving no room for anyone else. Receiving the bouquet of roses, a hint of melancholy flickered in Zhao Shuhan's eyes. "Brother Qin Feng, if you liked me, why didn't you confess sooner?" During the times when Qin Feng distanced himself, she often questioned whether he harbored feelings of dislike towards her, leading her into a prolonged state of melancholy. "It's not too late to say it now, is it?" Qin Feng replied with a smile. Without the system, these words would have remained buried within him. However, he no longer wished to leave his life with regrets. He was determined to win over a compassionate and understanding young lady like Zhao Shuhan. "I was afraid of hindering you. After all, you excel academically and come from a wealthy family, while I am merely a poor boy," he confessed. Zhao Shuhan pouted. "My family's wealth is my parents'. It has little to do with me." Qin Feng countered. "It certainly does matter. You are the cherished jewel of your family. Have you considered what would happen if your parents disapproved of our relationship?" Without hesitation, Zhao Shuhan replied, "Then we shall elope." Qin Feng chuckled at her response, quietly admiring her exquisite features. "Shuhan, may I embrace you?" "No, there are too many people here." Zhao Shuhan shook her head, her expression tinged with shyness. "Then let us find a more secluded spot." Zhao Shuhan remained silent, contemplating the time. It was still early. "Brother Qin Feng, would you accompany me for a shopping spree?" "Of course," Qin Feng replied, taking her delicate hand, which he did not resist. Together, they strolled hand in hand along the bustling streets, drawing envious glances from passers-by. After meandering for half an hour, Zhao Shuhan remarked, "Brother Qin Feng, there's a film I've heard is quite captivating. Shall we go see it?" She nestled against his arm, their intimacy palpable. Qin Feng accessed a ticketing app and checked the film's duration. "The movie is rather lengthy. Let us watch it tomorrow instead." "That works, then you can book the tickets." As night deepened, Qin Feng prepared to escort Zhao Shuhan home. They happened upon a lottery shop, its interior bustling with patrons. An idea struck Qin Feng, and he paused. "Brother Qin Feng, what is the matter?" Zhao Shuhan followed his gaze, inquiring, "Do you wish to buy a lottery ticket?" "Come, let us try our luck," Qin Feng urged, pulling her into the shop to utilize his lottery-winning card first. "Do you often play the lottery?" Zhao Shuhan asked. "Not really. I only bought a few tickets back in high school. After failing to win, I stopped. Winning the lottery is a matter of chance, and luck is indeed a mysterious concept." Upon entering the shop, Qin Feng wasted no time selecting a popular lottery ticket. He chose 7 numbers, winning with just one correct guess, and hitting the jackpot with all 7. He requested a sheet of paper from the shopkeeper and wrote down 4 numbers. "Shuhan, you pick the remaining 3. If we win, we shall split the prize." He smiled. "Am I free to choose?" Zhao Shuhan, visiting a lottery shop for the first time, did not dwell on the idea of splitting the winnings. As an academic achiever, she calculated that the odds of being hit by a car while purchasing a ticket were far greater than winning the jackpot. Thus, she had never bought a ticket before. "Yes, choose freely," he encouraged. After a moment's hesitation, Zhao Shuhan jotted down 3 numbers. "Sir, we'll take 20 bets on these 7 numbers." Although Qin Feng possessed a winning ticket card, he refrained from purchasing excessively, understanding that the prize amounts are entirely random. "All set, that will be 40 yuan, the shopkeeper said, handing Qin Feng the printed lottery tickets featuring their chosen numbers and the draw date, which was scheduled for 9 o'clock the following evening. Qin Feng promptly settled the payment, silently reciting, "System. Activate the lottery winning card. Lottery winning card in use. Binding numbers. Binding successful." Having completed these steps, Qin Feng and Zhao Shuhan exited the lottery shop. "Let me take you home," he offered, hailing a taxi. "No need, brother Qin Feng. I can return by myself," she replied. "It's fine," he insisted, and Zhao Shuhan chose not to argue further. Indeed, there was a delightful feeling in being escorted home by a boyfriend. After a brief ride, the taxi arrived at the entrance of an upscale villa community. As entry was restricted to residents, the taxi could only stop outside. Qin Feng and Zhao Shuhan alighted. Since they had reached the villa community's gate, Qin Feng opted to accompany Zhao Shuhan inside. This affluent area was home to the wealthy, with villas priced between 20 to 30 million. Luxury cars were ubiquitous. Previously, Zhao Shuhan had invited Qin Feng to her home, but he had declined, making this his first visit. Under the moonlit sky, they strolled leisurely, and after a few minutes, they finally arrived at the entrance of Villa number 15. Through the gate, one could glimpse a swimming pool and a fountain within. "Brother Qin Feng, this is it," she announced. "My parents are not home. Would you like to come in for a while?" Qin Feng shook his head. "Not just yet." "It seems your parents are quite busy," Zhao Shuhan observed, recognizing that as business people, they often had to meet clients from across the country. Chapter 7. What does he offer you in terms of happiness? "Brother Qin Feng, once my parents return, I will take you to meet them." Zhao Shuhan was unaware of her parents' sentiments, yet she was resolute in her commitment to Qin Feng for the rest of her life. Certain matters are destined to be confronted. It is merely a question of time. "All right," Qin Feng nodded. "When I have the opportunity, I will accompany you back to your hometown. Speaking of which, it has been quite a while since I last saw Uncle Qin and Aunt Li Ping." Prior to relocating to Ningchuan City, Zhao Shuhan frequently visited Qin Feng's home, and his parents were quite fond of her. Qin Feng nodded in agreement. "Sure. Then I shall take my leave for now. I will see you tomorrow." "See you tomorrow?" Zhao Shuhan waved goodbye to Qin Feng, watching him depart. Only after his figure vanished did she reluctantly withdraw her gaze and return to the villa. Upon returning to his rented apartment, Qin Feng continued his conversation with Zhao Shuhan for quite some time before they exchanged goodnights. The following noon, Qin Feng invited Zhao Shuhan out for lunch. After their meal, with half an hour remaining until the movie commenced, Zhao Shuhan remarked, "Brother Qin Feng, I do not have a gift for you. So how about I buy you a couple of outfits instead?" She noticed that Qin Feng's attire appeared somewhat worn, which she found unappealing. Qin Feng lowered his gaze to inspect his clothes. Being an ordinary individual, he typically did not place much importance on his attire. As long as they were intact, he deemed them acceptable. However, now that he had the means, it was indeed time to treat himself well. "No need, just help me choose," he replied as they proceeded to the clothing section of the mall, entering a brand-name store. In the past, Qin Feng would never have dared to shop in such establishments. "Hello, handsome and beautiful, what type of clothing do you prefer?" Upon their entrance, a sales associate greeted them politely. "Just browsing," Zhao Shuhan said, taking Qin Feng's hand and beginning to select clothes for him. After choosing 3 outfits, she urged, "Brother Qin Feng, go try them on." Zhao Shuhan's taste was indeed commendable. Once Qin Feng donned the new clothes, his demeanor exhibited a marked transformation. Clothes do make the man, and he appeared significantly more handsome than before. After trying on all 3 outfits, which fit him perfectly, he declared, "Let us take these 3. Wrap them up." As they approached the checkout, Zhao Shuhan proactively produced her bank card. The total for the 3 outfits amounted to over 3,500, quite a sum for an average person. "Shuhan, I have money," Qin Feng remarked, feeling somewhat helpless as he observed her making the purchase. It was as if he were being pampered. "Brother Qin Feng, we agreed that I would buy you clothes, so don't argue with me," Zhao Shuhan insisted, handing her card to the cashier, urging promptness. Qin Feng did not contest Zhao Shuhan's decision. In the past, he would have resisted allowing her to spend on him, feeling indebted. However, circumstances had changed. For him, 3,000 yuan was no longer a burden, and he contemplated gifting Zhao Shuhan something in return, though he had yet to decide what that might be. After settling the bill, the pair exited the clothing store, only to encounter a young man dressed in designer apparel. "Shuhan, what are you two?" The young man's expression darkened as he glanced at Zhao Shuhan and then at Qin Feng. His ire intensified upon noticing Zhao Shuhan's arm linked with Qin Feng's. "Wang Jiahao, what are you doing here?" Zhao Shuhan's brows furrowed slightly. Standing before them was Wang Jiahao, a former classmate from high school whom Qin Feng recognized. Coming from a family involved in real estate, he was unmistakably a wealthy second-generation heir. Furthermore, He was one of Zhao Shuhan's many admirers. Since high school, he had pursued her relentlessly, yet she had always rebuffed his advances. Wang Jiahao had also moved to Ningchuan City 2 years prior, and upon learning that Zhao Shuhan was out shopping alone, he had hastily driven over, intending to orchestrate a chance encounter. Little did he know, he was met with the stark reality of being confronted by an unexpected relationship. Shuhan, I came here specifically to find you, but what is going on between you and Qin Feng? Wang Jiahao questioned, grinding his teeth in frustration. He was well aware of Qin Feng's humble background, merely a penniless individual. Yet, inexplicably, this nobody had won over his goddess. Shuhan, I have already told you that we cannot be together, he continued, his agitation palpable. As you can see, I am now with Qin Feng. Wang Jiahao's lips twitched in disbelief, unable to accept the reality before him. Shuhan, this Qin Feng is nothing but a poor loser. Does he truly deserve you? What can he offer you in terms of happiness? Wang Jiahao's voice grew increasingly heated. Seeing Wang Jiahao's derisive remarks towards Qin Feng, Zhao Shuhan's temper flared. Wang Jiahao, who I choose to be with is my prerogative. You have no say in the matter. With that, she tugged Qin Feng's arm, stating, Brother Qin Feng, let us go watch the movie. Qin Feng nodded, dismissing Wang Jiahao entirely, and hand in hand with Zhao Shuhan, they entered the elevator. Despite Wang Jiahao's affluent background, Qin Feng felt no fear. As they departed, Wang Jiahao seethed with rage, clenching his fists tightly. Brother Qin Feng, if that Wang Jiahao dares to trouble you, just let me know, Zhao Shuhan whispered to Qin Feng in the elevator. It's fine. He wouldn't dare, Qin Feng replied confidently, for his well-defined abs were not merely for show. Shuhan, at Yinjing University, I imagine many are vying for your attention? As a campus beauty, Zhao Shuhan had received numerous love letters since high school. With her beauty, wealth, and grace, who could possibly resist such a girl? In the elevator, with only the two of them present, Zhao Shuhan rested her head on Qin Feng's shoulder, beaming with delight. In my heart, there is only Brother Qin Feng. Indeed, many suitors pursued Zhao Shuhan at Yinjing University, including several affluent young men, yet she regarded none of them. After all, Qin Feng had already captured her heart. The elevator came to a smooth halt at their destination, where they arrived at the cinema. With the movie about to begin, a line of patrons awaited ticket verification. Qin Feng took his time, purchasing a couple's package that included a large bucket of popcorn and 2 cups of milk tea. As they settled in for a romantic film, the theater was filled with couples, and the atmosphere was ripe with affection. Such films often portrayed the tumultuous ups and downs of love, and indeed, most women, including Zhao Shuhan, found this genre irresistible. Zhao Shuhan was utterly engrossed in the film, while Qin Feng found himself somewhat bored. Midway through, his phone vibrated with a notification. Upon checking, he discovered a friend request from Wang Jiahao, with a note that read, Qin Feng, if you have any sense, keep your distance from Zhao Shuhan. Chapter 8. The stock prediction card. Don't even bother looking in the mirror. Do you really think you deserve Zhao Shuhan? If it's just about money, I advise you to leave while you still can. Wang Jiahong was furious, and upon adding Qin Feng as a friend, he sent a warning message. In his eyes, Qin Feng's relationship with Zhao Shuhan was entirely about living off her. What if I'm not tactful? Qin Feng glanced at Zhao Shuhan beside him, noticing that she was still immersed in the movie's plot. Her head bowed as she typed a reply. Qin Feng, don't think that just because Zhao Shuhan is protecting you, you can disregard me, Wang Jiahong. Let me be clear. If you get any closer to Zhao Shuhan, don't blame me for being rude. Wang Jiahong had the audacity to act arrogantly, given his family's wealth. Meanwhile, Qin Feng, a mere pauper, had nothing to compare with him. Get lost. Qin Feng replied curtly with a single word. He then proceeded to block Wang Jiahong. Such a clown was not worth his attention. Qin Feng, say that again if you dare. Wang Jiahong's face twisted with anger, but soon he realized that the message had failed to send. Damn Qin Feng, how dare he block me? You'll regret this. Consumed by rage, Wang Jiahong secretly vowed to make Qin Feng pay. However, Qin Feng in the cinema remained utterly calm, as if nothing had transpired. Nearly 2 hours passed, and the movie concluded. Qin Feng escorted Zhao Shuhan out of the theater. At the entrance, Zhao Shuhan noticed numerous claw machines, many people playing, and her interest was piqued. Qin Feng, can we play too? Qin Feng agreed and exchanged a considerable amount of game tokens. When she managed to grab a plush toy, Zhao Shuhan beamed with the joy of a child. Happy moments always flew by, and soon it was time for her to head to the hot pot restaurant for work. Yet, Zhao Shuhan was delighted, for being with Qin Feng made work seem trivial. After 4 hours of bustling activity, Qin Feng's 3-day stint as a waiter came to a satisfactory conclusion. Ding! Short-term task completed 3-3. Congratulations to the host for receiving the final reward. 1 stock prediction card. Dedicated stock market funds. 100 million. Cash. 10 million. Note: the stock prediction card can forecast the 3 stocks with the highest growth potential in the upcoming month. Note: the dedicated stock market funds can only be used for purchasing stocks and cannot be used for other purposes. The rewards for completing the short-term task were indeed more generous than before. A stock prediction card. What a treasure. Though it could only predict the 3 stocks with the highest growth within a month, it felt akin to having an advantage. Moreover, the system had thoughtfully prepared dedicated stock market funds as well. Unfortunately, tomorrow was the weekend, and the stock market would be closed, leaving it until the following Monday for use. This left Qin Feng eagerly anticipating what the next part-time task would entail. After leaving the hot pot restaurant, Qin Feng turned to Zhao Shuhan. Shuhan, I won't be working here tomorrow. Zhao Shuhan smiled. If you're not coming, then I won't either. She had come here solely to accompany Qin Feng. Without him, her presence lost its significance. Qin Feng took Zhao Shuhan's hand. Let's south skip the snack street today and go for a nice meal instead. I'm all for that, Zhao Shuhan replied, a smile gracing her face. Thus, they made their way to a renowned Chinese restaurant nearby. The restaurant was located on the 30th floor, boasting a splendid ambience. Qin Feng, tomorrow is the weekend. If you're free, how about I drive you out for some fun? Zhao Shuhan sat across from Qin Feng, gazing out through the floor-to-ceiling windows at the vibrant cityscape not far away. It depends, Qin Feng replied, uncertain about any upcoming part-time tasks, so he refrained from committing to Zhao Shuhan. Zhao Shuhan chuckled. If you decide to go, let me know in advance and I'll come pick you up. Qin Feng nodded. Before long, their dishes arrived. Since it was just the two of them, Qin Feng hadn't ordered too much. They ate while engaging in light-hearted conversation. Damn it, didn't win again. Suddenly, a middle-aged man at a nearby table slammed his hand on the table in frustration. He crumpled his lottery ticket and tossed it into the trash. Qin Feng glanced at the man and suddenly remembered that the lottery results were due.it was precisely 9 o'clock in the evening. Shuhan, if one day you won the lottery, what would you most want to do? Qin Feng pulled out his phone but did not immediately check the winning numbers. I've never thought about it. Zhao Shuhan shook her head. Coming from a wealthy family, she didn't need to rely on winning the lottery to fulfill her dreams. Well, you can ponder it now, Qin Feng smiled. Zhao Shuhan hesitated for a moment, then playfully replied, I just want to be with you, Qin Feng, forever. Qin Feng, at a loss, chose not to press further and opened the lottery results website. Unsurprisingly, all the winning numbers matched perfectly. It was undoubtedly the grand prize. Qin Feng's expression remained flat. However, upon seeing the prize amount, he was taken aback. A staggering 120 million. A flicker of change appeared on Qin Feng's face. Shuhan, it seems we really won. Qin Feng handed his phone to Zhao Shuhan. Really? Zhao Shuhan, still in disbelief, looked at the winning numbers on the screen. Upon confirming the numbers matched, she exclaimed, No way, Qin Feng, your luck is unbelievable. Upon seeing the prize amount, Zhao Shuhan covered her mouth in shock, rendered speechless. 120 million? Even though Zhao Shuhan came from a wealthy background, her heart raced. She never imagined that Qin Feng would win such a grand prize. What kind of luck must one possess to achieve this? Shuhan, it's all thanks to the 3 numbers you wrote. Otherwise, we wouldn't have won. We agreed it would be half each. Once we claim the prize, I'll transfer my share to your bank account. The prize couldn't be claimed over the weekend, so they would have to wait until the next working day. However, Qin Feng was not in a hurry. After all, the grand prize was secure. It wouldn't vanish. Zhao Shuhan, coming back to her senses from her shock, waved her hand. Qin Feng, I don't want it. You bought the ticket. I merely jotted down 3 random numbers. If anyone is lucky, it's you. After deducting 20% in taxes, they would still have nearly 100 million left. Zhao Shuhan felt happy for Qin Feng, yet she didn't wish to take that money. That's not acceptable. A promise is a promise, Qin Feng insisted in an unyielding tone. Zhao Shuhan stared at Qin Feng, deeply moved. If they split it, she would receive over 40 million. With such a substantial amount, Qin Feng could easily keep it all for himself. Yet, he chose not to do so. This clearly demonstrated how much she meant to Qin Feng. Qin Feng, you're too good to me. Once we claim the prize, let us keep the money with you. I want to need it anyway. Zhao Shuhan found an excuse, but in truth, she simply didn't want to take that money. Chapter 9. Embrace life, reject overexertion. Qin Feng acquiesced, saying, "Very well, I shall assist you in saving it." After their meal, the two strolled through the streets for quite some time. As the clock approached 10, Qin Feng escorted Zhao Shuhan back to the entrance of her villa. Winning the lottery felt surreal to Zhao Shuhan, as if she were ensnared in a dream. She pondered whether Qin Feng possessed some form of clairvoyance. Otherwise, the occurrence of such a fortunate event was truly difficult to rationalize. Yet, 3 of the winning numbers were indeed pinned by her own hand. Could it be that Qin Feng's act of kindness that night by the river had attracted divine favor? Unable to discern a plausible explanation, Zhao Shuhan could only attribute it to mere luck. "Brother Qin Feng, make sure to rest early," she urged. "See you tomorrow." Taking the initiative, Zhao Shuhan embraced Qin Feng before hastily retreating into the villa, her cheeks flushed. "See you tomorrow." Observing her bashful demeanor, a smile crept onto Qin Feng's lips. After departing the villa area, he hailed a taxi to return home. Upon arriving at the bottom of his rented building, Qin Feng sensed something amiss. Casting a glance over his shoulder confirmed his suspicion. Someone was indeed tailing him. Pretending to be oblivious, he hummed a tune as he ascended the stairs. As he entered the lobby and was about to close the door, a hand abruptly pressed against the doorframe. "Qin Feng, I wish to settle today's score with you," declared the man at the door, Wang Jiahui. Behind him stood 3 young men, likely his close companions, all fixating on Qin Feng with icy glares. After being berated by Qin Feng earlier, Wang Jiahui's anger had festered, prompting him to investigate Qin Feng's residence. They had waited downstairs for quite some time, and now that Qin Feng had returned, Wang Jiahui had no intention of letting him off lightly. Not only had Qin Feng stolen his goddess away, but he had also dared to insult him and subsequently blocked him. Wang Jiahui could no longer endure this humiliation. He was determined to assert dominance over a destitute youth with no background. "How do you wish to settle this?" Qin Feng inquired, his expression remaining stoic as he turned to pour a glass of water from the dispenser, sipping it leisurely as if Wang Jiahui and his entourage were non-existent. "You brat, daring to pursue our brother Jiahui's woman, do you even know how to write the word death?" One of Wang Jiahui's companions spat venomously, while Wang Jiahui's countenance grew increasingly grim. "Qin Feng, you've brought this upon yourself. Don't blame me for lacking camaraderie." Qin Feng chuckled. "What camaraderie do we share? Your tone suggests you're here to fight. Will it be a one-on-one duel or a group brawl? Be swift about it." During high school, Wang Jiahui had been exceedingly detestable, with few friends to speak of. "You?" Wang Jiahui was infuriated by Qin Feng's taunts. Seeing their leader so enraged, his 3 companions rushed forward, intent on surrounding and beating Qin Feng. Unfazed, Qin Feng remained calm, dismissing Wang Jiahui and his friends entirely. With his strength rating reaching 71, he felt empowered, reminiscent of the cinematic figure Yuan, exclaiming, "I can take on 10? Ah!" One of the young men charging ahead was struck on the shoulder by Qin Feng's fist, letting out a pained cry. Another rushed in, but Qin Feng delivered a swift kick, causing the young man to collapse to his knees, pale from the sharp pain in his thigh. Qin Feng, however, did not cease his assault. With a resounding thud, he struck the last of Wang Jiahui's companions in the stomach. The force sent the young man staggering backward, crashing into a table that promptly disintegrated upon impact. In merely a few exchanges, Wang Jiahui's trio had been incapacitated without even a chance to retaliate, leaving Wang Jiahui himself paralyzed with fear at the prowess displayed by Qin Feng. Smack! Qin Feng stepped forward, delivering 2 sharp slaps to Wang Jiahui. The force was just right, sufficient to disorient, yet not enough to cause lasting harm. Despite Wang Jiahui's usual bravado, he was remarkably timid. Witnessing Qin Feng's overwhelming presence, he wilted immediately. "Feng! Brother Feng, I was wrong. Please, don't hit me." Wang Jiahui knelt, shielding his head, his voice trembling. "Weren't you the one claiming to settle the score?" Qin Feng brushed the dust from his hands and asked indifferently. "Brother Feng, I was wrong. I apologize. I am truly sorry." Wang Jiahui dared not lift his head. As for his companions, they cowered in the corner, paralyzed by fear, unwilling to make another move against Qin Feng. "I shall let you off this time. Remember, do not entangle yourself with my girlfriend again. Otherwise, the consequences will be yours to bear." Qin Feng warned coldly, ready to teach Wang Jiahui another lesson should he persist. "Brother Feng, I swear I will never approach Zhao Shuhan again." Wang Jiahui pledged fervently, rising to flee. "Halt! I have not yet permitted your departure. You shattered a table in my place. You must compensate me before leaving." Qin Feng called after him. Wang Jiahui felt a sinking sensation in his heart, but relaxed upon realizing that only money was required. Brother Feng, I will compensate. After acquiring Qin Feng's bank details, he promptly transferred 10,000 yuan. Originally, Qin Feng had only sought 200, but receiving 10,000, he said nothing. Well, he would consider it Wang Jiahui's tuition fee. With Qin Feng's tacit approval, Wang Jiahui and his companions fled in haste. Utterly useless. You three couldn't even handle one Qin Feng, Wang Jiahui fumed as they descended the stairs. Had he known Qin Feng was this formidable, he should have brought more people along. Now, he had not only failed to teach Qin Feng a lesson but had also suffered a significant loss. If word got out, he would surely be the laughingstock of their circle. Brother Jiahui, it's not our fault. We can only blame Qin Feng for being too powerful. Indeed, he clearly has some training. Wang Jiahui seethed. Spare me the excuses. N01 is to speak of tonight's events. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to sever ties with him. Yes, Brother Jiahui. The following day, Qin Feng rose at 7 o'clock. Ever since his strength rating had improved, he had awakened feeling invigorated these past few days. With the system in place, the mental fatigue that once plagued him had been alleviated. No longer did he grapple with feelings of confusion. System, do we have any part-time tasks today? No sooner had Qin Feng spoken than a line of text gracefully appeared on the system interface. Embrace life. Reject overexertion. No part-time tasks assigned during the weekend. Temporary tasks exempt. Additionally, the host is granted a spending limit of 100 million yuan. Note, the 100 million yuan spending limit is valid only for Saturdays and Sundays, expiring after the weekend, and does not accumulate. Upon reading Embrace Life, Reject Overexertion, Qin Feng silently praised, what a splendid system. In an era rife with excessive competition, where education and employment both demand relentless striving, it is indeed disheartening. Fortunately, Qin Feng was no longer burdened by such concerns. After completing his morning routine, Qin Feng descended to enjoy breakfast, just as Lin Kuan arrived on a second-hand electric scooter. Chapter 10. Granting your wish, boss. ID like a bowl of beef noodles, Lin Kuan said as he settled across from Qin Feng. Sure, since you've bought a vehicle, Qin Feng remarked, casting a glance at the second-hand electric scooter Lin Kuan had arrived on. Come on, Brother Feng. Don't mock me for the used one, Lin Kuan replied. By the way, I've switched jobs again, he added, a hint of gloom in his tone, his face narrating a tale of its own. Qin Feng, intrigued, inquired, didn't you mention just the other day that you were going to work for your cousin? Lin Kuan sighed. Just mentioning my cousin irks me. When I went to the construction site that day, I discovered that he was knee-deep in debt. He couldn't even pay wages. Lin Kuan's cousin was a contractor, but his character left much to be desired. On the second day of Lin Kuan's laboring at the site, his cousin vanished with his sister-in-law. Hence, Lin Kuan had to seek employment anew. Qin Feng chuckled at Lin Kuan's misfortunes. You've changed jobs twice in 3 days. That's quite an achievement. So, what are you doing now? I am a basic sustenance material distributor, Lin Kuan replied. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow. Speak plainly, I deliver takeout. Qin Feng was momentarily speechless. Lin Kuan continued, I've even purchased an electric scooter. If I don't earn money this time, I want to easily change jobs again. Just then, the beef noodles were ready, and the boss served them to Lin Kuan. By the way, Brother Feng, I must confess something, Lin Kuan said, an air of seriousness enveloping him. Qin Feng looked at Lin Kuan with a condescending gaze. Go on. What have you done to wrong me? Lin Kuan scratched the back of his head. Well, the other day, Zhao Shuhan returned from Yinjing and asked me about you. I couldn't withstand the temptation, accepted a red envelope from her, and then I told her about your job at the hot pot restaurant. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng finally connected the dots. No wonder Zhao Shuhan had sought him out at the hot pot restaurant that night. He had been puzzled about how she had learned of his employment there. Apparently, a traitor had emerged among them. That's the issue? Qin Feng dismissed it nonchalantly. Lin Kuan lamented, Brother Feng, I know you've been avoiding Zhao Shuhan. However, I feel it's unnecessary. Since Zhao Shuhan is so fond of you, why not just give in to her? Her family is wealthy. You wouldn't be at a loss in the long or UN. As the saying goes, when young, one doesn't realize the sweetness of living off a woman, mistakenly planting rice seedlings during youth. Moreover, another old adage states, reading thousands of books is not as beneficial as traveling thousands of miles, and traveling thousands of miles is not as good as being guided by a rich woman. Qin Feng shot Lin Kuan a glare. With such a plethora of rhymes, do you aspire to pursue a graduate degree? Stop advising me. I'm already with Shuhan. Lin Kuan's eyes widened in shock. What? Brother Feng, have you finally come to your senses? Qin Feng nodded. Indeed. Lin Kuan smiled and said, "Congratulations. However, Brother Feng, I still want to ask, what is your secret to being so appealing to women? I feel I could manage it too." Qin Feng shook his head. "No, you cannot. If you don't believe me, go home and look in the mirror." Lin Kuan fell silent. "Brother Feng, are you mocking me?" Qin Feng chuckled. "Just kidding. How about I treat you to a lavish dinner tonight?" Lin Kuan slurped his noodles and replied, "No need. It's not easy for you to earn money." Everyone's situation was similar. Otherwise, they wouldn't be out doing part-time jobs. Oh, I forgot to tell you. I won 100 million in the lottery, Qin Feng said casually. "Stop boasting without a script," Lin Kuan retorted skeptically. Suddenly, a thought struck him. "Wait, I just saw on the news that someone in Ningchuan won a lottery jackpot of 120 million. Brother Feng, could it possibly be you?" "No, it's impossible. Absolutely impossible." Lin Kuan shook his head vigorously, unable to believe that Qin Feng could be that lucky. Qin Feng nodded. "Indeed, it's me. As a good friend, I can grant you one wish, as long as it's not too outrageous." "Wait, Brother Feng, you're not joking with me, are you?" Qin Feng replied earnestly. "Is there any need for me to jest about such matters?" "Wow." Lin Kuan's mood shifted back to gloom. While his own failures were daunting, the success of a brother was even more disheartening. Why was it that such good fortune never fell upon him? Lin Kuan couldn't fathom it. "All right, hurry and state your wish. I need to think carefully." "I want you to bleed profusely," Lin Kuan mused, lost in thought. However, after a long while, he couldn't come up with anything. "Forget it. I'll tell you once I figure it out." Qin Feng smiled. "No rush, take your time." After finishing breakfast, Lin Kuan set off to deliver takeout. Qin Feng sent a message to Zhao Shuhan. "No other plans today. Let us go out and have some fun." Zhao Shuhan quickly replied, "I'm having breakfast now. I'll drive over to find you shortly." Qin Feng returned to his place for a moment before heading to the roadside to wait. Before long, a sleek black BMW M8 pulled up in front of him. The window rolled down, revealing Zhao Shuhan's stunning visage. "Brother Qin Feng, hop in," she beamed radiantly. Qin Feng opened the door and took a seat in the passenger seat. "This car is quite new. Did you just buy it?" Zhao Shuhan explained. "My dad bought it 2 months ago as a spare. He usually drives another one, a $2 million car, merely as a backup. The one he drives regularly must be even more extravagant, such as the lifestyle of the affluent. By the way, where are we headed for our outing?" Zhao Shuhan suddenly asked. "How about the amusement park?" Qin Feng suggested. "Sounds good. Let us head to the amusement park," Zhao Shuhan agreed, activating the navigation as they drove towards Ningchuan's largest amusement park. Half an hour later, they arrived at the park's entrance. Qin Feng had already purchased tickets online, allowing them to bypass the line and enter directly. Since it was the weekend, the park was bustling with visitors. There were numerous free entertainment options, alongside some that required payment. Zhao Shuhan eagerly dragged Qin Feng to ride the carousel and bumper cars. However, she wasn't quite brave enough for more thrilling rides like the pirate ship or roller coaster. The amusement park was vast. A single day was hardly sufficient to experience it all. At noon, they dined at a restaurant within the park. During the meal, Qin Feng noticed several missed calls on his phone. Ever since that night he saved someone in Ningjiang, he had become a sensation online, and 3 days had passed with his popularity showing no signs of waning. Numerous online talent agencies were eager to sign him. After all, Qin Feng was now a hot commodity. With just a bit of packaging, he could undoubtedly become a major internet celebrity. As they dined, Qin Feng's phone rang once more. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to answer. "Hello, Mr. Qin. I am an official representative from Douyin, and we would like to invite you to join our video creation platform. Upon identity verification, you will receive official traffic support. If Mr. Qin is interested in pursuing live streaming, we can also offer a signing fee of 1 million. Considering Mr. Qin is still a student, there will be no restrictions on the duration of your live streams." The conditions presented by Douyin were far superior to those of the talent agencies, given it was a major platform. Chapter 11. The First Kiss. Qin Feng hesitated not for long before he declined once more. A signing fee of 1 million may seem substantial to an ordinary person, yet for Qin Feng, who possessed a system, it held little significance. Is it not said that true freedom lies not in the ability to do as one pleases, but in the power to abstain from what one does not wish to do? At this moment, Qin Feng had indeed attained financial independence. Even the part-time tasks arranged by the system could be turned down. Of course, the cost of such refusals was somewhat considerable. "Brother Qin Feng, who was on the phone?" Zhao Shuhan inquired with a hint of curiosity. "It was a call from Douyin, asking if I was interested in becoming a live streamer." Zhao Shuhan chuckled. "Brother Qin Feng, you've won a grand prize of 120 million. Even if you never work again, you can live without worry. While becoming an internet celebrity brings quick wealth, Qin Feng had far more options at his disposal. By the way, brother Qin Feng, how do you plan to spend your lottery winnings? Qin Feng replied, I haven't given it much thought. Do you have any suggestions? Zhao Shuhan pondered for a moment and said, after paying 20% in taxes, you'll have 96 million left. Brother Qin Feng could deposit 70 million in the bank. The annual interest would be considerable, and the key is that it carries no risk, a steady stream of income. Then invest 10 million in stocks, focusing on industries with promising futures, such as renewable energy and artificial intelligence, and hold them long-term. As for the remaining 16 million, brother Qin Feng could purchase a property in a prime location and perhaps a car of your liking. Finally, the rest could be at your discretion. Zhao Shuhan, being a finance student, provided the most prudent financial advice. Qin Feng nodded in approval of her suggestions. However, the crux of the matter was that his wealth extended far beyond the lottery winnings. In just 3 days, he had received a reward of 140 million from the system. Not to mention the additional 100 million spending limit for the weekend. It was impossible to exhaust such wealth. Nonetheless, Qin Feng had no intention of revealing these secrets to Zhao Shuhan for the time being. In the afternoon, the two continued their escapades at the amusement park. With a grand fireworks display slated for the evening, they were in no hurry to return. As night fell at 8 o'clock, the sky draped itself in darkness, adorned with twinkling stars. Qin Feng held Zhao Shuhan's hand as they sought out a patch of grass. The view was expansive, an ideal spot for watching the fireworks. At that moment, a throng began to gather around them, creating a lively atmosphere. Brother Qin Feng, the fireworks show is about to commence, Zhao Shuhan exclaimed, eagerly pulling out her phone. Finally, a sharp whistle pierced the night's tranquility. Brilliant fireworks erupted in the sky. A kaleidoscope of colors. As more and more fireworks lit up the heavens, the entire night sky transformed into a magnificent canvas. How beautiful, Zhao Shuhan remarked, activating her phone's video recording function, directing it towards the sky. However, Qin Feng's attention remained fixed not on the dazzling display, but on Zhao Shuhan. Brother Qin Feng, look, Zhao Shuhan tugged at his sleeve, her joy radiating like that of a child. She turned her head, only to find Qin Feng gazing at her intently. The blush crept onto Zhao Shuhan's cheeks, two delicate pink hues surfacing. Brother Qin Feng, why do you keep staring at me? Is the fireworks display not captivating? Qin Feng chuckled, his gaze unwavering, captivated by the depths of her autumn-like eyes. The fireworks pale in comparison to your beauty. As he beheld her luscious lips, Qin Feng wrapped his arms around Zhao Shuhan's slender waist. Unable to restrain himself, he leaned in and kissed her. The sensation was sweet and soft. At the moment their lips met, Zhao Shuhan felt as if she had been electrified, her body quivering. Chapter 12. Versailles. Zhang Shuiying furrowed her brow upon encountering the drunken man reeking of alcohol and spoke, no need. Don't be so polite, come on. The inebriated man wore a wicked grin as he began to make unwelcome advances. If you continue like this, I will call the police. Zhang Shuiying was thoroughly frightened and could only retreat. Just as the drunken man was about to persist in his actions, Qin Feng appeared. He seized the man's hand and forcefully pushed him away, causing the drunken man to tumble to the ground. Kid, mind your own business. The drunken man, humiliated and enraged, scrambled to his feet and swung a punch at Qin Feng. However, in his drunken stupor, he staggered and fell before he could reach Qin Feng. Damn it! The drunken man, unwilling to concede, charged at Qin Feng again. Qin Feng snorted coldly, grasped the man's collar, and with a powerful jerk, sent him sprawling once more, this time in a most undignified manner. Realizing he was no match for Qin Feng, the man cursed under his breath as he fled. Thank you, handsome. With the drunken man dispatched, Zhang Shuiying finally breathed a sigh of relief. No need, Qin Feng waved his hand dismissively. Zhang Shuiying scrutinized him closely. The young man before her was strikingly handsome and exuded a sense of familiarity, as if she had seen him somewhere before. I remember now, handsome, you are the one who recently became popular online. Zhang Shuiying recalled having seen a video of Qin Feng rescuing people in Ningjiang, not far from their current location, but she could not recall his name. Were you the one who saved people by the river a few days ago? Zhang Shuiying asked excitedly. Qin Feng nodded, acknowledging her inquiry. That's wonderful. I never expected to meet you here. It must be fate. By the way, what is your name? Zhang Shuiying inquired with curiosity. There were various rumors online about Qin Feng being a student or a doctor. Opinions varied widely. My name is Qin Feng. Let us be friends. I'm Zhang Shuiying. Zhang Shuiying introduced herself and shook hands with Qin Feng. What do you do? I'm a student. Ah? You're still a student. Zhang Shuiying expressed her surprise. Qin Feng countered, does that seem unlikely? Not at all. Given your remarkable abilities, saving 2 people that night in Ningjiang, I didn't expect you to still be a student. Where do you live? I can help you push your scooter back. Noticing Zhang Shuiying was about to ask more questions, Qin Feng hastily shifted the topic. Just ahead. Zhang Shuiying pointed to a building in the distance. Coincidentally, it was the very building where Qin Feng resided. Do you rent there? So do I, Qin Feng remarked. How coincidental. Zhang Shuiying shook her head and explained, that building belongs to my mother. I live with her. It turned out that Zhang Shuiying was the landlord's daughter. Qin Feng offered to assist Zhang Shuiying with her electric scooter, and she gratefully accepted, having grown quite weary from the earlier encounter. After securing the scooter, she suggested treating Qin Feng to a late-night snack. However, Qin Feng declined, as he was already full. Before heading upstairs, Zhang Shuiying requested Qin Feng's WeChat. Upon seeing his WeChat name, Qin Feng realized that Zhang Shuiying was indeed a real estate agent. Perfect. I was planning to buy a house tomorrow. I can ask her for advice. The 100 million yuan spending limit gifted by the system would expire the following day, so he needed to utilize it promptly. Time flew by, and morning arrived. Qin Feng glanced at the system panel and noted that the reminder still lingered frowny face enjoy life. Reject the rat race. As for the 100 million yuan spending limit, a countdown had begun, set to reset at midnight. Money provided by the system is not to be wasted. Qin Feng descended for breakfast, simultaneously sending a message to Zhang Shuiying. Shuiying, I would like to consult with you regarding purchasing a property. Zhang Shuiying, just waking up, received Qin Feng's message and asked, Qin Feng, aren't you still in school? What made you think of buying a house? Ningchuan City is considered a quasi-first-tier city, and housing prices are quite steep. Qin Feng replied, I happen to have some funds available and wish to purchase a property. Wait a moment. I need to put on some makeup. If you do buy, I want to charge you a commission. By the time Qin Feng finished his breakfast, Zhang Shuiying finally made her appearance. As before, she donned a figure-hugging skirt paired with a white blouse, exuding both innocence and allure. She held a cup of soybean milk in one hand while nibbling on a steamed bun. Qin Feng, what do your parents do? To buy a house in Ningchuan City, even with a mortgage, the down payment would be substantial, piquing Zhang Shuiying's curiosity about Qin Feng's family background. My parents are ordinary people, Qin Feng replied. His mother sells vegetables at the local market, and his father, in poor health, barely earns enough to sustain the family's living expenses. Aware of his parents' struggles, Qin Feng took on part-time work. Zhang Shuiying hesitated before saying, in that case, I suggest you hold off on buying a house. She had seen many cases of individuals who forced themselves into mortgages, ultimately resulting in foreclosure and auction. Qin Feng laughed. It's all right, Shuiying. I merely wish to inquire. All right then, what type of property are you interested in? What is your price range? Zhang Shuiying pulled out a tablet, ready to assist Qin Feng. Her device contained numerous listings for both new and second-hand properties, with prices varying significantly. Qin Feng replied, ideally, a villa priced under 100 million. PFF. Zhang Shuiying, having just taken a sip of soybean milk, sprayed it out in shock. Are you kidding me, Qin Feng? A hint of indignation surfaced on her face. Here was an ordinary university student claiming he wanted to buy a villa. Was he joking? Seeing Zhang Shuiying's exaggerated reaction, Qin Feng felt a bit exasperated. He was merely a seemingly unremarkable university student on the surface, but in reality, he was a billionaire. He retrieved his phone and displayed the balance in his bank account. Take a good look. Am I playing games with you? Zhang Shuiying's eyes widened in astonishment. Wha? 1, 10, 100. That oh my gosh, dear, father, grandfather, ancestors. It was over 140 million yuan. Zhang Shuiying took a deep breath, feeling as if she were in a dream. Despite having worked in real estate for 2.5 years and encountering numerous high-profile clients, this was her first experience with someone capable of producing such an amount on demand. Now it dawned on her that the claim of having ordinary parents was merely a fade. I apologize for my lack of decorum. Zhang Shuiying endeavored to regain her composure. The way she regarded Qin Feng shifted entirely. After all, he could very well be the son of some powerful figure. Given such wealth, she didn't believe it was earned solely by him, so the most plausible explanation was that he was a wealthy heir. Mr. Qin. No, Qin sir. If you have no specific price constraints, you could purchase a top-tier luxury residence in Ningchuan City. Chapter 13. Longhu No. 1. Behold this exquisite property, located in the affluent Wanjing Villa District. The asking price is 32 million. And here is another, Yuehai Bay No. 1, designed in an elegant European style, priced at 28 million. Zhang Shuiying proceeded to present several villas to Qin Feng, yet he remained unimpressed. The primary issue was their lack of distinctive character. Noticing Qin Feng gently shake his head, Zhang Shuiying took a deep breath. He truly was a challenging client. Given this, she could only, Mr. Qin, please take a look at this one, Longhu No. 1. It is the most luxurious lakeside villa in the entire Ningchuan city, adjacent to the Xinghe Villa district. The villa is crafted in a traditional Chinese style, with a built area of 2,100 square meters, complemented by a private garden spanning 6 acres. The amenities include a swimming pool and a fitness center. This is currently the most expensive villa available in Ningchuan City, priced at 80 million. While introducing the property, Zhang Shuiying attentively observed Qin Feng's changing expressions. It seems quite appealing. Can we go see it now? Upon hearing it was adjacent to the Xinghe Villa district, Qin Feng's interest was piqued. After all, Zhao Shuhan resided in the Xinghe Villa district, making future encounters much more convenient. Certainly, but I must inform the person in charge there first. Zhang Shuiying took out her phone, ready to make a call. Suddenly, she remembered something and lowered her voice. Mr. Qin, the developer of Longhu No. 1 is Shangchong Real Estate Company, which is currently experiencing some financial difficulties. They are eager to liquidate their properties, so if you are interested in Longhu No. 1, you might be able to negotiate the price. As a friend, Zhang Shuiying did not wish to see Qin Feng suffer a financial loss. Qin Feng nodded. Understood. I will step outside to make a call, and we can set off shortly. After Zhang Shuiying exited the breakfast shop, she made a phone call. Mr. Qin, it's all set. We can head over now. Upon her return, a smile illuminated Zhang Shuiying's face. At the same time, she had arranged for a car to come from the agency. After waiting for nearly 10 minutes, the vehicle arrived. Mr. Qin, let us depart. Zhang Shuiying proactively opened the car door for Qin Feng, displaying impeccable service. Sister Ying, please just call me by my name. This Mr. Qin feels rather unfamiliar. Once inside the car, Qin Feng reminded Zhang Shuiying. No, it is more appropriate to address you as Mr. Qin in a professional context. Since discovering Qin Feng's wealth, Zhang Shuiying had become somewhat more reserved in his presence. Especially now that he was still her client, she could not afford to be negligent. As they passed by the Xinghe Villa district, Qin Feng glanced at Villa No. 15 through the car window. Zhao Shuhan had mentioned she was busy today and could not accompany him. He wondered what she was preoccupied with. Mr. Qin, beyond the Xinghe Villa district lies Longhu No. 1. On that side is Xinghai Lake, which boasts a breathtaking view. Zhang Shuiying provided Qin Feng with an introduction. Before long, they arrived at the Longhu No. 1 villa. The villa was constructed in a traditional Chinese style, exuding a classical and tranquil beauty. Upon entering the gates, the car came to a halt in front of the main villa's parking area. Mr. Qin, we have arrived. Zhang Shuiying was the first to exit the vehicle. Swiftly opening the door for Qin Feng, he stepped out, raising his gaze to appraise the opulent Chinese architecture before him. The villa comprised 3 above-ground stories, with an additional basement level, while the gardens and landscaping were situated behind the building. The expansive view allowed for a magnificent sight of Xinghai Lake. Just then, a woman clad in professional attire emerged from the hall. She appeared to be around 27 years old, her beautiful eyes sparkling with a smile. You must be Mr. Qin, correct? Hello, I am Cheng Yi, and I welcome you to Longhu No. 1. Cheng Yi extended her hand for a handshake with Qin Feng, subsequently presenting a business card. The card indicated her position as the deputy manager of the sales department at Shangchong Real Estate, along with her contact information. Upon seeing the card, Zhang Shuiying was taken aback. After all, Cheng Yi was the second daughter of Shangchong Real Estate. Possessing considerable stature, it was unexpected for her to personally attend to clients at Longhu No. 1. Mr. Qin, Miss Cheng's father is the chairman of Shangchong Real Estate, Zhang Shuiying whispered to Qin Feng. Qin Feng nodded, taking a renewed glance at Cheng Yi, and no wonder, she emanated an air of aloofness. It turned out she had such a background. The fact that even the chairman's daughter was personally attending to clients indicated their earnest desire to sell the villa quickly to recoup funds. Mr. Qin, allow me to guide you through the villa. Cheng Yi gestured invitingly, leading Qin Feng into the villa's hall. While showcasing the property, Cheng Yi inquired about Qin Feng's family background. After all, individuals capable of purchasing such a luxury residence were undoubtedly of significant standing. However, Cheng Yi did not manage to extract much information. Half an hour elapsed as Qin Feng toured the villa under Cheng Yi's guidance. He finally comprehended the truth behind the saying that poverty restricts one's imagination. The interior of the villa was extravagantly adorned, and the decor was meticulously chosen, creating an ambience akin to stepping into a palace. Mr. Qin, what are your impressions? Upon returning to the hall, Chang'e asked Qin Feng. Quite satisfactory, Qin Feng replied with a measured response. I presume Mr. Qin is already aware of the recent situation at Shengchang Real Estate, so I shall be forthright. 77 million. Chang'e offered a discount of 3 million off the original price. She was eager to sell the villa swiftly to alleviate Shengchang Real Estate's pressing financial predicament. There were few individuals capable of affording such a luxury property. Two wealthy clients had visited the previous day but had attempted to negotiate an excessively low price, resulting in no agreement. Upon hearing Chang'e's offer, Qin Feng formed a general estimate of the villa's baseline price. 75 million. If Miss Cheng is amenable, I could pay in full right now. This? Chang'e hesitated, as Qin Feng had further reduced the price by 2 million from the existing discount. Although it was not as drastic as the reductions proposed by the previous visitors, it nonetheless caused her heartache. I must consult my father. Please hold on for a moment, Mr. Qin. Chang'e swiftly exited to make a phone call. After approximately half a minute, she returned after finishing her call. Mr. Qin, consider it a gesture of friendship. Congratulations on becoming the owner of Longhu No. 1. Although Chang'e felt a pang of regret, her need to recover funds compelled her to lower the price and sell Longhu No. 1. Subsequently, she instructed her team to prepare the contract. After signing the contract and completing the payment, Qin Feng successfully became the proprietor of Longhu No. 1. Although he had spent 75 million in one fell swoop, Qin Feng felt no sense of loss. After all, it was money gifted by the system. One should make use of it while they can. Mr. Qin, should you have any further inquiries, please feel free to contact me at any time. Chang'e proactively added Qin Feng on WeChat. Miss Cheng, might you know any friends in the car sales business? Chapter 14. The Ferrari LaFerrari. With the system granting a consumption allowance of 25 million, Qin Feng contemplated acquiring a luxurious sports car. After all, who has not harbored dreams of owning a sports car in their youth? Now that he possessed the means, it was the perfect opportunity to realize that aspiration. Mr. Qin, are you planning to buy a car? Chang'e inquired. Qin Feng nodded. Indeed, I have such intentions. Chang'e continued. I am acquainted with the owner of Dali Car Dealership. Most luxury vehicles can be procured there. I'll have him add you shortly. Please agree, she suggested. Sure, he replied. Chang'e then drove away, as she had a multitude of tasks awaiting her. Congratulations, Mr. Qin, Zhang Shuiying said, her face still reflecting a degree of astonishment. Initially, she had not anticipated that Qin Feng would display such extravagance, a villa worth 75 million, and he purchased it on a whim. Qin Feng chuckled and asked, by the way, Ingjie, how much commission would you earn from selling a villa like this? Zhang Shuiying explained, our agency charges a commission of 2%, which is paid by the real estate company. For this villa, valued at 75 million, the commission would amount to 1,500,000. However, the company retains 50% of that sum. Thus, I would receive only 750,000. Mr. Qin, I mentioned this morning that I would not charge you a commission, so I will return that 750,000 to you. Zhang Shuiying's heart ached. That was indeed a substantial amount. She could hardly earn that much in a year. Why had she been so careless with her words earlier? She had not foreseen that Qin Feng would be so affluent, capable of purchasing such an expensive villa. There's no need for that. It is rightfully yours, Qin Feng replied, seemingly indifferent to the money. That might not be appropriate, Zhang Shuiying hesitated. If I say you should take it, then you should accept it, Qin Feng asserted with an unyielding tone, before departing to explore the private garden behind. Such a domineering little brother. But I like it, she mused. Soon after, someone added Qin Feng on WeChat. The note read, owner of Dali Car Dealership, Zhou Haiyang. Mr. Qin, may I inquire what type of vehicle you wish to purchase? I happen to be out at the moment. I will have the manager reach out to you, Zhou Haiyang stated, having learned from Chang'e about Qin Feng's acquisition of Longhu No. 1, and thus, he did not dare to be negligent. After all, he was a significant client. I haven't made a decision yet. I will come by this afternoon to take a look. Very well, I will ensure the manager attends to you. Qin Feng took another stroll around the villa. At noon, Zhang Shuiying proposed treating Qin Feng to a meal, but he declined. Shortly after 2 in the afternoon, Qin Feng arrived at Dali Car Dealership. Due to the limited edition sports cars requiring advance reservations and lengthy waiting times, after careful consideration, Qin Feng decided to purchase a Ferrari LaFerrari priced at 20 million. The manager assured him that the car would be ready for pickup in 3 days. The purchase of both the villa and the sports car also necessitated additional taxes. Thus, the system's generous allowance of 100 million was now fully expended. By 4 in the afternoon, Qin Feng returned to his rented accommodation and engaged in gaming. Zhao Shuhan was unavailable today, leaving Qin Feng feeling rather bored. Suddenly, a knock echoed through the door. "Who is it?" He opened the door to find Zhang Shuiying. She had finished work early today and changed into a short skirt, her figure strikingly graceful. "Jia. Qin Feng, I have prepared a variety of dishes. Come dine at my place." Earlier, Zhang Shuiying had wanted to treat Qin Feng, but he had turned her down, prompting her to take matters into her own hands and cook. "That is unnecessary." Qin Feng was about to head out for a meal. "It's no trouble. The food is already prepared. You have significantly aided me today," she added, having secured a promotion due to the successful deal, all thanks to Qin Feng. Unable to resist her hospitality, Qin Feng followed Zhang Shuiying downstairs. At Zhang Shuiying's home, her landlady was also present. The dining table was adorned with several dishes, and rice had been served. "Little Feng has arrived. Please take a seat." The landlady greeted Qin Feng warmly. She had learned from her daughter that he had intervened to chase away a drunken man who had harassed her. However, that was not the most significant detail. The more pressing matter was that Qin Feng was an invisible tycoon, having purchased a lavish villa for 75 million today. The landlady scrutinized Qin Feng, astonished that this young man renting her property possessed such wealth. During the meal, the landlady's questions were incessant, inquiring about Qin Feng's parents, the number of siblings he had, akin to a census. Despite Zhang Shuiying's subtle cues to cease, the landlady persisted. Finding it unbearable, Qin Feng hastily concocted an excuse to excuse himself after finishing his meal. "Mom, what was that all about?" Zhang Shuiying expressed her dissatisfaction to her mother after Qin Feng's departure. The landlady replied, "I was merely trying to help you. You must not overlook a remarkable man like little Feng." Zhang Shuiying rolled her eyes. "Mom, where are you heading with this?" "I invited Qin Feng over for dinner solely to express my gratitude." The landlady spoke earnestly. "Daughter, you are no longer a child. When you encounter a good man, marry him promptly. Opportunities are fleeting." Zhang Shuiying was at a loss for words, but Qin Feng is still a student. What if he already has a girlfriend? The landlady shot Zhang Shuiying a disapproving glance. Age is merely a number. Even if Qin Feng has a girlfriend, that should not deter you. In this day and age, as long as one wields a good shovel, no wall is insurmountable. Zhang Shuiying could only remain silent. As night fell, Zhao Shuhan sent a message to Qin Feng. "Brother Qin Feng, where did you go to play today?" Accompanied by a playful emoji. "Without you by my side, nothing seems enjoyable." Qin Feng refrained from mentioning his recent purchases of the villa and the car. "Are you joining me to collect the grand prize tomorrow?" Tomorrow was Monday, and Qin Feng intended to secure the prize first. Additionally, the stock market would be open, and he needed to set up an account. He still had a stock prophecy card that remained unused. "I think I'll pass. By the way, brother Qin Feng, my dad is back. Would you like to join us for lunch at my house tomorrow?" Qin Feng asked, "Should I disclose our relationship to your father?" Zhao Shuhan explained, "I think it's better to keep it under wraps for now. Just come as my friend to gauge my dad's attitude." Qin Feng had met Zhao Shuhan's father before, as he often visited her home during childhood, although that was many years ago. "That works. I'll bring some gifts tomorrow." Zhao Shuhan replied, "No need for you to buy anything. I'll handle the preparations. Tomorrow, I'll send you the address. Just bring the gifts along." She was concerned that Qin Feng might spend recklessly, especially after recently winning a lottery prize. Qin Feng sighed. "It seems you have everything planned out. See you tomorrow." See you tomorrow. Chapter 15. All in, a form of wisdom. The following morning, Qin Feng had just finished brushing his teeth and washing his face when the system's part-time tasks finally refreshed. Part-time task released. Deliver food, duration 4 hours, valid for the day. Does the host accept? Without much hesitation, Qin Feng replied, "Accepted." This part-time task presented no particular difficulty. As usual, he descended to have breakfast. After confirming the address for claiming his lottery winnings, he hailed a taxi by the roadside and headed to Yong'an Building. Upon arriving at the lottery center, the staff had just begun their shift. The process of claiming the prize went quite smoothly, verifying the authenticity of the ticket and then registering it. After a 20% tax deduction, the sum he received amounted to 96 million. The winnings would be credited to his account within 24 hours. A reporter present wished to interview Qin Feng. However, he declined, knowing that it was prudent to remain low-key after such a substantial win. Once he completed the claim procedures, Qin Feng made his way to the nearest stock exchange. Sir, I see you have indicated that you are a student. Are you certain you wish to open a stock account? The female employee at the window glanced at the information in her hand, then at Qin Feng, seeking confirmation. Given that the stock market was currently in a bear phase, entering now could lead to substantial losses. Students typically possess limited risk tolerance. One wouldn't want to end up on the rooftop in despair. Yes, let's proceed, Qin Feng replied with a smile. He possessed a stock prophecy card gifted by the system, which granted him a semblance of foresight regarding future market movements. While others may face losses, he would not. Very well, the female employee said, refraining from further comments. By the way, please deposit 100 million into the account. Excuse me? The employee was taken aback, staring at Qin Feng in disbelief. 100 million, Qin Feng reiterated, producing his bank card. This amount comprised the system's allocated funds specifically for stock trading. While he could use it to purchase stocks, it was not available for other expenditures. As the employee regarded him with a mixture of astonishment and curiosity, she stated, Mr. Qin, my authority here is somewhat limited. Clients like you are considered VIPs at our exchange. Please follow me to the VIP room. I will have the manager personally attend to you. It was evident that someone capable of casually deploying 100 million in trading was no ordinary individual. Thus, Qin Feng followed the employee into the VIP reception area. Mr. Qin, we offer tea and coffee here. What would you prefer? The employee slightly bowed, exhibiting utmost respect. Tea will suffice, he replied. The employee retreated and soon returned with a freshly brewed cup of tea, presenting it to Qin Feng. After a short while, the manager of the exchange arrived. She was a woman in her mid-20s, strikingly attractive, dressed in a well-tailored suit that exuded the unique charm of a mature woman. Mr. Qin, greetings. I am the manager here. My name is Anya. Upon learning that a significant client with 100 million in hand had arrived, Anya prioritized Qin Feng's reception, promptly setting aside her previous tasks. To her surprise, Qin Feng appeared remarkably young. Hello, Manager Anya. If possible, please facilitate the transfer of funds into my account, Qin Feng said, savoring his tea with an air of composure. Certainly, Mr. Qin, please hold on a moment. Anya nodded and began assisting Qin Feng with the transaction. The VIP room was equipped with computers, designed exclusively for esteemed clients. As Anya processed the transaction, Qin Feng silently invoked, System, activate the stock prophecy card. Stock prophecy card is in use. Activation successful. With the successful activation of the stock prophecy card, a surge of information flooded Qin Feng's mind. It revealed the 3 stocks anticipated to experience the most significant gains over the next month. Assimilating this information, Qin Feng formulated his strategy. Manager Anya, I presume you can facilitate leverage here? While 100 million was not an insignificant sum, Qin Feng intended to make a substantial maneuver. Indeed, Anya hesitated, taken aback by Qin Feng's request for leverage. Although leveraging could amplify potential profits, it correspondingly elevated the associated risks. Given the current bear market, few dared to employ leveraged. In contrast, during a bull market, many would leverage by tenfold. Winning would mean reveling in luxury, while losses could lead to hard labor on construction sites. Mr. Qin, as you are undoubtedly aware of the current market conditions, our financing services can only extend up to 3 times the account. Then please assist me in opening a 3-fold account. With 100 million in funds, coupled with 3 times leverage, Qin Feng would have access to 400 million. That would suffice. Anya took a deep breath, cautioning, Mr. Qin, given that you already possess 100 million, leveraging 3-fold would significantly heighten the risk. Qin Feng waved his hand dismissively, it's fine. Seeing his unwavering confidence, Anya chose not to press the matter further. Please check the stock price for new high technology. What is it currently? Anya accessed the computer, stating, New high technology just resumed trading yesterday, and the current stock price stands at $55.30. With the 100 million in funds, plus the 300 million from financing, I want to go all in. Qin Feng was aware that new high technology would experience a 10 consecutive limit up starting from the afternoon, with the stock price soaring from $55.30 to $145, pushing its total market value beyond 600 billion before experiencing a decline. He anticipated profiting at least 600 million from this venture. All in, a form of wisdom. By all of new high technology? Anya's eyes widened in astonishment, her face a portrait of shock. This was the first time she had witnessed such an audacious approach to trading. It felt less like purchasing stocks and more akin to shopping for groceries, so casual and unrestrained. By all of it, Qin Feng reiterated. Anya strove to regain her composure, pondering whether Qin Feng had insider information. However, being merely speculative, she refrained from directly questioning him. Having completed the transaction, Qin Feng no longer focused on the stock market and departed the exchange alone. Meanwhile, Anya remained preoccupied throughout the morning, closely monitoring the stock performance of new high technology, which was still in a downward trend. Perhaps he is merely speculating, Anya mused, dismissing her earlier conjectures. Yet, that very afternoon, news regarding new high technology's collaboration with a certain entity broke, causing the stock to soar to its limit. Of course, that was a tale for another time. Shortly after 11, Zhao Shuhan called Qin Feng. Brother Qin Feng, did you go to claim the lottery prize this morning? Qin Feng chuckled, I did, but it hasn't been credited yet. What are you up to? Zhao Shuhan replied, I just returned from grocery shopping, preparing to cook. Today, I will be the one in charge of the kitchen. When you see my dad later, you should know what to say, right? Uncertain of her father's disposition, Zhao Shuhan suggested that Qin Feng initially approach him as a friend. I understand, Qin Feng pondered before adding, however, our secret may not remain hidden from your father. Chapter 16. Meeting the future father-in-law? It's all right, we'll adapt to the situation when the time comes. If we can't keep it a secret, then we must be honest. Zhao Shuhan specifically instructed Qin Feng with a few words before sending him an address. She advised him to pick up a gift from there before heading over. Qin Feng was not in a hurry to depart. After a brief interval of about 10 minutes, he finally hailed a cab. Upon receiving the gift, he opened it to find 2 bottles of Maodai liquor and a canister of TA.it. Felt somewhat odd for him to be delivering gifts purchased by Zhao Shuhan to his future father-in-law. Nevertheless, the price of the liquor and tea was considerable, and given that Qin Feng had yet to win a grand prize, Zhao Shuhan was concerned that he might not have sufficient funds. How considerate of her. Qin Feng arrived at the Xinghe Villa district, standing outside the gate of Villa number 15. The gate was closed, and holding the gifts, he rang the doorbell several times. Shortly, Zhao Shuhan emerged briskly. Today, she was clad in a white t-shirt adorned with cartoon patterns, paired with a denim mini-skirt, exuding youthful vitality and a touch of adorableness. Brother Qin Feng. Zhao Shuhan's beautiful eyes sparkled with laughter as she opened the door, deliberately maintaining a distance from Qin Feng to avoid arousing her father's suspicions. However, the tenderness in her gaze could not be concealed. Where is your father? Qin Feng whispered. He is in the living room. Zhao Shuhan gestured towards the interior. All right, coming quickly, don't be nervous. In truth, Qin Feng was far from anxious. On the contrary, he felt quite composed. After all, he was no longer the impoverished youth of the past. He had the means to provide Zhao Shuhan with happiness, and thus he was unafraid of facing his future father-in-law. With that, Qin Feng followed Zhao Shuhan into the living room. There, a stern middle-aged man reclined on the sofa, engrossed in a business magazine. It was none other than Zhao Shuhan's father, Zhao Hongchang. Dad, my friend is here, Zhao Shuhan announced. Hello, Uncle Zhao, Qin Feng proactively greeted. After years apart, Zhao Hongchang had acquired a few strands of gray hair at his temples, and his belly had noticeably expanded. Zhao Hongchang lifted his head, and upon seeing Zhao Shuhan accompanied by a young man, his brow furrowed slightly. Earlier that morning, Zhao Shuhan had mentioned a friend was coming over, and Zhao Hongchang had assumed it would be a female friend, paying little mind. He had not anticipated that it would be a male. This was the first time Zhao Shuhan brought a boy home, causing Zhao Hongchang's demeanor to shift to one of vigilance. You are Qin Feng. Uncle Zhao remembers me after all, Qin Feng replied with a nonchalant smile, neither servile nor arrogant. Zhao Hongchang certainly remembered Qin Feng and held quite the impression of him. This young man had once been very close to his daughter, and they had mutual feelings. He could not fathom what sort of charm Qin Feng possessed. After Zhao Shuhan entered high school, Qin Feng gradually distanced himself from her, and by university, they were separated by great distances. As time passed, Zhao Hongchang assumed that his daughter had moved on, especially after relocating to a big city where her horizons would surely expand. He never expected that today, she would bring Qin Feng home, and it appeared they were now together. Observing Qin Feng, Zhao Hongchang's expression slowly darkened. Dad, Qin Feng brought you a gift, Zhao Shuhan noted. Having noticed the change in her father's demeanor, she quickly took the Maodai and tea from Qin Feng's hands. Just set them down. I plan to quit drinking soon, Zhao Hongchang replied, returning to his business magazine. Quit drinking? Dad, didn't you drink quite a bit with your friends last night? Zhao Hongchang remained silent, fixated on his magazine, as if he had not heard her. Zhao Shuhan stuck out her tongue and placed the gifts on the coffee table, turning to Qin Feng. Qin Feng, please sit for a moment. Dinner will be ready shortly. Qin Feng nodded and took a seat opposite Zhao Hongchang while Zhao Shuhan went to the kitchen to prepare the dishes. Qin Feng, you and Shuhan are studying together. You'll be in your senior year this September, right? Zhao Hongchang inquired without lifting his gaze from the magazine. Yes, I'll graduate in a year, Qin Feng answered. Time flies, doesn't it? What do you plan to do after graduation? Zhao Hongchang mused, probing gently. I intend to start my own business, just like you, Uncle Zhao. Currently, Qin Feng had accumulated quite a bit of capital, making entrepreneurship the optimal choice. Zhao Hongchang raised his head and scrutinized Qin Feng again, realizing that he was serious. Times have changed since my day. The competition is fierce, and achieving something significant is quite difficult. Zhao Hongchang was not trying to discourage Qin Feng. He was merely stating the truth. The current landscape was akin to navigating through hellish challenges. The times may have changed, but I am confident, Qin Feng replied with a smile. He was equipped with a system. Nothing could truly hinder him. It's good for young people to have confidence. Zhao Hongchang remarked, you're still in school, and there are some lessons that cannot be learned within the confines of academia. You'll understand once you enter society. Shuhan has a natural talent for business. After she graduates, I plan to hand over the family business to her. Qin Feng looked at Zhao Hongchang, bewildered, unsure why he was sharing this information. Dad, Qin Feng, what are you two discussing? Come, let us eat, Zhao Shuhan called, having finished serving the food. Let us eat first, Zhao Hongchang said, setting aside the magazine and rising to head to the dining room. Qin Feng followed suit, sitting across from Zhao Shuhan. Dad, try the pork rib soup I made, Qin Feng. You should have some too. Initially, Zhao Shuhan worried her father might dismiss Qin Feng outright. But that did not happen, indicating that the first hurdle had been successfully crossed. At the very least, her father did not reject Qin Feng, which made the next steps easier. However, she felt it was premature to mention their relationship, fearing her father might not accept it, so she decided to wait. What she did not realize was that Zhao Hongchang had already discerned their connection. Qin Feng, would you care for a drink? Zhao Hongchang retrieved a cherished bottle of fine liquor from the cabinet. Dad, Qin Feng doesn't drink, Zhao Shuhan reminded him. It's fine. He can have a little, Zhao Hongchang insisted. Qin Feng took the bottle from Zhao Hongchang's hands, pouring a glass for him and filling one for himself as well. During the meal, Qin Feng consumed several glasses of liquor. After utilizing a strength enhancement card, his body had undergone a transformation, thereby increasing his alcohol tolerance. Noticing Qin Feng's ability to handle the drink without a change in demeanor, Zhao Hongchang displayed a hint of appreciation. Meanwhile, Zhao Shuhan was quite concerned that Qin Feng might become intoxicated. After half an hour, the meal concluded. Qin Feng, you've had quite a bit to drink. Are you all right? I'm fine, really, Qin Feng shook his head. Although he had consumed several glasses, it felt akin to drinking plain water. Chapter 17. Lin Kuan's wish that is good, Zhao Shuhan thought to herself, feeling a sense of relief. After finishing dinner, Qin Feng also intended to take his leave. After all, he was visiting under the pretense of being a friend of Zhao Shuhan. Uncle Zhao, I shall take my leave now. Zhao Hongchang nodded in response, remaining silent. Dad, I'll see Qin Feng off, Zhao Shuhan said as she walked out of the hall with Qin Feng. Observing their figures from a distance, Zhao Hongchang shook his head helplessly, pulling out a cigarette to smoke while lost in thought. Brother Qin Feng, you performed admirably today, Zhao Shuhan remarked, her face alight with joy as she stood beside him. Qin Feng stole a glance at Zhao Shuhan's flawless profile. Her delicate nose made him wish to pinch it playfully. Uncle Zhao must already be aware of our relationship. He just hasn't spoken about it. Ah, what should we do now? Zhao Shuhan asked, a hint of panic in her voice. Qin Feng chuckled, well, he will find out eventually. Knowing sooner rather than later is a problem. At least Uncle Zhao didn't kick me out, right? Zhao Shuhan nodded, that's true. Given the circumstances, they could only face it with composure. Once she resolved this in her mind, Zhao Shuhan felt a weight lift off her shoulders. That moment, Qin Feng felt his phone vibrate. Upon checking, he realized it was a notification that the lottery jackpot had been credited. An astonishing sum of 96 million. Shuhan, our jackpot has arrived. Zhao Shuhan replied, Brother Qin Feng, that is your prize. Ensure you manage the money wisely and do not squander it. She gestured towards the nearby Lunghu No. 1, adding, Brother Qin Feng, do you see that villa? I heard someone bought it for 75 million yesterday. Although you could afford it now, we shouldn't reside in such an extravagant villa. A modest apartment would suffice. Qin Feng thought to himself, but I already purchased Lunghu No. 1. Nonetheless, he decided to keep this a secret from Zhao Shuhan for the time being and surprise her later. Rest assured, I won't touch this money. How about I hand it over to you for management once we marry? Even though it was a system reward, Qin Feng knew he could never spend it all. Zhao Shuhan's cheeks flushed. Brother Qin Feng, it's too early to be discussing marriage. However, I will be waiting for you. After chatting a while longer, Qin Feng hailed a taxi and departed. As Zhao Shuhan made her way home, she entered the villa only to find Zhao Hongchang smoking in the courtyard. Dad, smoking is harmful to your health. You should cut down, Zhao Shuhan advised. Shuhan, how long have you and Qin Feng been seeing each other? Zhao Hongchang inquired. Dad, you know already? Zhao Shuhan was momentarily at a loss for words. Zhao Hongchang snorted softly. I'm not blind. With your little schemes, did you think you could deceive me? Officially, it was a friendly visit, but in reality, it was a test. If he couldn't discern that, he wouldn't have thrived in the business world. Zhao Shuhan lowered her head, her face reddening. It's only been a few days. Dad, do you permit me to be with Qin Feng? She felt uncertain, fearing her father might look down on Qin Feng, given the disparity between their families. Zhao Hongchang didn't directly answer her. Instead, he said, you should be aware of Qin Feng's family situation. Being with him will undoubtedly bring hardships. Dad, I am not afraid of hardship, Zhao Shuhan replied earnestly. Having liked Qin Feng for so long, she had contemplated many issues. Zhao Hongchang hesitated, finally saying, Shuhan, you are grown now. I do not wish to interfere in your romantic affairs. However, I have one condition. You must not cohabit before graduation. Furthermore, if that young man wishes to marry you, he must prepare a bride price of 10 million, not a penny less. Zhao Shuhan felt a surge of joy. 10 million? That seemed quite feasible, especially since Qin Feng had just won over 90 million. Dad, you can't go back on your word. Seeing Zhao Shuhan's enthusiasm, Zhao Hongchang sighed in resignation, provided that your money is not to be given to that young man. Zhao Shuhan laughed. Even if I were to give it to Qin Feng, he wouldn't spend it recklessly. I trust him. I believe he can earn 10 million after graduation. Zhao Shuhan felt a secret thrill, knowing that even without the lottery winnings, with Qin Feng's current popularity online, making a few million as an internet celebrity would be quite achievable. She thought to herself that she could quietly support him, and that 10 million would be a breeze. Don't celebrate too early. You still need to get past your mother's approval. I believe Mom will support me, Zhao Shuhan declared, her spirits high as she headed off to wash the dishes. Zhao Hongchang shook his head, letting out a long sigh. A daughter grows up too quickly. He took out his phone and opened Douyin, where he had saved a particular video. Clicking on it revealed Qin Feng's heroic act of saving someone that night on the Ningjiang River. His character seems commendable. He just has a penchant for playing the hero. Qin Feng returned to his rented apartment, deciding to deliver takeout later that evening. However, before that, he needed to register an account on the delivery platform. The process was quite simple. He also needed to purchase an electric bike, which could be found in a shop downstairs. Having just completed the registration, Qin Feng received a message from Lin Kuan. Brother Feng, didn't you say you could help me fulfill a wish last time? Is that still valid? Qin Feng replied, of course it is. The jackpot has just been received. Hurry and tell me your wish. Lin Kuan sent a voice message. Brother Feng, you're such a good friend. If I were a girl, I would definitely marry you. Impatiently, Qin Feng retorted, enough with the flattery. Just tell me your wish. Brother Feng, my wish is quite simple. I just want a gaming laptop. You know my sole hobby is gaming. Lin Kuan's tone revealed a hint of shyness. Shortly after, Lin Kuan sent a product link, an almost 10,000 yuan gaming laptop. Just this? Are you sure? Qin Feng was taken aback by the simplicity of Lin Kuan's wish. Absolutely, but Brother Feng, I need a 5 terabyte storage capacity. Qin Feng thought, this kid always manages to surprise me. Who needs 5 terabytes just for gaming? I feel embarrassed to call him out on it. Understood. I'll place the order immediately. Brother Feng, thank you so much. Qin Feng chose a gaming laptop priced nearly 20,000, adding extra money to have the customer service upgrade it with a 5 terabytes hard drive. After entering Lin Kuan's address, he placed the ordered AT that moment. Another call came in. Mr. Qin, hello. I am an official representative from Douyin. We spoke on the phone last time. Here is the thing. If you sign a contract with us now, there is still a signing fee of 1 million. There are no restrictions on live streaming duration, and we can offer a revenue share of 70-30. You get 70, we take 30. Chapter 18. An impromptu task, the live broadcast commences. At present, Qin Feng's popularity on the Douyin platform remains undiminished. Consequently, the Douyin officials hold him in high regard and have made significant concessions regarding gift-sharing arrangements. Even if Qin Feng were to decline their contract, They would never allow him to be poached by rival platforms. Just as Qin Feng was preparing to refuse, the voice of the system echoed in his mind. Triggering impromptu task. Live broadcast for 36 hours. Accepting task rewards, perfect vocal quality, top-tier singing skills. Completing the task will also yield a lucky gift package. Shall the host accept? Qin Feng had never contemplated a career in live broadcasting. However, the rewards offered by the system were simply too enticing. System, do I have a choice? Accept. Congratulations, host, for acquiring perfect vocal quality and top-tier singing skills. Qin Feng felt a transformation within his throat, accompanied by a refreshing sensation. Additionally, a wealth of knowledge regarding singing techniques flooded into his consciousness. Mr. Qin, are you listening to me? A staff member inquired after a prolonged silence without a response from Qin Feng. All right, I agree. How shall we proceed with the contract? Qin Feng asked. Upon receiving his affirmation, the Douyin staff member expressed excitement. Mr. Qin, I will send you an electronic contract immediately. You may review it, and if everything is satisfactory, please sign it. Furthermore, you will need to print a physical copy of the contract, sign it, and mail it back to us. The process was quite straightforward. Soon, Qin Feng completed the signing. He opened the software, made some simple adjustments, and officially commenced the live broadcast. The title of the broadcast, set by the officials, read, The Young Man Who Rescued in Ningjiang. Initially, there were no viewers in the live stream, prompting Qin Feng to play music while facing the camera. With the official promotion, viewers gradually began to enter the broadcast. Soon, there were 2, then 3. Oh my, I can't believe I'm the first to post a comment. Is the host the young man who saved people in Ningjiang? It must be him, there's no mistaking it. I didn't expect him to start a live broadcast. He clearly understands how to attract an audience. As the number of viewers continued to rise, Qin Feng began to adopt the conversational style of other streamers. Welcome to the live broadcast. He then started engaging with the audience. Host, you are so handsome. What do you do? This was the most frequently asked question in the live stream. Although many users had already uncovered Qin Feng's personal information online, it had yet to be verified. Now, they could inquire directly. The host is still a student, Qin Feng replied. In less than 10 minutes, over 5,000 viewers had flooded into Qin Feng's live stream, with many sending him gifts. After rescuing someone that evening, Qin Feng had not left his name. He embodied the principle of doing good deeds anonymously, and as a student with striking looks, it was only natural for him to gain popularity. Even those who had never gifted in a live stream before began to break their habits in Qin Feng's broadcast. Though the amounts were modest, collectively, they amounted to a significant sum. Qin Feng graciously thanked each individual for their gifts. Simultaneously, the number of followers on his account steadily increased. The host must have undergone swimming training. His speed is good enough for the national team. I bet 5 packs of spicy strips that the host is studying medicine, judging by his first aid techniques that night. In Ningchuan City, at a certain restaurant, the proprietress was the woman Qin Feng had saved that evening. After noon, with fewer customers, she began browsing short videos out of boredom. Before long, she stumbled upon Qin Feng's live stream. Seeing his familiar face ignited her excitement. Honey, come quickly, look, she beckoned the middle-aged man who was busy at the cash register over. Hey, isn't this the host who saved you that night? The day after the incident, they had sought to find Qin Feng to express their gratitude. Unfortunately, he had left no name, and their efforts had borne no fruit. Yet today, they had fortuitously discovered their savior's live stream. Truly, it seemed fated. Quickly send him a private message, asking where he lives, the woman urged. But he has over 30,000 followers now. He may not see the message, the man replied. True, then let us start by sending him some gifts, especially since our restaurant's revenue is good this month. The man immediately charged 3,000 yuan worth of Douyin coins. He sent the first carnival gift in Qin Feng's live stream. Shortly after, he sent a second gift. Each carnival gift cost 3,000 yuan, and with a 70-30 split, Qin Feng would receive 2,100 yuan. Such favorable terms were typically unavailable to most streamers unless, like Qin Feng, they attracted substantial traffic. The number of viewers in Qin Feng's live stream soared past 10,000, continuing to rise rapidly. At Qin Feng International, in the chairman's office, Chairman Kai, though over 60, remained quite vigorous. His 2 sons managed the company, while he had effectively retired to the sidelines. Recently feeling out of touch with the times, he began to explore Douyin. Grandpa, I brought you your favorite dumplings. Eat them while they're hot. And entered the office with a thermal box. The world is going downhill. This app is filled with women dancing in revealing outfits, and Kai lamented, shaking his head. An Na placed the thermal box on the desk, casting a curious glance at her grandfather. Grandpa, this app curates content based on your preferences. In other words, it suggests what you like to watch. Nkaigwa adjusted his reading glasses, clearing his throat, feeling a bit embarrassed. Soon, he encountered Qin Feng's live stream. Hey, this young man looks familiar. Isn't he the one who rescued people in Ningjiang that night? Nkaigwa had indeed seen the video of Qin Feng's heroic act, thus he recognized him. Times have changed. Shaking one's hips can garner a massive following, while a hero who saves lives gets so little. Chapter 19. Has Qin Feng become famous? Thanks to the lonely patient for the carnival. Receiving such an abundance of gifts left Qin Feng astounded. After a brief respite, Nkaigwa continued to shower Qin Feng with gifts. The viewers in the live stream were overwhelmed by the flurry of gift effects. Wow, still gifting. This person must be incredibly wealthy. Rich man, let us be friends. In just half a minute, Nkaigwa had sent over 20 more carnival gifts, significantly boosting the popularity of Qin Feng's livestream. The greater the excitement, the more the streams would be pushed. Consequently, the audience in Qin Feng's livestream swiftly surpassed 50,000. Young man, come work for Qin Feng International once you graduate. I'll offer you $1 million a year. Nkaigwa finally exhausted the virtual coins in his account and sent a message in the livestream. No wonder this person is so affluent. Turns out he is from Qin Feng International. What a lavish offer, starting at $1 million a year. Considering Qin Feng International's market value is near $1 trillion, offering $1 million annual salary to entice a streamer is hardly a stretch. The audience buzzed with speculation. $1 million a year? I doubt I could earn that. Qin Feng politely declined. Even a $10 million annual salary held no allure for him. You certainly can. What I value is your character. Qin Feng International is a substantial company. Think it over. Nkaigwa continued to persuade Qin Feng. You still have a year until graduation. Feel free to reach out whenever you've made up your mind. Qin Feng glanced at the back end of the live stream and was astonished to find that within just half an hour, he had received over 300,000 gifts. It was utterly insane. Simultaneously, several brands reached out to him via private messages, seeking to engage in commercial collaborations. Most of these involved live stream sales and endorsements, with the former being more prevalent as live stream selling was currently in vogue. However, Qin Feng chose not to respond, as he had no intentions of participating in such activities. Thank you all for your support. Let me sing a song for you, Qin Feng announced. His repertoire was limited, but his perfect voice and top-notch singing skills were worth a try. I didn't know the streamer could sing. I want to hear it. At that moment, someone sent a carnival gift and requested to hear Jay Chou's Qianli Ji. All right, your wish is my command. Qin Feng opened his laptop, found the instrumental for Qianli Ji, and clicked play. As soon as Qin Feng began to sing, his enchanting voice left the live stream audience utterly captivated. With his flawless voice and exceptional singing technique, the song resonated with purity and depth. It was nothing short of celestial. Wow, this is absolutely delightful. I can't handle this. My ears might just get pregnant. This streamer has so many talents: swimming, first aid, singing. Is there anything he can't do? I'm in love. Before he could finish the song, the live stream was inundated with a torrent of comments. Some female fans even jokingly suggested wanting to have his children. Eventually, the number of viewers in Qin Feng's livestream surged to over 100,000, placing him third on the overall leaderboard. He was closing in on the top spot. Lin Kuan was delivering takeout when he seized the moment without any orders to check Douyin. He initially intended to watch some stress relief videos, but stumbled upon Qin Feng's livestream. No way, isn't that Brother Feng? Lin Kuan clicked into the livestream and was taken aback by the viewer count. Over 100,000. It was astonishing. As expected, Brother Feng took the advice and started live streaming. With this kind of popularity, isn't he raking in the cash? Wait a minute, why does he sing so well? Is this really the Brother Feng I know? Thrilled, Lin Kuan messaged Zhao Shuhan. Sister-in-law, Brother Feng is live streaming. You should check it out. Upon receiving the message, Zhao Shuhan quickly inquired, which platform is Qin Feng streaming on? I want to see. Douyin. He is ranked third on the overall leaderboard. Zhao Shuhan promptly opened the app, navigated to the live stream rankings, and soon spotted Qin Feng's handsome face. I never noticed before. Brother Qin sings so beautifully. Her eyes sparkled with admiration as she joined the legion of gift givers. Back at home, Qin Feng's mother was watching television alone when suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Li Ping, please open the door. Hearing her neighbor's voice, Li Ping walked over to open it. As soon as the door swung open, Neighbor Aunt Wang thrust her phone toward Li Ping. Li Ping, look quickly. I say this your son Qin Feng? Aunt Wang had stumbled upon Qin Feng's livestream by chance. It certainly looks like him. Li Ping took her neighbor's phone, astonished. Just days earlier, Qin Feng had called her to say he wouldn't be returning home for the summer vacation, and she hadn't expected him to start live streaming. Moreover, he seemed quite popular. The neighbor remarked, your Qin Feng is making a name for himself. Just look at the viewer count in this live stream. It rivals that of celebrities. Li Ping was skeptical. Could it really be that exaggerated? She didn't often watch live streams, so she was unaware of what these figures signified. I tell you, with Qin Feng's current popularity, earning tens of thousands a day is no problem at all, the neighbor earnestly analyzed. Is it really that impressive? Looking at her son's familiar face, Li Ping felt a swell of pride. How could it not be? Your Qin Feng has become an internet sensation. You'll be living comfortably in the future, I envy you. Li Ping smiled weakly. The competition in society was fierce, and young people faced immense pressure. It was premature to talk about living comfortably. While he was still young, she needed to save more for her son. Li Ping, is Qin Feng still single? I think he would be a perfect match for my daughter Xiaoqing. They around the same age. Please give me his phone number. I'll have Xiaoqing chat with him. If they are compatible, we could become in-laws. Li Ping hesitated. But they haven't even graduated yet. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? The neighbor's daughter was a year younger than Qin Feng and not unattractive, though she had a rather difficult temperament. What does that matter? Many college students are dating now. And with fewer girls around, you wouldn't want Qin Feng to be single forever, would you? Li Ping certainly didn't buy into her neighbor's fanciful notions. However, given their close proximity, it felt awkward to refuse outright. Thus, she relented and provided Qin Feng's phone number to the neighbor, planning to remind him later to tread carefully. Qin Feng sang several songs during the live stream. His heavenly voice attracted a multitude of viewers. In just an hour and a half since starting, he had ascended to the pinnacle of the overall leaderboard. While the viewer count displayed a maximum of 100,000, Qin Feng could see clearly in the back end that his livestream audience had surpassed 150,000. Chapter 20. The reward competition, NetEase Music, headquarters, General Manager Zhang Xiang, upon receiving a report from his agent, became intrigued by Qin Feng's live broadcast. Qin Feng's voice was delicate and melodious, captivating all who heard it. It was as if he had stumbled upon a hidden treasure. He immediately instructed his subordinates to cease their tasks and convene in the conference room. On the conference room's expansive screen, the live footage of Qin Feng was being displayed. I would like all of you to analyze the vocal prowess of this broadcaster, he announced. The attendees were all senior executives of the company, well-versed in the realm of music. That moment, a bespectacled woman was the first to speak. First and foremost, his voice is exceptionally pleasing, and his vocal range is impressively broad, allowing him to effortlessly navigate both bass and treble. If I were to assign a score, it would be a resounding 9.8. Subsequently, others also expressed their evaluations. In summary, Qin Feng's vocal prowess can be deemed as belonging to the pinnacle of the industry. After listening to the praises directed at Qin Feng, manager Zhang Xiang nodded, having formulated a plan in his mind. It would indeed be a shame for such a talent to merely become an internet celebrity. He then tasked his agent with the imperative duty of ensuring Qin Feng's recruitment into the company, and to do so with utmost urgency. Should another music company seize him first, it would spell disaster. Once the meeting adjourned, Zhang Xiang summoned his assistant. Utilize the company's official account to bestow gifts upon Qin Feng. We must secure the top position on the leaderboard. The assistant glanced at the leading figures and remarked, Manager, the current top position has already received 200,000 in gifts. Zhang Xiang replied, Then we shall bestow a greater amount. As the general manager of the company, Zhang Xiang had his own considerations. Given that it was an official account, achieving the top position would serve as a form of advertisement. Moreover, it would deepen Qin Feng's impression of the company, laying a solid foundation for future recruitment. Even if Qin Feng ultimately declined their offer, their efforts would not be in vain. We must act swiftly. Once other music companies realize what is happening, the opportunity may slip away. The assistant nodded and began to recharge and send gifts. What's going on? The official account of a music company has joined the fray? It seems that even the music platforms highly recognize the streamer's abilities. It appears streamers can debut as singers now. Within a mere 2 minutes, this music platform's official account ascended to the top position, having generously gifted a total of 250,000. Truly extravagant. At this moment, other music companies also took notice in their quest to recruit Qin Feng. Several music companies engaged in a competitive gifting frenzy. The result was that the top 3 spots on the gifting leaderboard were swiftly occupied by music companies. Although some smaller firms had limited funds, they still contributed a fair share. Goodness, what am I witnessing? The top 3 on the fan leaderboard are all music companies. What a spectacle. Haha, these music companies are quite enamored with the streamer. This is clearly a battle for talent. Typically, a streamer receiving such an abundance of gifts would be overjoyed. Yet, Qin Feng remained unperturbed. Meanwhile, Douyin's official account also responded, sending a private message to Qin Feng. Mr. Qin, we had no idea your singing was so captivating. Indeed, our Douyin official account is preparing to launch a new music platform. Should you be interested, we could renew our contract. The signing fee will be an additional 2 million on top of the original. Previously, the contract had only encompassed live streaming and short video creation. They had never anticipated Qin Feng's remarkable musical talent. Such a prodigy must not be allowed to slip away to other music platforms. I'll think it over. Qin Feng did not immediately acquiesce. Very well, Mr. Qin. If any other music platforms reach out to you, please inform us. Regardless of their offers, we shall surpass them. Nearly 4 hours elapsed before Qin Feng concluded his live stream. Some fans were still clamoring for him to continue singing. However, Qin Feng intended to take a brief respite. Upon reviewing the back end, he noted that he had received over 1 million in gifts. This sum, compared to the system's rewards, was rather trivial. Nonetheless, even the smallest of sums is still valuable. Moreover, he had initiated the live stream to fulfill the system's temporary tasks. Upon checking the system panel, he saw temporary task completion 436, indicating there was still a considerable distance to cover. Qin Feng resolved to complete the live streaming tasks over several days, not wishing to rush. Just then, his phone rang. Seeing it was his mother calling, he hurriedly pressed the answer button. Son, I just saw you live streaming on Douyin. Li Ping sounded somewhat excited. Mom, when did you start watching live streams? Qin Feng inquired with a smile. Initially, I was unaware, but our neighbor Aunt Wang informed me, saying you've become an internet celebrity with a substantial following. Qin Feng responded, Mom, I'll send you some money shortly. You and Dad can buy whatever you wish. No need to be frugal. With the system's assistance, Qin Feng had turned his fortunes around, though he was uncertain how to explain this to his parents. Now that his mother was aware of his newfound celebrity status, sending over 1 million or 2 would raise no suspicions regarding the source of the funds. Son, keep the money for yourself. Your father and I have enough. After chatting with his mother for a while, Qin Feng ended the call. Once he located his mother's bank account details, he promptly transferred 100,000 to her. After streaming for so long, Qin Feng found himself a bit hungry. He planned to satisfy his hunger before setting off to fulfill his delivery task. During his meal, several music platforms called him, offering enticing terms to secure a contract. However, Qin Feng declined each offer. Brother Qin Feng, why has your phone been unreachable? Zhao Shuhan messaged him. I was on a call with representatives from a music company. Zhao Shuhan quickly deduced that it was likely because they recognized Qin Feng's singing talent and wished to recruit him. Brother Qin Feng, didn't he expect your singing to be so delightful? You truly possess the potential to become a star? Qin Feng asked, did you watch my live stream as well? Yes, Lin Kuan told me about it. Otherwise, I wouldn't he have known. Brother Qin Feng, are you free tonight? Let us go to KTV. I want to hear you sing. Qin Feng replied, I want to have time tonight. I need to deliver takeout shortly. Brother Qin Feng, you're so busy, live streaming during the day and delivering takeout at night. Zhao Shuhan felt a pang of sympathy for him. It's no big deal. I consider it an experience of life. Today, I received over 1 million in gifts from the live stream, and the streaming platform also offered me a signing fee of 100,000. Brother Qin Feng, you're truly impressive. Zhao Shuhan exclaimed excitedly, I have good news to share. My dad doesn't oppose us being together. However, he said you need to prepare a dowry of 10 million first. Chapter 21. Zhao Shuhan's concern. That's splendid, Qin Feng exclaimed, feeling a profound sense of joy. As long as Zhao Hongchang did not oppose, everything would be manageable. The 10 million dowry was likely a condition deliberately proposed by Zhao Hongchang to test Qin Feng. Given Zhao Hongchang's immense wealth, he was hardly in need of such a sum. Shuhan, what does your mother mean? Zhao Shuhan replied, my mother has gone to the Magic City and has not yet returned, but I believe she will not object. That is reassuring. Qin Feng thought he would face considerable resistance in his relationship with Zhao Shuhan, but it turned out otherwise. Henceforth, they could be together openly and without reservation. By the way, Shuhan, I didn't see your brother when I visited your home today. Zhao Shuhan had a younger brother named Zhao Ming, who was 2 years her junior. Qin Feng recognized him, although it had been many years since they last met. My brother is attending university in the Magic City and hasn't returned for the holiday yet. He might come back with my mother in a couple of days. Zhao Shuhan then inquired, Qin Feng, do you have any plans for tomorrow? Qin Feng replied, I am not sure yet. Why do you ask? Do you wish to spend time with me? Indeed, I happen to have time tomorrow. The two had just started their relationship, and Zhao Shuhan yearned to see Qin Feng every day. If I have time, I'll let you know in advance, Qin Feng assured her. Zhao Shuhan pondered for a moment and cautioned, Qin Feng, you've just won the lottery and have begun live streaming. Make sure to rest when you can. I don't want to see you overexert yourself. With such wealth, one could live comfortably even without working. Zhao Shuhan did not wish to see Qin Feng fatigued. It's all right, I can manage, he replied. After ending the call with Zhao Shuhan, Qin Feng hurriedly finished his meal. He went to a shop selling electric bikes, intending to purchase one outright, but due to the late hour, he could not obtain a license plate. Reluctantly, he opted to rent an electric bike instead. With the bike secured, Qin Feng opened the food delivery app and officially commenced his delivery work. Before long, he received his first order, and he also started his live stream. Wait, is the streamer delivering food? Is the streamer in dire financial straits? I'll send a larger tip. Stop delivering food. I prefer to hear you sing. Just moments into the live stream, over 2,000 viewers flooded in, and the number continued to rise rapidly. The streamer isn't in need of money. He's simply seeking to experience life, he explained while waiting at a traffic light. He rushed to the restaurant to collect the prepared meals and began his deliveries. He could only interact with his viewers during the traffic stops. The streamer is delivering food while live streaming. Such reckless driving will bring tears to loved ones. Strangely enough, the streamer looks quite dashing while delivering food. Where is the streamer delivering? I might place an order too, just to possibly run into him. In just a few minutes, the number of viewers in Qin Feng's live stream surpassed 50,000, showing no signs of slowing down. Following the navigation from the delivery app, he arrived at an apartment complex. The order noted that delivery was to the 5th floor, with no elevator available, so he had to ascend on foot. After confirming the apartment number, he knocked on the door. Hello, delivering food. Footsteps echoed, and the door swung open to reveal a woman in her 40s. Here is your order, Qin Feng said, handing the meal to her. Such a handsome young man. What brings you to deliver food? She exclaimed, inviting him in with a flirtatious glance. Qin Feng nearly retched. After completing the delivery, he hurried down the stairs. Haha, the streamer is quite amusing. Delivering food while encountering an older lady? That's some luck. In youth, we are unaware of the charms of older women, mistaking young maidens for treasures. If I were the streamer, I would yield. Qin Feng hopped onto the electric bike, hastening to complete the second delivery. He felt somewhat helpless at the playful banter from his viewers. The subsequent deliveries were relatively normal, but the delivery service had compressed the time frame to its limits, leaving Qin Feng no opportunity to pause. He finally grasped the challenges of food delivery work. Fortunately, it was only a part-time endeavor. Enduring it long-term would be quite taxing. Unbeknownst to him, the number of viewers in his live stream had surpassed 100,000. The chat was lively, with many viewers sending gifts, although the frenzy had diminished compared to the afternoon. Qin Feng had little time to read the comments. He took a moment to purchase a bottle of mineral water to quench his thirst. The next delivery destination was a branch of a real estate agency, a name that seemed vaguely familiar, though he couldn't recall why. Thus, he rode his electric bike to the agency. By now, night had fallen, and the lights were on inside the office, where 3 female employees were working late. Qin Feng entered, carrying 3 bags of food. The food has finally arrived. After a long afternoon, let's fill our stomachs first, one of the employees remarked as she stood up. Wait, Qin Feng, is that you delivering food? It was none other than Zhang Shuiying who recognized him. Shuiying, I didn't know you worked here, Qin Feng replied, somewhat surprised to encounter her while delivering food. At that moment, Zhang Shuiying and her colleagues were dressed in white blouses and black skirts, paired with alluring sheer stockings. Oh my, has the streamer entered a den of enchantresses? That beauty seems to know the streamer. Where is this place? Don't get the wrong idea. I merely wish to buy a house. The wheels are turning. I can hear them all the way in the Magic City. Streamer, give me that beauty's contact information. I'll shower you with gifts. The viewers in the live stream erupted with excitement at this sight, bombarding Qin Feng with requests for Zhang Shuiying's contact details. Among the 3 employees at the agency, each possessed her own charm, but in terms of beauty, Zhang Shuiying was undoubtedly the most captivating. Noticing Qin Feng was sweating profusely, Zhang Shuiying approached the water cooler and poured him a cup of water. She felt puzzled. Given Qin Feng's evident wealth, why was he delivering food? After all, he had spent 75 million to purchase Longhu number 1 just the day before. He certainly did not lack funds. Shuiying, that's unnecessary. I have other deliveries to make, Qin Feng declined. I must be on my way, he stated, having just taken a sip of water and not feeling thirsty. Why the rush? Zhang Shuiying expressed her concern. Be careful on the road. Her evident concern ignited a fire of gossip among her two colleagues. Shuiying, who was that handsome delivery guy? Surely he's not your boyfriend? Zhang Shuiying's face flushed. Don't be ridiculous. He's merely a tenant of my mother. One of her colleagues remarked, your gaze earlier was quite telling. Come on, do you have feelings for that handsome guy? Another colleague advised, Shuiying, good looks won't fill your stomach. Wealth is far more practical. Chapter 22. Fair competition? Indeed, I could never accept it if my boyfriend were a delivery worker. Zhang Shuiying's two colleagues chimed in unison. Working in a real estate agency, they were accustomed to the wealthy, thus their standards were rather elevated. Zhang Shuiying gazed in the direction where Qin Feng had vanished and remarked, you shouldn't underestimate him. Do you know who purchased the villa I sold yesterday? The two colleagues shook their heads. Zhang Shuiying had sold a villa the previous day and earned a commission amounting to hundreds of thousands, which made her colleagues exceedingly envious. Could it possibly be that handsome guy from earlier? Impossible. Delivery workers don't earn that much. Zhang Shuiying replied with a serious tone. It is indeed him. Perhaps he lost a bet with friends, and that's why he's delivering food. Or maybe he's doing it to experience life. The two colleagues widened their eyes in astonishment. They had not anticipated that a delivery worker could be a hidden millionaire. Ying, is that handsome guy truly not your boyfriend? Zhang Shuiying shook her head. No. That's a relief. Ying, you must give us that handsome guy's phone number. Let us maintain fair competition. Zhang Shuiying, where's the dignity? Just moments ago, they looked down on him for being a delivery worker, yet they changed their minds so swiftly. Can they not be so pragmatic? As Qin Feng departed from the agency, the onlookers wished for his return. Is he leaving just like that? Come back, host. How much can you earn delivering food? Hurry back. I'll send you a carnival gift. The host is such a straight man. If a beautiful woman offered me water, I wouldn't even think of delivering food. Qin Feng had no time to pay attention to the barrage of comments. Thus, he missed out on some joy. He continued his deliveries. Around 9 o'clock, he arrived at a rather old residential community. The streetlights there seemed to have not been replaced in ages, casting a dim glow. A few elderly folks were strolling along the greenway. Suddenly, two slightly slender young men dashed down the stairs at a rapid pace, one clutching a backpack. Catch the thief! Catch the thief! A middle-aged woman yelled frantically as she pursued them. Everyone, step aside. The young man holding the backpack drew a short knife from his pocket and brandished it menacingly. The onlookers, upon seeing the weapon, instinctively recoiled, not daring to intervene, and hurriedly made way. Can you believe there are still thieves around these days? Qin Feng, however, did not shy away. Having encountered the situation, he felt compelled to intervene. Split up. The two thieves, evidently seasoned criminals, swiftly darted in different directions. Qin Feng was closer to the unarmed thief, so he set down his food deliveries and chased after him. In mere seconds, he caught up, grabbing the thief by the shoulder. Kid, don't meddle. The thief nearly stumbled and shot Qin Feng a furious glare, halting his flight to throw a punch at Qin Feng's face. Qin Feng deftly evaded and retaliated with a kick to the thief's abdomen. Clutching his belly, the thief's face turned a shade reminiscent of liver, the intense pain making it difficult for him to stand. How dare you steal in this community? Let us catch him first. Seeing someone take action, two young residents rushed over to assist. The thief was quickly subdued. Meanwhile, the other armed thief was nearing the community's exit. Qin Feng, akin to a sprinter, launched into pursuit. My goodness, has this host received training? He subdued a thief with just one move. I feel like I'm watching a movie. Swimming, first aid, singing, catching thieves. What can't this host do? Host, don't be too reckless. They still have a knife. As Qin Feng assisted in apprehending the thief, the audience in the live stream felt a wave of anxiety for him. One misstep could result in injury. It was exceedingly dangerous. Yet, Qin Feng was oblivious to the viewers' warnings. With his current prowess, he hardly regarded the two thieves as a threat. Qin Feng's speed was remarkable. As the other thief exited the community gate, he swiftly caught up. You're asking for it. The thief, humiliated and enraged, lunged at Qin Feng, slashing the knife towards his chest. The viewers in the live stream held their breaths, some too timid to watch further. Ah! A scream erupted, but it was not Qin Feng's. It was the thief's. The knife clattered to the ground, disarmed by Qin Feng, who landed a punch on the thief's shoulder. The backpack the thief carried fell to the ground, spilling cash, quite a substantial amount, along with 2 golden bracelets. The thief attempted to resist but found himself pinned beneath Qin Feng's foot. "Kid, you'd better let me go, or you'll regret it." The thief gritted his teeth, wishing to tear Qin Feng to shreds. "Breaking and entering will likely earn you several years in prison. You can save your threats for later." Qin Feng, unperturbed by the thief's intimidation, chuckled. At that moment, the audience in the live stream was utterly captivated by Qin Feng's prowess. The host is incredibly formidable. He subdued those 2 thieves in just a few moves. Where did he train? I want to learn. Initially, I thought the host was merely showing off. Turns out he is truly skilled. Those 2 thieves are truly unfortunate to have crossed paths with the host. The viewers, accustomed to watching live streams, had never witnessed a thief being apprehended before. The barrage of comments surged, and gifts flooded in. Just then, the middle-aged woman who had been chasing the thieves emerged. "Auntie, this cash must belong to you, right? Check to see if anything is missing." Qin Feng gestured towards the backpack on the ground. "It's what was stolen from my home, cash and jewelry." "Young man, thank you so much." The middle-aged woman expressed her gratitude with fervor. "You're truly impressive, young man. You single-handedly subdued 2 thieves." Residents of the community gathered around, showering Qin Feng with praise. "I'll leave these 2 thieves to you. I still have deliveries to make." Apprehending the thieves was merely a minor incident. Qin Feng needed to fulfill his part-time task assigned by the system. He did not linger, picking up the undelivered food and continuing with his deliveries. "I'm following the host. I'm curious to know what other remarkable skills the host possesses. Delivering food is such a waste of talent. The host is so handsome. Even as a man, I'm nearly falling for him. Does the host have a girlfriend? If not, feel free to contact me, moi." Finally, around 10 o'clock in the evening, Qin Feng completed his last delivery. After 4 hours of diligent work, he successfully finished his part-time task. The system chimed. Congratulations to the host for completing the short-term task. Chapter 23, Completion of the Short-Term Task. Congratulations, host, on acquiring God-level driving skills. Congratulations, host, on receiving 30 million in cash. God-level driving skills? That sounds rather impressive. The moment the skill was bestowed upon him, a surge of information flooded Qin Feng's mind. From motorcycles to trucks, all driving techniques were now within his grasp. Most remarkably, even the operation of tanks was included. System, this is indeed quite extraordinary. Nevertheless, Qin Feng was not a soldier, and opportunities to drive a tank were certainly scarce. I should grab a bite before heading back. After such an extended period of activity, hunger began to gnaw at Qin Feng, prompting him to seek out a late-night snack. Fortunately, a barbecue restaurant was conveniently located nearby, and he could already detect the tantalizing aroma wafting through the air. Let us indulge in some barbecue. Qin Feng promptly mounted his electric scooter and made his way there. He ordered a serving of fried rice noodles along with a generous selection of skewered delicacies. His live streaming session remained active, and upon glancing at the back end, he noted that the viewer count had reached an all-time high. The gifts pouring in were plentiful as well. Perhaps his earlier escapades of thwarting a thief had attracted a wave of new spectators. Meanwhile, Qin Feng's follower count was rapidly climbing. Seizing the opportunity to engage with his audience, he finally began to interact with fans in the chatroom. I'm quite curious, where did the host learn such impressive martial arts? Rescuing people from the water and catching thieves. Surely you deserve a bravery award. With skills like yours, you could easily become a professional bodyguard instead of delivering food. How much does a bodyguard earn? The host has such a lovely singing voice. Wouldn't it be better to pursue a career as a star? By the way, when will the host sing? Qin Feng smiled as he read the barrage of comments in the chatroom and replied, I don't possess any martial arts skills. Perhaps it's just innate strength. Noticing the numerous inquiries about his martial arts training, Qin Feng felt compelled to clarify. The enhancement of his physical prowess allowed him to effortlessly overpower ordinary individuals. To outsiders, it appeared as though he were a martial arts expert. Especially during the incident with the thieves, Qin Feng had subdued them with remarkable ease, leaving the audience exhilarated. After nearly 10 minutes, the barbecue was ready. As he savored the food, he also enjoyed the amusing comments from the chat. Across the street stood a bar, where Wang Jiahao was seen jovially sharing a shoulder with a bald man as they exited. The camaraderie between the two was unmistakable. Having consumed a fair amount of alcohol, Wang Jiahao staggered slightly as he walked. Following him were several burly men clad in black suits. "Brother Chong, you needn't escort me. My car is just up ahead." Wang Jiahao gestured towards a Mercedes parked nearby. "All right, do come by often." The bald man, referred to as Brother Chong, halted his steps, not immediately returning. Just as Wang Jiahao was about to drive home, he caught sight of Qin Feng across the street, indulging in barbecue. His brow furrowed, and his fists involuntarily clenched that night. When he had attempted to teach Qin Feng a lesson, he had not anticipated the latter's formidable skills, resulting in his own embarrassment. After returning home, he had been unable to shake off the humiliation. To his dismay, fate had brought them face to face once more. The alcohol intensified the resentment bubbling within Wang Jiahao, twisting his expression into one of fury. "What is wrong?" Brother Chong, noticing Wang Jiahao's reluctance to leave and the peculiar glint in his eyes, approached him with concern. "It's nothing significant. I merely spotted an old foe." Wang Jiahao gritted his teeth as he spoke. Following Wang Jiahao's gaze, Zhang Chong immediately recognized Qin Feng. Does this person have some sort of background? As a wealthy second-generation heir, if Qin Feng was indeed his adversary, he must possess some level of capability. Wang Jiahao shook his head dismissively. "Just a poor kid." This response only deepened Zhang Chong's confusion. Given Wang Jiahao's status, bullying a destitute individual would be a trivial task. Wang Jiahao further elaborated, "Brother Chong, you may not be aware, but this kid, despite lacking connections, is surprisingly strong. Last time, I brought 3 brothers with me, and we couldn't lay a finger on him." The memory of that night's humiliation caused Wang Jiahao's face to flush with shame. Zhang Chong regarded Qin Feng, who was still enjoying his barbecue, with a sneer. "As long as he lacks connections, that simplifies matters. No matter how skilled he is, I refuse to believe he can take on 10 men. Just wait and watch. I'll help you settle this score." Zhang Chong patted his chest, a cold smile playing on his lips. Given his acquaintance with Wang Jiahao's father, he felt compelled to intervene. "Thank you, Brother Chong. But do be cautious. Do not underestimate him." Wang Jiahao's heart swelled with excitement upon hearing Zhang Chong's offer of assistance. Zhang Chong was the owner of the Chasing Wind Bar, well known in Ningchuan City. In this vicinity, few dared to provoke him. "No worries, I'll bring along a few more men. You just sit in the car and enjoy the show. By the way, what is that kid's name?" "Qin Feng." Zhang Chong immediately signaled to his subordinates, who promptly exited the bar, bringing a few more individuals with them. Without delay, Zhang Chong and his entourage of 10 burly men marched across the street. Meanwhile, Wang Jiahao settled into his Mercedes, eager to witness the unfolding drama. "Qin Feng, you've brought this upon yourself. Tonight, let us see how you extricate yourself from this predicament." While Qin Feng relished his barbecue, he became aware of Zhang Chong and his men, each imposing figure glaring at him with malevolent intent. Their intentions were far from benign. At last, Zhang Chong and his crew approached Qin Feng. The other patrons in the barbecue restaurant, sensing the hostile presence, lowered their heads in silence, prepared to flee at a moment's notice should the situation escalate. It was evident that these individuals were not to be trifled with. Qin Feng, however, continued to eat his barbecue with an air of tranquility. "Brother Chong, what brings you here? Please, have a seat. I'll prepare some delicacies for you." The owner of the barbecue joint trembled slightly. He recognized Zhang Chong, as his bar was located directly across the street. He feared Zhang Chong had come to cause trouble. Ignoring the owner's nervousness, Zhang Chong took a seat directly across from Qin Feng, who remained engrossed in his meal, seemingly oblivious to Zhang Chong's presence. "Kid, Brother Chong wants to enjoy his drink here. You should step aside." Rather than launching an immediate attack, Zhang Chong sought to provoke Qin Feng. His countenance was brutish, and his eyes gleamed with malice. Most individuals would have quaked in fear, yet Qin Feng remained unfazed. He had discerned that these men were deliberately seeking to instigate trouble. Even if he changed tables, they would find another excuse to confront him. The host's situation appears dire. It seems he has encountered a bully. That man seems to be Zhang Chong, the owner of Chasing Wind Bar. He is quite a formidable character. I recall that this fellow was involved in a murder case last month, but was released due to insufficient evidence. Chapter 24:1 against 10. The streamer should flee quickly. This individual is not to be trifled with. Several locals had already recognized Zhang Chong's identity and were sending frantic messages of warning. Moreover, Zhang Chong had brought a considerable entourage. Should a brawl ensue, even if Qin Feng possessed martial prowess, he would undoubtedly suffer a significant defeat. After all, a flurry of chaotic blows can fell even the most skilled master. Two fists cannot contend with four hands. Furthermore, the individuals Zhang Chong brought were notably larger than Qin Feng. He held no advantage whatsoever. I arrived first. Why should I yield to you? Qin Feng had no intention of backing down and chose to confront Zhang Chong head-on. Zhang Chong narrowed his eyes, regarding Qin Feng with a frosty glare, evidently incensed by Qin Feng's defiance. You dare to speak to me in such a manner? Do you even know who I am? Qin Feng remained unfazed, retorting, What if I do? And what if I don't? Other patrons, sensing the brewing conflict, set down their skewers and opted to leave. Remaining in such a volatile situation was clearly unwise. In the next moment, Zhang Chong, fuming with rage, Chapter 25. Zhang Shuiying's concerns. Qin Feng first aided in apprehending two thieves, and subsequently, he single-handedly faced off against a group of adversaries, ultimately emerging victorious. Such a scenario is typically confined to the realm of cinema, yet Qin Feng accomplished it in reality, leaving Zhao Shuhan profoundly astonished. Shaking his head, Qin Feng clarified, I have not practiced martial arts. Perhaps it is merely due to my considerable strength. Indeed, he had never trained in combat. His triumph over those individuals was solely attributable to his overwhelming physical power. Without the enhancement card, he certainly would not have succeeded. That is quite impressive in itself, Zhao Shuhan remarked. Brother Qin Feng, I feel an extraordinary sense of security when I am by your side. She grasped Qin Feng's hand, her smile radiant. Qin Feng replied, Then I shall become your guardian, and should anyone dare to bully you, do not hesitate to inform me. I shall send them flying, he added. A warm sensation enveloped Zhao Shuhan's heart as she embraced Qin Feng tightly. It is quite late. We should return, she suggested. They both entered the car. Initially, Zhao Shuhan intended to drive Qin Feng home, but given the late hour, Qin Feng was concerned about her traveling alone. Thus, it ultimately became Qin Feng escorting Zhao Shuhan back to her residence. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the Xinghe Villa area. Brother Qin Feng, you should take this car back, Zhao Shuhan urged. After all, this vehicle is seldom driven at home. Upon saying this, she began to unbuckle her seatbelt. Zhao Hongchang was already aware of their relationship, so Zhao Shuhan felt no trepidation. No need, I shall simply take a taxi, Qin Feng replied, stepping out of the car and waving to Zhao Shuhan inside. Shuhan, make sure to rest early and avoid staying up late. You too, brother Qin Feng, she responded. Once she saw Qin Feng enter his vehicle, Zhao Shuhan proceeded to drive into the villa area. Upon returning home, she spotted her father, Zhao Hongchang, standing on the balcony, smoking. Dad, why are you still awake at this hour? Zhao Shuhan inquired. Exhaling a plume of smoke, Zhao Hongchang asked, Did I just read that Qin Feng got into some trouble? While engaging with those individuals, Qin Feng had been live-streaming, thus the incident was now a topic of fervent online discussion. To be fair, Qin Feng was indeed quite capable in combat, which greatly surprised Zhao Hongchang. Although Qin Feng did not possess a physical advantage, he nevertheless triumphed over that group. Zhao Shuhan was taken aback. Dad, you know about this already? She exclaimed, hastily defending Qin Feng. It wasn't Qin Feng who caused trouble. Those individuals sought him out. Zhao Hongchang pressed further. Did he offend someone? Zhao Shuhan shook her head. I am not entirely sure. Qin Feng has not confided in me about it. Dad, with your extensive connections in Ningchuan City, could you assist Qin Feng? Zhao Shuhan feared that those individuals might pursue Qin Feng again. Despite his prowess, it remained a potential threat. I am aware of the situation. You should head to your room and get some sleep, Zhao Hongchang stated before retreating inside. Zhao Shuhan's return indicated that Qin Feng was likely unharmed. Given his capabilities, he would surely manage the situation on his own. Thus, Zhao Hongchang did not intend to intervene, viewing it as a test for Qin Feng. Meanwhile, Qin Feng had returned to his rented accommodation. Upon opening Douyin, he discovered numerous messages from fans. Are you okay, streamer? Have you emerged yet? The messages conveyed a shared concern for Qin Feng's well-being. He promptly recorded a short video, assuring everyone that he was fine and had returned safely. He also glanced at the trending topics, noting that Ningchuan streamer defeats 10 opponents had reached third place. Clicking on the topic, he found that the associated videos were garnering significant attention. Some video creators provided commentary, elevating Qin Feng to almost mythical status. Some speculated he was a special forces operative, others claimed he was a martial artist, and some absurdly suggested he was an extraterrestrial. Such fanciful theories abounded. Qin Feng chuckled at the absurdity, setting his phone aside to enjoy a relaxing hot shower before retiring for the night. Just before turning off the lights, he sent Zhao Shuhan a sweet good night. The night swiftly passed. Aside from the ongoing discussions surrounding Qin Feng's exploits, nothing else transpired. At approximately 7 in the morning, while brushing his teeth, Qin Feng was abruptly interrupted by a loud knocking at the door. "Qin Feng, are you there?" came Zhang Shuiying's anxious voice from outside. After rinsing his mouth, Qin Feng opened the door to find Zhang Shuiying looking quite distressed. "Sister Ying, what is the matter?" he asked. "Qin Feng, I just saw the video of you fighting last night. They said you were taken away. Are you all right?" Zhang Shuiying was unaware of Qin Feng's live streaming. If she hadn't come across those videos that morning, she would have remained oblivious to the previous night's events. Qin Feng shook his head. "I'm fine, I merely provided some statements and returned shortly afterward." Upon hearing this, Zhang Shuiying finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although Qin Feng could take on 10 opponents, being mischaracterized as a mutual fight could have serious repercussions. "That is good to hear. But tell me, why did those people attack you?" Zhang Shuiying continued to inquire. Qin Feng shrugged. "I'm not quite sure. Perhaps someone behind the scenes disapproves of me." His thoughts immediately drifted to Wang Jiahui, who had previously caused him trouble. "You need to be cautious," Zhang Shuiying advised kindly. "I will be," Qin Feng assured her. Should he encounter Wang Jiahui again, he resolved to impart a lesson that would be unforgettable. "You probably haven't had breakfast yet. Come on, let us go downstairs," he suggested. "Sister Ying, you go ahead. I'll be right down." He returned to his bedside to grab his phone and tidy up the bedding before heading downstairs. Today's part-time task: drive a ride-hailing service, 4 hours. Accepting the task will reward you with a domestic Emgrand vehicle. Will the host accept? As he descended the stairs, the system had refreshed his part-time task. Accept. Qin Feng thoughtlessly confirmed his choice. "Congratulations, the host has acquired an Emgrand for transportation. The vehicle has been parked in the spot downstairs. Please check it." The Emgrand, a reasonably priced domestic sedan, was a gift from the system, so Qin Feng felt no qualms about it. Feeling in his pocket, he discovered a set of keys for the Emgrand. Upon reaching the first floor, he noticed the car parked nearby, gleaming and new. "Qin Feng, over here." Upon seeing him, Zhang Shuiying waved him over. As they entered the breakfast shop, Zhang Shuiying curiously asked, "Qin Feng, with your wealth, why are you working as a delivery driver?" Having already purchased a villa worth 75 million, his choice to deliver food puzzled her. "Just experiencing life," Qin Feng responded with a smile. He certainly had no intention of revealing that he was fulfilling a task assigned by the system. Chapter 26. The signing fee, 5 million. "Is that so?" Zhang Shuiying nodded, seemingly in understanding. "I noticed that your live streaming account has nearly 3 million followers. You must be earning quite a bit from it." Zhang Shuiying had uncovered many secrets about Qin Feng. Wealthy, handsome, and exceptionally skilled, a quintessential male idol. "I'm just playing around." If it weren't for the tasks assigned by the system, Qin Feng would not have engaged in live streaming. Zhang Shuiying remarked, "Even just playing around has garnered you almost 3 million followers. Imagine if you were to manage your account more diligently." It was reasonable to assume that with Qin Feng's affluence, he would hardly be concerned about the meager earnings from live streaming. As they were finishing breakfast, Qin Feng's phone rang. It was a call from Zhao Shuhan. "Brother Qin Feng, I'm here to see you." Although Zhao Shuhan knew Qin Feng's residence, it was her first visit. "Where are you?" Qin Feng inquired. "I'm right downstairs." "Brother Qin Feng, have you had breakfast yet?" "I'm still eating. Just wait a moment. I'll be done shortly." After hanging up, Qin Feng quickly finished his breakfast. "Sister Ying, my girlfriend has come to find me. I'll take my leave now." Zhang Shuiying was somewhat astonished. "Oh? Qin Feng, do you have a girlfriend now?" Upon reflection, it made sense. Given Qin Feng's exceptional qualities, he would undoubtedly be quite popular among women. It was not surprising that he had a girlfriend. Qin Feng nodded. "She has already arrived." Zhang Shuiying also hurriedly finished her breakfast and followed Qin Feng outside, eager to see what his girlfriend looked like. As they stepped out of the breakfast shop, Qin Feng immediately spotted Zhao Shuhan standing by the roadside. Even without makeup, she stood out remarkably. "Shuhan, why did you come so early?" Qin Feng approached her with a smile. "I had nothing to do at home, so I thought I'd come over to hang out with you." Zhao Shuhan quickly noticed Zhang Shuiying following behind Qin Feng and, feeling slightly wary, asked, "Brother Qin Feng, who is this?" Last night, while Qin Feng was delivering takeout during his live stream, he had coincidentally gone to Zhang Shuiying's company. It was evident that Zhang Shuiying cared about Qin Feng. Initially, Zhao Shuhan had intended to inquire about the beautiful woman known as Sister Ing, but amid the chaos of Qin Feng being taken away by the police, she had forgotten. This is Zhang Shuiying. We just met recently. Her mother is the landlord of this building. Qin Feng then introduced, and this is my girlfriend, Zhao Shuhan. Although Zhang Shuiying was indeed a rare beauty, standing next to Zhao Shuhan, her radiance was instantly overshadowed. Zhao Shuhan exuded elegance and grace, qualities that Zhang Shuiying lacked. Zhang Shuiying scrutinized Zhao Shuhan, feeling a twinge of inferiority within herself. Hello, Zhao Shuhan greeted Zhang Shuiying warmly. Zhang Shuiying nodded in response, suddenly realizing how well-matched Qin Feng and Zhao Shuhan were. A perfect couple, as if crafted by the heavens themselves. I have to go to work now. I will take my leave. Not wishing to be a third wheel, Zhang Shuiying promptly rode away on her electric scooter. Brother Qin Feng, how did you meet Sister Ing? Zhao Shuhan inquired. Sensing a hint of jealousy from Zhao Shuhan, Qin Feng smiled and asked, Are you feeling jealous? Zhao Shuhan pouted and denied. I am not. Qin Feng explained, A couple of nights ago, Sister Ing was harassed by a drunken man downstairs, and I happened to come across the situation. Zhao Shuhan interjected. And then you heroically rescued her, right? Qin Feng could feel Zhao Shuhan's jealousy intensifying. One could hardly call it a heroic rescue. I merely assisted her. Qin Feng took Zhao Shuhan's hand, smiling as he clarified. All right then. Zhao Shuhan ceased her concerns. Brother Qin Feng, do you have any plans for today? She asked again. Well, I plan to drive for a ride-hailing service this afternoon. Zhao Shuhan covered her mouth and laughed. Brother Qin Feng, you switch part-time jobs quite rapidly. First a waiter, then a delivery person, and now you're off to drive for a ride-hailing service. Qin Feng replied, I simply want to experience the hardships of different professions. He fetched a chair for Zhao Shuhan to sit on. Brother Qin Feng, what do you plan to do tomorrow? I'm not quite sure yet. Qin Feng's activities largely depended on the part-time work the system assigned him. Zhao Shuhan remarked, Your idea is excellent. I wish to join you in your part-time endeavors. Her primary desire was to be with Qin Feng. The potential to earn money was secondary. Qin Feng replied, That won't do. Some jobs are too arduous for you to handle. Anyway, I won't be driving for the ride-hailing service until the afternoon. Come on, let us go have some fun. I forgot to mention, I just bought a new car. Upon hearing about Qin Feng's new car, Zhao Shuhan exhibited curiosity and promptly followed him downstairs. That's the one. Qin Feng pointed to a white Emgrand not far away. Zhao Shuhan, not well versed in car models, expressed surprise upon learning the car cost only a few tens of thousands. What's wrong? Do you think the car is too cheap? Zhao Shuhan lightly nodded, wrapping her arm around Qin Feng's as she smiled. It is indeed quite affordable. But that is fine. The car is merely for transportation, not a means to flaunt wealth. Brother Qin Feng, let us go. Take me for a ride in your car. Zhao Shuhan confidently settled into the passenger seat. As Qin Feng prepared to enter the vehicle, a voice suddenly called out from behind. Are you Mr. Qin Feng? Please hold on. Qin Feng turned to see a woman in her 30s wearing a baseball cap, her skin impeccably maintained. Who are you? Qin Feng asked, not recognizing her. Seeing someone approach Qin Feng, Zhao Shuhan also exited the car. The woman produced a business card and handed it to Qin Feng. Mr. Qin, I am Li Mei, a manager from Haoyu Entertainment Company. I am here to invite you to join our company. Should you agree to sign with us, you will receive a signing fee of 5 million. It was evident that not only music companies were taking an interest in Qin Feng. Entertainment companies were also keenly eyeing his potential. Chapter 27. Did this kid save the galaxy in his past life? Handsome, with a melodious singing voice and remarkable skills. With just a little nurturing, he could undoubtedly ascend to the ranks of top-tier celebrities. I'm not interested, Qin Feng replied, shaking his head in refusal. Mr. Qin, please don't be so hasty in your rejection, the agent, Mei Jia, urged. Perhaps you are not fully acquainted with our company. At Haoyu Entertainment, we rank among the top 5 in the industry, boasting a market capitalization of over 50 billion, and we represent many renowned artists. Should Mr. Qin agree to join us at Haoyu Entertainment, we assure you that we will provide the utmost resources to support your career. Agent Mei Jia began to paint the grand vision for Qin Feng. At that moment, Zhao Shuhan approached Qin Feng, smiling. Brother Qin Feng, I genuinely believe you possess the potential to become a star. The signing fee of 5 million clearly demonstrated Haoyu Entertainment's sincerity. Moreover, being a celebrity is appealing, with immense potential for success. I have no intentions in that direction, Qin Feng replied with a smile. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Furthermore, one must remember that the wool comes from the sheep. Having offered a signing fee of 5 million, the company would undoubtedly seek to recoup their investment from him. Most importantly, Qin Feng felt that the entertainment industry was far too chaotic. As Zhao Shuhan drew closer, the agent's gaze was also captivated by her presence. Upon first seeing Zhao Shuhan, Li Mei was taken aback by her ethereal beauty. Having encountered various beautiful women in the company, few had ever evoked such a transcendent feeling. Zhao Shuhan stood there quietly, her eyes clear and luminous, stunningly beautiful. She could easily rival the one known as the fairy sister. This world is not lacking in beautiful women. Rather, it is short of a platform. With just a bit of training, Zhao Shuhan could undoubtedly become a star of both beauty and talent. Mr. Qin, is this young lady your girlfriend? She is truly stunning. Seeing no way to secure a contract with Qin Feng, the agent shifted her focus to Zhao Shuhan. Qin Feng nodded. If there is nothing else, we shall take our leave. Wait a moment, Agent Li Mei called out, stopping Zhao Shuhan. Miss, have you ever considered becoming a star? Zhao Shuhan was taken aback by the proposition and immediately shook her head. No. If Qin Feng were to agree to the contract, she might consider it. However, it was clear that Qin Feng was unwilling. Moreover, Zhao Shuhan was well aware that the entertainment industry is murkier than the Mariana Trench. Unless one possesses significant connections and backing, it is wise to refrain from entering the industry lightly. Miss, please think it over seriously, Agent Li Mei persisted, refusing to give up. If either Qin Feng or Zhao Shuhan were to agree, it would be a significant gain for her. Zhao Shuhan waved her hand, smiling in refusal. Thus, amidst the disappointed gaze of Agent Li Mei, Qin Feng and Zhao Shuhan got into the car and departed. Once inside the vehicle, Zhao Shuhan inquired, Brother Qin Feng, why didn't you accept such generous terms? After all, not everyone is presented with such an opportunity. Qin Feng, while driving, chuckled. Though those stars may appear glamorous on the surface, they are merely working for capital. I, however, cherish my freedom. Zhao Shuhan nodded in agreement. Where shall we go to have fun? Qin Feng shifted the topic, asking. Zhao Shuhan pondered for a moment. There is a scenic area nearby. Let us go there. The area is not large, easily explored within half a day, without impeding Qin Feng's plans to drive for a ride-hailing service in the afternoon. Qin Feng nodded and activated the map navigation. After a few minutes, they arrived at the entrance of the scenic area. Due to it being a weekday, there were relatively few visitors. Brother Qin Feng, I will go buy the tickets. You can park the car first. Qin Feng nodded and let Zhao Shuhan out of the vehicle. He then drove his Grand into the parking lot of the scenic area. As fate would have it, just as he exited the car and took a few steps, a blue sedan pulled into a parking space beside him. Oh, Qin Feng, why haven't you returned home? The driver's window rolled down, revealing a familiar face, Yi Zijia, his university classmate. Yi Zijia was a local from Ningchuan City, with a modest background, and this car was borrowed from a friend. I stayed behind to work part-time, Qin Feng explained. That makes sense. Encountering a classmate in the scenic area parking lot brought Yi Zijia some joy, and he opened the car door to step out. At that moment, the passenger door also swung open, revealing a girl wearing sunglasses of average looks. After stepping out, the girl walked over to Yi Zijia. Allow me to introduce. This is my girlfriend, Lin Meihui. Yi Zijia smiled as he introduced her to Qin Feng, his expression tinged with pride. He, with his ordinary appearance and lack of wealth, felt it was quite a feat to have a girlfriend, especially considering many classmates remained single. As far as Yi Zijia knew, Qin Feng was among them. Zijia, is this your friend? He is quite handsome, Lin Meihui remarked, appraising Qin Feng. Qin Feng is my university classmate, Yi Zijia replied. He leaned closer to Qin Feng and whispered, I've escaped the single life. Aren't you envious? Qin Feng rolled his eyes. Envious of what? As if no one else had a girlfriend. Yi Zijia clapped Qin Feng on the shoulder and continued, Bro, you need to get on it. If you can't find a girlfriend in school, the likelihood of remaining single in society is high. Enough of that. I am off to have fun with Meihui. Yi Zijia concluded, grasping Lin Meihui's hand as they headed toward the entrance of the scenic area. Observing Yi Zijia's smug demeanor left Qin Feng utterly speechless. Brother Qin Feng, I'm over here. Upon reaching the entrance, Qin Feng quickly spotted Zhao Shuhan waving at him, holding a newly purchased Blue Sun umbrella. She had already procured the tickets and was waiting for Qin Feng to join her in entering the scenic area. Let us go and check the tickets. The two stood in line at the ticket checkpoint. Qin Feng took the sun umbrella from Zhao Shuhan's hand and held it over her. Although the morning sun was not overly harsh, it was still quite stifling. Brother Qin Feng, are you feeling hot? Zhao Shuhan fanned him with her hand. Her sweet smile resembled a clear mountain stream, gentle and captivating. This scene evoked envy and jealousy among the surrounding men, with glances directed at Qin Feng tinged with resentment. Were anyone to possess a knife, they might have been tempted to confront him. At that moment, Yizijia and his girlfriend were queued at the adjacent ticket checkpoint. Why, Yizijia also noticed the close bond between Qin Feng and Zhao Shuhan. His eyes widened in disbelief. No way, wasn't Qin Feng single? How did he end up with such a beautiful girlfriend? Did this kid save the galaxy in a past life? Yizijia rubbed his eyes, confirming he was not mistaken. Chapter 28. 1,000 years of struggle reduced. Before long, Qin Feng and Zhao Shuhan entered the scenic area. Qin Feng, you sly dog, hiding your light under a bushel. Turns out you already have a girlfriend, Yizijia remarked, catching up to Qin Feng with a hint of dissatisfaction. I only just became single a few days ago, Qin Feng shrugged nonchalantly. He then proceeded to introduce Zhao Shuhan to Yizijia. Are you Zhao Shuhan, the belle of Yinjing University? Before Qin Feng could make the introduction, Yizijia's girlfriend, Lin Meihui, recognized her, her eyes wide with astonishment. You know me? Zhao Shuhan inquired, gazing at Lin Meihui. She racked her brain but could recall no memories of Lin Meihui. With a smile, Lin Meihui explained, I enjoy browsing forums and happened to come across your profile online. You are undeniably recognized as both the campus beauty and an academic prodigy of Yinjing University. Hearing his girlfriend say this, Yizijia immediately gave Qin Feng a thumbs up. To have won the affection of such a prestigious beauty was truly remarkable, a masterful feat. Were it not for his girlfriend's presence, he would have eagerly sought Qin Feng's wisdom on the matter. Zhao Shuhan, taking Qin Feng's hand, said helplessly, What campus beauty? Those are just random evaluations by alumni. Lin Meihui countered, Certainly not random evaluations. When the campus beauty was selected at Yinjing University, you won by over 10,000 votes. Zhao Shuhan was indeed the undisputed first belle of Yinjing University, the dream goddess of countless young men. Zhao Shuhan smiled, holding Qin Feng's hand, choosing not to elaborate further. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Yizijia, perceptively, took his girlfriend away, wishing not to intrude upon the intimate world of Qin Feng and Zhao Shuhan. Zijia, your classmate is quite impressive. He managed to win over the belle of Yinjing University. Yizijia nodded, thoroughly admiring Qin Feng. Lin Meihui continued, Do you know what other identity Zhao Shuhan possesses? Yizijia shook his head in confusion. Lin Meihui elaborated, Her father is the chairman of the Dalong Group. Dalong Group? That name sounds familiar. Yizijia pulled out his phone to do a quick search. He discovered that although this large catering group was not publicly listed, its valuation had already surpassed 70 billion. Hiss! If Qin Feng were to marry Zhao Shuhan in the future, wouldn't that mean he could save 3,000 years of hard work? Truly a model for our generation. Qin Feng and Zhao Shuhan spent the morning enjoying the scenic area. After lunch, they returned to the foot of their rented building. Zhao Shuhan's car was parked by the roadside, so Qin Feng did not need to drive her home. Brother Qin Feng, if you have time tonight, let's go shopping together. Knowing that Qin Feng would be driving for a ride-hailing service in the afternoon, Zhao Shuhan planned to head back first. Sure. Qin Feng readily agreed. After all, his part-time task only required 4 hours, which he could easily complete in an afternoon. Watching Zhao Shuhan drive away, Qin Feng settled into the driver's seat of his Emgrand. He had already registered as a vehicle owner and could accept orders at any time. However, before doing so, he intended to start a live stream. After all, he still had a temporary streaming task to complete. Suddenly, Qin Feng received a friend request on his WeChat account, with the note reading, Zhang Xiaoqing. What does this woman want from me? Zhang Xiaoqing was the daughter of Aunt Wang, his neighbor, a year younger than Qin Feng and reasonably attractive. They often crossed paths due to their proximity, but Zhang Xiaoqing was rather aloof, which left Qin Feng with no fondness for her. Puzzled, he accepted the request. Before long, Zhang Xiaoqing sent him a message. Brother Qin Feng, you've become quite the internet sensation. When will you have time to come back? Zhang Xiaoqing had previously looked down upon Qin Feng, primarily because his family was impoverished. However, the situation had changed. Qin Feng now enjoyed immense popularity on Douyin, with daily live stream donations reaching staggering sums. I'm too busy. I don't have time at the moment, Qin Feng replied. I understand, considering you're now a major streamer, Zhang Xiaoqing responded, sending him a picture. The image showed her at a market stall, helping Qin Feng's mother, Li Ping, sell vegetables. Qin Feng chuckled, suddenly reminded of a saying, flattery without cause is a sign of deceit. What scheme was this woman concocting? Even from Ningchuan City, he could sense her intentions. Brother Qin Feng, do you have a girlfriend now? Zhang Xiaoqing inquired. Yes, Qin Feng replied succinctly, leaving Zhang Xiaoqing momentarily dumbfounded. Wait, hadn't Li Ping said that Qin Feng was still single? Brother Qin Feng, you must be joking, Zhang Xiaoqing insisted, still skeptical. What benefit would I gain from deceiving you? Qin Feng countered, leaving Zhang Xiaoqing in a state of frustration for quite a while. Brother Qin Feng, then I wish you the best. When you return, let me know in advance, and I'll come to pick you up. Zhang Xiaoqing resolved in her heart that she would become Qin Feng's girlfriend. So what if he had a girlfriend? She was an expert at stealing hearts. Qin Feng ignored Zhang Xiaoqing further and opened his live stream. Wow, the streamer has finally appeared. Streamer, what happened last night? Why were those people targeting you? Not long after starting the stream, several fans entered the chat room. The previous night scene, where Qin Feng had faced 10 opponents alone, was still fresh in their minds. However, the stream had abruptly ended when the police arrived. Although Qin Feng later reassured everyone in a video that he was fine, viewers remained keenly curious about the events of the previous evening. The streamer is fine. He just gave a statement to the police and returned home, Qin Feng shared. As for the incident's origins, he chose not to elaborate. Since the streamer doesn't wish to discuss it, let's refrain from asking questions. Honestly, I admire the streamer. To take on 10 opponents and emerge victorious is remarkable. I suspect the streamer might be an alien. Does the streamer accept disciples? I can pay tuition. In just a few minutes, over 10,000 viewers had gathered in Qin Feng's live stream. Many were eagerly awaiting his broadcasts, feeling off if they missed a day of his streaming. The streamer is neither an alien nor accepting disciples, Qin Feng joked, engaging with his audience. What special performance do you have planned today, streamer? How about singing? I love hearing you sing. Go challenge someone. I'll shower you with gifts. The audience in the live stream was brimming with suggestions. Qin Feng replied, the streamer is about to go drive for a ride-hailing service, so no performances for now. Upon hearing this, the chat exploded with comments. Are you serious, streamer? Delivering food yesterday and driving for a ride-hailing service today? Are you implying our gifts weren't enough? This streamer has ideas. I think he wants to experience every profession. Facing the playful banter from his viewers, Qin Feng chose to remain silent and began accepting orders. Chapter 29. The eccentric passenger, Zhang Shuiying was enjoying the air conditioning at her office. With no clients scheduled to view properties today, she found herself with ample free time. Suddenly, her phone chimed with a notification. The streamer you follow is now live. Earlier that morning, she had subscribed to Qin Feng's account, so she would receive notifications as soon as he began his broadcast. She quickly entered Qin Feng's live stream. Little brother, why are you driving rideshare again today? Zhang Shuiying shook her head, realizing that Qin Feng was unlike anyone else. Despite his considerable wealth, he insisted on taking on part-time work. Yesterday, he delivered takeout. Today, he was driving for a rideshare service. One could only wonder if he would be delivering parcels tomorrow. Let's send him some gifts, she thought. If it weren't for Qin Feng, she wouldn't have earned that 750,000 yuan commission. Without hesitation, she charged 80,000 yuan worth of virtual currency. After half an hour of driving, Qin Feng had completed just 2 short rides within the city. For the third ride, the passenger requested to be taken to the high-speed train station. Just as he accepted the order, the passenger called him. Can you hurry up, driver? She implored. I have a 2 o'clock train ticket, and I'm about to be late. Qin Feng glanced at the time and realized it was already 15 minutes to 2. Clearly, there was no chance of making it on time. It's impossible to reach the train station now. Perhaps you should cancel the order, Qin Feng suggested. Stop with the nonsense and just drive faster. The caller was a woman with a rather foul temper, and she hung up immediately after her outburst. Aware that he was dealing with an eccentric, Qin Feng proceeded to pick her up as he halted at the intersection. A woman in a floral dress flung open the door and climbed into the car. Please provide the last 4 digits of your phone number, Qin Feng asked, verifying her information. The woman, visibly impatient, retorted, drive already. If I miss my train at 2 o'clock, I will file a complaint against you. Qin Feng remained silent, pressing the accelerator to set off. He thought to himself, complain all you want. After all, I don't rely on ride-sharing for a living. If you're late, that's your own fault for leaving so late. Throughout the journey, the woman kept glancing at the time on her phone, growing increasingly agitated. Hey, young man, can you even drive? She snapped. Couldn't you go a little faster? Remaining calm, Qin Feng replied, I'm already driving as fast as I can. You think I've never been in a car before? At this turtle-s pace, we won't reach the train station in half an hour, she berated him. Haha, the streamer is encountering a real oddball, viewers commented. Only the streamer has the patience. If it were me, I would have dropped her off long ago. She has no sense of time. She can't blame the streamer for being late. Streamer, don't indulge her. At that moment, the number of viewers in Qin Feng's livestream surged above 100,000. Midway through the ride, the woman completely lost her composure, erupting into a furious scream as time slipped away. Even if they made it to the train station, the train would have already departed. "Stop the car, I want to get out," she shouted angrily at Qin Feng. He remained silent, gradually pulling over to the side of the road. "This is all your fault. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be late. I will definitely file a complaint against you." The woman stormed out of the car, slamming the door behind her. "Suit yourself." "The complaint hotline is..." Qin Feng replied nonchalantly, even providing her with a number before driving away. "Streamer, where did that courage of yours go last night? If it were me, I would have slapped that woman twice." Haha, the streamer is afraid of trouble. He just prefers to avoid it. "Everyone, stop encouraging the streamer. I don't want to see the live stream get shut down." Qin Feng continued to accept orders. A few minutes later, the platform's customer service called, primarily to inquire about the incident that had just occurred. Qin Feng recounted everything honestly. Ultimately, the call ended without any consequences for him. As he was on the road again, he noticed a vehicle ahead suddenly slowing down. Instinctively, he pressed the brakes to control his speed. Soon after, the car came to a complete stop. A man and a woman stood in front of his vehicle, looking frantic. The man cradled a small girl in his arms, who appeared to be unconscious. The woman was pleading with drivers to take them to a nearby hospital. However, the first driver waved them off and drove away. In desperation, the woman hailed a taxi, but after hearing a few words, that driver also sped off. Beep. The little girl's life is in jeopardy. The host has triggered a temporary mission. Deliver the little girl to the nearest hospital. Completing the mission will yield a lucky gift pack. Even if the temporary mission hadn't triggered, Qin Feng would not have stood idly by in such a situation. The hospital was quite far, which posed a significant inconvenience. However, he had no other options at that moment. Without wasting time, he accelerated, bringing his car to a stop in front of the distressed couple. "Driver, can you take us to the hospital?" the woman asked, her face streaked with tears as she cast a pleading look at Qin Feng. Their daughter, suffering from a heart condition, had suddenly collapsed while playing, leaving them in a state of panic. "Get in," Qin Feng instructed. Thank you. The woman opened the door, and the man promptly placed the little girl inside. The girl appeared to be around 5 years old, her breathing faint and her face twisted in pain. No wonder the previous drivers had refused to take them to the hospital. The distance was considerable, and any mishap during the ride could lead to dire consequences. "Buckle up," Qin Feng reminded them as they settled in before flooring the accelerator. The vehicle shot forward, racing towards the nearest hospital. What is going on? It seems the little girl is gravely ill, and the streamer is taking them to the hospital. Look at the expressions on that couple's faces. It doesn't look good. Streamer, you can do it. Hang in there. Although the live stream continued, Qin Feng had no time to glance at the comments. His sole focus was to get the little girl to the hospital as quickly as possible. Throughout the journey, he maneuvered through traffic, signaling, changing lanes, and accelerating in a seamless flow. With his extraordinary driving skills, every movement was executed flawlessly, without a hint of hesitation. The roads were congested, which tested his abilities, but Qin Feng adapted effortlessly. Ensuring safety while increasing speed, he managed to navigate through tight spots. On 2 occasions, it seemed as if he would collide with adjacent vehicles, yet he always managed to squeeze through. It wasn't a display of bravado. He was racing against time. My goodness, can I just say how impressive the streamer's driving skills are? Is it just me, or does this feel like a scene from a movie? Chapter 30. The Speed Enhancement Card. The audience in the live stream was utterly astounded by Qin Feng's driving skills, reminiscent of a professional race car driver. Some viewers cheered him on, while others inundated him with gifts. At long last, Qin Feng successfully delivered the gravely ill little girl to the emergency room of the hospital. What should have taken 20 minutes was astonishingly accomplished by Qin Feng in just 7. The doctors swiftly administered a comprehensive set of emergency measures, and thankfully, her life was saved. "I truly cannot thank you enough." The couple repeatedly expressed their gratitude towards Qin Feng, even attempting to offer him money. However, Qin Feng declined their generosity. After lingering for a while, he took his leave. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the temporary task. You have received 1 speed enhancement card. Cash prize of 20 million. Speed enhancement card. Increases the host's speed value by 10 points. Speed enhancement card? Qin Feng recalled having previously received a strength enhancement card, which drastically amplified his strength to a level far surpassing that of an ordinary person. Hence, he surmised that this speed enhancement card would yield similar results. What a remarkable item, Qin Feng mused with a smile and a nod. Nonetheless, he decided against using the card for the time being, given that he was still live streaming. Should any unforeseen mutations occur, he could risk being captured for experimental purposes. It was wiser to wait until he returned home. Upon re-entering his vehicle, Qin Feng glanced at the barrage of comments in the live stream. The predominant inquiry concerned the well-being of the little girl. She is stable. Her life has been preserved, Qin Feng responded. Had he delayed even a minute or two, the outcome could have been dire. To be honest, the host's driving skills are indeed impressive. Where did you obtain your driver's license? I wish to enroll. Host, I happen to own a driving school. Would you be interested in endorsing our establishment? Wow, this driving school owner clearly understands business. At that moment, the account, Lonely Patient, began showering Qin Feng with carnival gifts, having already sent over 30. Thank you, Lonely Patient, for the carnival, Qin Feng acknowledged. This account had previously bestowed 200,000 in gifts during his last stream and even proposed offering him a job with a yearly salary of 1 million, leaving a lasting impression on Qin Feng. Young man, your driving skills are quite commendable. Would you be interested in becoming a driver? Monthly salary of 200,000. Nkaigwa held high hopes for Qin Feng and immediately presented an enticing offer. He had not witnessed Qin Feng's previous livestream where he single-handedly faced 10 opponents due to other commitments. It was only at noon, when he stumbled upon one of Qin Feng's videos, that he learned of Qin Feng's remarkable fighting abilities. A person who excelled in both driving and combat was exceedingly rare. Becoming a driver? That's not in my plans, Qin Feng replied with a smile, politely declining. A monthly salary of 200,000 might be appealing to most, but for Qin Feng, it paled in comparison. Just moments ago, he had completed a temporary task and earned 20 million, an insurmountable difference. What about 300,000? If that seems inadequate, I can also introduce you to a potential partner, fair-skinned, beautiful, with long legs. I assure your satisfaction. Nkaigwa recalled his granddaughter, Nya, who was of an appropriate age yet had numerous suitors, none of whom piqued her interest. Qin Feng's character and good looks aligned well with Nkaigwa's preferences. Although Qin Feng hailed from a modest background, that was inconsequential. After all, the Yin family was affluent. Host, don't agree. Let me take the lead. Your demands are too high. Allow me a chance instead. Money is irrelevant. I'll gladly be your driver for free. The livestream audience, comprising several older gentlemen, began to jest in the comments. Yet, Qin Feng shook his head once more at Nkaigwa's proposal. Firstly, he had no need for money, and secondly, he already had a girlfriend. Thank you all for your gifts. I must continue to accept orders, Qin Feng announced before driving away from the hospital. The subsequent orders were relatively routine. By around 6 in the evening, Qin Feng transported a passenger to a factory on the outskirts of town. Coincidentally, the passenger was a fan of Qin Feng's, and they even took a photo together. After completing his final ride, the system notified him that he had fulfilled the short-term task. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the short-term task. You have gained proficiency in hacking. Cash prize of 30 million. As a computer science major, receiving hacking proficiency was a delightful surprise for Qin Feng. A torrent of information surged into his mind. Closing his eyes, he began to process the influx of knowledge. He suddenly realized that his understanding of programming had reached an astonishing level. Should he desire, he could effortlessly infiltrate anyone's phone or computer. Hacking proficiency is indeed remarkable, Qin Feng affirmed with a smile and a nod. After a full afternoon of driving rideshare, he felt quite famished. He sought out a nearby restaurant, parked his vehicle, and entered to dine. While enjoying his meal, he interacted with his fans in the live stream. After finishing, he spent a few more minutes before settling the bill and exiting the restaurant. As he sat in his geely, the passenger door of the front seat was abruptly opened. A woman clad in a white t-shirt and gray jeans swiftly entered the vehicle. Qin Feng, quick to react, regarded her with a wary gaze. The woman wore a mask and carried a small black bag. Her striking figure and an air of confidence about her evoking a sense of familiarity in Qin Feng. It felt as though he had encountered her before. Police officer, I am commandeering your vehicle, she instructed in a lowered voice, producing her credentials. Officer Zhou. Upon hearing her voice, Qin Feng instantly recognized her. Indeed, she was the female officer who had led the team the previous night, named Zhou Runan. Surprised that Qin Feng had recognized her, Zhou Runan removed her mask, revealing a delicate yet somewhat icy visage. I am pursuing a suspect. Do you see that black Audi ahead? Follow it discreetly, Zhou Runan directed, pointing at the black Audi in front of them. Understood, Qin Feng replied, starting the engine and maintaining a safe distance behind the black Audi. Wow, the host is incredibly lucky to encounter the police on a case. Is it really luck? What if the suspect is a dangerous criminal? The host could be in peril. No worries, the host is quite capable. He'll surely be fine. The viewers in the livestream buzzed with chatter. Meanwhile, Zhou Runan had yet to notice that Qin Feng's phone was still live streaming. Her focus remained on the black Audi ahead, occasionally retrieving her phone to communicate with her fellow officers. Qin Feng remained silent, concentrating solely on driving. At that moment, inside the black Audi, a burly man glanced at the rearview mirror, gripping the steering wheel with one hand as he composed a text message. I am being followed by the police. How many are there? 2, but I am uncertain if there are more nearby. Find a way to shake them off. If that fails, lead them away. Chapter 31. The terrifying driving skills of Qin Feng. The burly man glanced once more in the rearview mirror and pressed the accelerator to the floor, desperate to shake off his pursuer. It seems we've been discovered, Qin Feng remarked, turning his head to look at Zhou Runan. Catch up to him. Don't let him escape, Zhou Runan urged, her brows furrowed in concern. Qin Feng nodded, flooring the gas pedal and beginning to accelerate. However, his vehicle, lacking in horsepower, was no match for the sleek black Audi, and the distance between them continued to widen. Are you capable of this? Zhou Runan questioned with a skeptical gaze. A man must never admit defeat, Qin Feng replied, a confident smile gracing his features. While his car may have been slow to pick up speed, it did not indicate a lack of skill behind the wheel. Given that they were in the outskirts, the roads were relatively clear of other vehicles. Qin Feng deftly overtook 3 or 4 cars, gradually closing the gap. Damn it! The burly man in the black Audi, unable to shake off his pursuer, slammed his fist down on the steering wheel in frustration. He continued to accelerate, the speedometer now reading over 160. At such velocity, a moment's inattention could lead to disaster. I've arranged for personnel to intercept at the upcoming intersection. Just keep up, Zhou Runan said, her heart racing. Even when driving herself, she had never reached such speeds, and the presence of other vehicles on the road made her anxious. She could not afford to jeopardize her own life without apprehending the suspect. Qin Feng remained unfazed. Don't worry, I won't lose him. Watch out. As they approached an intersection, a white van barreled through without slowing down, heading straight for them. Zhou Runan's face paled at the sight. Yet, Qin Feng remained calm as ever. He seized the moment, slamming on the brakes. The tires screeched against the asphalt, creating a thunderous noise. Sudden braking at such a speed was akin to courting death, but the driver was Qin Feng, a man endowed with extraordinary driving prowess. He maneuvered the car into a perfect 360-degree drift, narrowly avoiding the oncoming van. The violent jolt nearly made Zhou Runan lose her composure, but after a brief turbulence, the vehicle stabilized. Are you all right? Qin Feng inquired, casting a glance at her. I'm fine, Zhou Runan stammered, still shaken despite her previous experiences. Moments ago, she had genuinely believed she was facing death. While she had long since come to terms with the fragility of life in her profession, the imminent danger had elicited a primal fear. Collecting herself, she focused ahead and noticed the black Audi still within sight, not having lost ground. This made her reassess Qin Feng. This young man possessed considerable skill, and his composure in the face of danger revealed a mindset far beyond that of an ordinary person. Was he truly just a regular university student? My goodness, is the host driving like a maniac? That 360-degree spin just now nearly made me dizzy. If you didn't know better, you'd think this was a movie. The audience in the live stream was utterly astonished. The perspective from within the car made them feel as though they were experiencing the chaos firsthand. How are they not dead? The burly man in the black Audi, continuously monitoring the situation behind him, felt a wave of frustration. Chapter 32. Acceleration. System, activate the speed enhancement card, Qin Feng commanded within his mind. Although he yearned for the rewards offered by the system, preserving his life was of utmost importance. With the acceleration in place, escaping would at least be feasible. If circumstances turned dire, he could make a timely exit. Speed enhancement card is being used. Usage successful. Host speed value has reached 73. As the speed enhancement card took effect, Qin Feng felt a remarkable transformation within his body. A refreshing sensation coursed through him, and his agility increased significantly. Should he participate in a 100-meter race now, he would undoubtedly shatter the world record. Such was his prowess. Thus, Qin Feng trailed the black Audi in his Grand. The burly man in the Audi attempted several times to shake off Qin Feng, but to no avail. Meanwhile, Zhou Runan was coordinating with her colleagues to encircle the man. Capturing him would lead to revelations about the whereabouts of the other robbers. "You forced my hand," the burly man in the Audi gritted his teeth, repeatedly adjusting his escape route at the intersection. His intent was clear. He aimed to flee to the outskirts, for that alone offered a glimmer of hope. After nearly 10 minutes of pursuit, the black Audi crashed through a metal gate and entered an overgrown, derelict factory. The grass stood over a meter tall, and without knowledge of the terrain within, Qin Feng dared not venture in recklessly. He could only park at the entrance of the abandoned facility. Zhou Runan was quick to react. As soon as the vehicle came to a halt, she leaned out and fired several shots in the direction of the robber. However, due to the distance and the cover of tall grass, she failed to hit her target. Upon exiting the vehicle, the robber dared not pause, sprinting towards the old factory with all his might. Zhou Runan swiftly disembarked, surveying her surroundings. The factory was vast, with multiple exits. Her colleagues had yet to arrive. If the robber managed to escape, their efforts would be in vain. "You drive away first. It's too dangerous here," Zhou Runan conveyed to her colleague while sending a location update. "What about you?" Qin Feng inquired. "I must continue the pursuit," Zhou Runan responded, disregarding Qin Feng as she dashed after the fleeing robber, quickly disappearing into the tall grass. "My task remains unfinished," Qin Feng declared, shutting off the engine and following her into the derelict factory. His phone, left in the car, was still streaming live. Is the streamer out of his mind? How dare he wade into such murky waters? It's over. We'll never see the streamer live again. Yet, at that moment, Qin Feng had already entered, oblivious to the barrage of comments in the live chat. His speed was astonishing, nearing the limits of human capability. A mere leap could carry him 5 or 6 meters away. Imagining running at full throttle was beyond comprehension. This was the transformation brought about by the speed enhancement. Initially, Qin Feng struggled to adapt, but gradually, he became accustomed to his newfound velocity. The factory's dim lighting illuminated a floor scattered with shards of glass and rusted metal debris. Zhou Runan, attuned to sound, continued her pursuit of the robber. Her pace was rapid, drawing closer to him with each moment. Seizing the opportunity, she fired 3 shots at the robber's silhouette. "Ah!" A scream erupted as the robber was struck in the right arm, blood pouring forth. He could only seek refuge behind a massive concrete pillar. Zhou Runan's expression turned serious. She dared not let her guard down, crouching behind the pillar and deftly reloading her weapon. Although the robber had been hit, the injury was not fatal, and Zhou Runan was unaware of whether his accomplices were nearby. "Surrender. You have nowhere left to run," Zhou Runan shouted. "Damn woman!" The robber panted heavily, cursing under his breath. Just then, multiple footsteps echoed from various directions. "This is bad." Zhou Runan realized that the robber's accomplices had arrived, a sense of dread washing over her. It was too late to retreat. She was encircled. "There's only one. Take her out quickly and let us leave," the leader of the robbers instructed the others. Zhou Runan raised her firearm, aiming at where the robbers were likely to appear. Listening closely, she discerned that there were 4 in total, including the injured one, making 5. The entire robbery gang was present. Despite being surrounded, Zhou Runan maintained her composure. Finally, one robber revealed himself partially. This was the moment Zhou Runan had been waiting for. She swiftly pulled the trigger. The gunshot rang out, and the robber collapsed to the ground, the bullet striking him squarely in the head. "Damn woman!" The remaining robbers seethed with fury, unleashing a barrage of gunfire in Zhou Runan's direction. Armed with weapons, though merely replicas, their firepower was nonetheless significant. Under the pressure of gunfire, Zhou Runan could only evade. She took a running start, rolling twice on the ground to successfully dodge the robbers' bullets. However, in doing so, she landed on the glass shards, injuring her back. "Am I to perish here today?" Just as Zhou Runan braced herself for death, a dark figure flashed past on the 2nd floor. Moments later, a heavy iron block weighing around 7 to 8 pounds hurtled towards the nearest robber. The robber barely registered the threat before the iron block struck him, rendering him unconscious. "Damn it, how is there still someone here?" The leader of the robbers gritted his teeth, ceasing fire at Zhou Runan and seeking shelter. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Runan darted behind cover. "Why hasn't this kid left yet?" Zhou Runan frowned, having clearly seen that the figure on the 2nd floor was undoubtedly Qin Feng. His audacity was remarkable. How could he dare to follow her? "Big brother, let us retreat," the previously injured robber exclaimed, revealing a handgun he had acquired unbeknownst to anyone. Retreat. The leader of the robbers commanded decisively. If they didn't withdraw now, they would all meet their demise here. However, Qin Feng was not about to let them escape easily. With 3 of them armed, he opted to confront the injured robber, believing it to be a safer choice. Qin Feng's speed was blinding. The injured robber had just turned around when he realized Qin Feng was charging at him. The robber's face paled, for Qin Feng's velocity was incomprehensibly swift, akin to a racing car. He aimed his weapon at Qin Feng, but before he could lift it, Qin Feng was upon him. A single punch, fueled by all of Qin Feng's strength, struck the robber squarely in the chest. The force of the blow shattered several of the robber's ribs, sending him crashing into the wall. Seeking death, the remaining 2 robbers trained their guns on Qin Feng, firing repeatedly. "Qin Feng, be careful," Zhou Runan shouted emphatically. Chapter 33. Mission accomplished. Qin Feng evaded with remarkable swiftness. After enhancing his speed, his movements became exceedingly agile. The assailants fired their weapons in vain, their shots going astray. As Qin Feng took refuge behind a barrier, the last 2 robbers had already become wary, making a surprise attack increasingly difficult. He noticed a fallen handgun on the ground and, without a moment's hesitation, swiftly picked it up. Aware of the threat posed by the armed criminals, Qin Feng remained vigilant. However, it was evident that the 2 robbers were no longer inclined to continue the confrontation. They covered each other as they attempted to flee the dilapidated factory. Thinking of escaping? Zhou Runan certainly would not allow the criminals to slip away. She fired 2 shots at the fleeing figures, but the dim light caused both bullets to miss their mark. Nevertheless, her actions disrupted the robbers' rhythm of escape. Although Qin Feng had never engaged in real combat, he had played shooting games before that moment. He realized that the most effective way to swiftly deal with the adversaries was to establish his aim. He quickly retreated to the exterior of the abandoned factory. Qin Feng's speed was so impressive that the robbers had yet to register his presence. While they remained focused on Zhou Runan, Qin Feng stealthily approached. It was Qin Feng's first experience wielding a real firearm, and he did not dare to be reckless. Chapter 34. Retreat at once. Where would you like to go for some fun? Qin Feng inquired with a smile. Let us head to KTV. I wish to hear Brother Qin Feng sing, Zhao Shuhan replied eagerly. Having only listened to Qin Feng's singing in the live stream, she was determined to savor it for herself, especially since his voice was so enchanting. All right then. Just as Qin Feng was about to drive away, a Bentley approached. The driver was none other than Zhao Shuhan's father, Zhao Hongchang, who had just returned from meeting a client. My father is back, Zhao Shuhan announced. That moment, the Bentley came to a halt beside Qin Feng's vehicle. The window rolled down, revealing Zhao Hongchang's slightly stern face. Uncle Zhao, Qin Feng greeted proactively. Zhao Hongchang nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over Qin Feng before settling on his daughter in the passenger seat. Where are you 2 headed? Zhao Shuhan replied, Dad, I'm going out to have fun with Qin Feng. Although her father had tacitly accepted their relationship, Zhao Shuhan still felt a twinge of anxiety regarding his approval of her being out at night. Don't stay out too late, Zhao Hongchang admonished before rolling up the window and driving the Bentley into the Xinghe Villa area. Brother Qin Feng, did you see that? Zhao Shuhan exclaimed. My dad doesn't oppose our relationship. She smiled, relieved that her worst fears had not materialized. That's a good sign, Qin Feng remarked. Before heading to KTV, he learned that Zhao Shuhan had not had dinner, so he took her to grab a bite to eat. Zhao Shuhan found a well-reviewed KTV online, and they drove there. Around 8 or 9 in the evening, the city was at its liveliest, yet the KTV was surprisingly empty, as young people had largely shifted away from such venues. They reserved a private room, and Zhao Shuhan ordered some fruit. Upon entering the room, she eagerly began selecting songs. Brother Qin Feng, what song are you best at? I'll choose it for you, Zhao Shuhan said, hardly able to contain her excitement. Had she not watched Qin Feng's live streams, she would never have realized how beautifully he could sing. Choose whatever you like, Qin Feng replied. With his perfect vocal tone and exceptional singing technique, he could effortlessly tackle any song, regardless of its difficulty. All right, I've made my selections. Zhao Shuhan picked a few of her favorite songs. The moment Qin Feng began to sing, she was instantly entranced. His voice was simply mesmerizing. After Qin Feng finished his performance, Zhao Shuhan sang a few songs as well. Though she lacked the extraordinary prowess of Qin Feng, her voice was still quite delightful. Unbeknownst to them, they had spent over an hour in the private room. With such a charming companion, Qin Feng found no boredom at all. Shuhan, I remember you studied dance in high school. Do you want to see me dance, Brother Qin Feng? Would you mind performing a little something? Qin Feng nodded. After pondering for a moment, Zhao Shuhan began to dance. Her movements were light and graceful, akin to a startled swan or a gliding dragon. Each motion flowed with rhythm, reminiscent of willow branches swaying gently in the morning light. She danced for over a minute, captivating Qin Feng entirely. "Brother Qin Feng, how was that?" After finishing her performance, Zhao Shuhan approached him, a smile gracing her lips. "Absolutely beautiful," Qin Feng said, pulling her into an embrace. In such close proximity, he could detect the faint, refreshing fragrance emanating from her. "Brother Qin Feng, you don't speak. I wish to taste the flavor of your lipstick." As he spoke, Qin Feng, unable to restrain himself, leaned in to kiss her. Zhao Shuhan closed her eyes, her cheeks flushing, her heart racing. Just then, a knock resounded at the door, startling Zhao Shuhan, who instinctively pushed Qin Feng away. Observing her flustered demeanor, Qin Feng licked his lips, still yearning for the moment. Uncertain of who might be disrupting such a perfect atmosphere, the door was knocked upon again, and then a KTV staff member entered. "Hello. Your time is almost up. Would you like to extend it?" Zhao Shuhan glanced at Qin Feng, seeking his decision. Qin Feng shook his head. No extension. Having sung enough, he planned to escort Zhao Shuhan home early to alleviate Zhao Hongchang's worries. Very well. The staff member exited. Subsequently, Qin Feng led Zhao Shuhan out of the private room. As they approached the staircase, they unexpectedly collided with three inebriated young men. The leader's eyes lit up upon seeing Zhao Shuhan, clearly captivated by her beauty. "Hey there, beautiful. Here for some fun? Join me for a drink. I'll cover all the expenses tonight." Su Jianren blocked Zhao Shuhan's path, attempting to make a move. Frowning, Qin Feng swiftly pushed Su Jianren aside, causing him to tumble to the ground in a rather undignified manner. "You dare to strike Su Xiao?" The remaining two young men seethed, intent on retaliating. However, they were no match for Qin Feng. With a few swift kicks, both young men found themselves sprawled on the floor. "How dare you cause trouble on my turf? You must be seeking a death wish." Su Jianren scrambled to his feet, his eyes wide with fury. "Kid, Su Xiao's father is the owner of this KTV. You won't be leaving easily today," one of them angrily warned. "Brother Qin Feng, let us leave this place," Zhao Shuhan urged, concerned that they might have reinforcements. "It's all right," Qin Feng replied with a smile. No matter how many allies they had, he was confident in his ability to handle the situation. "Su Xiao, what is going on?" At that moment, a middle-aged man in a suit rushed over. He was the manager of the establishment. "Manager Lin, you arrived just in time. Call in the security from outside. This guy dared to hit me. I need to teach him a lesson." Manager Lin's gaze shifted to Qin Feng, his expression shifting dramatically. It dawned on him that this was the young man who had triumphed against 10 opponents the previous night. He was a prominent internet celebrity with millions of followers. "Su Xiao, this individual is not to be trifled with. He has millions of fans on Douyin. If this escalates, it could be detrimental to us," Manager Lin cautioned in a low voice. Su Jianren snorted disdainfully. "What's a mere internet celebrity? I refuse to believe he can outplay me in Ningchuan City." Manager Lin persisted. "Su Xiao, this person is quite formidable. He can take on 10 at once. Zhang Chong from Chasing Wind Bar was apprehended because of him, and he hasn't been released yet." Su Jianren's expression changed drastically. He was well aware of Zhang Chong's reputation. The owner of Chasing Wind Bar, Zhang Chong, was quite famous in Ningchuan City, earning the nickname Brother Chong among the locals. If someone could handle Zhang Chong, Su Jianren knew he was out of his league, not to be trifled with. "Retreat at once." Su Jianren lowered his head, the arrogance from earlier evaporating as he hastily led his companions away. Qin Feng made no move to stop them. He had no desire to waste time on such individuals. "Let us go," Qin Feng said, taking Zhao Shuhan's hand as they exited the KTV. Chapter 35. Eliminate the computer virus. "Brother Qin Feng, I never expected those people to be so afraid of you," Zhao Shuhan remarked with a smile as they stepped outside the KTV. "Shall we play a little longer?" She clung to Qin Feng's arm, reluctant to return just yet. "Let's save that for tomorrow. It's getting late, and I fear Uncle Zhao might worry," Qin Feng replied. "All right then. By the way, Brother Qin Feng, what are your plans for tomorrow?" Zhao Shuhan inquired, aware of Qin Feng's penchant for job hopping, whether it be delivering takeout or driving for ride-hailing services. "I'm not sure yet. I'll see what opportunities arise tomorrow," Qin Feng said, feeling a tinge of anticipation about the short-term tasks he might encounter. Once in the car, Qin Feng drove Zhao Shuhan back to the Xinghe Villa district. Before parting ways, they exchanged good night wishes. The following morning. Ding! Part-time task assigned. Proceed to Qin Feng International to assist in eliminating computer viruses and restoring data. Task validity: 24 hours. Upon completion, Qin Feng International offers a reward of 2 million. The system also provides additional rewards. Does the host accept? Upon hearing the part-time task arranged by the system, Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback. Qin Feng International? He had a vague recollection of the company, as the individual with the ID Lonely Patient was an executive there, having sent numerous gifts during Qin Feng's live streams. This person had even offered a high salary for Qin Feng to be his driver, a proposal Qin Feng had declined. As for the exact position of that individual, Qin Feng was unsure, but the scale of the gifts suggested it was significant. I accept. Such a part-time task posed no substantial challenge for Qin Feng. After all, he had just acquired expertise in hacking the day before. Eliminating computer viruses and restoring data were his forte. After brushing his teeth and washing his face, Qin Feng descended to have breakfast. He fortuitously encountered Zhang Shuiying at the breakfast shop. Qin Feng, Zhang Shuiying greeted him with a smile. Sister Ying, what a coincidence, Qin Feng replied, taking a seat across from her. What happened yesterday? Why was your live stream suspended? Zhang Shuiying had been quite concerned for a while, relieved only when she received a message from Qin Feng later. It's nothing serious. It should have been unblocked by now. Qin Feng checked his phone and indeed found the notification of unblocking. He refrained from elaborating on the specific reasons. Zhang Shuiying commented, "You are quite the oddity. It seems misfortune always finds you." Just the day before, he had been targeted by Zhang Cheng's group, and now he had encountered the police pursuing robbers. Had his luck been any worse, it would have been disastrous. Noticing Qin Feng's silence, Zhang Shuiying hesitated before asking, "Is your girlfriend not coming to visit you?" Qin Feng shook his head. "I have matters to attend to later. I want to have time to play." Zhang Shuiying remarked, "I can't shake the feeling that you're busier than I am. Given Qin Feng's wealth, shouldn't he be indulging in life every day?" Zhang Shuiying found it perplexing. "What do you have planned for today?" "I've taken on a computer repair job," Qin Feng explained. "Didn't he see that coming? You seem to be quite skilled in various areas." "My faucet is broken. Could you lend a hand in fixing it this afternoon?" "I'll treat you to dinner then," Zhang Shuiying said with a playful smile. "That sounds fine, but I'll pass on the dinner." After finishing breakfast, Qin Feng drove towards Qin Feng International. Qin Feng International, a company focused on the research and production of batteries, had experienced rapid growth in recent years with the rise of new energy vehicles. Just yesterday, an employee responsible for cybersecurity discovered that the company's internal computers had been infected with a virus. The system crashed, and many critical documents were deleted. Although the cybersecurity team had been attempting repairs, they had made little progress in the general manager's office, and Wenhong arrived early, even before official working hours, summoning his secretary. "What is the current situation?" If the virus within the company's network could not be eradicated, it meant their every action was under surveillance. The development of core technologies would also be impossible. The secretary appeared fatigued. She had stayed at the company all night, yet progress remained unsatisfactory. "The virus that was implanted is quite formidable, indicating that the individual who stole our data possesses considerable skills. To completely eliminate the virus, we might require 2 to 3 days. As for the deleted documents, we are unable to restore them at this time." And Wenhong shook his head, dissatisfied with this response. "What does the police say?" After the incident, they had promptly reported it to the authorities, given that this constituted cybercrime, with substantial losses incurred. The police stated they are still investigating. Additionally, they will be bringing in higher-level experts, but that will take time. And Wenhong gritted his teeth. "If I find out who is responsible, the Yin family will ensure they face severe consequences." The secretary hesitated before adding, "By the way, General Yin, someone has responded to the reward we posted online. The individual claims they can resolve our issues within 24 hours. Upon hearing this, An Wenhong felt a surge of hope. Their reward had been disseminated through the Cybersecurity Association, meaning only those with the necessary technical expertise would see it, thus minimizing the risk of encountering scammers. Contact them and inquire when they can arrive. An Wenhong was eager. With so many technical personnel within the company, it was disheartening that none were reliable in a critical moment. After this incident, a thorough restructuring would be essential. The secretary explained, "I don't have their contact information. I only know the individual is named Qin Feng, and he said he would come today." And Wenhong felt a twinge of frustration at the mysterious nature of those involved in cybersecurity. "Well, we'll just have to wait a little longer," and Wenhong conceded, having no other options. Around 8 o'clock, Qin Feng arrived outside Qin Feng International's entrance. "What is your business?" The security guard stopped Qin Feng's vehicle and approached for inquiries. My name is Qin Feng, he stated, clarifying his purpose. Please hold on. I need to confirm with Secretary Liang. The guard returned to the booth and called the general manager's secretary. Mr. Qin, you may enter now. After the guard emerged, his demeanor had transformed entirely, becoming exceedingly respectful. Thus, Qin Feng drove into Qin Feng International. Upon parking, he walked towards the lobby on the first floor. To his surprise, General Manager and Wan Hong personally came down to greet him. Are you Mr. Qin Feng? The secretary eyed Qin Feng with a hint of skepticism, as he appeared rather youthful at such an age. One would expect him to still be in university, wouldn't he one? That's me, Qin Feng affirmed. At that moment, General Manager and Wan Hong approached. Young man, are you certain you can help us resolve our predicament? Chapter 36. It turns out to be you. And Wan Hong scrutinized Qin Feng, harboring doubts about the young man's capabilities. Could such a youthful individual, and alone at that, truly resolve the pressing issues facing the company? Moreover, it appeared that Qin Feng had brought no tools with him. Surely, a professional in network technology should at least possess a laptop, should he not? Qin Feng smiled and replied, if your description is accurate, I am confident I can provide a solution. Eliminating computer viruses and repairing data were tasks well within the expertise of someone well-versed in hacking like Qin Feng. Very well, then. I shall entrust this to you, and Wan Hong conceded, left with little choice but to place his faith in Qin Feng. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Wan Hong, the general manager of Qin Feng International. In truth, Qin Feng had seen Wan Hong on television, for he was quite a prominent figure. My young friend, let us go to the office for a cup of tea first. Qin Feng waved his hand dismissively. No need for that, general manager, and resolving the issue is of utmost importance. He had no desire to squander time. Very well, then please follow me. And Wan Hong led Qin Feng to the elevator. My young friend, judging by your age, you must still be a student, am I correct? And Wan Hong inquired. I am a student at Ningchuan University, Qin Feng answered. This was no secret. If Wan Hong wished to verify it, he could do so in an instant. Wan Hong nodded, deep in thought. Soon, the elevator arrived at the 15th floor, where the general manager's office was located. And Wan Hong guided Qin Feng to the technical department, where numerous computers held a wealth of research data. It was here that the virus had first been detected. Several employees responsible for network security were busily engaged in their tasks, all bearing a common expression of concern. General Manager and upon seeing Wan Hong's arrival, the employees appeared somewhat anxious. After all, they had trained for countless days to be prepared for such moments, yet now they found themselves unable to resolve the crisis at hand. Receiving a reprimand was one thing. The threat of dismissal loomed ominously. What is the current situation? And Wan Hong asked, his expression impassive. General Manager, we require an additional 2 to 3 days, the head of network security said, nervously wiping the sweat from his brow. Let him give it a try, and Wan Hong said, glancing at Qin Feng. Him? The employees exchanged incredulous glances at the young man. Could someone who appeared to be in their early 20s truly handle such a challenge? Though they harbored doubts, none dared voice them, for this young man had been brought in by the general manager. To question the general manager would be tantamount to jeopardizing their own positions. At that moment, Qin Feng approached the computer. With his fingers poised over the keyboard, he swiftly entered a series of commands. As a computer expert, he was entirely capable of navigating without a mouse. For 3 to 4 minutes, Qin Feng deftly operated the system, while Wan Hong and the others observed in silence, refraining from interrupting. As the initial skepticism of the onlookers transformed into expressions of approval, it became evident from the series of operations that this young man possessed significant skill. Finally, Qin Feng paused and turned to Wan Hong. How did I fare? Wan Hong inquired. The virus exhibits a high level of stealth and formidable replication capabilities. Approximately 70% of your company's computers have been compromised, Qin Feng reported. Furthermore, there are signs that your servers have been breached, indicating that many data files may have been stolen. And Wan Hong nodded. What, then, is your proposed solution? If it were feasible to replace all the computer equipment, the situation would not be so dire. The crux of the matter lay in the invaluable data contained within the computers, which could not be discarded. Retaining the data while eradicating the virus presented the greatest challenge, especially since the virus excelled at camouflage, rendering the company's technical staff unable to devise a solution in a timely manner. Give me 2 hours, and I can resolve all issues, Qin Feng asserted confidently. My young friend, you are not deceiving me, are you? And Wan Hong questioned, still somewhat skeptical. Even though he was not a technical expert, he understood the magnitude of the task at hand. Whether I am deceiving you shall be revealed in 2 hours, Qin Feng replied. After a moment of contemplation, Wenhong nodded, deciding to allow Qin Feng the opportunity. Then, I entrust this to you. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to ask, Qin Feng stated. Simply connect the company's network to the outside world, and leave the rest to me. At that moment, the head of network security finally voiced a concern. The virus has yet to be eradicated. If we connect to the network now, even more data will be at risk of theft. As Qin Feng continued to operate the computer, he remarked, my confidence in this course of action is grounded in ample assurance. Everyone turned their gaze toward Wenhong, awaiting his decision. Yet, at this juncture, Wenhong hesitated. Should any unforeseen complications arise, the company's losses could escalate significantly. Is the situation still unresolved? Just as Wenhong was deliberating whether to take the gamble, his father, Kaigwa, arrived. Dad, what brings you here? With such a significant issue at the company, I could not remain at home in peace, Kaigwa said, immediately noticing Qin Feng and expressing surprise. Oh? How is it that you are here? Do you know me? Qin Feng asked, looking at Kaigwa with curiosity. With his head of silver hair, it was clear from their exchange that he was Wenhong's father. It seemed he was indeed the founder of Qin Feng International. Young man, I have sent you quite a few gifts in your live stream, Kaigwa said, holding Qin Feng in high regard. In his eyes, Qin Feng was a person of excellent character, a skilled driver, and a formidable fighter. Unfortunately, he had offered a lucrative salary for Qin Feng to work as a driver, but Qin Feng had declined. At that moment, Qin Feng realized that the individual who had bestowed gifts upon him was none other than the chairman of Qin Feng International. No wonder he had been so generous. You have yet to answer my question. How did you come to be here? Kaigwa pressed on. Dad, it appears you are acquainted with this young man. Indeed, it is as follows. Wenhong recounted the events leading up to this moment. Upon hearing the story, Kaigwa scrutinized Qin Feng once more. Young man, I did not expect you to possess such knowledge. Very well, let us proceed as you suggest. Kaigwa exhibited considerable trust in Qin Feng. Chairman I assure you, I will not disappoint you, Qin Feng declared. I shall await your good news. Kaigwa then excused himself, taking the others with him. Qin Feng began his work, his fingers dancing swiftly across the keyboard. Meanwhile, in a hotel in Ningchuan City, a middle-aged man clad in a black tank top was intently focused on his computer. Suddenly, he noticed that the computer had re-established a connection with the network of Qin Feng International. A bunch of fools, he scoffed. Do they think the information I have stolen is not sufficient? Perfectly convenient. I shall take this opportunity to duplicate some more, as it will certainly fetch a handsome price with the buyer. A sinister smile crept across the middle-aged man's face as he continued to manipulate his computer. Unbeknownst to him, the data on his computer was simultaneously being accessed from the background. Chapter 37A contribution for you. Qin Feng International. Kai and his father entered the office. Dad, you seem to have quite a faith in that Qin Feng, Wenhong expressed his inner doubts. Kai replied, in fact, I met him online as well. He proceeded to recount Qin Feng's remarkable deeds, from rescuing people in Ningjiang to single-handedly taking on 10 adversaries, and extolling Qin Feng's exceptional driving skills. His words brimmed with admiration for the young man. This young man is indeed extraordinary. After listening to Kai, Wenhong nodded in agreement. Achieving such feats at a young age is indeed impressive. No wonder his father trusted him so much. On another note, Dad, I didn't know you had taken to watching live streams. Kai remarked, of course, it's to keep up with the times. You'd be surprised. During this period, I've encountered numerous new things online. Kai was not the type to be an unyielding relic of the past. He took a seat and said, all right, let us stay here and await good news. Wenhong nodded, summoned a secretary, and prepared 2 cups of tea. President Officer Zhou has arrived. A knock echoed from the office door. I'll go take a look. Wenhong rose, leaving his tea untouched as he stepped outside. Soon, he spotted the police officer Zhou Runan, clad in uniform. Officer Zhou, thank you for your hard work. Let us head to the office for a cup of tea first. Wenhong smiled. Zhou Runan was in charge of the case concerning the theft of the company's research materials. No need. I've come solely to investigate the case. I must inform you that the experts we invited won't arrive in Ningchuan City until tomorrow noon. After receiving the report, the police took the matter very seriously. However, the technical experts in Ningchuan City had limited capabilities and could not offer substantial assistance. Thus, the police had no choice but to invite experts from other locations to assist. Wenhong replied, we have already located a specialist in this area. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, the issue should be resolved before noon. Zhou Runin was somewhat taken aback. As the case leader, she was well aware of the challenges involved. The virus implanted in the computer was something even the police's technical experts struggled to tackle. President In, I would like to meet the computer expert you mentioned, because I wish to understand some details of the case. And Wenheng stated, that is acceptable, but not at this moment. He did not want to disturb Qin Feng at this time. I simply wish to observe him for a moment, Zhou Runin clarified. All right, but regarding the case details, it would be best to wait until the problem is resolved before you inquire. Zhou Runin nodded. Under An Wenheng's guidance, Zhou Runin arrived at the technical department. This is him, An Wenheng pointed to the industrious Qin Feng. It's him. Zhou Runin was taken aback. She had not anticipated that the computer expert invited by An Wenheng would be none other than Qin Feng, someone she recognized. Could this individual truly assist Qin Feng International in overcoming such a significant challenge? Zhou Runin felt a twinge of skepticism. If Qin Feng could indeed achieve this, his knowledge was astonishing. His swimming skills were on par with that of a professional athlete. His prowess in combat was remarkable, taking on 10 opponents with ease. His driving skills were also impressive, engaging in high-speed pursuits of criminals while executing drifts. Was such a feat achievable by an ordinary university student? How did you manage to recruit him? Zhou Runin inquired. Observing Qin Feng's operations, it was evident he was a computer whiz. His touch-typing speed was astonishing, not requiring him to glance at the keyboard. An Wenheng responded. We issued a bounty through the Cybersecurity Association, and he accepted the task this morning. Officer Zhou, do you know him? Zhou Runin nodded. Yes, I know him. His name is Qin Feng, a student at Ningchuan University. Had Qin Feng not been present during the pursuit of the criminals yesterday, she would have faced dire consequences. In a sense, Qin Feng was her savior. President In, you may continue with your work. I will remain here for a while longer without disturbing him. All right, if you encounter any issues, feel free to find me in the office, An Wenheng said before departing. Zhou Runin stood still, quietly observing Qin Feng as he worked on the computer. Qin Feng was completely engrossed, unaware of Zhou Runin's arrival. Half an hour later, in a hotel in Ningchuan City, a middle-aged man examined the stolen data on his computer, a satisfied smile gracing his face. This information could fetch a considerable sum. With his expertise, he was unconcerned about being traced in Ningchuan City. No hacker possessed skills that rivaled his OWN. By the time Qin Feng International summoned an expert, he would have long since vanished. Such was his confidence. He opened the stolen data, only to have his expression abruptly shift. Wait, something's amiss. Why is it all garbled? The middle-aged man was thrown into disarray, and a sense of foreboding began to creep in. He accessed the computer's backend and swiftly typed a line of code, discovering that not only his computer but even his phone had been compromised by an unknown ID. This signified that his identity had been exposed. He had encountered a formidable opponent. This is the end. A flicker of despair crossed the middle-aged man's eyes. With his identity laid bare, Qin Feng International would surely pursue him relentlessly, given the substantial losses he had inflicted upon them. The only course of action was to flee. The sooner he escaped before being captured, the better. Resolving himself, the middle-aged man quickly shut down his computer, neglecting to gather his belongings, donned a mask, and left the hotel. That should do it. At Qin Feng International, after over half an hour of diligent work, Chapter 38. Cybersecurity Consultant. What merit? Zhou Runin was utterly perplexed. Qin Feng produced his mobile phone and displayed an image. This is the hacker who infiltrated Qin Feng International. All the details are right here. Zhou Runin took Qin Feng's phone and magnified the image. Young Wei male, 39 years old. Qin Feng, are you certain there is no mistake? Zhou Runin stared at Qin Feng in astonishment. Capturing that hacker would indeed be a significant achievement, but only if they did not err in their identification. Qin Feng shrugged. If you trust me, we should go apprehend him immediately. If we delay, he might escape from Ningchuan City. Zhou Runin nodded gravely. All right, I will make the arrangements right away. She chose to place her faith in Qin Feng. After making a phone call, Zhou Runin added, Qin Feng, I forgot to mention yesterday that your assistance in capturing those robbers has earned you a reward of 500,000. Originally, merely providing clues about the robbers would have entitled him to a reward of 200,000. However, since Qin Feng was directly involved, the amount was significantly increased. 500,000. Then please donate it on my behalf. Qin Feng was not in need of money at the moment. Zhou Runin was taken aback. Qin Feng, 500,000 is not a trivial sum. Are you truly willing to forego it? After completing his task, Qin Feng had received 35 million from the system, rendering that sum insignificant to him. With righteous conviction, Qin Feng declared, "As a concerned citizen, assisting the police in apprehending criminals is my duty, hence I shall waive the reward." Zhou Runan regarded Qin Feng with incredulity, finding it hard to fathom that a university student could so nonchalantly relinquish a reward of such magnitude. "Very well, I shall proceed to donate it. Are you free this evening? I would like to treat you to a meal." Having saved her life yesterday and now presenting her with a commendation today, Zhou Runan felt that Qin Feng was her lucky star. "Another time," Qin Feng replied. Upon his refusal, Zhou Runan displayed a look of exasperation. "You aren't planning to deliver takeout, are you? Or perhaps driving for a ride-hailing service?" She found it incomprehensible that he would forego a reward of 500,000 to engage in such laborious work. Qin Feng explained, "Delivering takeout and driving for ride-hailing services are merely my side jobs." Suddenly, Zhou Runan recalled something and inquired, "How much can you earn by resolving Qin Feng International's current predicament?" Qin Feng held up 2 fingers, 2 million. Zhou Runan was astonished by Qin Feng International's generosity. However, Qin Feng's compensation was indeed warranted, as not many possessed the capability to earn such a sum. After exchanging a few more words, Zhou Runan took her leave. Although she had arranged for personnel to capture the hacker, she still harbored some unease. An hour later, all of Qin Feng International's computers returned to normal. Wan Hong instructed the company's technicians to verify, and they found no trace of any viruses. What an entire team would normally take 2 or 3 days to resolve, Qin Feng accomplished in just 2 hours. Most importantly, he also identified the hacker who had breached the company. "Young man, I owe you one this time." And Wan Hong regarded Qin Feng with newfound respect. An Kaigwa scrutinized Qin Feng and grew increasingly satisfied. Unfortunately, Qin Feng was already in a relationship. Otherwise, he would have wished to introduce his granddaughter to him. A young man as outstanding as Qin Feng was truly hard to come by. With the problem resolved, "I shall take my leave," Qin Feng stated, unwilling to linger any longer. "Qin Feng, don't be in such a hurry to leave. I have made a reservation at Jinwei Pavilion for lunch. Come dine with us." And Kaigwa had no intention of letting Qin Feng depart just yet. "This is unnecessary." Qin Feng felt somewhat uncomfortable with Kaigwa's hospitality. Kaigwa continued, "Actually, I would like to offer you the position of cybersecurity consultant for our company. An annual salary of 1 million. How does that sound? You wouldn't need to come to the office regularly. Just drop by occasionally to ensure our network security." Qin Feng International was in dire need of talent like Qin Feng, as Kaigwa wished to prevent a recurrence of such incidents. After a moment of hesitation, Qin Feng nodded in agreement. If Kaigwa had invited him for a high-paying job requiring regular attendance, he would have declined. However, being able to enjoy freedom while receiving a generous salary was a different matter entirely. "Then it's settled. Wan Hong, please transfer the bounty along with this year's salary to Qin Feng." And Kaigwa, known for his generosity, instructed Wan Hong. And Wan Hong nodded, requested Qin Feng's bank account details, and directed the finance department to execute the transfer. Receiving his annual salary before even starting work caught Qin Feng by surprise. Nevertheless, he did not accept the money idly. He promptly proceeded to the technical department to help upgrade Qin Feng International cybersecurity measures. As a result, even the most formidable hackers would find it challenging to breach the company's network. Having completed these tasks, Qin Feng departed from Qin Feng International, promising Kaigwa that he would join him for lunch at Jinwei Pavilion. In the chairman's office. Shortly after Qin Feng left, Anya approached her grandfather. "Kaigwa, Grandpa, has the situation at the company been resolved?" Anya still felt a twinge of concern. Kaigwa smiled. "Yes, it has been. The problem was solved by a young man. I've invited him to lunch, and I would like you to join us." Anya initially thought her grandfather was trying to introduce her to a potential suitor and shook her head. "I'll pass." Kaigwa discerned his granddaughter's sentiments and reassured her, "Rest assured, I'm not setting you up. Besides, he already has a girlfriend. Then I truly won't go. It's a rare day off, and I want to relax." Kaigwa inquired, "Isn't it busy at the exchange?" Anya had studied finance, and upon graduating, Kaigwa had intended for her to join Qin Feng International. However, Anya chose to work at the securities exchange instead. Through her exceptional skills, she had even risen to the position of manager at the exchange. "Grandpa, you must be aware of the current stock market conditions. Presently, it was a bear market, with trading volumes plummeting and a pervasive atmosphere of despair. Consequently, the business at the exchange had diminished significantly. At this point, Anya recalled Qin Feng, who had opened an account at the exchange just 2 days prior. He had deposited a staggering 100 million and even opened a 3-fold margin account. investing entirely in a single stock. Remarkably, that stock had achieved 3 consecutive days of limit-up trading. If all goes according to plan, it was expected to continue rising in the following days. Anya even began to suspect that Qin Feng might possess some insider information. Otherwise, how could he be so bold as to invest everything? This bear market is likely to persist for quite some time. Nkygwa nodded in agreement, analyzing the current stock market situation. Over this period, Qin Feng International's stock price had also experienced a decline, though fortunately, they had strong business foundations to support them. If it comes to it, you could always return to Qin Feng International, Nkygwa suggested. Chapter 39. Acquire the Opportunity Card. I'll think about it, Anya remarked that it was evident that the stage at Qin Feng International was far grander. The reason she had previously hesitated to join Qin Feng International was her desire to prove her capabilities. Now she had accomplished that. Given the current downturn in the stock market, working at Qin Feng International was undoubtedly a more prudent choice, especially since it was a family enterprise. All right, take your time to ponder, said Nkygwa. Let me know once you've made a decision. He did not press his granddaughter further. After a brief conversation, Anya took her leave. With the issues at Qin Feng International resolved, she no longer had any worries. Meanwhile, Nkygwa stood by the floor-to-ceiling window of his office, hands clasped behind his back, lost in thought. Although Qin Feng had helped identify the hacker, it was clear that there were others behind him. I'll keep a record of this. We'll settle the score later. On his way back, Qin Feng received a notification from the system. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the part-time task. Reward: 1 opportunity card. Reward: 38 million in cash. Note: the opportunity card can randomly forecast a future business opportunity once. An opportunity card? Qin Feng glanced at the description and immediately declared, "System, activate it for me." He was curious about what kind of opportunity this card could predict. Opportunity card is being activated. Activation successful. The price of a certain cryptocurrency today is 9.81 per unit. It will begin to rise tomorrow and will surge to 63.10 in 4 days. After 3 days of slight increases, it will reach 68 and then rapidly decline. Based on the data predicted by the opportunity card, Qin Feng immediately went online to search. He discovered that this cryptocurrency was only available for purchase abroad. Moreover, its market cap was relatively small, which indicated that a significant investment was not advisable. Nonetheless, it still presented an opportunity for a modest profit. After contemplating, Qin Feng called Lin Kuan. Kuran, are you still delivering takeout? He asked directly as soon as the call connected. No, I just woke up, Lin Kuan replied, and Qin Feng could hear him stifling a yawn. Wow, it's almost noon. Brother Feng, I've made quite a bit delivering food. I'll treat you to a foot bath tonight. Qin Feng didn't take Lin Kuan's words too seriously, knowing he had only been delivering food for 3 or 4 days, likely earning just enough to cover his own expenses. A foot bath? I need to discuss something with you. Come out now? Sure, I'll be right there. Lin Kuan wasted no time, washed his face, and set off immediately. Qin Feng had arranged to meet Lin Kuan at a CAF. He ordered a coffee and waited quietly. Before Lin Kuan arrived, Qin Feng received a message from Zhao Shuhan. Brother Qin Feng, what are you up to? The message was accompanied by a longing emoji. The ancient saying that a day apart feels like 3 autumns held true, especially as they were still in the throes of young love. I did a part-time job this morning and just finished, Qin Feng replied. What kind of part-time job? Zhao Shuhan inquired, intrigued. Qin Feng did not hide the truth and explained how he had cleared a computer virus for Qin Feng International. Brother Qin Feng, you're amazing. You earned 2 million in just 1 morning. Zhao Shuhan was utterly astonished. No, to be precise, it was 3 million, Qin Feng corrected her. Currently, I am a cybersecurity consultant for Qin Feng International, with an annual salary of 1 million. Zhao Shuhan was rendered speechless at this revelation. She had not anticipated that Qin Feng could earn money so effortlessly. However, considering his exceptional talents, it made sense. The people from the entertainment company had even offered 5 million to sign him, partly due to his good looks and partly because of his melodious voice. This thought suddenly instilled a sense of insecurity within Zhao Shuhan. After all, a man as outstanding as Qin Feng would undoubtedly attract many admirers. Brother Qin Feng, how can you be a cybersecurity consultant for Qin Feng International without even graduating yet? Zhao Shuhan asked. Qin Feng explained, I don't need to go to the office regularly. I only intervene when there are serious cybersecurity issues. Zhao Shuhan expressed her envy. Your job sounds incredibly easy. This also demonstrated just how skilled Qin Feng truly was, as evidenced by Qin Feng International's regard for him. After chatting for a few minutes, Lin Kuan arrived. Qin Feng invited Zhao Shuhan to go shopping in the evening, and she readily agreed. After hanging up, Qin Feng turned his gaze to Lin Kuan, who appeared to exude a newfound confidence. "Would you like a cup of coffee?" Qin Feng inquired. Lin Kuan shook his head and smiled. "No need, Brother Feng." His smile took on a mysterious quality, and he lowered his voice. "Tonight, I'll take you to a great place, my treat." Lin Kuan's demeanor practically screamed, "I'm rich." "Have you really made that much money?" Qin Feng wondered, puzzled. Lin Kuan chuckled. "I made 60,000 delivering food yesterday." "Brother Feng, I know 60,000 isn't much to you. But for me, that's a fortune." Qin Feng raised an eyebrow. "Is delivering food really that lucrative now? How come I wasn't aware?" Just the other day, he had spent 4 hours delivering food and barely earned a few dozen bucks, all hard-earned. "You should consider who I am," Lin Kuan boasted proudly before elaborating. "Yesterday morning, I had a delayed order, and the customer was quite arrogant, berating me the entire time. I was in a foul mood and retaliated, only for him to get physical." Qin Feng asked, "And then what happened?" "Then I ended up on the ground, and that guy compensated me 60,000. Qin Feng felt as if a flock of crows had flown over his head. Lin Kuan continued, "It turns out he is a somewhat famous actor, and didn't he want to escalate the situation? I had initially planned to call the cops, but he offered me a little too much. By the way, Brother Feng, why did you ask me out?" Lin Kuan returned to the topic at hand. Qin Feng produced a bank card. "There's 80 million in this card. I need you to help me with something." Lin Kuan's hands trembled slightly, hesitating to take the card. "Brother Feng, this. So much money. What do you want me to do?" "You're not asking me to commit a crime, are you?" Lin Kuan feigned shock, widening his eyes at Qin Feng. "Rest assured, it's not anything illegal." Qin Feng pulled out his phone and promptly sent Lin Kuan some information. "This 80 million is to invest in cryptocurrency. The instructions are included, just follow them. Remember, act quickly." Lin Kuan examined the information on his phone. In fact, he had some understanding of cryptocurrencies. "Brother Feng, this is even more thrilling than the stock market. Are you sure you want to invest?" There was a real risk that this 80 million could evaporate into thin air, and he would have nowhere to lament his loss. He understood that Qin Feng had won a lottery jackpot and was financially secure, but using 80 million to buy cryptocurrency seemed like reckless extravagance. Chapter 40. Ride-hailing services prohibited from entering. Qin Feng chuckled. "It's all about the thrill. How can you be so certain that I will incur losses?" Lin Kuan, perplexed by the confident smile adorning Qin Feng's face, expressed his confusion. "Brother Feng, do you perhaps possess insider information?" Lin Kuan contemplated this possibility. With a mysterious countenance, Qin Feng replied with a grin, "I cannot divulge that, but simply follow my instructions. Once we make a profit, I shall share 1% of the earnings with you. If the business card as predictions hold true, that 80 million could yield nearly 400 million in returns. A 1% share for Lin Kuan would amount to 4 million, a considerable sum indeed. Should he give too much, Qin Feng feared that this fellow might get carried away. Years later, Lin Kuan would emerge as a renowned tycoon in Longhua, often reminiscing about the first pot of gold he earned in life and the man who guided him to the pinnacle of success. Of course, that is a tale for another time. Brother Feng, you need not share your profits with me. Considering the gaming laptop you gifted me, I shall assist you without charge. However, let me clarify beforehand. Should there be any losses, you cannot hold me accountable." Lin Kuan accepted Qin Feng's bank card, displaying no intent to withdraw funds. It was his first encounter with such a substantial sum, causing his small hands to tremble slightly. Qin Feng remarked, "If there's anything you don't understand, feel free to call me. Go prepare after your meal." Given the complexities of international transactions, it was somewhat troublesome. Nevertheless, Qin Feng placed his trust in Lin Kuan, delegating the task to him. "Brother Feng, I assure you, I will not let you down." Lin Kuan patted his chest before taking his leave. After sipping a few mouthfuls of coffee and glancing at the time, Qin Feng realized it was nearly lunchtime. He had promised in Kaigwa to dine at Jinwei Pavilion and immediately set off in his car. Jinwei Pavilion is a high-end restaurant known for its exorbitant average spending and esteemed reputation in Ningchuan City. The establishment operates on a membership basis, rendering ordinary individuals ineligible to dine there. As Qin Feng's Grand appeared at the entrance of Jinwei Pavilion's parking lot, the security guard shot him a skeptical glance. "Sir, ride-hailing services are prohibited from entering." One could only blame the lack of prestige associated with Qin Feng's vehicle. After all, who among the patrons was not driving a luxury car? Qin Feng explained his purpose. I am here at the invitation of Nkaigwa, the director of Qin Feng International. He had made a reservation here. The security guard, obviously unconvinced, scoffed. What kind of person is the chairman of Qin Feng International? Would he invite you to dine at Jinwei Pavilion? Be on your way. This is not a place for someone like you. Feeling somewhat helpless, Qin Feng replied, you can call to verify. The guard, exhibiting clear impatience, retorted, no need to inquire. A vehicle of your caliber does not qualify for entry. Irritated by the guard's disdainful demeanor, Qin Feng felt a surge of annoyance. He pulled out his phone and promptly composed a text message to Nkaigwa. At that moment, a Maserati sports car rolled up to the parking lot entrance. A young man and woman emerged from the vehicle. What is going on? Now even ride-hailing services can access Jinwei Pavilion. The woman cast a disinterested glance at Qin Feng in the car. Perhaps they are at the wrong establishment. The man laughed heartily. Welcome to Jinwei Pavilion. Upon the arrival of the luxurious sports car, the security guard's attitude underwent a complete transformation. He opened the parking lot gate and respectfully bowed. Qin Feng chose to remain silent, waiting in his vehicle. After more than a minute, a man clad in a suit hurriedly approached from the main hall. Manager. The guard saluted the man. However, the man paid him no heed and walked directly to Qin Feng's car. Mr. Qin, I sincerely apologize. It was my failure to properly manage my subordinate. The manager spoke with an apologetic tone. Anyone invited to dine here by Nkaigwa was undoubtedly of significant stature, and thus the manager dared not exhibit any negligence. Please, lead me inside. Qin Feng refrained from expressing any discontent. Such trivial matters did not warrant his concern. It was predictable that the guard's job was now at stake. To treat guests with such arrogance was an affront unless Jinwei Pavilion had no desire to continue its business. The manager nodded and gestured for Qin Feng to enter. Director is already waiting for you inside. Turning back, the manager cast a cold glance at the security guard. You should open the door promptly. Witnessing the manager's courteous treatment of the young man in the Grand, the guard was gripped by an ominous premonition. He realized he had provoked someone of considerable importance. Without delay, the guard opened the door, bowing deeply in apology towards Qin Feng. To offend even a guest of Director, you may consider your shift over, the manager stated with a stern expression. Manager, I was unaware he was a guest of Director. The guard attempted to explain, but the manager was unyielding. Once Qin Feng parked his car, he entered the opulent first-floor lobby of Jinwei Pavilion. Inside, Nkaigwa awaited him, flanked by two imposing figures in black suits, his bodyguards, no doubt. Director Qin Feng greeted. Nkaigwa replied, Xiao Feng, I must apologize for the oversight. I only mentioned inviting you to dine but failed to ensure your entry. Qin Feng smiled. Director, it's merely a small matter. Let us not stand on ceremony. You need not refer to me as Director in the future. Nkaigwa regarded Qin Feng as a friend and held him in high esteem. Otherwise, he would not have extended such an invitation to Jinwei Pavilion. At once, Nkaigwa led Qin Feng to the elevator, with the two bodyguards steadfastly by his side. Xiao Feng, I've seen your skills in videos, but I wonder how you fare in comparison to my bodyguards. One of the bodyguards addressed Qin Feng. Director, we are no match for him. Nkaigwa had previously shown the bodyguards Qin Feng's video, and it was undeniable that Qin Feng was formidable, defeating 10 opponents with apparent ease. Were it one of them, even if they could win, it would be inconceivable to do so in such a short span of time. This young man was truly remarkable. I was merely flailing about, Qin Feng chuckled. This statement was indeed true. He had no martial arts prowess, only brute strength. The bodyguard insisted, no, that was certainly not mere flailing. I can tell that each of your punches carries significant force. To outsiders, Qin Feng appeared to be a master. Xiao Feng, do not be modest. When the opportunity arises, I shall have you spar with us. Soon, Nkaigwa escorted Qin Feng to the reserved private room, the most prestigious in Jinwei Pavilion, adorned in opulence and grandeur. As the dishes were served, Qin Feng finally grasped the meaning of extravagance. After more than half an hour, having indulged in a sumptuous meal, Qin Feng expressed his gratitude. Director, thank you for your hospitality. They made their way to the parking lot, but Nkaigwa had other matters to attend to and departed first. Just as Qin Feng was about to leave, a familiar voice called out from behind, Qin Feng. Chapter 41. Picking up the car, Qin Feng turned his head and saw Zhao Shuhan's father, Zhao Hongchang, his future father-in-law. Uncle Zhao. Qin Feng greeted Zhao Hongchang with a smile. At that moment, Zhao Hongchang was regarding him with a peculiar expression. He had come to this establishment to meet a client for a meal but did not anticipate encountering Qin Feng here. What astonished Zhao Hongchang the most was the closeness between Qin Feng and Enkaigua, the chairman of Qin Feng International. The two appeared to be in jovial conversation, suggesting a strong rapport. Zhao Hongchang was somewhat acquainted with Enkaigua, having met him through the same business association, wherein served as the president and possessed considerable connections in Ningchuan City. "Uncle Zhao, are you dining here as well?" Qin Feng inquired. Zhao Hongchang nodded, stepping closer to Qin Feng with a look of curiosity. "Qin Feng, how do you know the chairman of Qin Feng International?" He had initially intended to greet Enkaigua, but the latter seemed to be in a hurry, preoccupied with other matters. "Oh, it's quite a story." Qin Feng recounted his visit to Qin Feng International that morning, including the detail of earning 3 million. "You truly helped Qin Feng International solve a significant issue?" Zhao Hongchang's eyes widened in disbelief. Earning 3 million in a single morning sounded almost magical. Qin Feng, feeling a bit helpless, replied, "Uncle Zhao, if you don't believe me, you can call Olden to verify." Zhao Hongchang waved his hand dismissively. "It's not that I don't believe you. I simply didn't expect you to possess such capabilities." This connection with Enkaigua now made sense, yet Zhao Hongchang was taken aback by Qin Feng's evident excellence. His initial interest in Qin Feng had stemmed from a video he had seen online, where Qin Feng had jumped into the water to save someone. Later, when Zhao Shuhan brought Qin Feng home, Zhao Hongchang had felt some resistance but did not oppose their relationship. Subsequently, as Qin Feng began live streaming, showcasing feats such as taking on 10 adversaries or assisting the police in apprehending robbers, Zhao Hongchang had been watching closely. It was undeniable that Qin Feng was indeed remarkable. Now, the fact that Qin Feng knew Enkaigua from Qin Feng International added to the notion that he had powerful allies, indicating great potential ahead. A cybersecurity consultant. That's quite a commendable position. Continue to strive forward. And remember, should you encounter any dangerous situations, do not overexert yourself, Zhao Hongchang advised pointedly. If anything were to happen to Qin Feng, his daughter would undoubtedly be heartbroken. "Uncle Zhao, I will act within my limits," Qin Feng assured him with a smile. "I must attend to my client now. Let us part ways here." "Goodbye, Uncle Zhao." As Zhao Hongchang departed, Qin Feng settled into his vehicle and left the parking lot. On his way, his phone suddenly rang. Pulling over to the side, he chose to answer. "Hello, Mr. Qin. I am Zhou Haiyang, the chairman of Dali Car Dealership. The Ferrari LaFerrari you ordered has arrived. If you have time, you can come by to complete the paperwork today and pick up the car." Zhou Haiyang, aware of Qin Feng's affluent status as the owner of Lenghu No. 1, spoke with utmost courtesy. When Qin Feng previously visited to purchase a vehicle, Zhou had intended to greet him personally, but circumstances had prevented that. Now that the car had arrived, Zhou was eager to meet this enigmatic scion of wealth. After all, it was no small feat to spend 75 million on Lenghu No. 1 and an additional 20 million on a Ferrari LaFerrari. "All right, I will head over shortly," Qin Feng responded, glancing at the time. "I should arrive in about half an hour." Zhou Haiyang replied with a smile. "Very well, Mr. Qin. I shall await your esteemed presence." After hanging up, Qin Feng drove his Emgrand to the apartment building, collected his identification, and took a taxi to Dali Car Dealership. Zhou Haiyang and the dealership manager were waiting in the showroom. Since Zhou had never met Qin Feng, it was the manager who quickly recognized him as he entered the showroom. "Chairman, that gentleman is Mr. Qin," the manager informed Zhou as he stood up to greet him. "Mr. Qin, I didn't expect you to be so young," Zhou remarked as he assessed Qin Feng. "Mr. Qin, this is our chairman, Zhou Haiyang," the manager introduced. "Hello," Qin Feng said, extending his hand for a handshake. Zhou, in his 40s, had a square face and a somewhat portly physique. "Mr. Qin, please follow me. I will show you the vehicle," Zhou offered, guiding Qin Feng. Although he was curious about Qin Feng's background, he refrained from directly asking. Zhou led Qin Feng to an indoor parking area where the Ferrari LaFerrari he had purchased was parked, resplendent in its sleek design. The streamlined body was visually striking, though the red color appeared somewhat ostentatious. After a brief inspection, Qin Feng found no issues. The car was indeed brand new. The registration process would take some time, so Zhou invited Qin Feng to his office for tea. After half an hour, all paperwork was completed. "Chairman Zhou, no need to see me off," Qin Feng said as he climbed into the Ferrari LaFerrari and started the engine. "Mr. Qin, should you encounter any issues in the future, feel free to contact me," Zhou stated. Qin Feng nodded, driving away from Dali Car Dealership. Though the handling of a sports car differed from that of a regular vehicle, Qin Feng, having acquired exceptional driving skills, had no difficulty navigating the Ferrari. As he cruised through the streets, he felt like the brightest star in the area. Passers-by turned their heads in admiration. "Look, What kind of sports car is that? It seems to be a Ferrari LaFerrari, priced at 20 million. What an impressive car. Qin Feng reveled in the thrill of driving the Ferrari LaFerrari for an hour. But once the novelty wore off, it began to lose its allure. He parked the car outside his apartment and, feeling a bit bored, returned to his room to start a live stream. Temporary live stream task completed 12:36. Qin Feng aimed to finish the live stream tasks promptly to earn rewards from the system. As he activated the stream, viewers quickly flooded into the broadcast. Oh wow, the host has finally appeared. If you hadn't shown up soon, I would have thought you had vanished. What happened yesterday? Why was the stream shut down? Many fans were inquiring about the same issue. The previous afternoon, Qin Feng had assisted the police in apprehending robbers, after which he had seemingly disappeared, leading to the stream's abrupt termination. Qin Feng explained, "I'm perfectly fine. Look, I'm here, aren't I? The robbers have been caught. Thank you all for your concern." Meanwhile, numerous fans began showering Qin Feng with gifts. Chapter 42. Not expensive, just 20 million. Could you tell us what happened afterwards, streamer? I am equally curious. 10086. However, Qin Feng chose not to respond to these inquiries, instead steering the conversation in a different direction. I noticed some fans expressing a desire to hear me sing. All right then. 10 minutes later, the number of viewers in Qin Feng's live stream surged to over 100,000. Throughout the afternoon, he engaged with his fans in the chat. As the clock approached 5, Zhang Shuiying sent him a message. "Qin Feng, are you streaming upstairs? Come down for dinner." Suddenly, Qin Feng recalled that earlier that morning, Zhang Shuiying had mentioned that the faucet in her home was broken and had asked for his assistance in fixing it. Since he had promised to help, he decided to take a look. We'll leave it at that for today, goodbye. After bidding farewell to his fans, Qin Feng closed the stream and descended the stairs. The front door of Zhang Shuiying's house was ajar, and Qin Feng could already catch a whiff of delicious aromas wafting from within. Upon pushing the door open, he found the landlady present as well. "Little Feng, you're here. Please, have a seat." The landlady greeted him warmly. At that moment, Zhang Shuiying emerged from the kitchen, carrying bowls and chopsticks, her apron still tied around her waist, not having changed out of her work attire. "Qin Feng, I hope I didn't interrupt your stream," she asked. Qin Feng shook his head. "I was just about to head out for dinner, and you messaged me right on time. By the way, didn't you mention that your faucet was broken? Let me take a look." Zhang Shuiying replied with a smile. "There's no rush, let's eat first." At that moment, a commotion arose from downstairs. The landlady approached the window to investigate. "Mom, what's going on?" Zhang Shuiying inquired while dishing out rice. The landlady responded, "I don't know who parked a sports car downstairs, but there are a lot of people taking pictures." "Oh, and someone is live streaming as well." Zhang Shuiying added, "I noticed it when I came back from grocery shopping." Suddenly, she realized something and turned to Qin Feng. "Wait a moment, Qin Feng, could that red Ferrari be yours?" Just earlier, Zhang Shuiying had been curious enough to look it up online, discovering that it was a Ferrari LaFerrari, with a price tag of no less than 20 million. Such an extravagant vehicle could only be afforded by someone as wealthy as Qin Feng. Coincidentally, when she had been with him at Longhu No. 1, she had heard Qin Feng mention his intention to purchase a car. Thus, it was only natural that she would associate the car with him now. Upon hearing her daughter's question, the landlady cast a puzzled glance at Qin Feng. "Indeed, it belongs to me," Qin Feng confirmed without hesitation. Zhang Shuiying was not overly surprised, but the landlady was immediately intrigued. "Little Feng, a car like that must be quite expensive, right?" "Not really, just around 20 million. Qin Feng replied, his demeanor calm. The landlady was taken aback. 20 million isn't expensive. I've never seen so much money in my life. "Little Feng, do tell your aunt. What does your family do?" The landlady's curiosity was piqued. "Mom, why are you asking so many questions?" Zhang Shuiying shot her mother an exasperated look. In truth, she too was quite curious about Qin Feng's family background, but she hesitated to ask him directly, fearing it might leave a negative impression. "You'll find out in due time," Qin Feng teased, leaving them in suspense. After dinner, Zhang Shuiying took Qin Feng to examine the faulty faucet in the kitchen. It was a simple fix, easily manageable. Once Qin Feng departed, the landlady remarked to Zhang Shuiying, "Dear, since you don't have to work late tonight, why not invite little Feng out for a stroll?" The landlady was thoroughly pleased with Qin Feng, encouraging her daughter to take the initiative. Zhang Shuiying felt somewhat exasperated. "Mom, I've already told you, Qin Feng has a girlfriend." The landlady countered, "As long as he isn't married, there's still a chance." "Mom, I can't make you understand." Zhang Shuiying, feeling dejected, retreated to her room. Just the previous morning, she had encountered Zhao Shuhan, who was strikingly beautiful and poised, making her feel inadequate in comparison. Shortly after Qin Feng returned to his room, he received a message from Zhao Shuhan. Qin Feng, my mom and brother are back. I'll take you out shopping later. Qin Feng replied with a single word, okay. With some leisure time on his hands, he decided to start another live stream. Later, around 8 o'clock, Zhao Shuhan sent another message. They arranged to meet at the shopping mall. Qin Feng ended his stream and set off in his Grand. When he arrived at the mall, Zhao Shuhan was already waiting for him. The moment she spotted Qin Feng, she excitedly ran over and grasped his hand. Qin Feng, congratulations. You've earned so much money today. Having made 3 million in just one morning, Zhao Shuhan's gaze towards Qin Feng now held a hint of admiration. She leaned closer to his ear and whispered, my mom knows we're together. What does Auntie's attitude seem to be? Zhao Shuhan smiled sweetly. She said she trusts my judgment. She also mentioned wanting to meet you tomorrow. Qin Feng, do you have time tomorrow afternoon? Qin Feng chuckled. Of course. Then I'll bring some gifts with me tomorrow. He playfully pinched Zhao Shuhan's delicate nose, adding, this time, you don't have to spend any money. Previously, when visiting her home, Zhao Shuhan had covered the cost of the gifts. All right, since you have money now, it's fine. Zhao Shuhan beamed as she linked her arm with Qin Feng's. Speaking of which, I haven't bought you any gifts yet. Come on, let's pick out a few outfits. Qin Feng led Zhao Shuhan to a clothing store. They tried on 5 different outfits, all looking stunning. Given Zhao Shuhan's exceptional beauty, she looked good in anything. Initially, Qin Feng intended to purchase them all, but Zhao Shuhan opted for just 2 sets. Qin Feng, I know you're wealthy now, but I still have plenty of clothes at home. I can't wear too many. Then I'll follow your lead. After buying the clothes, Qin Feng suggested taking Zhao Shuhan to the food street. However, as a self-proclaimed foodie, Zhao Shuhan declined. Qin Feng, I can't eat too much. What if I gain weight? Zhao Shuhan felt a tinge of insecurity in light of Qin Feng's success. It's all right. Gaining a little weight is nothing to worry about. I won't mind. Zhao Shuhan pouted. That's not acceptable. Thus, the two strolled until past 10 o'clock. The night had deepened, and Qin Feng escorted Zhao Shuhan back to the entrance of the Xinghe Villa district. Qin Feng, I'm heading back now. Zhao Shuhan reluctantly exited the car. Qin Feng nodded. See you tomorrow. Just as he was about to drive away, a BMW M8 emerged from the villa area. Noticing the license plate, he recognized it as belonging to Zhao Shuhan's family. The driver, a young man, was Zhao Shuhan's brother, Zhao Ming. Sis, why are you back so late? Oh, hey, Fengji, long time no see. The BMW M8 halted beside Zhao Shuhan, and Zhao Ming quickly noticed Qin Feng. Chapter 43. The criminal, Zhao Ming, 2 years younger than Zhao Shuhan, had just completed his first year of university. In his childhood, he often played with Qin Feng. Although they had not seen each other for several years, Zhao Ming still recalled Qin Feng vividly, particularly because he was aware of his sister's long-standing infatuation with him. It's been ages. Qin Feng nodded in acknowledgement toward Zhao Ming, who was seated in the car. After several years apart, Zhao Ming had grown considerably taller, and his features had transformed somewhat. Brother Feng, I often come across your videos on Douyin these days. You've become quite the internet sensation. Zhao Ming exclaimed. Especially that night when you took on 10 opponents single-handedly, it was truly impressive. People online claim you possess martial arts skills. Is that true? Zhao Ming stepped out of the car, his gaze toward Qin Feng imbued with admiration. Qin Feng chuckled, don't heed what people say online. I have no martial arts skills whatsoever. It's just that those guys are terribly weak. Zhao Ming shook his head, unconvinced. Brother Feng, why not take me on as your disciple? I can pay the tuition. Zhao Shuhan shot her brother an exasperated glance. What do you need that for? Are you planning to get into fights with others? Zhao Ming had a penchant for trouble. If he learned even a few techniques, chaos would surely ensue. Sis, if I were as formidable as Brother Feng, I could protect you in the future. I don't engage in fights. If someone bullies me, I can manage to defend myself. Zhao Shuhan huffed dismissively. I don't need your protection. Brother Qin Feng will protect me. Zhao Ming felt utterly taken aback by Zhao Shuhan's words. He glanced between her and Qin Feng, sensing something amiss. Their glances were decidedly unusual, unmistakably indicative of a couple in love. Sis, Brother Feng, are you two together? Zhao Shuhan exchanged a knowing look with Qin Feng and nodded in unison. Congratulations to you both, Zhao Ming said, lowering his voice conspiratorially. How about we strike a deal? What deal? Zhao Shuhan inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. Zhao Ming, feeling quite pleased with himself, stated, "If you keep your relationship with Brother Feng a secret from Mom and Dad, I will help you out." "But the truth is, Mom and Dad already know and they don't object," Zhao Shuhan replied. At this, Zhao Ming's expression fell into despondency. Well then, since their parents were already aware, he could no longer leverage his sister. He would have to focus his efforts on Qin Feng instead. "It's quite late. Where are you heading?" Zhao Shuhan asked Zhao Ming. Zhao Ming smiled. "I haven't been back to Ningchuan City for a while, so I've arranged to grab some late-night snacks with a few friends. I must be off now." As he approached the car, Zhao Ming requested Qin Feng's WeChat. "Brother Feng, would you like to join us?" "I think I'll pass," Qin Feng replied. Zhao Shuhan interjected, "Brother Qin Feng, please don't hang out with him. I'm concerned he might lead you astray." Zhao Ming thought to himself, questioning whether this sister was truly his blood relative. "I'm off," he declared, and with that, he drove away in his BMW M8. "Brother Qin Feng, you should head home too. Get some rest tonight," Zhao Shuhan said. Qin Feng nodded, climbed into his car, and soon vanished into the night. Only after Qin Feng's vehicle had disappeared did Zhao Shuhan finally step through the gates of the villa district. Upon returning to his rented apartment, Qin Feng felt a pang of hunger. After parking his car, he ordered a serving of dumplings from a nearby shop. While he was enjoying his late-night snack, a burly middle-aged man entered the small eatery. At that moment, a notification from the system chimed in. Ding! The system has detected the presence of a criminal nearby, triggering a temporary mission. Apprehend the criminal and deliver him to the police. Completing this mission will reward you with a lucky gift pack. The mission is valid for half an hour. Qin Feng did not expect to trigger a temporary mission in this location. He continued to eat while observing the middle-aged man who had just entered the shop. The moment the man appeared, the system issued a prompt, indicating a significant level of suspicion surrounding him. In addition, there were two other patrons in the shop, one man and one woman, who appeared to be an ordinary couple. Qin Feng decided to focus his attention on the middle-aged man. "System, can you confirm that it's him?" Qin Feng inquired. "No. The system can only confirm that the criminal is nearby." Qin Feng felt somewhat exasperated. If he were to apprehend the wrong person, the situation could become complicated. Thus, he continued to observe. The middle-aged man ordered a portion of fried noodles but did not dine in. Instead, he opted for takeout. During the wait, the man glanced repeatedly toward the entrance, a decidedly suspicious behavior. After 3 or 4 minutes, the fried noodles were ready, and the middle-aged man stood to leave. Qin Feng quickly finished his last 2 dumplings and stealthily followed him. After exiting the small shop, the middle-aged man entered a narrow alleyway, likely heading toward his residence nearby. With the mission's time limit of only half an hour, Qin Feng was eager not to waste any time. He decided to take a bold approach and follow the middle-aged man openly. The man soon noticed Qin Feng trailing him and furrowed his brow. "Am I being followed?" The middle-aged man cast a discreet glance over his shoulder but continued walking nonchalantly. Meanwhile, Qin Feng kept a steady pace behind him. Upon reaching a corner, a shadow suddenly lunged at Qin Feng, launching an attack. An ambush. A glint of metal flashed as the middle-aged Chapter 44. An increase. "I just had a late-night snack outside and noticed someone acting suspiciously. To my surprise, he was armed with a knife. I've subdued him now. Please send 2 officers to handle the situation." Qin Feng was uncertain whether Zhou Runin was asleep. If she was, he would have to resort to calling the police. However, Zhou Runin replied promptly. "The photo of this person looks somewhat familiar. Please hold on a moment. I will contact the on-duty officers. Send me your location." Zhou Runin was at home, preparing to retire for the night. Upon receiving Qin Feng's message, she opened her computer and began comparing the photograph. She vaguely remembered that the individual bore a striking resemblance to a fugitive murderer from a few years ago. Meanwhile, Qin Feng sent Zhou Runin his location as well. After nearly 10 minutes, a police car arrived at the scene, and 3 uniformed officers stepped out. They proceeded to take Qin Feng's statement. As for the middle-aged man whom Qin Feng had knocked unconscious, his identity remained to be investigated, and the police decided to take him in for further questioning. After completing his statement, Qin Feng was allowed to leave. Upon returning to his rented accommodation, Zhou Runin sent him a message. "Qin Feng, we have identified that man. His name is Linley. 5 years ago, he was a professional bodyguard. After incurring gambling debts, he murdered his employer and their entire family." Chapter 45. Qin Feng's culinary skills. Zhao Shuhan promptly set off in her car. After a brief journey of several minutes, the two arrived at a large shopping mall. Upon exiting the vehicle, Zhao Shuhan linked her arm with Qin Feng's and cheerfully inquired, "Brother Qin Feng, what dish would you like to have?" Qin Feng replied, "I have no particular preference." Let us see what uncle and aunt wish to eat. I'll be the one to cook today. Last night, Qin Feng had acquired extraordinary culinary skills, and it was the perfect opportunity to put them to use. Brother Qin Feng, how can you, as a guest, take on the task of cooking? Zhao Shuhan shook her head in protest. Guest or not, we shall all be one family from now on. These words caused Zhao Shuhan's cheeks to blush, rendering her irresistibly charming. Subsequently, Qin Feng began selecting ingredients, explaining his choices to Zhao Shuhan from a professional perspective. To craft a splendid dish, the selection of ingredients is of utmost importance. Although Zhao Shuhan's cooking was delightful, it could not compare to Qin Feng's newfound expertise. Brother Qin Feng, I never imagined you possessed such knowledge. Zhao Shuhan smiled as she watched him meticulously choose the ingredients. Qin Feng procured some greens, ribs, and carp. Before departing the mall, he also purchased 2 bottles of Maodai and some jewelry, primarily intended as a gift for Zhao Shuhan's mother. Brother Qin Feng, are you feeling nervous? As they approached the villa district, Zhao Shuhan glanced at Qin Feng with a smile in her eyes. Qin Feng shook his head. This was his second visit to this place. After a while, they arrived at villa number 15. Qin Feng alighted from the car, willingly carrying the ingredients and gifts, and then entered the villa's grand hall alongside Zhao Shuhan. Inside the hall, Zhao Hongchang was engrossed in his mobile phone. Beside him sat a woman whose features bore a resemblance to Zhao Shuhan's, though softened by the passage of time. Perhaps due to her recent busyness, her eyes revealed a hint of weariness. Father, mother, brother Qin Feng has arrived, Zhao Shuhan announced cheerfully upon entering. Uncle, aunt, Qin Feng greeted politely as he approached. Zhao Hongchang glanced at Qin Feng, nodded in acknowledgement, and said, Xiao Feng, long time no see. Please, have a seat. Wu Fangyi stood up with a smile. She was somewhat aware of Qin Feng's family background and thought that, aside from his modest means, he possessed no significant flaws. In truth, she had never intended to interfere in her daughter's romantic affairs, primarily because she felt she had owed her daughter too much during the years she was preoccupied with business, leaving little time for companionship. Fortunately, Zhao Shuhan understood their circumstances. Last night, Wu Fangyi had learned some of Qin Feng's recent accomplishments from Zhao Shuhan and found herself increasingly impressed with this young man. Mother, brother Qin Feng brought you a gift. Zhao Shuhan handed the jewelry to Wu Fangyi. Why bother with gifts just for coming over? Wu Fangyi chuckled. Accepting the gift, she prepared a cup of tea for Qin Feng. Xiao Feng, I heard from Shuhan that you are quite the computer expert. Qin Feng modestly replied, I am just average. Wu Fangyi countered, you are far too humble. To assist Qin Feng International in resolving such substantial issues demonstrates extraordinary capability. Securing 3 million in just one morning and becoming the cybersecurity consultant for Qin Feng International. Qin Feng was indeed unparalleled in Ningchuan City. Furthermore, Wu Fangyi was aware that he was also a prominent streamer with 8 million followers, enjoying immense popularity online. After chatting for a few minutes, Wu Fangyi donned an apron, intending to cook. Mother, let brother Qin Feng take charge. I wish to sample the dishes prepared by brother Qin Feng. Zhao Shuhan entered the kitchen and untied Wu Fangyi's apron. This is only Xiao Feng's second visit to our home. How can we have him cook? I can manage just fine, Qin Feng insisted. Mother, please heed my request. Having listened to Qin Feng's theories on ingredient selection, Zhao Shuhan was genuinely curious about his culinary prowess. You stubborn child. Wu Fangyi relented, stepping back from the kitchen. Now, it was Qin Feng's moment to shine. As a man endowed with extraordinary culinary skills, his knife techniques were impeccable. Even Zhao Shuhan, who watched in awe, was left speechless. Brother Qin Feng, I had no idea you were capable of this. After preparing all the ingredients, it was time to stir-fry. Qin Feng moved with the finesse of a 5-star chef, his actions remarkably deft. Sweet and sour carp, braised ribs. Each dish crafted by Qin Feng was a feast for the senses, visually appealing and bursting with flavor. After more than half an hour, all the dishes were ready. The tantalizing aroma wafting from the dining table made Zhao Hongchang and Wu Fangyi eager to dig in. Shuhan, has Qin Feng ever trained as a chef? Zhao Hongchang asked curiously. Perhaps not, Zhao Shuhan replied, somewhat uncertain. However, it seemed implausible that Qin Feng was entirely self-taught. Without a certain level of experience, how could he produce such delectable dishes? She turned to Qin Feng with a questioning gaze. Qin Feng explained, there is a recipe book at my father's house that I secretly studied. Let us taste and see how it turns out. Although he knew Zhao Shuhan and her family might be skeptical, Qin Feng could not conjure another explanation at that moment. I'll be the first to try. Zhao Shuhan picked up her chopsticks and sampled a piece of braised rib. The tender meat melted in her mouth, and the rich flavor instantly awakened her taste buds. Brother Qin Feng, this is simply exquisite. Zhao Hongchang and Wu Fengyi also sampled a piece, astonished by the remarkable quality of Qin Feng's culinary skills, which surpassed even those of the chefs at Jinwei Pavilion. Xiao Feng, your culinary talent is extraordinary, Wu Fengyi praised. Although Zhao Hongchang did not voice his thoughts, his expression spoke volumes. Please, do try the other dishes, Qin Feng encouraged with a smile. At that moment, he suddenly realized he had not seen Zhao Ming. By the way, Shuhan, where's your brother? Zhao Hongchang interjected. He returned home around 2 last night and is still asleep at this hour. From Zhao Hongchang's tone, it was evident he was displeased with his son. Zhao Shuhan added, my brother is like this during breaks, just ignore him. As they spoke, the sound of a door opening echoed from upstairs. Soon after, a disheveled Zhao Ming descended the stairs. Wow, it smells amazing. Why didn't anyone call me for dinner? Oh, Brother Feng is here too, Zhao Ming exclaimed. Zhao Hongchang scolded, look at the time. Feeling slightly intimidated by his father, Zhao Ming hurriedly explained, I haven't gone out for a late-night snack with friends in ages, so I lost track of time last night. I promise it won't happen again. Zhao Ming was also hungry, so he grabbed a bowl from the table and served himself a generous portion of rice. Upon tasting the culinary delights laid out before him, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Sis, these dishes are incredible. Who made them? Of course, it was Brother Qin Feng, Zhao Shuhan replied, a hint of exasperation in her voice. Zhao Ming turned to Qin Feng and exclaimed, Brother Feng, come be our chef at home. If I could enjoy such delicious dishes every day, I could easily finish 5 bowls in one sitting. Chapter 46. The secret of Zhao Shuhan. Qin Feng discerned that Zhao Ming was merely jesting, and thus he responded with a faint smile. It is undeniable that his culinary skills had indeed reached a pinnacle of excellence. Zhao Hongchang had initially intended to invite Qin Feng for a drink. Dad, I'm going out with Brother Qin Feng for a while. You should refrain from letting him drink, Zhao Shuhan interjected. Upon hearing his daughter's words, Zhao Hongchang reluctantly set down the bottle of liquor. Uncle Zhao, I promise to accompany you for a drink another time, Qin Feng assured, observing Zhao Hongchang's evident fondness for alcohol. The meal lasted for half an hour. After the feast, Zhao Shuhan proceeded to slice some fruit. Time flew by, and soon it was 1 o'clock. Dad, Mom, I'm going out to have some fun with Brother Qin Feng. Be careful outside, Wu Fengyi advised, not elaborating further. Got it, Mom. Zhao Shuhan took hold of Qin Feng's hand and exited the house. Aren't you driving? Qin Feng inquired. Zhao Shuhan shook her head, smiling. Brother Qin Feng, I wish to ride in your car. Qin Feng replied, my car is rather ordinary. It's not as comfortable as yours. Zhao Shuhan beamed, it doesn't matter. As long as I'm with Brother Qin Feng, even riding a bicycle is fine. With a resigned sigh, Qin Feng responded, all right, let us take a cab then. His Emgrand was still parked downstairs. Although he owned a sports car as well, he had no intention of revealing that to Zhao Shuhan just yet. Thus, they hailed a taxi outside the villa area. After a brief journey of about 10 minutes, they arrived at the apartment building. I forgot the car keys. I'll go fetch them, Qin Feng stated. Brother Qin Feng, I need to print a contract. Is there a printing shop nearby? Zhao Shuhan suddenly asked. I believe there's one across the street. Let me take you there. Qin Feng, not in a hurry to ascend, led Zhao Shuhan to the printing shop. Boss, I need to print a contract, 2 copies, please. Upon entering the shop, Zhao Shuhan produced a USB flash drive and handed it to the proprietor. The contract, consisting of only a few pages, was printed in under a minute. After settling the payment, Qin Feng curiously glanced at the printed contract. The title boldly proclaimed, Adaptation Rights Contract. What is this? Qin Feng inquired, turning to Zhao Shuhan. Zhao Shuhan giggled, hee hee, Brother Qin Feng, it goes like this. 6 months ago, I published a novel online, and unexpectedly, it became quite popular. Several companies are interested in adapting it for film and television. Qin Feng continued to scrutinize the contract. So you sold the rights to the novel? Zhao Shuhan clarified, not exactly. I only sold the rights for adaptation. The other rights remain with me. Qin Feng soon spotted the adaptation fee on the contract, 2 million in total. Shuhan, I had no idea you were such a prolific author. Zhao Shuhan borrowed a pen from the proprietor and signed the contract. Brother Qin Feng, this is the result of my hard work over the past 6 months. It pales in comparison to you, who can earn 3 million in a morning. As she signed, Zhao Shuhan remarked. Qin Feng smiled silently, harboring immense admiration for Zhao Shuhan. Her achievements were entirely due to her own talents, unlike his own circumstances. Before long, Zhao Shuhan completed her signatures on both copies of the contract. Both documents were to be mailed out, and once stamped by the film company, one copy would be returned. thereby taking effect at that point. Zhao Shuhan would receive the 2 million adaptation fee. After mailing the contract, Qin Feng ascended to retrieve the car keys. Shuhan, where would you like to go for fun? Brother Qin Feng, you mentioned teaching me how to swim. Let us go to the swimming pool. Though Zhao Shuhan's villa had a pool, she had no one to teach her and was often too timid to immerse herself alone. Very well. Qin Feng opened his map application, searched, and selected a nearby swimming facility known for its higher pricing. Starting the car, he set off with Zhao Shuhan. Before entering the swimming facility, Zhao Shuhan purchased a modest swimsuit and a swimming ring, claiming it was safer that way. Due to the higher prices, there weren't many swimmers at the facility. When Qin Feng appeared before Zhao Shuhan in his swim trunks, she was momentarily taken aback, her gaze captivated by his 8-pack abs. Brother Qin Feng, do you work out often? Qin Feng shook his head. Not really. Zhao Shuhan refrained from further inquiries, her cheeks flushing as she followed Qin Feng into the water. Swimming proved to be quite strenuous. An hour passed, and Zhao Shuhan was utterly exhausted. With Qin Feng's guidance, she learned quickly. Let us call it a day. We can come back another time, Qin Feng suggested, helping Zhao Shuhan back onto the pool deck. Zhao Shuhan smiled. I feel that next time, I'll be able to jump in by myself. Qin Feng playfully flicked her delicate nose. That's because you're intelligent and learn fast. Zhao Shuhan grasped Qin Feng's hand. No, it's because Brother Qin Feng teaches so well. The two made their way to the changing rooms, enjoying warm showers before dressing. Noticing Zhao Shuhan's weariness, Qin Feng decided to take her home to rest. Thus, they strolled hand in hand to the parking lot. Shuhan. Suddenly, a male voice called out from behind them. Zhao Shuhan turned, her brow furrowing slightly. Zhang Jun, a young man clad in a casual suit approached, his expression less than pleasant, followed by another young man. Shuhan, is this your boyfriend? Zhang Jun's gaze scrutinized Qin Feng. Indeed, Zhao Shuhan affirmed, inching closer to Qin Feng. Zhang Jun was a wealthy heir residing in the Xinghe Villa area and had previously pursued Zhao Shuhan, though his reputation was far from pristine. What does your boyfriend do? Zhang Jun appraised Qin Feng from head to toe. None of your business, Brother Qin Feng. Let us go, Zhao Shuhan urged, pulling him away. Observing their close demeanor, Zhang Jun's eyes flared with a hint of anger. Zhang Xiao, that guy dares to pursue the woman you fancy. I'll go give him a warning, one of Zhang Jun's lackeys declared, unable to contain himself. Zhang Jun raised his hand, signaling him to refrain from acting rashly. Let us not be hasty. First, we should investigate whether he has any backing. The lackey nodded, fixated on Qin Feng. Soon, he witnessed Qin Feng settling into the driver's seat of the Grand. Wow, Zhang Xiao, look, that guy is nothing but a poor loser. He is driving a domestic car, the lackey scoffed. This revelation elicited unabashed derision from Zhang Jun. I thought he might have some skills. Turns out he is just living off someone else. The lackey suggested, Zhang Xiao, I'll take a few people with me to beat him up and give him a warning. Zhang Jun replied, let us all act civilized. There is no need to resort to violence. Let us just give him a warning first, and then Chapter 47 warning. After listening to Zhang Jun's plan, the younger brother repeatedly praised him. Zhang Xiao is indeed resourceful. This matter is entrusted to me. Just wait for my good news. The younger brother patted his chest and assured him. Observing Qin Feng driving away, Zhang Jun's subordinate followed suit in his own vehicle. Qin Feng noticed but chose not to pay it much mind. He was curious to see what the other party intended to do. Zhao Shuhan, seated in the passenger seat, was not as vigilant as Qin Feng, thus failing to detect that Zhang Jun's subordinate was tailing them. Qin Feng Gij, if you encounter that Zhang Jun again, try to avoid any conflict with him, Zhao Shuhan advised. What sort of person is he? Qin Feng inquired with curiosity. Zhao Shuhan explained. His father is the chairman of a publicly listed company, with assets nearing 10 billion. Zhang Jun was once notorious as a playboy in Ningchuan City, but for reasons unknown, he had adopted a more low-key demeanor in recent years. Qin Feng's expression remained calm. He does have some background. However, he felt no cause for concern. By the way, Qin Feng Gij, do you still have plans to work part-time today? Qin Feng replied, I'll be doing ride-hailing in the evening. Zhao Shuhan, somewhat taken aback, realized that Qin Feng indeed had plans. Was he intending to experience every possible job? Qin Feng Gij, just make sure you don't work too late. Qin Feng nodded in acknowledgement. On their way back, Zhao Shuhan yawned several times, nearly succumbing to sleepiness. At last, Qin Feng delivered Zhao Shuhan back to the Xinghe Villa district. After today's swimming, you must be exhausted. Make sure to rest well, he said before she exited the vehicle. Qin Feng Gij, you too. You need to rest well before your part-time job tonight. Zhao Shuhan waved goodbye to Qin Feng as she watched him leave. As Qin Feng drove back to his rented apartment, He noticed that Zhang Jun's subordinate was still following him. He feigned ignorance and concentrated on driving. Once he parked downstairs, he took his car keys and headed upstairs. Zhang Jun's subordinate also exited his vehicle and trailed behind. In the stairwell, he caught up with Qin Feng. "You're Qin Feng, right? Stop right there." Qin Feng halted and turned to face Zhang Jun's subordinate. "Is there something you need? Kid, have you grown tired of living? You dare to pursue Zhang Xiao's girl. Do you know who Zhang Xiao's father is?" The subordinate's attitude was arrogant. Qin Feng shook his head. "Not a clue." "Let me enlighten you. Zhang Jun's father is the chairman of the Kaichuo Building Materials Group. You, a mere pauper, are not someone he can be trifled with. If you're wise, stay away from Zhao Shuhan. Otherwise, don't expect to continue living in Ningchuan City," Zhang Jun's subordinate warned with a cold snort. "On what grounds? On what grounds?" Zhang Jun's subordinate scoffed disdainfully, "Simply because Zhang Xiao's family is wealthy. If you had money, you could also be arrogant." Qin Feng spoke in a flat tone. "Have you finished your speech? If so, you may leave." Infuriated, Zhang Jun's subordinate struggled to contain his rage, pulling out a bank card from his pocket. "Aren't you just seeking easy money? This card contains 200,000. Take the money and steer clear of Zhao Shuhan from now on." He discreetly activated his phone's recording function, prepared to send the recording to Zhao Shuhan if Qin Feng agreed, hoping to expose Qin Feng's true nature. This was all orchestrated by Zhang Jun. Qin Feng let out a cold laugh. "Keep your money and get lost." He had seen through such petty tricks long ago. Without another word, he ascended the stairs. You've got guts. You will regret this." Frustrated by the failed plan, Zhang Jun's subordinate fumed. However, being alone, he refrained from taking action against Qin Feng. He cursed as he descended the stairs and proceeded to call Zhang Jun. "Zhang Xiao, the plan failed. That kid refused the money." On the other end of the line, Zhang Jun frowned. "What happened? Did he find the amount insufficient?" Zhang Jun's subordinate replied, "No, that kid is clearly refusing to drink the toast and instead is asking for punishment. Rest assured, Zhang Xiao, I will handle this and ensure he submits completely." After a long silence, Zhang Jun finally said, "You have 3 days. I do not wish to see him in Ningchuan City again. Leave it to me, Zhang Xiao." Upon returning to his room, Qin Feng, feeling bored, checked the balance on his bank card. With lottery winnings and rewards accumulated from the system over the past few days, he now possessed nearly 300 million. Such an amount would be a waste if not invested. He had already allocated 80 million to digital currency, clearly unable to add more. Suddenly, he thought of the stock market a few days ago. He had used a stock prediction card to identify 3 promising stocks, purchasing only one. The other 2 stocks are worth buying. Qin Feng was in no rush to leave. He opened Douyin's backend to check his messages, discovering a significant influx of private messages. His follower count had nearly reached 9 million. Astonishing. After browsing short videos for a few minutes, Qin Feng descended the stairs. To his irritation, he found that the white Emgrand parked at the roadside had been splashed with red paint, the pungent odor wafting in the air. Insulting messages were scrawled on the front and back doors. The paint was still wet, indicating it had been done recently. Without needing to guess, Qin Feng knew it was the work of Zhang Jun's subordinate. A crowd had gathered around the vehicle, discussing the incident. What did the car owner do to deserve this? His car was vandalized like this. Perhaps he crossed paths with someone important. Better to avoid trouble. Let us move on, there's nothing to see here. Oh, Zhang Jun, is this how you choose to play? Qin Feng remained silent for a moment, formulating a plan in his mind. Since they had dared to bully him, Qin Feng would not simply endure it. The windshield was coated in paint, rendering the car undrivable. Thankfully, his Ferrari was parked nearby. He returned upstairs to retrieve the keys for the Ferrari and drove to the stock exchange. "Sir, may I ask what business you wish to conduct?" Upon entering the exchange's lobby, a staff member approached him. "I'm looking for manager and," Qin Feng said, presenting his ID. The staff member verified his identity and, noting that he was a VIP client, showed heightened respect. "Mr. Qin, please have a seat in the VIP room. I will contact manager and immediately." Qin Feng nodded and walked towards the VIP room with familiarity. Shortly after, someone arrived to serve him tea, and soon after, Inya appeared. "Mr. Qin, hello? I've been eagerly awaiting your arrival." Inya was dressed in a black professional skirt, her figure voluptuous and graceful, exuding the unique charm of a mature woman. Since Qin Feng had purchased shares in New High Tech on Monday, the stock had been on a consecutive 4-day limit up streak. Chapter 48. Invest in stocks again. In this desolate stock market, Anya found it difficult not to question whether Qin Feng possessed some insider information. After all, He had invested a staggering 100 million yuan and additionally leveraged it threefold. Such audacity is beyond the reach of an ordinary individual. Sitting calmly in his chair, Qin Feng savored a sip of tea. Manager, I have a serious matter to discuss with you. Anya, initially believing Qin Feng intended to liquidate his holdings, remarked, securing profits seems prudent. Given the current climate, making any gains is already quite challenging. Her tone betrayed a sense of resignation. As the stock market languished, their exchange's business had similarly suffered a significant downturn. Qin Feng shook his head. No, what I wish to convey is that I need you to transfer an additional 200 million yuan into my account. He placed his bank card on the table. Anya was taken aback. Mr. Qin, do you intend to increase your position? The prospect of another 200 million piqued her curiosity about the source of Qin Feng's wealth. In the present climate, cutting losses and withdrawing from the market had become the norm. Few dared to follow Qin Feng's lead in infusing more capital. No, I have set my sights on another stock, Qin Feng elucidated. The stock of new high technology was not particularly large, and excessive investment could lead to unforeseen circumstances. Earning a few hundred million would suffice for Qin Feng, and he had other options at his disposal. Oh, Anya's interest was piqued. Which stock has captured your attention, Mr. Qin? When Qin Feng first arrived at the exchange, Anya had harbored doubts about his understanding of the market. However, after observing him over the past few days, she could not help but admire his keen insight. Achieve profitability under such market conditions already places one above 99 of individuals. Not to mention, the stocks selected by Qin Feng have experienced a consecutive 4-day surge in limits. With a smile, Qin Feng remarked, first, please assist me in transferring the funds. Anya nodded, took Qin Feng's bank card, and commenced the transaction. Before long, 200 million in funds was transferred into Qin Feng's stock account. Immediately, Qin Feng recited a string of stock codes. Anya entered the codes into the computer and, after a brief inquiry, turned to the screen and announced, Sheng & Company, the current stock price stands at 11 yuan and 86 cents. Mr. Qin, how much would you like to purchase? As she spoke, Anya glanced at Qin Feng, hesitating to continue. With a calm demeanor, Qin Feng replied, all of it. That I'm going all in? Anya stared at Qin Feng in astonishment, unable to suppress her concern. Mr. Qin, this stock has been in a downward trend for the past month. Are you certain you wish to invest the entire 200 million? Out of goodwill, Anya felt compelled to caution him, not wanting Qin Feng to find himself trapped in a poor investment. However, Qin Feng nodded resolutely. He was aware that this stock would soon witness 12 consecutive limit-ups, with the price potentially soaring to 38 yuan. This implied that an investment of 200 million could yield nearly 600 million in profit for Qin Feng. Unfortunately, he had already opened a margin account and could not leverage further. Very well then. Seeing Qin Feng's determination, Anya began the transaction. Time would ultimately reveal the accuracy of Qin Feng's foresight. One thing was certain, Qin Feng's family must possess considerable wealth. Coupled with the previous 100 million, he had already invested 300 million in the stock market. Venture into such a market under these circumstances felt akin to playing a game. Mr. Qin, do you have time this evening? I would like to treat you to dinner. Given Anya's esteemed background, she had no need to curry favor with clients. Her curiosity about Qin Feng was purely genuine. Another time. Despite the invitation from a beautiful woman, Qin Feng declined. This caught Anya by surprise. Many men sought to invite her to dinner, yet she seldom extended invitations herself. To be turned down this time left her feeling somewhat dejected. After concluding her tasks, Qin Feng exited the trading hall. His Ferrari LaFerrari was parked at the roadside, now surrounded by a throng of onlookers. They were fervently photographing the vehicle, with some even recording videos. Absurdly, a few individuals were live-streaming the scene. Never seen a luxury car before, have you? Qin Feng shook his head in exasperation, squeezing through the crowd to enter his car. Look, the owner has appeared. Anyone who can afford such an expensive sports car must be incredibly wealthy. Darling, don't leave. Some girls in the crowd, upon seeing Qin Feng start the engine, attempted to approach him for contact information. Excuse me, please. Qin Feng feigned ignorance, driving off in his car. Upon returning to his rented apartment, Qin Feng's first order of business was to photograph the vehicle that had been vandalized with paint. With cameras in the vicinity, reviewing the surveillance footage would surely identify the culprit. Deliberately damaging someone else's property could very likely result in imprisonment, and Qin Feng certainly had no intention of letting the matter slide. Back in his room, he powered on his laptop. Possessing top-tier hacking skills, he effortlessly accessed the local surveillance network. Knowing the approximate time of the incident, he began reviewing the footage. Soon, he made a significant discovery. 3 individuals were involved in the act. Although they wore masks, their physique suggested that one of them was a subordinate of Zhang Jun, the very person who had warned Qin Feng not long ago. Subsequently, Qin Feng began to gather information on that individual, and based on his findings, he quickly uncovered the identities of the other 2 accomplices. Simultaneously, he stumbled upon some compromising information regarding Zhang Jun online. 2 years prior, he had severely injured a woman in a bar fight. Had it not been for his affluent background, which allowed him to find someone to take the blame, he would have faced imprisonment. Chapter 49. Driving service. Zhang Jun's subordinate, feeling dejected, lamented, "I had 2 individuals splatter paint on Qin Feng's car. It must be him who reported it. I simply did not anticipate that the police would trace it back to me so swiftly." At that moment, the 3 of them were indeed wearing masks and had changed their clothes. The fact that the authorities managed to locate them so quickly was truly unexpected. Zhang Jun, somewhat irate, retorted, "Fool, you can't even handle such a trivial matter. Listen, keep your mouth shut and do not implicate me." Although it wasn't a grave offense, Zhang Jun wished to avoid any entanglements. "Rest assured, young Master Zhang, I will not involve you. However, could you possibly use your connections to extricate us?" Zhang Jun's subordinate was not keen on the prospect of incarceration. Presently, only Zhang Jun could save them. "Do not admit to anything. I will devise a plan. When one's own people are in trouble, one must protect them." "Understood, young Master Zhang," came the reply. After hanging up, Zhang Jun lost all desire to enjoy himself. "Young Master Zhang, have you encountered something unpleasant?" The woman in the car gazed intently at him, inquiring. Zhang Jun nodded, opting not to elaborate. After a moment of silence, he made a phone call. The call was directed to his lawyer, who advised a monetary settlement. Only through this route did Zhang Jun's subordinate have a chance of being released. Upon hearing the lawyer's suggestion, Zhang Jun's expression darkened. He had initially intended to issue a warning to Qin Feng, yet it had spiraled into this predicament. Truly unfortunate. However, at this juncture, Zhang Jun found himself with no alternative. After all, the initiative lay with Qin Feng. "Very well, you shall assist me with this matter, but remember, do not disclose that I sent you." Zhang Jun reminded him. "Understood, young Master Zhang. But what if the other party refuses to settle?" Zhang Jun's countenance grew grim. "If that occurs, I shall take matters into my own hands." He had no intention of letting Qin Feng off lightly. Meanwhile, Qin Feng was en route to pick up a passenger when he received a call from an unknown number, initially believing it to be from the client. "Mr. Qin, I am a lawyer from the Ningen firm. This call is to discuss the incident involving the paint splattering on your vehicle. If you agree to a settlement, my client will provide you with a new car." "How does that sound?" Qin Feng chuckled. "I'm afraid I must decline the settlement." He recognized that this lawyer was undoubtedly dispatched by Zhang Jun. Did Zhang Jun think that once his subordinate was released, he would simply let Qin Feng be? Qin Feng found that notion implausible. The rift between them had already been established, and Qin Feng had no intention of coddling Zhang Jun. The lawyer persisted. "Mr. Qin, I urge you to reconsider. To my knowledge, the repairs to your vehicle would cost no more than a few thousand. Offering you a new car demonstrates our utmost sincerity." Qin Feng replied with a smirk, "I do not desire a new car. I want the individuals responsible to face incarceration." The lawyer was taken aback, not expecting Qin Feng to be so obstinate. "How about this? In addition to the new car, we shall offer you 200,000. Surely that would suffice?" Qin Feng scoffed. "If I were to accept the money, would you not turn around and accuse me of extortion?" Human nature can be treacherous. Qin Feng had witnessed such incidents in the news before. The lawyer assured him, "Mr. Qin, that will not happen. You have my word." Qin Feng replied, "Do not waste your breath. Regardless of the conditions you propose, I shall not agree to a settlement. If there is nothing further, then this discussion ends here." Qin Feng was not in need of money, nor did he fear Zhang Jun. In life, one must be accountable for one's misdeeds. Seeing that Qin Feng would not yield, the lawyer's tone shifted. "Mr. Qin, I advise you to think carefully. In this world, there are some individuals you cannot afford to offend." Qin Feng chose not to respond, simply hanging up. He was curious to see how Zhang Jun would retaliate on the other side. The lawyer, having failed to fulfill Zhang Jun's directive, steeled himself to report back. "Young Master Zhang, Qin Feng refuses to settle." Upon hearing this, Zhang Jun was furious, as it was evident that Qin Feng was intent on opposing him. "Very well, I understand." He resolved to leverage his connections in hopes of extracting his subordinate. If that failed, he would have no other recourse. As for Qin Feng, Zhang Jun had no intention of letting him off the hook. Qin Feng, you shall pay the price for your choices today. Cursing inwardly, Zhang Jun, still unsatisfied, requested Qin Feng's phone number from the lawyer and began composing a text message. Qin Feng, it appears you have no intention of remaining in Ningchuan City. We shall see how this unfolds. Qin Feng quickly received the message. Unsurprisingly, it was from Zhang Jun. He chose to ignore it, continuing on his way to pick up the passenger. The client's location was at a restaurant. Upon arriving at the designated spot, Qin Feng attempted to call the client. However, after 2 unsuccessful attempts, no one answered. I forgot to start the live stream. Remembering the live stream task assigned by the system that remained unfulfilled, Qin Feng activated his phone streaming feature. Within mere seconds, viewers began to enter the live stream. Finally, the streamer has started broadcasting. What is the streamer up to? No way, the streamer is surely doing a driving service. Observing Qin Feng on his folding electric bike, donned in a safety helmet, many viewers in the live stream had already deduced his activity. The streamer is truly entertaining. Seems like a busy day. Qin Feng had initially intended to interact with the viewers, but at that moment, the client called. I apologize, I wasn't paying attention to my phone. Have you arrived? The voice belonged to a woman, and it was quite pleasing to the ear. I am at the entrance of the restaurant's parking lot, Qin Feng replied. Just walk right in. I'll be waiting for you inside. I'm the one in the white outfit. Qin Feng promptly rode his folding electric bike into the parking lot. The lot was not large, and he quickly spotted the client. At that moment, a woman in her 30s stood beside a black BMW, holding a designer handbag. She wore a white top paired with form-fitting jeans. Her attire was unassuming, yet it did little to conceal her figure, which could rival that of a goddess. Although her features were not stunning, her physique was undoubtedly a significant asset. Hello, I am the driving service you requested. As Qin Feng approached the woman on his folding electric bike, he could detect a strong scent of perfume mingled with the fragrance of alcohol. It seemed she had indulged quite a bit. As this woman appeared on the live stream, the audience erupted with excitement. Particularly, some lecherous viewers began flooding the chat with comments. Wow, that figure is incredible. I'm experiencing a severe case of Mengda syndrome. Where is this streamer? I'd gladly drive for free, even pay to do so. Chapter 50. Another opportunity card. The car keys are here. Upon noticing Qin Feng's handsome appearance, the woman couldn't help but steal a few more glances at him. Simultaneously, she retrieved a set of keys from her Biajit IT. Was then that she noticed the phone hanging from the car's dashboard. Are you still live streaming? Qin Feng accepted the car keys and explained, I'm live streaming to earn a little pocket money. If it bothers you, I can turn it off. The woman shook her head. It's fine. She assumed that Qin Feng's live stream wouldn't attract too many viewers. After saying this, she opened the car door and took a seat inside. Qin Feng folded his electric scooter and placed it in the trunk. After starting the car, he reconfirmed the destination with the woman. Once assured, he drove out of the parking lot. The woman, having consumed a fair amount of alcohol, had flushed cheeks. You look to be quite young. You must still be a student. What brings you out as a chauffeur? She appeared somewhat bored and initiated a conversation with Qin Feng. I'm just taking advantage of the summer break to earn some money, Qin Feng replied with a smile. The woman nodded, giving him another once-over. Well, that's quite responsible of you. How much do you earn for a job like this? Qin Feng explained, it depends on the distance. After the platform takes its cut, there's not much left. Ultimately, it's hard-earned money. Especially as a chauffeur, most orders come in at night, requiring one to stay up late. That does sound quite taxing. Young man, have you ever considered becoming a model? I forgot to mention, my profession is modeling, the woman said, pulling a business card from her bag. The card bore the name of a modeling agency. You might want to think it over. It's at least better than being a chauffeur. Qin Feng nodded politely and accepted the business card, although he had no intention of pursuing that path. Along the way, the woman threw a few flirtatious glances at Qin Feng, who remained focused on driving, pretending not to notice. Her destination was a nearby residential area, and within a mere 10 minutes, Qin Feng completed the order. Before departing, the woman handed him a note containing her real phone number and address. Testing the waters? What official could withstand such a test? As Qin Feng rode away on his folding electric scooter, he casually discarded the note into a trash bin. Being excessively handsome can indeed be a burden. Is the streamer leaving already? She even handed you a note. Do you not understand what that implies? Truly a man of steel. Qin Feng continued to accept orders. Time flew by, and around midnight, the system notification chimed. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing your part-time task. You have received an opportunity card. You have earned 20 million in cash. Pleased with yet another opportunity card, Qin Feng planned to use it the following day. After finishing today's part-time task, he intended to grab a bite before heading home to rest. He bid farewell to his viewers and subsequently closed the live stream when his phone rang. Brother Feng, I'm treating you to a late-night snack at Xiangxiang Barbecue. Hurry over. The voice of Lin Kuan came through the phone. I'll be there shortly. Knowing the location, Qin Feng promptly rode his folding electric scooter over a traffic light. He encountered a familiar face. Qin Feng, where are you headed? Zhou Runan, who had been busy with a task and had just emerged from the police station, looked fresh and composed. Officer Zhou, what a coincidence. I'm off to grab a late-night snack. Dressed in plain clothes, Zhou Runan appeared quite striking. Although she owned a car, she typically rode a two-wheeled electric scooter for convenience. I was just feeling a bit hungry too. Where shall we eat? My treat? Qin Feng shook his head, saying, no need. I have a friend joining me. Zhou Runan smiled. It's fine. I can afford to treat a few more. She had wanted to invite Qin Feng for a meal yesterday, but he had declined, citing a lack of time. All right then, I'll let my friend know. Unable to refuse further, Qin Feng sent Lin Kuan a text, agreeing to meet at Xiangxiang Barbecue. Qin Feng, judging by your attire, are you working as a chauffeur? Zhou Runan inquired curiously. Qin Feng nodded. You guessed it correctly. Zhou Runan remarked, I feel like you're busier than I am. As the green light illuminated, they drove through the intersection. A few moments later, they arrived at Xiangxiang Barbecue. Upon entering, Qin Feng spotted Lin Kuan waiting for them. Brother Feng, come over. Lin Kuan called out. Qin Feng approached with Zhou Runan, making introductions. This is my friend, Zhou Runan. And this is my childhood friend, Lin Kuan, still in university. Lin Kuan nodded at Zhou Runan and asked Qin Feng, Brother Feng, your friend is stunning. What does she do? Zhou Runan answered, I'm a police officer. Lin Kuan felt a twinge of nervousness. That's quite impressive. He hadn't anticipated that Qin Feng was acquainted with a police officer. Qin Feng patted Lin Kuan on the shoulder. Don't be anxious. This isn't an investigation. It's just friends enjoying a late-night snack together. Despite his reassurances, Lin Kuan remained somewhat uneasy. Tonight, I'm treating, so don't hold back. Zhou Runan said with a gentle smile. As it was a buffet, they could freely indulge in whatever they pleased. Zhou Runan grabbed some utensils and selected a variety of seafood. Seizing a moment alone with Qin Feng, Lin Kuan said, Brother Feng, I initially thought you were going to introduce me to a girlfriend, but who knew? Qin Feng chuckled. If you have the charm, you could win her over. Lin Kuan shook his head vigorously. Brother Feng, please, don't joke with me. I lack that kind of prowess. By the way, the reason I invited you out tonight was to update you on the cryptocurrency situation. Lin Kuan pulled out his phone and displayed a price chart. Brother Feng, the cryptocurrency you advised me to buy has already doubled in value. Should we cash out immediately? If successful, that would mean 80 million in hand. Qin Feng cast a helpless glance at Lin Kuan. Look at you, so eager. Can't you think a little further ahead? Qin Feng's goal extended far beyond just 80 million. Lin Kuan chuckled awkwardly. Brother Feng, I'm just concerned about the price dropping. His worries were not unfounded, considering it was a substantial sum. All right, go grab something to eat. Qin Feng chose not to delve further into the cryptocurrency discussion, as he already had plans in mind. The three of them sat together, enjoying the barbecue. Zhou Runan suddenly remarked, Qin Feng, I've already helped you donate that 800,000. Qin Feng replied, as long as it's been donated, that's what matters. With Zhou Runan's character, he wasn't concerned about her misappropriating the funds. Chapter 51. Zhang Xiao is infuriated, and the consequences are severe. What do you mean by 800,000? Lin Kuan looked at Qin Feng with a puzzled expression. Qin Feng replied, a few days ago, I assisted the police in capturing a criminal, and they offered a bounty. Lin Kuan was taken aback. 800,000 in bounty. Brother Feng, you are truly impressive. However, he had no inkling that Qin Feng had donated all of that money. Brother Feng, how about we have a drink? Lin Kuan inquired. No more drinking. I still have to drive back later. Although he was merely riding a two-wheeled electric scooter, safety awareness was paramount. Upon hearing this, Lin Kuan abandoned the thought of drinking. Although it was a self-service barbecue, they did not indulge excessively as they needed to rest upon returning. When they left, Zhou Runan took the initiative to settle the bill. She happened to be going the same way as Qin Feng, so they rode back together on the electric scooter. After passing through 3 or 4 intersections, the two finally parted ways. Qin Feng continued on alone to his rented accommodation. Meanwhile, 3 cars closely followed him. Their intentions were far from benign. Qin Feng noticed this and maintained a calm demeanor, already surmising the situation. He rode his folding electric scooter into a deserted alley. It was late at night, and the alley was dimly lit and eerily silent. By the roadside, two small Jerrys rummaged through food scraps. Upon hearing a noise, they quickly scurried into a drain, vanishing without a trace. As the roar of engines intensified, a car ahead overtook Qin Feng and abruptly blocked his path, obstructing his escape. Soon after, the two cars behind closed in as well. Qin Feng found himself with no retreat. The doors of the three cars swung open, and a group of burly men clad in vests emerged, their eyes gleaming with malice as they coldly regarded Qin Feng. Some of them wielded long steel pipes. Qin Feng quickly counted. There were a total of 12. These individuals had come for him. Qin Feng's expression remained Chapter 52. Business opportunity? Damn, how can this woman be so formidable? Zhang Jun finally panicked. He dashed towards the car, preparing to withdraw. Given the current circumstances, it was no longer feasible to subdue Qin Feng. He might very well end up being subdued himself. Zhou Runin had already taken down 4 individuals, while the others had been dealt with by Qin Feng. As she faced the last opponent, he was reluctant to concede defeat at her hands, fighting tenaciously. Do you see what this is? Zhou Runin asserted, stepping on the man beneath her, once again brandishing her credentials. What? You really are a police officer? At last, the man was struck with fear, no longer daring to retaliate. Is she truly a police officer? Zhang Jun was also taken aback, never anticipating the situation would escalate to this point. He understood that assaulting a police officer was a grave offense. His parents might not be able to protect him. This is the end. Zhang Jun's complexion turned pale as he swiftly entered the vehicle. Drive quickly. Zhang Jun shouted to the driver within. If they did not leave soon, there would be no opportunity to escape. Okay, young Master Zhang. The driver composed himself and complied with Zhang Jun's orders. The car reversed for a short distance before suddenly accelerating away from the scene. How dare they flee? Zhou Runin noted the license plate number and immediately sent a message, instructing nearby officers to intercept. She also called in a few on-duty officers to assist. Are you all right? Qin Feng approached Zhou Runin and inquired. On the ground, the defeated individuals lay in disarray, groaning in pain. Zhou Runin's hair was somewhat tousled, yet she was uninjured, shaking her head. I'm fine. What is the name of the one who escaped? How did you provoke him? Zhou Runin looked at Qin Feng and posed 2 questions. That guy is called Zhang Jun. Qin Feng briefly recounted the events of the day, including Zhang Jun's background to Zhou Runin. Ah, so he is a wealthy second generation. But it's not a significant issue. He won't be able to escape. Qin Feng nodded and asked, weren't you supposed to return? Why did you come back? Zhou Runin explained, I felt something was amiss, so I followed. Given your prowess, you certainly had no trouble dealing with these individuals. A few minutes later, 2 police cars arrived at the scene. The crew Zhang Jun had brought was also taken away. Once all was settled, it was already past 1 in the morning. Qin Feng and Zhou Runin each returned to their respective abodes to rest. Meanwhile, Zhang Jun, possessing some means, vanished after his escape. Although he went to bed rather late, Qin Feng awoke the next day feeling invigorated. The first thing he did upon rising was check if the system's part-time tasks had refreshed. However, to his surprise, he discovered Frowny Face system is upgrading. With a sense of bewilderment, Qin Feng inquired, System, how long will this upgrade take? At most 2 hours. During the system upgrade, tasks will not be issued temporarily. Other functionalities remain operational. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng suddenly remembered he had yet to utilize the business opportunity card he received the previous night. System, please use the business opportunity card. Business opportunity card used successfully. Ningchuan City's Ice Lemon Milk Tea is on the brink of bankruptcy, urgently in need of funding. In 6 months, this milk tea brand will become a nationwide sensation, valued at 200 billion. It will achieve the top position in the country within 5 years. Ice Lemon Milk Tea? After perusing the predictive data on the business opportunity card, Qin Feng felt quite astonished. In a time when milk tea shops proliferate, it was remarkable that a brand could rise above the rest and even secure the top spot nationally. Truly impressive. Subsequently, Qin Feng went online to gather more information, discovering that the founder of Ice Lemon Milk Tea was a young woman named Yao Mengjia, who had recently graduated. The brand emphasized green health and high-end quality. Given its premium nature, the prices were undoubtedly steep. Thus far, this milk tea brand had established its own unique traits, but due to its niche appeal, it had been operating at a loss. This indeed presents a splendid opportunity. Since the business opportunity card had forecasted such results, Qin Feng was determined not to let this chance slip away. After completing his morning routine, he gathered additional information online and promptly set off in his sports car en route. Qin Feng received a call from Lin Kuan. "Brother Feng, it has risen. It has risen." Lin Kuan's voice was filled with excitement, nearly stammering as he spoke. "What has risen? Please organize your thoughts first." Qin Feng replied, exasperated. "The digital currency. The price of each coin has surged to 35 yuan, more than double." It was no wonder Lin Kuan was so exhilarated, as the 80 million Qin Feng had invested had now generated nearly 200 million in returns. Remarkably, this had occurred within just 2 days. Truly astonishing. "All right, I understand. Keep monitoring it." Qin Feng shook his head, his tone measured. Although the price of digital currency had increased significantly, it was still not the time to cash out. In Ningchuan City, outside an investment company, Yao Mengjie arrived early in the morning. She had scheduled a meeting with the company's general manager to secure an investment. After waiting for quite some time, the office hours finally commenced, yet the general manager of the investment company did not appear. "Excuse me, has Manager Qin arrived?" Yao Mengjie inquired of the front desk staff. "Do you have an appointment?" the staff member asked. "I called Manager Qin the day before yesterday to arrange a meeting this morning," Yao Mengjie replied. "Please wait a moment. Manager Qin should be on his way." Thus, Yao Mengjie waited for another half hour. She had approached several investment companies, but regrettably, none had shown her any regard. The milk tea shop was in urgent need of funds. If this continued, it would inevitably have to shut its doors. After investing over 2 million and even mortgaging her family's home, Yao Mengjie was reluctant to accept failure. Finally, the corpulent Manager Qin arrived, albeit tardily. "Manager Qin," Yao Mengjie greeted him. "Miss Yao, let us discuss in the office." Manager Qin gestured for her to follow him inside. "Would you care for a cup of tea?" Manager Qin asked as he took a seat and prepared to boil water for tea. "Manager Qin, no need for that. Let us get down to business," Yao Mengjie replied. After a moment of silence, Manager Qin turned his gaze towards Yao Mengjie and smiled. "Miss Yao, I have reviewed the business plan you submitted the other day. To be honest, I am not very optimistic. Given the multitude of milk tea brands currently available, carving out a niche is exceedingly challenging." Yao Mengjie responded, "Manager Qin, perhaps you are not fully aware of our milk tea brand." She wished to continue, but was interrupted by him. "Miss Yao, you are putting me in a difficult position, and besides, your funding gap is rather substantial. To secure investment from the company, even if you pass my scrutiny, it still needs to be approved by the chairman." Chapter 53. How to collaborate. Manager Qin displayed a troubled expression. Yao Mengjie said, "That is precisely why I wish to ask for your assistance, Manager Qin. Moreover, I am willing to relinquish 40% of my shares." In her pursuit of investment, Yao Mengjie made the utmost concession. Manager Qin, deep in thought, rhythmically tapped his fingers on the table. Suddenly, his sharp eyes began to appraise Yao Mengjie, the intent of his gaze unmistakably intrusive. He rose, a smile plastered across his face, and approached Yao Mengjie, attempting to pat her delicate shoulder. A frown creased Yao Mengjie's brow, a flicker of disdain crossing her features as she swiftly stepped back to evade Manager Qin's unwelcome advance. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Manager Qin withdrew his outstretched hand after a prolonged pause. "Miss Yao, I am more than willing to assist you," he remarked. "However, I am currently occupied with other matters. How about we reconvene at a different location for lunch to discuss this?" Yao Mengjie opened her mouth to respond, but at that moment, Manager Qin produced a hotel room key from his pocket. "Manager Qin, what do you mean by this?" The smile vanished from Yao Mengjie's face. Even the dullest individual could grasp the implications of Manager Qin's intentions, inciting her anger. "Miss Yao, take your time to think it over. Whenever you are ready, feel free to come find me," Manager Qin said, unperturbed, with a smirk. "Manager Qin, I never anticipated you to be this kind of person," Yao Mengjie retorted, her teeth clenched. She was a woman of principles and would never acquiesce to such outrageous demands for the sake of her career. If necessary, she would close the milk tea shop and resort to working to pay off her debts. At that moment, Manager Qin's smile faded. "Miss Yao, we are all adults here. Why should I assist you without cause?" he countered. "You must understand, it is you who is seeking my help. Expecting to receive investment without offering anything in return. Where in the world does such an opportunity exist?" Yao Mengjie shook her head in protest. "You are distorting the concept. Manager Qin, we are discussing a business collaboration. If you believe in my project, then an investment is warranted for mutual benefit. If you do not, you are free to decline outright. There is no need for this." Yao Mengjie detested the unspoken rules of the industry, and today was no exception. Her chest heaved with indignation. Manager Qin chuckled coldly, sinking back into his office chair, producing a nail clipper to tend to his nails. Miss Yao, let us be realistic. Before coming here, you must have visited several investment firms. Which company has shown interest in your project? I only wish to extend a helping hand because I recognize your struggles. Yao Mengjia's countenance stiffened. If that is the case, there is nothing more to discuss. With that, she turned on her heel and exited the office without a backward glance. Had she known Manager Qian's true character, she would have never set foot in his office. Vile woman, pretending to be so principled in front of me. I refuse to believe you. 1T returned to beg for my assistance. Watching Yao Mengjia's retreating figure, Manager Qin scoffed softly. Upon exiting the investment firm, Yao Mengjia gazed at the hurried vehicles on the street, her expression one of confusion. Just then, her phone rang. Seeing it was her mother, Yao Mengjia composed herself and answered. Mom, what's wrong? She inquired. Dear, the bank just called again, her mother replied. They said if we cannot repay the loan within 3 days, they will seize the house. Given the situation, your father and I are considering moving to the countryside. Yao Mengjia's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Mom, it's all my fault. Dear, don't say that. We supported your entrepreneurial venture from the start, and we continue to do so now. Do not burden yourself with guilt. Reflect on the experience. There will be opportunities in the future, her mother consoled her over the phone. Thank you, Mom. After hanging up, Yao Mengjia contemplated her next steps. Selling the equipment in the shop might yield some funds, but it would be far from sufficient to clear her debts. Well, I suppose I'll take things one step at a time, she resigned herself, feeling at a loss. Just as she was about to drive home, her phone rang again. Seeing an unfamiliar number, Yao Mengjia hesitated before answering. Is this Miss Yao Mengjia? Yes, it is. I am Qin Feng, he introduced himself. I am at your milk tea shop and would like to discuss a potential collaboration. Yao Mengjia was taken aback. Collaboration? May I ask who you are? Qin Feng replied, I am Qin Feng. I noticed that your milk tea is quite delightful, distinctly different from others, and your shop has a unique charm. Aside from being slightly pricier, he could find no faults, as the emphasis was on health and quality ingredients. Then how do you envision this collaboration? A glimmer of hope ignited in Yao Mengjia's eyes. Rather than directly proposing to invest, Qin Feng tentatively inquired, your brand is available for franchising, correct? After a moment of silence, Yao Mengjia spoke candidly. Mr. Qin, you may not be aware, but my shop is on the brink of closure. So, franchising is off the table. Qin Feng admired her honesty and continued, if it's a matter of insufficient funds, I can't invest directly. Yao Mengjia thought she must have misheard. Mr. Qin, are you serious? After expending much effort seeking investors with no success, the prospect of someone volunteering to invest reignited her hope. Of course I am serious. How about you come to the shop and we can discuss this in person? All right, Mr. Qin, I'll be there shortly. Yao Mengjia's heart raced with excitement as she drove back to the milk tea shop. Meanwhile, Qin Feng sat in the establishment, savoring his milk tea. No sooner had he finished his drink than Yao Mengjia rushed back in. It was just as the shop opened for the day, and aside from Qin Feng, there were no other patrons. Upon seeing Yao Mengjia, the 2 employees greeted her, but she waved them off and walked straight to Qin Feng. You must be Mr. Qin, she ventured, noticing his youthful appearance and feeling uncertain. Qin Feng looked up, appraising her briefly before nodding. Yao Mengjia took a seat opposite him and detailed the recent operations of her milk tea shop along with her thoughts. Qin Feng listened patiently, refraining from interruption. After a few minutes, Yao Mengjia concluded her account. What percentage of shares do you hold in the milk tea shop? 70%, Yao Mengjia replied. In the early days of her venture, she had 2 significant partners, but due to ongoing losses, they had withdrawn. Now, she retained the majority of the shares. However, the shop's inability to turn a profit rendered her holdings moot. Chapter 54, Successful System Upgrade. I require 60% of your shares and 3 million. What do you say? Additionally, I will provide you with 5 million for the promotion of your milk tea brand. If that proves insufficient, I shall supplement it later. Qin Feng articulated his terms. Upon hearing Qin Feng's offer, Yao Mengjia was rendered speechless, staring blankly at him. Her milk tea shop had been incurring losses and was hardly worth such a sum. Mr. Qin, you cannot be serious? Yao Mengjia felt as though she were in a dream. Qin Feng shook his head, his expression earnest. Though it may appear that you have gained, I assure you, I shall not incur losses in the future. Yao Mengjia felt a surge of excitement, yet her rationality persisted. Mr. Qin, the shares I hold are virtually worthless. A hint of bitter irony graced her smile. When she first embarked on her entrepreneurial journey, she naively believed she could carve out a realm of her own. Yet, after enduring the harsh realities of society, she realized that entrepreneurship was an exceedingly arduous endeavor, especially for someone like her without any connections. No, I believe they hold value, Qin Feng replied with a smile. Although he was spending millions today, the future returns would be manifold. Faced with Qin Feng's enticing proposition, Yao Mengjie endeavored to maintain her composure. Mr. Qin, what about the management rights of the milk tea shop moving forward? With Qin Feng acquiring 60% of the shares, he would ostensibly become the controlling party. I shall not partake in the management. All future decisions will rest in your hands. This can be stipulated in the contract. As long as there are profits to be made, Qin Feng was indifferent to management rights. Moreover, since Yao Mengjie was the founder, it was best for her to steer the venture's future. Hearing Qin Feng's assurance, Yao Mengjie finally felt a sense of relief. Her greatest fear was that a major shareholder would meddle in management. If that were to occur, the venture would surely falter. Mr. Qin, thank you for your trust. I shall prepare the contract immediately. Yao Mengjie had a digital contract ready, though some details required modification. After a brief interval, the contract was duly signed. Qin Feng transferred 8 million from his bank account, thereby acquiring 60% of the shares in Iced Lemon Milk Tea. 3 million was allocated to Yao Mengjie, while the remaining 5 million was designated for promotional efforts. If you require additional funds in the future, do not hesitate to call me. Understood, Mr. Qin. Yao Mengjie felt elated, for the most challenging days seemed to be behind her. Furthermore, with Qin Feng's generous investment, she no longer needed to fear a shortage of funds. At this juncture, the primary focus was on promotion, establishing the brand, and ultimately achieving profitability. Though this would not be an immediate accomplishment, at the very least, a direction had been established. From now on, you may simply call me Qin Feng. I shall not keep you any longer. I will take my leave. Having successfully acquired the shares, Qin Feng intended to head home. Yao Mengjie nodded, escorting him out of the milk tea shop. No need to see me off. Qin Feng retrieved the key to his LaFerrari from his pocket and opened the door. With a roar of the engine, the sleek sports car pulled out of the parking space. Only when Qin Feng's vehicle had vanished from sight did Yao Mengjie return to the shop. With funding secured, she was determined not to betray Qin Feng's trust. Within a villa, Zhang Jun sat in the living room, his face marked by fatigue. His injured hand had been treated and was now heavily bandaged, yet the pain persisted. After fleeing the previous night, he had taken refuge here. The doors swung open, and a lavishly dressed noblewoman hurried inside. Mother, what is the current situation? Zhang Jun approached briskly. Inquiring, he knew that hiding indefinitely was not a viable solution. The police would eventually locate him. Observing the injury on her son's hand, the noblewoman expressed concern, stating, "The situation is rather dire. The police are still actively pursuing your whereabouts. Furthermore, someone disseminated a considerable amount of damaging information about you online last night, and public sentiment is decidedly unfavorable for us." Zhang Jun's complexion paled. How could this happen? In the past, he had committed various misdeeds, ultimately paying others to take the blame. If this were to be uncovered, he would undoubtedly face imprisonment. The noblewoman replied, "Someone is targeting us from the shadows. But do not worry, your father and I will handle it." Zhang Jun nodded, but another grave concern crossed his mind. "Mother, am I to remain in hiding indefinitely?" The noblewoman sighed. "I have consulted a lawyer, and regrettably, there are no effective solutions. Therefore, you must leave the country for a time. Rest assured, it won't be long before we can reunite abroad." Given the number of people involved in the altercation, not to mention the assault on the police, even their family's wealth could not absolve Zhang Jun. Zhang Jun felt a surge of resentment. "Mother, my injuries are all thanks to that Qin Feng. I cannot allow him to escape unscathed." A flame of hatred ignited in Zhang Jun's eyes. After returning from the iced lemon milk tea shop, the system successfully upgraded. However, today's side task had yet to refresh. System, what is happening? Yet the system remained unresponsive, akin to a frozen state. After several inquiries yielded no response, Qin Feng decided to disregard it, opting to pass the time by initiating a live stream. Shortly after 11, his phone suddenly rang. "Qin Feng, I'm downstairs at your building. Come down. I need to discuss something with you." The voice of Zhou Runin resonated through the phone. Without inquiring further, Qin Feng ended the live stream and descended the stairs. "Over here." Zhou Runin emerged from a sleek black car, waving at Qin Feng. Upon seeing her, Qin Feng approached immediately. Let's talk in the car. Zhou Runan opened the door and gestured for Qin Feng to enter. What is it? Why the secrecy? Qin Feng settled into the back seat. Zhou Runan opened the driver's side door and joined him. I have a favor to ask. Have you eaten yet? Would you like to grab a bite first? Qin Feng replied, I haven't eaten. Please tell me what it is. Well, we have a computer at the bureau that has been encrypted, and we cannot access it. You are skilled with computers, so I thought you might give it a try. Rest assured, if you succeed, there will be benefits for you. Since Qin Feng had previously assisted Qin Feng International in resolving a significant issue, Zhou Runan believed he would be capable. An encrypted computer? Is it very complex? Qin Feng inquired, not overly concerned about the promised benefits. Zhou Runan nodded gravely. It is quite complex. Our bureau's technical experts are at a complete loss. Beep. The host has triggered a temporary task. Assist the police in decrypting the computer. System, I thought you were unresponsive. Qin Feng was taken aback by the system's voice and questioned it. The system is not unresponsive. It merely entered a brief state of dormancy. Noting Qin Feng's silence, Zhou Runan added, You can take a look first. If it's truly unfeasible, then we shall leave it be. Chapter 55. Master Composer, Qin Feng nodded slightly. Since this was a temporary task triggered by the system, it was certainly not something he could refuse. Although he was not particularly concerned about the benefits promised by Zhou Runan, the rewards from the system were undeniably enticing. Zhou Runan suggested, Let's go have a meal first. We can head over right after we've eaten. It was evident that she was somewhat anxious. Otherwise, she wouldn't have come personally to seek out Qin Feng. Doesn't your police station provide lunch? There is, but it may not suit your palate. Qin Feng replied with a smile, No matter, as long as there is food, let us be on our way. He was not one to be picky. All right. Zhou Runan promptly drove towards the police station. Suddenly, she seemed to recall something and added that Zhang Jun has not been apprehended and is likely to have escaped from Ningchuan City. After Zhang Jun's escape last night, Zhou Runan had dispatched personnel to monitor Zhang Jun's family. However, Zhang Jun's father held considerable influence and connections in Ningchuan City, making it quite challenging to locate him if he chose to hide his son. Can we be certain of that? Allowing Zhang Jun to slip away would pose a significant risk, especially since he had some background. Zhou Runan shook her head. This is merely my conjecture. Last night, numerous scandals regarding Zhang Jun surfaced online. If all of them are true, then it's likely that Zhang Jun will end up spending a considerable amount of time behind bars. He may have already realized this, hence fleeing was his only option. Zhou Runan articulated her inner thoughts. She was accustomed to solving cases, which made her analytical and meticulous. After listening to Zhou Runan's analysis, Qin Feng nodded in agreement. Zhou Runan continued, We have issued a wanted notice. Once he is spotted, we will certainly capture him. But I fear he might escape abroad. Noticing Qin Feng's silence, Zhou Runan added, You should be careful from now on. I have a sense that Zhang Jun's father will not let this matter rest easily. Qin Feng had injured Zhang Jun, thus creating animosity between them. While he was quite capable in combat, a direct confrontation was far easier to evade than a hidden attack. I understand, Qin Feng replied. If the situation was indeed as Zhou Runan suggested, he would not hold back. Approximately 10 minutes later, they arrived at the police station parking lot. We're here, let's get out. Zhou Runan turned off the engine, opened the door, and stepped out. Qin Feng took a glance out of the car window before following suit. Just follow me. Zhou Runan led Qin Feng into the lobby and up the stairs. Soon, they arrived at an office where two individuals, one male and one female, were present. On the desk before them sat two laptops. Captain Zhou. Upon seeing Zhou Runan return, the two officers rose to their feet. Allow me to introduce, this is Qin Feng, the computer expert who resolved a significant issue for Qin Feng International. Zhou Runan proceeded to introduce Qin Feng to the two officers, both of whom were highly skilled technical personnel within the department. I heard you are currently a cybersecurity consultant for Qin Feng International. Achieving such accomplishments before even graduating from university is truly remarkable. The male officer extended his hand to Qin Feng, his eyes filled with admiration. They had been among the first responders during the hacking incident at Qin Feng International, but due to their limited capabilities, they had been unable to contribute significantly. Initially, they had considered bringing in an external technical expert, only to be surprised when Qin Feng resolved the issue in just 2 hours. He was indeed impressive. All right, let us not waste any time. Please brief Qin Feng on the issues we encountered. Zhou Runan was keen to make progress. The male officer nodded and guided Qin Feng to the computer desk. The laptop that needs to be decrypted is this one. I've examined it. The internal components have been tampered with, making it impossible to forcibly remove the hard drive. The current challenge is that the laptop's password is exceedingly complex. We have been trying to crack it all morning with no success. Though they did not explicitly state it, Qin Feng could deduce that this laptop had likely been acquired from a suspect containing sensitive information. After all, as an outsider, he was not privy to the details. Let me take a look. Qin Feng took a screwdriver and carefully removed the back cover of the laptop. As the officer had mentioned, the internal components had indeed been modified. After reassembling the back cover, Qin Feng pressed the power button, but access to the computer required a password. How is it going? Are you confident? Zhou Runan and the other two officers watched Qin Feng intently. I'll give it a try. Qin Feng did not overstate his confidence, seated himself, and began his attempts. I'll go grab you a takeout meal. Zhou Runan stepped out of the office. Qin Feng's fingers danced swiftly across the keyboard. Attempting to crack the password forcefully would be time-consuming, whereas Qin Feng had alternative methods. The two remaining technical personnel observed Qin Feng's actions, and as time went on, they found themselves unable to comprehend what he was doing. Minutes passed, and Zhou Runan returned with the packed meal. Noticing Qin Feng engrossed in his work, she chose not to interrupt him. Several more minutes elapsed. Done. With a final keystroke, Qin Feng pressed the enter key decisively. He bypassed the password and successfully accessed the computer. At this point, the two technical personnel were thoroughly impressed by Qin Feng's expertise, their gazes now tinged with respect. That was quick. Zhou Runan approached and discovered that Qin Feng had indeed accomplished the task. This young man was undeniably skilled. I'll go eat now. Qin Feng moved aside, taking the meal Zhou Runan had packed for him, and began to eat with relish. First, let us check if there's any useful data inside. Zhou Runan instructed the two personnel. They nodded in unison and commenced their operation. Qin Feng, we owe you a great deal of gratitude this time. Zhou Runan smiled at Qin Feng, realizing that this young man always brought unexpected surprises. Not only was he adept in combat, but his driving skills surpassed those of professional drivers. Most importantly, his computer skills were equally exceptional. You've been of tremendous help, so you certainly deserve some reward. How about this? I'll apply for a banner of commendation for you later. Qin Feng responded, all right, I was just joking. Let us confirm the data on the computer first, and then we can decide on the cash reward. Qin Feng replied, I'm merely a concerned citizen, doing what I can, so I would prefer to forego any reward. Given Qin Feng's current assets, he genuinely found little appeal in the cash reward. Zhou Runan sighed, I know you don't care about it, but it is what you rightfully deserve. Just then, the system notification chimed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the temporary task. He acquired mastery in music theory, achieved proficiency in all instruments, obtained junior composer mastery. In that instant, the three skills flooded into Qin Feng's consciousness. Chapter 56. Hacking into the dark web. To Qin Feng's astonishment, he unexpectedly acquired 3 skills related to music all at once, and notably, there were no cash rewards this time. Nevertheless, these skills were not without merit, as they could pave the way for a future in musical composition. The password has been cracked. I will return after I have eaten, he declared. With the task completed, Qin Feng intended to head back and resume his live stream, for his streaming duties remained unfulfilled. Zhou Runan interjected, do not be in such a hurry. There may be a need for your assistance shortly. You can wait outside for a bit. It will only take half an hour. Regrettably, as Qin Feng was still a student, Zhou Runan contemplated inviting him to join the police force. A versatile talent like Qin Feng could thrive in any environment. Very well then. Given Zhou Runan's insistence, Qin Feng acquiesced to wait. After all, one must see matters through to the end. He promptly took his meal outside to eat. Zhou Runan, not being a technical expert, exited the office to attend to other matters. After finishing his meal, Qin Feng found a spot to sit. Bored, he glanced at the system panel once more, only to discover that today's part-time tasks had yet to refresh. System, what is going on? No part-time tasks today. According to previous patterns, part-time tasks were typically released in the morning. Could it be that the system had encountered a glitch following the upgrade? No part-time tasks available today. System upgrade successful. Future part-time task difficulty will increase. It is advisable for the host to prepare for the forthcoming challenges. The system provided an explanation to Qin Feng. Upon hearing this, he felt a sense of anticipation. An increase in difficulty implied more substantial rewards. He began scrolling through short videos, and thus, 10 minutes slipped by. Zhou Runan approached him once more. Qin Feng, I apologize. I need your help again. A hint of remorse adorned Zhou Runan's face, for she had kept Qin Feng waiting for so long. Qin Feng nodded and rose to his feet. What I am about to tell you must remain confidential, Zhou Runan cautioned, as the matter involved sensitive case details. I understand, Qin Feng replied. Zhou Runan continued, earlier this morning, our police force discovered a suspicious man at a hotel in Ningchuan City. Unfortunately, he was quite skilled and managed to escape after injuring 2 officers. We found a computer in his room, the very one you just hacked. As of now, we have not been able to locate the whereabouts of that man. Zhou Runan paused momentarily. So what now? Qin Feng inquired, gazing into Zhou Runan's slightly frosty eyes. Zhou Runan elaborated. The data from that computer suggests that the man is an international assassin. As for the target he intends to eliminate in Ningchuan City, that remains under investigation. Qin Feng fell silent for a moment. What can I do? The computer retains an address for the dark web, but it requires verification to access, which is why I would like you to give it a try. There may be information regarding that assassin within. Qin Feng was taken aback. The dark web? As a man well-versed in hacking, he was fully aware of what the dark web entailed. I'll give it a shot. He followed Zhou Runan back into the office. Inside, the 2 technical personnel were still attempting to breach the dark web. Only through this means could they gather information about the assassin. How is it going? Zhou Runan asked. The 2 technicians shook their heads, their expressions laden with helplessness. Let Qin Feng give it a try. After all, our capabilities are rather limited. They recognized that their skills paled in comparison to Qin Feng's and promptly stepped aside to offer him their seat. Qin Feng did not decline. He simply wished to resolve the matter swiftly and return home. Truth be told, he approached the dark web with a sense of curiosity. Once seated, he commenced his operations. Rather than logging in via verification, he directly hacked into the dark web server. For others, this might pose a significant challenge, but for Qin Feng, it was merely a trivial task. He swiftly infiltrated the dark web and accessed the back end, where all data became visible. The 2 technicians were left speechless, their eyes wide with astonishment. They had never before encountered a hacker of Qin Feng's caliber. It was widely known that the dark web's IPs were exceedingly difficult to trace, and its defenses were formidable, let alone breaching the back end. Yet, Qin Feng accomplished this feat in mere seconds. It was truly unfathomable. Once inside the back end, the rest was straightforward. By examining the traces left on the computer, Qin Feng quickly filtered out the assassin's information. Alias, Snow Wolf, foreign national, previously served in a special forces unit. Skilled in disguise and concealment, with a particular expertise in orchestrating bomb attacks. He has accepted 27 assignments on the dark web, with 1 failure. As for why Snow Wolf had come to Ningchuan City, the information did not reveal that detail. It was likely he had received the contract offline. After reviewing the data Qin Feng had compiled, Zhou Runan's expression turned grave. The presence of such an assassin in Ningchuan City, with an unknown target, posed a significant Chapter 57. Zhao Shuhan's concerns. After conversing with Zhao Shuhan for a while, Qin Feng commenced his live broadcast. As evening approached, Zhao Shuhan finally completed her manuscript and exited her room. In the living room, Zhao Ming was engrossed in a mobile game. Where's Dad? Zhao Shuhan inquired. He's in the backyard, Zhao Ming replied, his focus unwavering as he continued playing. Disregarding her brother, Zhao Shuhan made her way out through the back door. There, she found Zhao Hongchong, smoking a cigarette, his brow furrowed as he gazed into the distance, seemingly lost in thought. Dad, why are you daydreaming alone in the backyard? Zhao Shuhan asked. It was only when she approached that Zhao Hongchong snapped back to reality. I was just contemplating some business matters. What's on your mind? Zhao Hongchong turned to face his daughter. Dad, soon I will be dining at Jinwei Pavilion with brother Qin Feng and would like to borrow your membership card. Jinwei Pavilion was considered an upscale restaurant, inaccessible to the general public. It's in my wallet in the living room. Feel free to take it, Zhao Hongchong replied, a hint of resignation evident on his face. All right, thank you, Dad. Zhao Shuhan beamed, turning to head back inside. Wait. Zhao Hongchong suddenly called out to his daughter. Dad, is there something wrong? Zhao Shuhan halted, looking back at him with a puzzled expression. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Hongchong said, Shuhan, the restaurant industry has been somewhat sluggish lately, and I feel that it has become increasingly challenging for the Dalong Group to continue its expansion. The current state of the restaurant industry was highly competitive, prompting Zhao Hongchong to consider a change in direction. Dad, are you thinking of abandoning the restaurant industry? Zhao Hongchong shook his head. It's not about abandoning it. If we can continue to grow, that would be ideal. My current idea is to invest in more promising sectors. Shuhan, What are your thoughts on the new energy vehicle industry? Zhao Shuhan, possessing remarkable intelligence and a keen business acumen, had accurately predicted 2 years prior that the new energy sector would experience significant growth. Indeed, in the past 6 months, several new energy vehicle companies had seen their market values soar, with 3 or 4 even reaching the trillion yuan mark. Unfortunately, during that period, the Dalong Group was still in the midst of rapid expansion and could not allocate much funding, thus missing the opportunity to enter the market. Dad, investing in new energy vehicles at this point may not be a wise choice, Zhao Shuhan analyzed. Many companies have inflated valuations, and a substantial correction is likely on the horizon. Zhao Hongchang probed further. So, you are not optimistic about new energy? Zhao Shuhan shook her head. New energy is undoubtedly the trend of the future, but there is currently a bubble. Until the market stabilizes, I would not recommend entering. After hearing Zhao Shuhan's perspective, Zhao Hongchang fell into deep thought once more. Upon reflection, he recognized the validity in his daughter's reasoning, especially as she was analyzing from a macroeconomic standpoint. Shuhan, what industry do you see potential in? Zhao Hongchang continued his inquiry. Artificial intelligence. Zhao Shuhan confidently proclaimed. Artificial intelligence? Zhao Hongchang pondered. Zhao Shuhan elaborated, the future will undoubtedly lean towards intelligent robotics and autonomous driving. That in recent years, numerous companies abroad have emerged focusing on artificial intelligence research, and breakthroughs may be imminent. Entering the market now would not be too late, as there is a significant gap in this field domestically. Zhao Hongchang nodded in agreement with his daughter's insights. In fact, he had also been keeping an eye on the artificial intelligence sector but had yet to make a definitive decision. Hearing his daughter's thoughts alleviated any lingering doubts he had. It seems we must act swiftly to establish our position. Zhao Shuhan continued, however, I am somewhat concerned that once artificial intelligence matures, many individuals may find themselves unemployed. Zhao Hongchang responded, artificial intelligence is merely a tool. It depends on who wields it. If utilized effectively, it could potentially benefit all of humanity. I believe the advantages outweigh the disadvantages, Zhao Shuhan remarked with a slight nod. Let us hope for that. The future trend seems inevitable, and as an ordinary individual, she could not alter its course. Moreover, this technology is akin to chips, abundant abroad but lacking domestically, which may lead to similar constraints in the future. Dad, I'm heading out now. Don't stay out too late, Zhao Hongchang cautioned. Zhao Shuhan returned to the living room, retrieved the Jinwei Pavilion membership card, and drove off to meet Qin Feng. Upon arriving at the rental building, she found Qin Feng waiting for her. Brother Qin Feng, do you not have any part-time work today? Qin Feng entered the car and smiled. I'm taking a day off. Then let us set off. Zhao Shuhan drove towards Jinwei Pavilion. The streets were somewhat congested in the evening, and it took nearly 20 minutes for them to reach the restaurant's parking lot. Upon entering the lobby, Qin Feng unexpectedly encountered a familiar face. Xiao Feng, what a coincidence. The wrinkled face of Nkaigwa broke into a smile as he approached Qin Feng, flanked by 2 imposing bodyguards. Mr. N. Qin Feng exclaimed in surprise at the unexpected encounter. Grandpa N. Zhao Shuhan recognized Nkaigwa and greeted him with a smile. You are... Nkaigwa scrutinized Zhao Shuhan, momentarily unable to place her. Grandpa N. My father is Zhao Hongchang. We met during the new year, Zhao Shuhan clarified. Nkaigwa smacked his forehead. I am truly getting old, forgetting even Zhao Hongchang's daughter. I remember your name is Shuhan, right? Zhao Shuhan nodded. You are not forgetful at all, Grandpa N. You are simply quite busy. Old age does come with its challenges. Nkaigwa chuckled. Xiao Feng, could it be that Shuhan is your girlfriend? Nkaigwa had initially intended to introduce his granddaughter to Qin Feng, but discovered that he already had a girlfriend. Qin Feng nodded in acknowledgement. What a match made in heaven. Nkaigwa remarked as he appraised the two, clearly impressed. He held Zhao Shuhan in high regard. Her poised elegance and status as a student at Yinjing University made her a quintessential academic achiever. Hearing Nkaigwa's praise, Zhao Shuhan's cheeks flushed slightly. I have reserved a private room. Come dine with us. Nkaigwa extended his invitation. He had always admired Qin Feng, having shared a meal with him at this very establishment not long ago. Grandpa N, I want to intrude on your gathering with Qin Feng, Zhao Shuhan interjected. Not at all. I merely arranged to meet a few old friends from the business association. ITS, just a meal, not a business meeting. Nkaigwa reassured them as he placed an arm around Qin Feng's shoulders, making it difficult for him to decline. Then we shall benefit from Grandpa N's generosity, Zhao Shuhan conceded with a slight sigh of resignation. The group entered the elevator together and soon arrived at the private room Nkaigwa had booked. Inside, 6 or 7 individuals were already seated. Aside from two men of similar age to Nkaigwa, the rest were middle-aged gentlemen. Upon Nkaigwa's arrival, the others stood to greet him. Chapter 58. Danger averted. It is evident that among them, Nkaigwa holds the highest status. Director, may I inquire about this young man? The crowd expressed curiosity regarding Qin Feng's identity. After all, being brought here by Nkaigwa is no small feat. Zhao Shuhan, however, recognized him as the daughter of Zhao Hongchang. This is Qin Feng, our cybersecurity consultant at Qin Feng International. If you have been browsing the internet, you might have come across his remarkable exploits. Upon hearing Nkaigwa's words, some began to recall. I remember now. A while back, a young man saved a mother and daughter from a flood in Ningjiang. That incident even trended on social media. It was indeed this young man. As this was mentioned, others began to reminisce. I believe this lad is quite skilled. I once read about him defeating 10 opponents single-handedly. They held considerable influence in Ningchuan and were generally attentive to current events. Qin Feng, I wonder if you have a girlfriend? Someone hinted at Qin Feng. He promptly took Zhao Shuhan's hand and declared, Shuhan is my girlfriend. Zhao Shuhan's cheeks flushed once more. Nkaigwa interjected. You should refrain from pursuing young Feng. Let us order some delightful dishes first. The meal lasted over half an hour, during which Qin Feng indulged in a fair amount of alcohol with Nkaigwa and the others. Zhao Shuhan was well aware of Qin Feng's tolerance and felt no concern. After dining, they took the elevator to the ground floor and proceeded towards the parking lot. Two individuals, having consumed a significant amount of alcohol, swayed unsteadily as they walked. Fortunately, each had their own driver, making their return home assured. Young Feng, I did not expect you to possess such a strong constitution for alcohol, remarked Nkaigwa, who, due to health reasons, had only sipped a small portion. Others exhibited varying degrees of inebriation, yet Qin Feng appeared unaffected, as if he had merely consumed water. Thank you for your hospitality, Grandpa. Next time, I shall visit you with my brother Qin Feng. Zhao Shuhan smiled sweetly at Nkaigwa. Very well, just inform me ahead of time. Then we shall take our leave, Zhao Shuhan said, grasping Qin Feng's hand as they prepared to depart. Just then, a voice from the system resonated in Qin Feng's mind. Bomb detected nearby, imminent explosion, host's life is in grave danger. Emergency protocol is being initiated. Activation successful. Bomb has been transferred to system space. Danger averted. A bomb. Qin Feng furrowed his brow. Upon inspecting the system space, he noticed a bomb had indeed materialized. System, are you certain this won't result in my demise? The bomb is activated, but it will detonate in 3 seconds. Moreover, there is no concept of time within the system space, ensuring the bomb will not explode. Unless, of course, the host retrieves the bomb once more. Hearing the system's clarification, Qin Feng finally exhaled in relief. As long as he did not tamper with the bomb, he was safe. System, where was the bomb located? Qin Feng inquired, eager to ascertain the target of the bomber. Under the Rolls-Royce. Qin Feng immediately glanced towards Nkaigwa's vehicle. There was no mistaking it. The intended target was Nkaigwa.at that moment. Qin Feng recalled an incident at the police station earlier that day involving a hitman known as Snow Wolf, who had infiltrated Ningchuan City with an unclear objective. This individual was adept at bomb-making.it. Now seemed highly likely that Snow Wolf was behind this plot, targeting Nkaigwa. Fortunately, the system had detected the danger in advance. Otherwise, even Qin Feng could have fallen victim. Instantly, Qin Feng scanned the surroundings vigilantly for any other suspicious figures. Young Feng, is something amiss? Nkaigwa inquired. Grandpa, I sense something is off. Just moments ago, as I entered the parking lot, I noticed someone loitering near your vehicle. Qin Feng fabricated a reason, intending to make Nkaigwa aware of the potential danger. Directly stating that there was a bomb beneath the car would be difficult to explain, especially since it had already been relocated to the system space. Is that so? Nkaigwa frowned. For safety's sake, perhaps we should check the surveillance footage, suggested Qin Feng. The parking lot was equipped with cameras, and a quick review would clarify matters. All right. Nkaigwa's brow furrowed deeply as he glanced at his Rolls-Royce before re-entering the main hall of Jinwei Pavilion. Brother Qin Feng, what have you discovered? Zhao Shuhan asked. I merely have an unsettling feeling. Please wait here and do not wander off, Qin Feng replied, withholding the bomb's details to avoid alarming Zhao Shuhan. Given Nkaigwa's stature, accessing the surveillance footage would be a straightforward task. The manager of Jinwei Pavilion personally led them to the monitoring room to review the video. As anticipated. Shortly after Nkaigwa exited his vehicle, a man disguised as a janitor approached Nkaigwa's car. The man crouched down and swiftly produced a black object from his person, placing it beneath the vehicle. Witnessing this scene, Nkaigwa's complexion drained of color. The manager of Jinwei Pavilion also wore a grim expression. Although they could not ascertain what the man had placed under the car, it was evident that their restaurant's security was severely lacking. Director In, I sincerely apologize. I shall have someone investigate immediately. Nkaigwa ignored the manager's concerns and turned to Qin Feng. Young Feng, what is your opinion? If the man had indeed planted a bomb, getting into the chapter 59. The disappearance of Zhang Shuiying. Nkaigwa's expression was grave as he nodded thoughtfully. He pondered, who could possibly have dispatched an assassin to target him? Moreover, what precisely was that enigmatic black object left by the assassin? And why had it vanished into thin air? Staofeng, I truly appreciate your help this time. Had it not been for Qin Feng's timely warning, Nkaigwa would have remained oblivious to the assassin's intentions. No need for thanks, and Lao, Qin Feng replied. I shall take my leave now. Do ensure your own safety. Subsequently, accompanied by his bodyguards and under the escort of several police officers, he returned to the inn residence.as for the Rolls-Royce. Zhou Runan intended to have it towed back to the precinct for further examination. Simultaneously, she orchestrated a search operation, dispatching officers to scour the vicinity for any suspicious individuals. Qin Feng, were you the first to discover the assassin? Zhou Runan inquired as she approached him. Her intuition suggested that the disappearance of the black object might somehow be linked to Qin Feng. He harbored numerous secrets, and bizarre occurrences surrounding him were not uncommon. I merely sensed that something was amiss. Qin Feng's response mirrored his earlier tone. Do you think the item the assassin placed could have been a bomb? Zhou Runan pressed on. I cannot say for certain, Qin Feng replied, feigning ignorance as if he were an outsider to the events. The more he spoke, the more inconsistencies arose, and he was keen to keep his secrets concealed. Is there any way for you to locate the assassin within Ningchuan City? The assassin, known by the moniker Snow Wolf, was adept at disguise, which posed a significant challenge for Zhou Runan. Given the vastness of Ningchuan City, a thorough investigation seemed implausible. Waiting for the assassin to reveal himself would place them in a precarious position. Qin Feng remarked, identifying an assassin in Ningchuan City is exceedingly difficult. Your only task is to covertly protect An Lao. Eventually, the assassin will show himself, Zhou Runan responded with a hint of resignation. For now, we have no other choice. Very well, you may return, Zhou Runan concluded. Having gleaned no further information, Qin Feng nodded and sought out Zhao Shuhan. Zhao Shuhan awaited him alone, her expression laden with concern. Brother Qin Feng, has something significant occurred? Why have the police arrived? Qin Feng briefly explained. Someone attempted to harm An Lao, but their efforts were thwarted. We should leave this place. By now, darkness had descended, enveloping the earth in night. Upon exiting Jinwei Pavilion, Zhao Shuhan continued to worry for Nkaigwa. Has Grandpa offended someone? Qin Feng replied. An Lao oversees a company worth billions. It is inevitable to ruffle feathers in the business world. The business realm, too, resembled another form of a treacherous society, rife with hidden dangers. Indeed. Zhao Shuhan nodded in agreement, exclaiming, sometimes, being an ordinary person has its merits. Qin Feng offered a non-committal smile and shifted the topic. It's still early. Shall I take you to see a movie? Sure. They both got into the car, with Zhao Shuhan at the wheel, as Qin Feng had consumed a fair amount of alcohol. Meanwhile, the assassination plot had faltered, leaving Snow Wolf in a foul mood. However, with the police on their way, he had no choice but to retreat. Disguised as a janitor, he had successfully planted a bomb beneath Nkaigwa's Rolls-Royce. Since the bomb was set to detonate via remote control, he had taken refuge in a nearby high-rise, observing through binoculars. The moment Nkaigwa entered the vehicle, it would spell his doom. However, after dining, Nkaigwa was accompanied by several affluent individuals, prompting Snow Wolf to reconsider. If he could eliminate those wealthy associates as well, it would undoubtedly enhance his reputation within the assassin's realm. To his utter shock, Chapter 60. Triggering a temporary mission. Upon reaching this point, an ominous premonition surged within Qin Feng's heart. Could it be that Zhang Shuiying had truly encountered a deranged murderer? If that were the case, the situation would indeed be dire. Xiaofeng, is there any way to investigate? The landlady had been watching anxiously from the side, hopeful that Qin Feng would deliver good news. Not yet. Ding. Host has triggered a temporary mission. Rescue Zhang Shuiying. Completion of the mission will yield a fortunate gift package. Hearing the system's voice, Qin Feng's heart sank. It was indeed true. Zhang Shuiying was in trouble. He then attempted to locate the surveillance footage from the alley. As a top-tier hacker, such minor challenges were hardly insurmountable for him. Unfortunately, fate had other plans, as the network in the alley was experiencing issues. Consequently, Qin Feng had no choice but to resort to examining the surveillance footage from the intersection. Upon reviewing the footage, he made a significant discovery. Zhang Shuiying had indeed entered the alley on her electric scooter at that time. However, the footage from the other end of the street revealed that she had not exited for an extended period. "That's my daughter." Seeing Zhang Shuiying in the surveillance video, the landlady appeared particularly agitated. "There's no doubt about it. Sistering encountered trouble there." Qin Feng continued to observe, and within the next 3 minutes, 3 cars emerged from the alley. Through further comparison, he discerned that one of the vehicles bore a counterfeit license plate, making it a prime suspect. However, swiftly locating the whereabouts of that vehicle through the surveillance footage proved to be a futile endeavor. Once the car left the city limits, it would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Nevertheless, Qin Feng was not without options. He swiftly typed several lines of code into his laptop, successfully filtering out hundreds of phone numbers that had appeared in the alley during that time frame. After eliminating the majority of static numbers, the task became considerably easier. 5 to 6 minutes later, through comparing the vehicle's trajectory, Qin Feng successfully pinpointed one number. While the exact number of individuals in the car remained unknown, one of them was undoubtedly linked to that phone number. At that moment, the vehicle's path was still in motion, though it had already distanced itself from the city. "Auntie, I will bring Sistering back," Qin Feng declared, picking up the keys to his Ferrari and preparing to depart. "Xiao Feng, I'm counting on you." The landlady could only place her hopes in Qin Feng. Nodding in acknowledgement, Qin Feng dashed down the stairs. After getting into the sports car, he called Zhou Runan to briefly explain the situation. Zhou Runan, preoccupied with tracking down the assassin known as Snow Wolf, had yet to rest. "You say your friend is in trouble? All right, I will notify the nearby police and have them find a way to intercept. If you need any assistance, feel free to contact me at any time." After receiving Zhou Runan's assurance, Qin Feng hung up. He started the engine and set off in pursuit. Simultaneously, his phone displayed the movement trajectory of the targeted number. As long as the other party did not turn off their phone, Qin Feng could follow them. He dared not waste any time and accelerated down the road. Fortunately, the late-night traffic was relatively light. Upon exiting the city, Qin Feng increased his speed once more. The distance between them continued to close. The suspect's vehicle was not traveling fast, clearly wary of drawing attention, while Qin Feng felt no such apprehension. After a little over 10 minutes, the targeted number came to a stop in front of a house in a small town. Worried for Zhang Shuiying's safety, Qin Feng pressed the accelerator. 10 minutes later, he finally arrived, parking his car at the roadside. He swiftly exited the vehicle and approached the house. The lights inside were still on, and as he neared the front door, he could see the vehicle with the fake license plate parked in the yard. 100 meters away, several other houses could be seen, with the sound of barking dogs echoing in the distance. Without hesitation, Qin Feng scaled the wall and entered the yard. "Who goes there?" A middle-aged man suddenly emerged from the living room, regarding Qin Feng with suspicion. "Were you the one who brought a woman back just now? If so, hand her over," Qin Feng demanded coldly. The middle-aged man's expression shifted, perhaps out of fear. His speech became somewhat incoherent. I have no idea what you're talking about. If you don't leave, I'll call the police," he threatened. Qin Feng scoffed, charging toward the man, seeking death. The middle-aged man abruptly drew a knife from his person and lunged at Qin Feng. Qin Feng deftly dodged, landing a powerful punch that sent the man sprawling to the ground. He rolled several times before finally coming to a stop, dropping a phone in the process. Qin Feng recognized it instantly. It was Zhang Shuiying's phone. He picked it up, surmising that Zhang Shuiying must be inside the house. At that moment, footsteps echoed, and another middle-aged man rushed out from the living room. "What is going on?" "Brother Jiang, this kid must." Chapter 61. Skills, bomb expert. Due to the considerable distance, Qin Feng refrained from summoning the landlady. Moreover, at such a late hour, it would be quite inconvenient for her to make the round trip. "Xiao Feng, I entrust you with the care of Shuiying," she said. "Once she awakens, please have her call me at her earliest convenience." "Understood, Auntie," Qin Feng replied before hanging up the phone. Not long after Qin Feng departed from the residence, the police arrived at the scene. The 2 middle-aged men were taken away. While awaiting Zhang Shuiying's recovery, 2 officers approached him to inquire about the events that transpired. Qin Feng answered their questions one by one. "Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the temporary task. You have acquired the skill, bomb expert. You have received a cash reward of 25 million. Bomb expert." Qin Feng pondered in confusion as a surge of information swiftly integrated into his mind. It turned out that this skill would enable him to proficiently master the art of bomb construction, installation, and disarmament. Although he had no immediate use for it, he deemed it beneficial to possess such a skill. Finally, after approximately half an hour, Zhang Shuiying's long eyelashes fluttered a few times before she struggled to open her eyes. "Where am I?" Zhang Shuiying mumbled, gazing at the ceiling above her hospital bed. She attempted to move, but her body was entirely unresponsive, devoid of any strength. The surrounding silence instilled a sense of fear within her. "Lie still and do not move," Qin Feng said as he rose from his seat, entering her line of sight. Zhang Shuiying made an effort to speak, opening her mouth but failing to produce any sound. "Do not be afraid. I am here, and this place is safe," he reassured her. "Rest for a few more minutes, and you should be able to speak." Zhang Shuiying's eyes flickered as if she were trying to respond to Qin Feng. She then closed her eyes, seemingly lost in thought. After several more minutes, she finally found her voice. Qin Feng, how did I end up here?" "You were taken away by someone. Do you not remember?" Qin Feng prompted. Zhang Shuiying strained to recollect, a look of terror suddenly crossing her face, causing her body to tremble slightly. I recall that as I was returning home from work, I passed through an alley and saw an old man fall by the roadside. I did not think much of it at the time and stopped to help. Then I caught a whiff of a strange scent, and I must have lost consciousness." Upon hearing that she had been taken, Zhang Shuiying's complexion paled further. She realized that she had likely been targeted by nefarious individuals. Qin Feng speculated that the old man she mentioned must have been one of the middle-aged men in disguise, intending to lower her guard. "Qin Feng, did you save me?" Zhang Shuiying asked. Qin Feng nodded. "You are safe now. We will return home shortly." "Did the bad guys do anything to me?" She pressed further. "No." Upon hearing his response, Zhang Shuiying finally exhaled in relief. "Qin Feng, I truly cannot thank you enough. Had it not been for his timely intervention, the consequences could have been dire." Qin Feng handed Zhang Shuiying her phone. "Your mother is quite worried about you. Please call her." Zhang Shuiying nodded, accepting the phone. She noticed that the screen was cracked, but thankfully it still functioned properly. She located her mother's number and dialed. "Mom, I'm at the hospital. I'll be heading back with Qin Feng shortly." "Thank goodness. It's all thanks to Xiao Feng this time," her mother replied. After exchanging a few brief words, a few more minutes passed, and Zhang Shuiying was finally able to move her hands and feet. "Qin Feng, let us go home," she said, looking at him. She was eager to leave the hospital and return home. "Can you stand?" Qin Feng inquired. "If you help me up, I believe I can walk," she replied. With that, Qin Feng approached the bedside and assisted Zhang Shuiying to her feet. After speaking with the attending physician, he guided her out of the hospital to in the hospital parking lot. Zhang Shuiying settled into the passenger seat of the Ferrari LaFerrari. It was her first experience riding in such a luxurious sports car. On the way back, she gazed out at the night scenery, lost in her thoughts, remaining silent. After a considerable time, they finally arrived downstairs. Zhang Shuiying had regained her strength and no longer required Qin Feng's assistance to ascend the stairs. Upon seeing her daughter return, the landlady was overcome with joy, and the two women embraced tightly. "Xiao Feng, I am truly grateful. I am at a loss for how to repay you," the landlady said, wiping her tears. "Auntie, Shuiying and I are friends." "There is no need for such formalities," he replied. "Please rest early." After safely escorting Zhang Shuiying home, Qin Feng returned to his room. After breaking a sweat, he indulged in a refreshing hot shower before retiring to bed. The next day, Qin Feng awoke around 8 o'clock. His first action, Chapter 62. An impromptu task, composing a song. "I did not mean it that way," Qin Feng chuckled. Zhou Runan surveyed Qin Feng's modest abode and remarked, "You are not lacking in funds at present. Why do you still reside in such a small place?" Zhou Runan was well aware that Qin Feng was currently a prominent internet celebrity with nearly 10 million followers. Given his capabilities, achieving financial independence should pose little challenge for him. "I am in the process of relocating," Qin Feng replied. Although he possessed a villa, he had yet to move in. "Have you managed to locate the assassin known as Snow Wolf?" Zhou Runan shook her head. "No, he is quite adept at disguises. Aside from waiting for him to make a move, we have few alternatives," she continued. "What we can ascertain is that he remains in Ningchuan City and has not departed. Their foremost objective now was to ensure the safety of Enkaigua. I came to discuss last night's incident with you," Zhou Runan stated. "The two arrested individuals were committing crimes for the first time. Fortunately, your reaction was swift. Otherwise, your friend could have faced dire consequences. Indeed, those two middle-aged men lacked experience. Had they turned off their mobile phones, Qin Feng would likely have been unable to rescue Zhang Shuiying in such a short span of time. Ningchuan City has been rather turbulent lately. There have already been 5 cases of disappearance this month, all involving women. The main perpetrator has yet to be apprehended, so please advise your female friends to exercise caution. Zhou Runan suddenly recalled something and added, "Do you have any leads at all?" Qin Feng expressed his curiosity. In this era of advanced information, it seemed implausible to have no clues whatsoever. There are some, albeit very few, and we currently lack the means to solve the case, Zhou Runan explained. The pressure on the police was considerable. With the assassin blending into Ningchuan City, they had been working overtime frequently. However, there was little that could be done about it. Noticing Qin Feng's silence, Zhou Runan continued, "You assisted us in cracking the computer yesterday. I have arranged a cash reward for you. If you wish, I can have the funds transferred to your bank account." Zhou Runan understood that Qin Feng was not motivated by such a trivial sum. Previously, he had donated over several 100,000 yuan. "No need. It was merely a small favor," Qin Feng replied, having already received rewards from the system and thus indifferent to the cash. "Very well, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave," Zhou Runan said, having other matters to attend to before departing. Qin Feng took out his phone and sent a message to Zhao Shuhan. He initially intended to invite her for a drive, but she was unavailable. Considering her current status as a prominent author, many fans online were eagerly awaiting her novel updates. Bored, Qin Feng opened the Douyin app and discovered that his follower count had reached a new high, nearing 10 million. Just as he was preparing to go live, a system notification chimed in. Ding! The host has triggered a temporary task. Compose a song independently and achieve 3 million streams. No time limit. The temporary task issued by the system posed no difficulty for Qin Feng, as the 3 skills he had acquired the previous day were all related to music. It was the perfect opportunity to put them to use. Qin Feng promptly downloaded a composition software onto his laptop and began crafting the song. The melody was of utmost importance in song creation. After half an hour of trial and error, he finally settled on the main melody. Next came the accompaniment. Having mastered music theory and various instruments, Qin Feng completed the accompaniment in just 10 minutes. Then came the lyrics, which proved to be his Achilles heel. After 2 hours of effort, he managed to produce lyrics that he deemed passable. The song's genre was pop, not demanding profound lyrical depth. Upon a trial run, he found it quite satisfactory. However, recording the vocals required professional equipment, which Qin Feng did not possess. He immediately searched online and soon found a recording studio available for rent. After noting the address, Qin Feng set off in his sports car. Nearly 20 minutes later, he arrived at an apartment building. Confirming the address, he took the elevator upstairs. Ocean Studio. Upon entering, Qin Feng noted that the front desk was unattended and was about to head towards the recording room when the door opened, and a man with long hair stepped out. In his 30s, dressed impeccably, he exuded an artistic aura. Qin Feng, having done his research, recognized him as Su Lei, the lead singer of the Ocean Band and the studio's proprietor. The recording studio primarily served their band, but it was often available for external rental. "Whom are you looking for?" Su Lei scrutinized Qin Feng and inquired. "You are the owner of the studio, correct?" "I would like to rent this place for a day," Qin Feng explained his intention. Su Lei replied, "I'm afraid our band is rehearsing these days and the studio is not available for rent at the moment. You may pay a deposit now, and you can use it on Monday." Qin Feng showed no inclination to leave, stating, "But I need it today." "My friend, you are placing me in a difficult position. If you had made a reservation earlier," Su Lei said with a wry smile, shaking his head. Qin Feng interrupted, "How much do you charge for a day's rental of the recording studio?" Su Lei explained, "It depends on the equipment used, ranging from 10,000 to 50,000. When he initially constructed this studio, he had invested over 2 million. Coupled with the rent for the space, their band could barely sustain their expenses through occasional local performances, given their lack of fame. However, the passion for music often transcended monetary considerations. "I will give you 100,000 yuan. I want to use it now." Qin Feng was not keen on waiting until Monday. "My friend, this." Su Lei appeared quite conflicted. 150,000. Qin Feng raised the offer. "My friend, it's not just about the money." 200,000. At this point, Su Lei's resolve finally wavered. He called into the recording room, "Lei Zi, clear the space immediately for this gentleman. By the way, may I ask your name, sir?" "Qin Feng." Su Lei's demeanor shifted, becoming exceedingly respectful. Although the rental fees for the studio were not insignificant, it often sat idle. Receiving 200,000 at once was an opportunity Su Lei could not refuse. Soon, the other members of the band emerged, and someone even brought Qin Feng a cup of tea. With such a generous patron, it was imperative to ensure his satisfaction. Qin Feng requested Su Lei's bank account details and promptly transferred the funds. By the way, Mr. Qin, how many people are with you? Just me. Qin Feng replied. Su Lei was momentarily taken aback. Surely, just one person had not come here merely for leisure. Chapter 63. Completion. Is there a problem? Qin Feng inquired. Su Lei hurriedly shook his head. No, of course not. I am merely curious about what you intend to do here alone. The recording studio was well equipped with instruments, making it nearly impossible to manage alone, as it typically required an entire team to rent. I am here for music creation, Qin Feng replied. Su Lei found it hard to believe Qin Feng's words, for music composition necessitates a multitude of instruments and extensive knowledge. He could not fathom that Qin Feng could accomplish this single-handedly. Then I shall not disturb you further. Just be cautious while using the equipment and instruments. Feel free to reach out if you encounter any issues, Su Lei reminded him. Qin Feng nodded and stepped into the recording studio. Inside, an array of instruments awaited him. A piano, guitars, violins, not to mention the crucial recording equipment. Qin Feng was eager to expedite the recording of his song and began to operate. A master. This must be a master. The studio was equipped with cameras. The members of the Ocean Band felt uneasy, thus they observed Qin Feng's every move on the computer. They witnessed him effortlessly playing the piano, the enchanting melody captivating them. What song is this? Have you heard it before? Su Lei asked a nearby band member. Everyone shook their heads. Never heard of it. Could it truly be his original work? If that were the case, this young man would indeed be a genius. With this thought, Su Lei promptly switched off the camera. Let us refrain from listening further. We can consult him after he is finished. Eavesdropping on someone's creative process was rather unethical. Although their band lacked fame, they still adhered to professional integrity. Unbeknownst to them, an entire afternoon had slipped by. Qin Feng finally completed all recordings, including vocals. After a brief playback, he was quite satisfied. Subsequently, he copied the raw recordings onto his USB drive, diligently erasing all data left on the equipment. One must always be cautious. Should someone make off with this data, the loss would be considerable. Having completed all tasks, Qin Feng was ready to depart. As he exited the recording studio, the members of the Ocean Band approached him. Mr. Qin, may I ask which music company you represent? Su Lei inquired eagerly. Qin Feng replied, I am merely an amateur, hardly a professional singer. Although a few days prior, some music companies had expressed interest in signing him, Qin Feng had declined. That cannot be true. Su Lei still found it hard to believe. After a moment of hesitation, he added, Mr. Qin, could we perhaps listen to your work? Rest assured, we merely wish to listen, with no ulterior motives, and we guarantee confidentiality. Not at this moment. Qin Feng declined. However, in an hour, you should be able to hear it, as I will be releasing the song on a music platform. The title is Just Because You're So Gentle. Su Lei said, Mr. Qin, let us add each other on WeChat so we can discuss any creative matters. Qin Feng provided his account information for Su Lei to add him. Mr. Qin, should you ever wish to use the equipment here, I can offer it to you free of charge. You need only inform me in advance. Su Lei was keen to befriend Qin Feng. From the melody he had just played, it was evident that he was a musical prodigy. If possible, he would have loved to invite Qin Feng to join the Ocean Band. Yet he realized that such a prospect was implausible. Talents like Qin Feng would undoubtedly attract the attention of numerous companies. Without lingering further, Qin Feng took the elevator downstairs and drove back to his rented accommodation in his sports car. The song had been recorded. Now, it was time to upload it to the internet. With nearly 10 million fans on Douyin, achieving 3 million plays would not be a daunting task. However, he planned to register a new account and release the song as an online singer to gauge its popularity. If it failed to reach 3 million plays, he would reconsider his approach at that time. Having made up his mind, Qin Feng promptly registered an account on several mainstream music platforms in the country, naming it Maple. After completing the registration, he proceeded to upload the music, a process that was relatively straightforward. Su Lei and several band members sat before the computer, incessantly refreshing the music platform's webpage, eager to hear Qin Feng's original song. At last, the title appeared in the search results. Su Lei and the others felt a surge of excitement as they clicked play. The familiar, enchanting melody resonated. This is unmistakable. It's that very melody. The melody Qin Feng had played in the recording studio was identical, only now enriched by the addition of various instruments, creating a fuller sound. It's hard to believe that he accomplished this all by himself. Soon, the vocal segment began, and Su Lei and the others were once again astonished. This voice, It's absolutely stunning. The captivating melody combined with a flawless voice left Su Lei and the others entranced. The quality of this original song could rival that of top-tier artists. Once the song concluded, Su Lei clicked play again. Lei Go, should we consider recruiting this young man? With Qin Feng on board, the Ocean Band would undoubtedly soar to new heights. Su Lei was somewhat speechless. What level is he at? Why would he even consider our small band? Let's invite Mr. Qin for a meal. If he could offer us some guidance, it would be invaluable. First, let's share this song on our Douyin account to help Mr. Qin gain some traction. Their account had only a few tens of thousands of followers. After sharing, some fans, intrigued, clicked to listen. Once they began, they found it impossible to stop, hastily downloading the music app to add the song to their playlists. The Soda app, a music platform under Douyin, quickly detected unusual data from the newly uploaded song. Supervisor, take a look at this song's data. Both play counts and ratings are on the rise. Although the growth rate was not rapid, compared to other songs' data, it was quite impressive. Let me listen. The supervisor donned headphones and clicked play, instantly becoming engrossed. Which music company released this in the country? It's an individual release. There's limited information, only an address and phone number. Upon hearing this, the supervisor's interest was piqued. At that moment, he was solely focused on signing the original creator of this song. Add this song to the new song potential chart and continue to monitor the subsequent data. Additionally, he requested Qin Feng's phone number, eager to inquire about his interest in signing a contract. Hello, sir. I am an employee from the Soda app. We have taken note of your recently released original song, and its quality is quite remarkable. Chapter 64. Are you named Qin Feng? If you are inclined to sign a contract with us, not only will you receive a signing fee, but we will also provide substantial support in terms of exposure. Qin Feng did not anticipate that he would attract the attention of a music platform so swiftly. Nevertheless, he remained resolute in his decision not to sign. I apologize, but I have no intention of doing so. Sir, might it be that you have already signed with another music platform? Not at all. Upon hearing this, the manager felt a wave of relief wash over him. As long as Qin Feng had not entered into an agreement with a competing platform, it meant that they still had a chance. Sir, please take your time to consider, and if you have any conditions, feel free to voice them. Then I shall not disturb you further. Wishing you a pleasant day. As Qin Feng's original song ascended the charts of potential new releases, it garnered the attention of many listeners. Although the title was rather unremarkable, a mere preview was enough to inspire repeated plays. This title made me think my brother has released a new piece. This online singer named Feng possesses some talent. I've decided to follow him. His voice is simply enchanting, evoking a sense of familiarity. The lyrics are hard to judge, but his vocal quality and singing skills are undoubtedly top-notch. I bet a pack of spicy strips that this song will become a hit. In the brief span of just over an hour, Qin Feng's song had already climbed to the 9th position on the new song chart, with its play count skyrocketing. After the song's release, Qin Feng paid little attention to it.at6 in the evening. As he was preparing to head out for dinner, he received an unexpected call from Yao Mengjie. Mr. Qin, do you have a moment? I would like to treat you to dinner. After a moment's hesitation, Qin Feng acquiesced. They agreed to meet at a Chinese restaurant. Driving his sports car, Qin Feng attracted the gazes of many passers-by along the way. Upon arriving at the restaurant, he noticed Yao Mengjie waiting at the entrance. Yao Mengjie was the kind of beauty who might not captivate at first glance, but grew increasingly enchanting upon closer inspection. At that moment, she was dressed in a long gown, standing at the restaurant's door. The establishment was quite spacious, comprising 5 floors. The first floor was rather ordinary, while the upper levels featured private dining rooms. As soon as Qin Feng arrived, Yao Mengjie approached him. Mr. Qin. Her tone carried a hint of respect, for the young man before her was her benefactor. Without Qin Feng's investment, her bubble tea shop would have certainly gone under, leaving her burdened with debt and uncertain of her future. Thus, Yao Mengjie held a degree of gratitude towards Qin Feng. I have reserved a private room. Let's discuss further upstairs. They took the elevator to the 3rd floor and entered the private dining room, which was comfortably spacious and boasted a pleasant ambience. Mr. Qin, please take a seat. Yao Mengjie gestured for him to sit, pouring him a cup of tea. Miss Yao, there is no need to be so formal. Qin Feng replied with a smile as he settled into his chair. No, regardless of the circumstances, you have helped me through a challenging time. Yao Mengjie took a seat across from him, studying him intently. The young man appeared radiant and charming, and most importantly, he exuded an air of mystery. Miss Yao, you need not feel that way. Qin Feng reassured her. I merely appreciate your capabilities and believe your bubble tea shop has the potential to thrive. It is a win-win situation for us both. Nothing more than that. Yao Mengjie smiled, recognizing that regardless of Qin Feng's motives, he was indeed her savior in her time of need. Please take a look at the menu and feel free to order whatever you desire. She handed the menu to Qin Feng. You may choose. I am indifferent. With no other option, Yao Mengjie reluctantly selected a few signature dishes from the menu. Would you care for some wine? She inquired. No, I am driving. Yao Mengjie nodded in understanding and refrained from ordering any alcohol. Mr. Qin, I worked overnight to prepare a brand promotion plan, and I would like to report it to you. Now that Qin Feng was a major shareholder, even though he had made it clear that he would not involve himself in management matters, Yao Mengjie felt it necessary to discuss it with him. You may proceed as you see fit. There is no need for reports. Qin Feng trusted the data projected by the business opportunity analysis and had faith in Yao Mengjie's abilities. Yao Mengjie stared at Qin Feng, momentarily at a loss for words. She could not comprehend why he placed such unwavering trust in her. Having invested so much money, how could he refrain from participating in management? Was he not concerned about his investment going to waste? With this thought, Yao Mengjie resolved not to disappoint Qin Feng. Not long after, the dishes were served as they dined. Yao Mengjie inquired, Mr. Qin, given your age, you appear to be slightly younger than I. You are not still a student, are you? From the luxurious sports car Qin Feng drove, it was evident he was a wealthy second-generation heir. I attend Ningchuan University and will soon be a senior. Qin Feng did not conceal this detail. He learned from Yao Mengjie that she was a local from Ningchuan. After graduating, with her parents' support, she had embarked on her entrepreneurial journey. However, the past year had been fraught with difficulties, leading to consecutive losses, and she was fortunate to have encountered Qin Feng, her benefactor. Their meal lasted half an hour. Once they had finished eating, they exited the private room. Mr. Qin, allow me to settle the bill. Yao Mengjie approached the restaurant's front desk. Mengjie, what a surprise to see you here. It must be fate. A flamboyant voice called out from behind her. Turning around, Yao Mengjie frowned upon recognizing the speaker. Ignoring him, she continued towards the front desk. However, the young man did not relent and followed closely behind. Mengjie, are you dining here? You need not pay. I forgot to mention, this restaurant is owned by my father. His face displayed a smug expression, and his attire suggested that he hailed from a wealthy family. Yet, Yao Mengjie continued to disregard him, presenting her bank card to the female staff at the front desk. Room 8, please charge it to my card. Not long ago, Zhang Yi had visited the bubble tea shop and, captivated by Yao Mengjie's beauty, had pursued her romantically, but all his attempts had ended in failure. The female staff exchanged a glance with Zhang Yi, appearing somewhat conflicted. Zhang Yi took Yao Mengjie's card and said, Mengjie, I told you, no need to pay. In the future, just mention my name when you come here, and everything will be free. Yao Mengjie was unwilling to get entangled with Zhang Yi. After glancing at the bill, she opted to pay via her mobile phone. Mr. Qin, let us be on our way. After settling the bill, Yao Mengjie wished to leave without delay. Had she known this restaurant was owned by Zhang Yi's family, she would have never chosen to dine here. Just as Qin Feng and Yao Mengjie were about to exit the restaurant, they were halted by Zhang Yi. Stop. Are you Qin Feng? Zhang Yi glared at Qin Feng's back, his expression darkening. What is it that you require? Qin Feng did not turn around. He was unaware of how this young man named Zhang Yi had come to know his name. Chapter 65, Zhang Yuding. Qin Feng, do you not recognize who I am? Zhang Yi remarked, having discerned Qin Feng's identity from the photograph he had seen. His cousin, Zhang Jun, had been injured by Qin Feng, and due to the incident involving assaulting a police officer, he was now forced to flee abroad. Thus, upon encountering Qin Feng here, Zhang Jun was filled with rage. I must confess, I truly do not know, Qin Feng replied, turning to face Zhang Yi with a calm gaze. Zhang Jun, who was injured by you the night before last, is my cousin. I assure you, you will not leave easily today. In recent days, the Zhang family had faced considerable external criticism, compelling Zhang Yi to vow revenge for his cousin. Anyone could antagonize the Zhang family, but how could they maintain their standing in Ningchuan City thereafter? So, you are also a member of the Zhang family. Qin Feng chuckled, understanding now why Zhang Yi exhibited such a demeanor of profound grievance. Mr. Qin. Yao Mengjie, standing nearby, appeared somewhat anxious, for she was aware that Zhang Yi was no ordinary individual. Moreover, this was Zhang family's territory, and if a confrontation ensued, Qin Feng might find himself at a disadvantage. Everything is fine. Qin Feng replied with a faint smile. Zhang Jun had once gathered 12 men to confront him, Yet they had failed to lay a finger on him. It remained to be seen what confidence Zhang Yi possessed to compel him to stay. With that, Zhang Yi summoned 3 security guards from the restaurant. Keep a close watch on this man and ensure he does not leave. He then produced his phone, sending a text message with the intention of summoning reinforcements. Mengjia, this does not concern you. Please step aside, Zhang Yi instructed, directing a glance at Yao Mengjia. Zhang Yi, let us discuss this calmly. There is no need for violence, Yao Mengjia pleaded, her face etched with concern as she positioned herself in front of Qin Feng. She was unaware of Qin Feng's capabilities, thus her worry for him. Mengjia, who exactly is Qin Feng to you, that you would protect him so fiercely? Zhang Yi ground his teeth in frustration. Was Qin Feng merely a few inches taller and more handsome? What else was there? Qin Feng gently patted Yao Mengjia on the shoulder. This is my own matter. You need not involve yourself. Observing Qin Feng's composure, Yao Mengjia instinctively stepped aside. It finally dawned on her that with his wealth, he likely possessed a substantial background. In comparison, she was merely an ordinary person. Perhaps it would be best to observe how Qin Feng would handle the situation. Do you truly believe that these 3 individuals can impede my progress? Qin Feng surveyed the 3 security guards and shook his head in disbelief. Qin Feng, do not be so arrogant. My people will be here shortly, Zhang Yi retorted, aware of Qin Feng's capabilities. As soon as he finished speaking, the elevator doors opened, and 7 or 8 young men rushed out. Zhang Xiao, they called, standing behind Zhang Yi. Soon after, 2 burly men in suits descended, clearly Zhang family bodyguards. Bodyguards. They were indeed formidable, and with their numerical advantage, Zhang Yi was confident he could subdue a mere Qin Feng. Qin Feng, are you beginning to feel fear now? Zhang Yi boasted, reveling in his perceived superiority. Witnessing this, Yao Mengjia hastily retrieved her phone, intent on calling the police. With so many adversaries, she feared Qin Feng would surely be at a disadvantage if a confrontation broke out. Seize her phone. Zhang Yi barked at the guards stationed at the entrance, noticing Yao Mengjia attempting to make a call. The guards reacted swiftly, rushing over to snatch the phone from her hands. Do not act recklessly, Yao Mengjia exclaimed, her face betraying a hint of panic. Today, I shall make it clear that the Zhang family is not to be trifled with. Attack. Zhang Yi finally issued the command. His friends were the most eager, charging towards Qin Feng, igniting a chaotic brawl. Qin Feng moved with the agility of a rabbit, transforming into a superhero as he faced multiple opponents. Yao Mengjia watched in anxiety, only to soon realize that Qin Feng resembled a protagonist from a martial arts novel, exhibiting extraordinary valor. Despite their collective efforts, they could not even graze the hem of Qin Feng's garment. With each counterattack, one of his assailants would find themselves writhing on the ground in pain. What are you all standing around for? Join in. Zhang Yi expressed his dissatisfaction towards the 2 bodyguards beside him. They nodded and simultaneously charged at Qin Feng. Though trained, their skills paled in comparison to Qin Feng, rendering them no more formidable than novices. Do not just stand there foolishly. Attack? Zhang Yi, fearing they might prove incapable of overcoming Qin Feng, turned his gaze towards the 3 guards at the door. They exchanged glances, none daring to act. Witnessing Qin Feng's prowess, they were reluctant to engage. After all, their salaries were a mere 3,000. Why risk their lives? Useless, Zhang Yi seethed, his face contorted with anger as he observed the 3 guards' reluctance. Accompanied by 2 cries of despair, the 2 bodyguards from the Zhang family fell to defeat. Impressive, Yao Mengjia gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment at Qin Feng's prowess. No wonder he had remained so composed earlier. He had evidently not regarded Zhang Yi and his ilk as worthy opponents. After dispatching the 2 bodyguards, Qin Feng continued his advance towards Zhang Yi. Qin Feng, do not act rashly. Zhang Yi, now thoroughly intimidated, paled as he took several steps back. Realizing Qin Feng had no intention of halting, he seized a nearby chair, preparing to confront Qin Feng head-on. Yet, his speed was no match for Qin Feng's. Qin Feng grasped Zhang Yi by the collar, lifting him effortlessly. With his feet dangling in the air, Zhang Yi was struck with terror. Qin Feng, I warn you not to overstep your bounds. Otherwise, our Zhang family will not let this go unpunished. Qin Feng sneered, do you truly believe I fear your Zhang family? Had he been afraid, he would not have injured Zhang Jun. His enmity with the Zhang family was already established. Attacking one was no different from attacking 2. At this moment, Zhang Yi's heart was filled with regret. He had severely underestimated Qin Feng's strength. Had he known Qin Feng was this formidable, he would never have acted so impulsively. Stop. At that moment, a A voice imbued with authority resonated from the direction of the elevator. Everyone turned to see a somewhat slender, middle-aged man approaching with a stern expression, flanked by 2 bodyguards. This man was none other than Zhang Yuding, the chairman of the Kaichuo Building Materials Group, and Zhang Jun's father. Yao Mengjie, standing a distance away, could sense an invisible pressure emanating from Zhang Yuding. "Uncle, save me." Upon seeing Zhang Yuding's arrival, Zhang Yi felt a glimmer of hope. Zhang Yuding merely cast a fleeting glance at Zhang Yi before fixing his gaze on Qin Feng. "You must be Qin Feng," Zhang Yuding spoke icily. This was the individual who had injured his precious son. In truth, he had been devising a strategy to deal with Qin Feng, but he had not anticipated that Zhang Yi would take matters into his own hands at this moment. If Qin Feng were truly so easy to handle, he would not have waited. He could have simply dispatched a few men to deal with Qin Feng and resolve the matter swiftly. Chapter 66. The Revenge Scheme. Zhang Yuding had investigated Qin Feng's background and was well aware of his formidable combat skills. Additionally, he had a police acquaintance. If the situation was not handled properly, it could easily backfire. Having navigated the business world for so long, Zhang Yuding refrained from undertaking ventures he deemed uncertain. "You have long since perused my background. Why bother asking again?" Qin Feng showed no deference to Zhang Yuding. Parents are to blame when children are poorly raised. Zhang Jun's arrogance was undoubtedly bolstered by Zhang Yuding's backing. "Excellent. Truly, heroes emerge from youth. I, Zhang Yuding, admire your audacity. Release my nephew, and I shall consider today's events as if they never transpired." In truth, Zhang Yuding was attempting to extricate himself from a precarious situation, knowing full well that his bodyguards would be no match for Qin Feng. "Not an issue. I, Qin Feng, am not one to harbor grudges." Qin Feng chuckled and released Zhang Yi. As soon as Zhang Yi's feet hit the ground, he felt a surge of relief. Smack! Accompanied by a resounding crack, Zhang Yi received a hefty slap across his right cheek. The sheer force sent him spinning in place for 2 to 3 rotations before darkness enveloped him, and he collapsed to the ground. "You?" Zhang Yuding was taken aback that Qin Feng had the audacity to strike. His anger manifested as a twitch at the corner of his eye. Qin Feng stated coolly, "I've already mentioned that I dislike holding grudges, but I must retaliate now." Yao Mengjie was so tense she forgot to breathe. Goodness, how could Qin Feng dare to confront Zhang Yuding? It was well known that Zhang Yuding was a prominent figure in Ningchuan City. What if there were repercussions later? Yao Mengjie truly felt a pang of anxiety for Qin Feng. 2 individuals approached to assist the fallen Zhang Yi. After a considerable pause, he finally regained his senses. However, by then, his right cheek was swollen, resembling a bee sting. Uncle, we cannot let Qin Feng leave today." Zhang Yi glared coldly at Qin Feng. Very well, very well." Zhang Yuding repeated the phrase twice, his face dark with fury as he strode out of the restaurant, ignoring his nephew Zhang Yi entirely. "Uncle." Zhang Yi was bewildered, unable to comprehend why his uncle would depart so abruptly. Was his cousin's grievance not to be avenged? After all, he was your own flesh and blood. Puzzled, Zhang Yi hurried after him. Seeing this, the others also chose to leave, dispersing in haste. "Mr. Qin." Yao Mengjie approached Qin Feng, her eyes brimming with admiration. Yet, she was still somewhat apprehensive. "Mr. Qin, do you think the Zhang family will seek retribution later?" Qin Feng replied, "They undoubtedly will." Zhang Yuding's expression had betrayed him. Qin Feng understood that he was indeed a cunning adversary. His departure was merely a result of his inability to deal with Qin Feng at that moment. However, the matter would certainly not end here. "You should exercise caution. The Zhang family is not to be trifled with," Yao Mengjie advised, aware that she could offer little assistance. After all, Qin Feng was her benefactor, and she wished for his safety. "I will. You should return now." Qin Feng did not wish to continue the conversation with Yao Mengjie. She nodded and departed, each going their separate ways. The Zhang residence. Upon returning to the hall, Zhang Yi was sullen and perplexed. Unable to fathom the situation, he sought out Zhang Yuding. "Uncle, I don't understand why you let that Qin Feng go just now. Given the Zhang family's status in Ningchuan City, was there really a need to fear someone with no background?" Zhang Yi was genuinely baffled. Zhang Yuding, already irate, coldly reprimanded him upon hearing Zhang Yi's words. "If you can't comprehend, then continue to ponder. Useless wretch, all you do is embarrass us in public." Zhang Yi felt somewhat indignant. "Uncle, I merely wish to avenge my cousin." Smack! Zhang Yuding retaliated with a resounding slap to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi was momentarily stunned. Having just been struck by Qin Feng in the restaurant, now returning only to be hit by his uncle, this was indeed a stroke of bad luck. Even if you seek vengeance, you should use your brain. Is your mind filled with mush? You know full well that Qin Feng is formidable, yet you still chose to act. Zhang Yi's face burned with shame. Indeed, he had not anticipated Qin Feng's prowess. He had miscalculated. Uncle, I was wrong. Zhang Yi finally lowered his head in submission. Do not indulge in such foolish cunning in the future. When dealing with Qin Feng, I have my own plans. Zhang Yuding had already devised a strategy to deal with Qin Feng, but today's events had completely derailed his intentions. The thought of Qin Feng's utter disregard for him filled Zhang Yuding with seething rage. Qin Feng, I had initially intended to keep you around a bit longer. But since you seem so eager to meet your demise, I shall oblige. A fierce glint of murderous intent flashed in Zhang Yuding's eyes. He resolved not to wait any longer. In recent years, he had been systematically transferring assets overseas, primarily due to his own questionable dealings. After dealing with Qin Feng, he could finally make his exit and reunite with his son. Once Zhang Yi departed, Zhang Yuding returned to his room, retrieved a new mobile phone, and made a call. 20 million. Find me a reliable assassin. I will send you the target details shortly. I have but one requirement. It must be completed within 3 days. The voice on the other end replied, no problem. You know the drill. Transfer the funds first, and I'll make the arrangements. Zhang Yuding said nothing further. After hanging up, he arranged for the funds to be transferred. The money was sent through an overseas account, leaving Zhang Yuding untroubled by the prospect of leaving behind evidence. Qin Feng, you have only yourself to blame for your arrogance. You have provoked someone you should not have. In the outskirts of Ningchuan City, within a certain hotel, the assassin known as Snow Wolf lay in wait. He had come to Ningchuan City to carry out a mission to assassinate Nkaigua, preparing several identities for the task. Coupled with his expertise in disguise, it would not be easy for the police to track him down. However, the unusual events of the previous day had thwarted his bombing plan, and he was left to bide his time for another opportunity. That moment, he was accessing the dark web through his newly acquired computer, searching for any useful information. Suddenly, a bounty notification captured his attention. Reward of 6 million for the assassination of Qin Feng, a student at Ningchuan University. Ningchuan University? Snow Wolf clicked on the link and discovered that the target had little to no background. Although he possessed some combat skills, there was nothing that could not be resolved with a bomb. The amount of 6 million was somewhat modest for Snow Wolf, but as he was already in Ningchuan City, the execution would be convenient. If he could not find an opportunity with Nkaigua, he could still pocket this 6 million. It would not be a wasted trip. After considering this, Snow Wolf promptly accepted the mission. The 6 million would be collected by the dark web platform up front, and only upon completion of the task would he receive his payment. Chapter 67. The Snow Wolf is dead. The service fee is to be borne by the publisher, hence no additional charges need to be deducted. Upon accepting the mission, the Snow Wolf downloaded a detailed dossier on Qin Feng. It's him. Upon seeing Qin Feng's photograph, the Snow Wolf immediately recognized him, having encountered him the previous day during a meal with Nkaigua. Muttering to himself, the Snow Wolf continued to peruse the information. He is somewhat capable, managing to take on 10 at once. But encountering me is indeed unfortunate for him. A walking 6 million. I shall arrive shortly. Having reviewed the intricacies of Qin Feng's dossier, a cold smirk crept onto the Snow Wolf's lips. To him, this task was significantly simpler than assassinating Nkaigua. After all, Qin Feng was merely one individual, presenting ample opportunities for a strike. With a deadline of 3 days, the Snow Wolf believed he would not require such an extensive period. Glancing at the time, he donned a black backpack and set forth. The base of the Chapter 68. The Revenge Plan. Fortunately, the identity of Snow Wolf as an assassin placed no psychological burden on Qin Feng. Moreover, even if Snow Wolf had remained silent, he could have deduced the truth. The mastermind behind it all was undoubtedly Zhang Yuding from the Zhang family. Now that the situation had escalated to this point, Qin Feng had no intention of remaining passive. Zhang Yuding must meet his demise. Even the arrival of Jesus would not be able to save him. At this moment, Qin Feng needed to dispose of Snow Wolf's corpse. With a mere thought, the body of Snow Wolf vanished instantly, successfully relocated to the system's space. It truly is possible, he mused. Initially, Qin Feng had merely intended to experiment, but to his surprise, it had indeed worked. While living beings could not be placed within the system's space, the deceased could. This was a fortunate turn of events, sparing him the trouble of having to transport the body. Qin Feng swiftly tidied the scene, ensuring no traces remained. He then grabbed Snow Wolf's backpack. Chapter 69. Investigation. After listening to the team's report over the phone, Zhou Runan immediately fell into deep contemplation. She had initially believed that the target of the snow wolf was solely in Kaigwa, never anticipating that Zhang Yuding was also one of his intended victims. First, keep this information under wraps to avoid unnecessary panic. Additionally, deploy more personnel to investigate. We must locate the snow wolf this time. Forget it, I will personally pay a visit. With such an incident occurring, Zhou Runin found herself wide awake. She needed to arrive at the scene to search for any potential clues. Thus, without even changing her clothes, she set off in her car. The explosion site was situated in the middle of the road, which had already been cordoned off. The body of the Rolls-Royce Cullinan was severely deformed, with shattered glass scattered everywhere. At the time of the incident, Zhang Yuding was seated in the back, and he was killed instantly. Chapter 70. A windfall of 400 million. Cashing out, earning over 400 million in just 4 days is nothing short of a legend in the investment realm. Lin Kuan suppressed his inner excitement and remarked, Brother Feng, given the current surge in digital currencies, we might consider holding on for a bit longer. Who knows what surprises await us? Qin Feng shook his head. Surprises are certainly out of the question, but shocks are quite likely. He was acutely aware that after the dramatic price surge over the past 4 days, the upward momentum of this digital currency was nearing its peak. Although there might be a slight increase over the next 3 days, Qin Feng had no intention of chasing after the last penny. The present moment was the optimal time to cash out before others realized the situation. Once you return home later, sell off your digital currency in batches, he instructed. Lin Kuan, puzzled, inquired, should we cash out a portion first? Qin Feng replied firmly, no, we sell everything. Feeling perplexed, Lin Kuan was about to voice his thoughts when Qin Feng continued, by tomorrow noon at the latest, aim to sell all the digital currency in your possession. You'll understand why in a few days, he added, providing no further explanation. After contemplating for a moment, Lin Kuan nodded, Brother Feng, I shall heed your advice. Since Qin Feng had made such a declaration, he felt compelled to comply, especially considering that the funds belonged to Qin Feng. Earning over 400 million in 4 days was indeed a remarkable feat. Noticing Lin Kuan's lingering hesitation, Qin Feng inquired, have you also invested your own money in digital currency? Lin Kuan scratched the back of his head and chuckled sheepishly, Brother Feng, you truly leave no stone unturned. I saw the digital currency soaring, so I invested 50,000 yesterday. Qin Feng was willing to risk 80 million. Thus Lin Kuan decided to take a chance as well. 50,000 was nearly all of his assets. With a serious expression, Qin Feng insisted, by the day after tomorrow at the latest, you must sell off all the digital currency in your hands. Lin Kuan asked, Brother Feng, can you truly predict the price trends of digital currency? Qin Feng smiled mysteriously. If you follow my advice and act accordingly, then yes. If you choose not to listen, then I cannot assist you. Suddenly recalling something, Qin Feng added, previously, I mentioned offering you 1% of the profits. Once we cash out, keep your share. Qin Feng was certainly not one to let Lin Kuan work for free. Brother Feng, no. That's unnecessary, Lin Kuan replied. 1% of the profits amounted to over 4 million, and he felt his contributions hardly warranted such a sum. Take it. I insist, Qin Feng stated with an unyielding tone. For him, over 4 million was a trivial amount. As for Lin Kuan's future prospects, that was beyond his control. Lin Kuan gazed at Qin Feng, deeply moved. Brother Feng, it seems I hold such significance in your eyes. From now on, I am yours. Wherever you direct me, I shall follow without question. Over 4 million could indeed transform a person's destiny. With this money, Lin Kuan could pursue many meaningful endeavors. After a brief pause, Lin Kuan prepared to leave. Qin Feng instructed him to sell the digital currency, emphasizing the importance of executing this task properly. Not long after Qin Feng finished breakfast, there was another knock at the door. Could today be a fortuitous day? Qin Feng wondered as he opened the door. Officer Zhou. Surprised to see Zhou Runin, Qin Feng noted that she was still in her police uniform, appearing to be on official duty. I've come to inquire about a few matters. May I come in? Zhou Runin asked. Of course, Qin Feng replied, immediately offering her a chair. Zhou Runin sat down and took out a notebook. At 10:20 last night, what were you doing? Qin Feng quickly deduced that Zhou Runin was investigating the bombing incident involving Zhang Yuding. After all, Qin Feng had a history of grievances with the Zhang family. Most importantly, he had been outside at the time of the incident. However, Qin Feng was well aware that Zhou Runin was merely conducting an investigation. If she had evidence, the questioning would not be so straightforward. I went out for a late-night snack with friends, Qin Feng responded calmly. Did you happen to encounter Zhang Yuding on the way? No. Zhou Runin asked several questions in succession, yet failed to extract any incriminating information. Her records indicated that Qin Feng had crossed paths with Zhang Yuding at a certain intersection, though both were in their vehicles at the time. There was no evidence linking Qin Feng to the bombing incident. Whether they noticed each other was irrelevant. Under those circumstances, if Qin Feng could place a bomb from a distance, he would indeed be extraordinary. That will suffice. I've finished my inquiries. Thank you for your cooperation. Zhou Runan tucked her notebook away. Officer Zhou, you aren't suspecting me, are you? Qin Feng feigned innocence. Zhou Runan sighed. I have no choice. Your history with the Zhang family necessitates it. Everything is clear now. She had never truly suspected Qin Feng, yet the investigation was a procedural necessity. Are you free at the moment? Zhou Runan asked, showing no intention of leaving. Yes. Qin Feng had no other plans for the time being. Someone wishes to meet you. If you're willing, I can take you there now, Zhou Runan offered. Who is it? Qin Feng inquired. Well, he's an expert in computer technology, and upon hearing about your exploits, he made a special trip from Yinjing to see you. He specifically requested to meet you. Now that Qin Feng had gained some notoriety, particularly within the police force, he sighed, Can I refuse? Of course. However, I still recommend you go. Given the individual's significance, even a brief encounter could be beneficial for your future development. Intrigued by Zhou Runan's mysterious tone, Qin Feng pondered for a moment before agreeing. Although he now possessed a system, cultivating connections could only serve him well in the long run. Then let us go now. I'll change into another outfit. Please wait for me downstairs. Zhou Runan nodded and descended the stairs. Before long, Qin Feng returned, having changed his clothes. Zhou Runan drove him to the police station. I couldn't track down Xuelang's whereabouts last night. I have a hunch he might have already left Ningchuan City. Zhou Runan gripped the steering wheel, her gaze fixed ahead, as if speaking to herself or addressing Qin Feng. Isn't it a good thing for you if Xuelang is gone? Qin Feng remarked, knowing full well that Xuelang had become a dead wolf. It's a pity we couldn't capture him, Zhou Runan sighed. Qin Feng chose to remain silent. After all, this was a matter for the police, and he preferred not to involve himself too deeply. For the remainder of the journey, Zhou Runan also refrained from speaking, recognizing that Qin Feng was not a police officer and that further discussion would serve little purpose. In his boredom, Qin Feng glanced at the virtual panel of the system. Enjoy life. Reject the rat race. Today was Sunday, and there were still no part-time tasks available. Chapter 71. Wu Zhenhao. Subsequently, Qin Feng glanced at the streaming statistics of his original song, only to discover that, after a single night, the total views across several platforms had reached an impressive 220,000. For an unknown newcomer, such an achievement was remarkable indeed. Moreover, due to the absence of a contract with music platforms, the exposure he could garner was inherently limited. It seems that by the afternoon, I should be able to complete the task, he mused, pleasantly surprised by the figures. Initially, he had intended to share the song on his live streaming account if the data fell short, considering that his account boasted a following of 10 million, all devoted fans. Achieving 300,000 views would be a trivial pursuit. Brother Qin Feng, are you free today? Came a message from Zhao Shuhan. I'll come find you. On his way, Qin Feng received this note. I just stepped out for a moment. If you have no plans this afternoon, I can take you to the swimming pool. Curiosity piqued within Qin Feng about whom Zhou Runan intended to introduce him to. All right. Zhao Shuhan accompanied her message with a playful emoji. The two exchanged casual messages, and after a brief span of over 10 minutes, Zhou Runan's vehicle arrived at the police station. We're here. Zhou Runan alerted Qin Feng. He nodded, stepping out of the car alongside her. She led him to an office on the second floor and knocked gently on the door. Come in, called a voice from within, slightly resonant. Zhou Runan then pushed the door open and entered. Mr. Wu, I've brought the person. Inside the office sat a man in his 40s, sporting a square jaw and a fresh buzz cut. Exuding vitality, Wu Zhenhao set down the notebook in his hand and looked up at Qin Feng, rising to greet him. So, you must be Qin Feng. Youth certainly has its advantages. Wu Zhenhao beamed as he approached Qin Feng, extending his hand for a firm handshake. I neglected to introduce myself. I am Wu Zhenhao, here from Yinjing. Hello. Qin Feng nodded in response. Given Zhou Runan's demeanor towards this individual, it was evident he held a significant position. You two take your time. I'll be on my way. Zhou Runan tactfully excused herself from the office. Wu Zhenhao gestured for Qin Feng to take a seat and continued with a smile. I've heard of your accomplishments. First, you assisted Qin Feng International in resolving a major dilemma. Then, just the other day, you aided the police in cracking a computer. Young man, Your skills are quite impressive. Wu Jinhao scrutinized Qin Feng, expressing genuine admiration. He possessed detailed information on Qin Feng and was aware that he was still a student. To possess such advanced technical prowess at a tender age was indeed remarkable. I merely have a rudimentary understanding of this field, Qin Feng modestly replied. Wu Jinhao shook his head, correcting him. You are already more accomplished than many. Take, for instance, the two matters previously mentioned. Local technical experts were at a loss, while Qin Feng resolved them with ease. With such capabilities at a young age, he was a rarity nationwide. I made a special trip from Yinjing to seek your collaboration, specifically to invite you to join my team. Have you heard of the Tianwang system? Qin Feng replied, I have heard a bit about it. The Tianwang system is a surveillance network constructed from numerous cameras nationwide. The security situation in Longwa ranks among the best globally, largely due to the Tianwang system. Wu Jinhao continued, in fact, I am the chief overseer of the Tianwang system. The shortcomings of the first-generation system were glaring, primarily its reliance on extensive manpower. With the development of the second generation, we integrated facial recognition, significantly enhancing efficiency. However, there remains considerable room for improvement. We are currently preparing to develop the third generation, which will incorporate artificial intelligence for the first time. The hardware aspect poses no issues. The critical focus now lies on software development. To perfect such a vast project, substantial human and material resources are required. Thus, Wu Jinhao has been reaching out to numerous experts across the nation, soliciting various insights. Artificial intelligence? Qin Feng shook his head, explaining, I am not well versed in that area. Although Qin Feng was proficient in hacking, his expertise was confined to cybersecurity. Artificial intelligence was an entirely different domain. Wu Jinhao chuckled, no worries. Our team requires talent from diverse fields. Qin Feng sighed, but I have yet to graduate. Wu Jinhao waved his hand dismissively. That is not a significant concern. Until you graduate, we won't burden you with too many responsibilities. As Qin Feng contemplated how to decline the offer, the system's voice suddenly chimed in. Ding! Host has triggered a temporary task. Complete the design and development of the third-generation Tianwang system. Accepting the task will grant the skill of artificial intelligence from novice to intermediate. Completing the task will also yield a lucky gift package. Would the host like to accept? Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Feng resolved internally, accept. Such enticing rewards would be foolish to refuse. Congratulations to the host for acquiring artificial intelligence skills from novice to intermediate. As the system's voice echoed, a surge of information flooded Qin Feng's mind. Previously, he had only a cursory understanding of artificial intelligence, but now, he had mastered the knowledge in this domain. How do you feel? Wu Jinhao inquired, noticing Qin Feng's prolonged silence. I can join your team, but I have two conditions, Qin Feng stated. Let us hear them, Wu Jinhao replied, intrigued. First, I will only participate in tasks related to the Tianwang system. Second, I want to arrange my own work location. Qin Feng articulated his terms. He could not afford to devote excessive time to the Tianwang system. The first condition is acceptable, Wu Jinhao affirmed. As for the second, I want to insist on you relocating to Yinjing. However, I do hope for a secure working environment. If you are in Ningchuan City, I can arrange a suitable workplace for you. Wu Jinhao understood that Qin Feng preferred flexibility. This was evident from his role as a cybersecurity advisor for Qin Feng International, where he was not required to clock in daily. Had anyone else made such demands, Wu Jinhao would have brusquely dismissed them. Yet, Qin Feng was different. A talent of his caliber could shine brightly anywhere. Additionally, given the confidential nature of their work, Wu Jinhao needed to exercise caution. That's fine, Qin Feng contemplated before agreeing. As long as the location wasn't too far, it was acceptable. Very well, then it's settled. Here's to a fruitful collaboration. Wu Jinhao once again shook Qin Feng's hand. Tomorrow, I will have team leader Zhou take you to a certain location and will also send you some materials. Chapter 72. Lin Jian. As for the remuneration, I shall offer you the highest tier. Upon the completion of the upgrades to the third-generation Skynet system, there will be a bonus as well. Wu Jinhao had access to a considerable amount of information and was aware that Qin Feng was not financially constrained. This young man had recently enjoyed a stroke of luck, having won a substantial lottery prize. Hence, he was the last to bring up the topic of compensation. Qin Feng nodded, choosing not to comment further. Regardless of how high the remuneration was, it could not compare to the rewards bestowed by the system. Thus, he found himself more eagerly anticipating the system's rewards upon task completion. Wu Jinhao offered a reminder. Your involvement in this task is rather unique. Exercise caution while outside. As Wu Zhenhao had other matters to attend to, their conversation did not linger long. Before long, he departed in a chauffeured vehicle. Finished chatting? I can drive you back. Zhou Runin was unaware of Wu Zhenhao's true identity, nor was she privy to certain matters. What she could discern was that Wu Zhenhao and Qin Feng had reached an agreement. Wu Zhenhao's elevated status and his acquaintance with such individuals would undoubtedly benefit Qin Feng's future endeavors. We're done. I can take a taxi back? Qin Feng replied with a smile, knowing that Zhou Runin was quite busy and did not wish to inconvenience her. It's no trouble. I need to head out as well. Zhou Runin led Qin Feng towards the police station's parking lot, subsequently driving him home. Upon returning to his rented accommodation, Qin Feng opened his laptop and immersed himself in the study of artificial intelligence. Time flew by, and soon it was noon. Zhao Shuhan called, inviting Qin Feng to join her for lunch. Considering their plans to spend the afternoon together, Qin Feng readily agreed. Arriving at Villa number 15, he discovered that apart from Zhao Shuhan, the others were absent. Brother Qin Feng, the dishes I've prepared may not be as delightful as yours, so please don't be critical. Zhao Shuhan had cooked several dishes, eagerly awaiting Qin Feng's arrival. How could I possibly be critical? Your cooking is my favorite. Qin Feng replied with a grin. Have your parents gone out? Zhao Shuhan served Qin Feng a bowl of rice, explaining, they have some errands to run. The two settled down to enjoy their meal. Although Zhao Shuhan's culinary skills could not quite rival Qin Feng's godlike proficiency, they were nonetheless quite commendable. While dining, Zhao Shuhan took out her phone, tapped a few times, and said, Brother Qin Feng, a friend shared a beautiful song with me last night. I feel the singer's voice resembles yours. Give it a listen. She began to play the music. Indeed, it was the original song that Qin Feng had uploaded to various music platforms. Zhao Shuhan had a strong impression of Qin Feng's voice, leading her to perceive the similarity. The performer is a newly debuted internet singer named Feng. Qin Feng did not conceal the truth, stating, Actually, I composed this song just yesterday. A spark of excitement flashed in Zhao Shuhan's eyes as she exclaimed, No wonder I thought the voice sounded so familiar. It truly is you. Brother Qin Feng, you are amazing. Previously, she had only known of Qin Feng's singing talent, but now she realized that he also possessed remarkable songwriting abilities. Qin Feng chuckled. Did you not find the lyrics rather ordinary? Writing lyrics was not his strong suit. However, given that the song belonged to the pop genre, it sufficed to gain recognition for its melody. He was indeed surprised by the current level of success it had achieved. Zhao Shuhan responded, I think it's quite good. By the way, Brother Qin Feng, have you signed a contract with a music company? Qin Feng shook his head. No, it was merely a spontaneous decision to upload it to the music platform. He had no intentions of signing with a music company. Zhao Shuhan smiled. This song has considerable commercial value. If sold to a music company, it would surely fetch a good price. Moreover, I believe you should seize the moment, Brother Qin Feng, and create a few more original songs while the interest is high. Qin Feng shook his head. No thanks, it's too mentally taxing. As for selling the song, he had no such plans for the time being. That is true, Zhao Shuhan nodded in agreement, acknowledging that creation could indeed be a mentally demanding endeavor, often requiring inspiration. Brother Qin Feng, when you release a new song next time, remember to share it with me first. Of course, Qin Feng promised. The two continued their meal and conversation. After they finished eating, Zhao Shuhan washed the dishes. After donning her swimsuit, she finally drove away from the villa. Brother Qin Feng, shall we return to that swimming pool from last time? Zhao Shuhan inquired as she drove. The environment there is quite pleasant. Let's go, Qin Feng replied with a nod. Before long, they arrived at the swimming pool. Shuhan, what a coincidence. Just as Zhao Shuhan was about to change into her swimsuit, a voice called out to her. Lin Jian, what a surprise. A tall young man, approximately 6 feet tall, approached Zhao Shuhan with a warm smile, exuding a friendly, neighborly demeanor. He was handsome, with a physique that was neither too slim nor too stout, perfectly balanced. Had I known you were coming here to swim, I would have delayed my arrival. Lin Jian had also brought friends to the swimming pool, but they had already finished swimming. Who is this? Lin Jian's gaze shifted to Qin Feng, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Zhao Shuhan took the initiative to grasp Qin Feng's hand. This is my boyfriend, Qin Feng, whom I mentioned to you earlier. Lin Jian also resided in the Xingha Villa district and was a top-tier wealthy heir. He had recently returned after studying abroad. Hello, I'm Lin Jian. Lin Jian maintained his amicable smile as he greeted Qin Feng. Hello, Qin Feng replied succinctly. Shuhan, it has been a while since we last met. Let's go out for dinner tonight. Bring your boyfriend along. Lin Jian extended an invitation. Zhao Shuhan replied, No, thank you. I'm unavailable tonight. She did not accept but rather politely declined. Time and again, various men had made similar invitations, all of which Zhao Shuhan had turned down. Her heart belonged solely to Qin Feng, leaving no room for others. All right, then do let me know when you are free next time, Lin Jian replied with a smile. By the way, I wonder what your boyfriend's family does. Lin Jian shifted the topic back to Qin Feng. Oh, just a small business, Qin Feng answered candidly. His parents sold vegetables at the market, which indeed constituted a small business. Lin Jian did not press further. Then I shall take my leave. Enjoy yourselves. With that, he turned and walked away. Not far off, several of his friends were waiting. After changing clothes, Qin Feng and Zhao Shuhan entered the swimming pool. Shuhan, was that Lin Jian your university classmate? Qin Feng found Lin Jian to possess a certain depth of character, prompting him to seek further understanding. No. He lives in the Xingha Villa district. His father is the chairman of a publicly listed pharmaceutical company. In truth, I'm not very familiar with him. Lin Jian was known for his humility and had a good reputation within their social circle. Chapter 73. Part-time task, bodyguard. More often than not, Zhao Shuhan would choose to keep her distance from Lin Jian. It wasn't that Lin Jian was particularly unpleasant. Rather, she wished to avoid any ambiguous entanglements with other boys. Over the years, she had kept her emotions closely guarded. Now, however, she had finally awaited the arrival of Qin Feng. Qin Feng nodded, refraining from further inquiries. The two entered the swimming pool, warming up on the shore for a while before finally plunging into the water. Zhao Shuhan learned rather quickly, and with Qin Feng by her side, she had gained the confidence to swim independently. Yet, swimming still proved to be somewhat strenuous. During the subsequent half-hour, Qin Feng taught Zhao Shuhan several swimming techniques. Before they knew it, over an hour had passed. Brother Qin Feng, I'm so exhausted. I feel like I can't swim anymore. Then let us call it a day. After departing from the swimming facility, the two went to watch a movie. In the evening, while dining together, Qin Feng heard the notification sound from the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the temporary task. Mastery of 8 Extremes Fist acquired. Mastery of Jeet Kune Do acquired. Cash reward of 20 million acquired. It turned out that the data for the original song had reached the set standard. The total number of plays across several music platforms had exceeded 3 million. Qin Feng hadn't anticipated completing the task in just one day, and the rewards were quite impressive, particularly the two related to martial arts. In the past, Qin Feng had relied solely on brute strength and speed, but now he had acquired martial arts skills, effectively filling a significant gap. While engaging in casual conversation with Zhao Shuhan, Qin Feng took out his phone. To his surprise, he noticed a warning message had appeared. Just a few minutes ago, someone had attempted to hack into his phone. However, being a top-tier hacker, Qin Feng's phone's defense system would not be easily breached. Thus, the intrusion was successfully thwarted. Interesting, they dare to target me. Qin Feng began to operate his phone, eager to uncover the identity of the intruder. Unfortunately, the intruder's ID was offline, rendering a connection impossible. Quite the precautionary measures. He ceased his attempts and tucked his phone away. Brother Qin Feng, is someone looking for you? Zhao Shuhan inquired, puzzled. No. Qin Feng shook his head. After parting ways with Zhao Shuhan, Qin Feng returned to his rented accommodation. He glanced at the virtual panel of the system and discovered that 2 temporary tasks remained uncompleted. Point 1 was a 36-hour live streaming task, while the other involved the design and development of the 3rd-generation Skynet system. With the live streaming task nearing completion, Qin Feng decided to prioritize the development of the Skynet system. Having made up his mind, he opened his computer and began to brainstorm. Although he was not the overall head of the Skynet system, he still held the right to propose suggestions. If Wu Zhenhao were to accept them, they could proceed to the development phase. With his knowledge in artificial intelligence, Qin Feng could incorporate many technologies into the Skynet system. Once realized, the practicality of the Skynet system would be significantly enhanced. Given Qin Feng's current computer skills, he had no fear of information leakage. In less than half an hour, Qin Feng had prepared a design proposal. He did not idle afterward, but began planning the development of artificial intelligence. As long as he remained in a secure environment, Qin Feng felt there was no necessity to work at the location designated by Wu Zhenhao, as that would be a considerable waste of time. Abroad, in the living room of a villa, a striking foreign man sat on the sofa, sipping red wine. Flanking him were 2 stunning young women. Mr. Smith, let us have another drink. As the foreign man indulged in his merriment, his phone suddenly rang. He rose and walked out to the balcony, while the 2 young women wisely refrained from following. What did you say? The snow wolf is missing? The foreign man furrowed his brow. The Snow Wolf had been quite capable within the organization, but he hadn't anticipated that this time, he would vanish in Ningchuan City, Dragon Country. Yes, boss, it has been a day now, and I fear that the Snow Wolf is likely dead. Members of the organization maintained contact daily through specific methods. If contact was lost, it often indicated trouble. The foreign man fell silent for a moment before responding, "Investigate. See if it's the work of the Dragon Country police." The voice on the other end replied, "It probably is. If it were truly the Dragon Country police, we would certainly have received some word. But as it stands, the Snow Wolf seems to have evaporated from existence. Thus, I suspect that there are skilled individuals among the bodyguards of the Yin family. The Snow Wolf has been quietly eliminated." Upon hearing the analysis from the phone, the foreign man remained silent. This possibility could not be dismissed. With the mission now a failure, they would need to send someone else to undertake it. "Boss, what should we do next? Should we halt the mission?" Given that the situation was still unclear, sending assassins could lead to unforeseen consequences. The foreign man stated, "The shadow is conveniently in the Dragon Country. Let him take on this task. Regardless, that Enkaigua must die. I have already received the payment. This mission must be completed at all costs." "I understand, boss." Time flew by. The night faded, and dawn approached quietly. That morning, Qin Feng rose at 7 o'clock. While washing his face, he discovered that the system's part-time task had refreshed. Part-time task released. The chairman of Qin Feng International is targeted by assassins. A versatile bodyguard is needed. Duration, 5 days, with a reward of 8 million. Completion of the task will yield a super gift package. Does the host accept? Qin Feng felt puzzled. He was already aware that Enkaigua was being targeted by the Snow Wolf. However, hadn't he already eliminated the Snow Wolf? Could it be that another assassin had emerged? Intriguing. System, accept. The reward offered by the Yin family was 8 million, but Qin Feng was more intrigued by the system's super gift package. As Qin Feng accepted the task, a stream of information flowed into his mind. This time, he was to execute the task as a bodyguard dispatched by a security company. That moment, a badge appeared in his system space. The system had arranged everything for him. He merely needed to ensure the safety of Enkaigua. If any mishap were to occur during this period, the system would deem it a failure. In family manor. Ever since that night when the vehicle had been tampered with, Enkaigua had remained within the manor. The other members of the Yin family also tried to avoid going out as much as possible, for the assassin had yet to be located. "Has the police found anything?" Enkaigua inquired during breakfast, addressing a younger member of the Yin family. If the assassin continued to remain hidden, this situation could not persist. "Grandfather, it seems not. The assassin is quite adept at concealing themselves and has yet to make an appearance." Chapter 74. On One Hong's concerns, in truth, over the past couple of days, Enkaigua has also exerted considerable effort. However, like the police, he has been unable to uncover anything substantial. They have attempted to bolster security measures, seeking to hire additional bodyguards. Yet, some companies outright refused, while others seized the opportunity to inflate their prices. After all, the threat targeting Enkaigua comes from a professional assassin, armed with firearms and explosives. Ordinary bodyguards would not dare to take such risks. Meanwhile, the police have dispatched numerous personnel to provide covert protection for Enkaigua. Feeling somewhat disheartened, Enkaigua remarked, "That assassin is after me. Arrange a vehicle. I need to go out shortly." I refuse to believe he will remain in hiding indefinitely. Enkaigua resolved to use himself as bait. "Grandfather, that is not advisable," a younger member of the Yin family exclaimed, his face paling. With determination, Enkaigua responded, "I'll be accompanied by bodyguards. What is there to fear?" Having lived a considerable number of years, Enkaigua felt he had seen enough. At worst, he could always start anew in 18 years. "Father, what is the matter?" At this moment, One Hong entered the dining room. Noticing Enkaigua's silence, he added, "Just now, the largest security company in the country returned my call. They said they have arranged for a bodyguard to come, per our specifications. He should arrive shortly. Their demands were quite high, and many security firms lacked such capable individuals." "That is splendid news." Enkaigua's face brightened once more. However, the security company also mentioned that the bodyguard is only available for the next 5 days. This revelation left One Hong feeling somewhat disappointed. Enkaigua frowned. "Is it a matter of pricing not being negotiated?" "Not at all." One Hong shook his head. "Let us wait to meet the individual before passing judgment." After breakfast, Qin Feng hailed a taxi to the Yin family estate. The estate was not far from the Xinghe Villa district, situated in an affluent area close to the city center. What brings you here? Upon arriving at the estate's entrance, Qin Feng was stopped by a bodyguard. I am a bodyguard summoned by Eldarin. My name is Qin Feng. He also presented the credentials arranged by the system, a document issued by the security company, serving as proof of his role. Please hold on. The bodyguard scrutinized Qin Feng's credentials, his expression betraying skepticism. No matter how one looked at it, Qin Feng did not appear to be a professional bodyguard, primarily due to his youth. The bodyguard took a photograph of the credentials and sent it to Hong, who was still discussing matters with Kaigwa. Upon receiving the photo and opening it, Hong was momentarily taken aback. Father, the bodyguard from the security company has arrived. Kaigwa instructed, then go outside and take a look. Father, my eyesight isn't the best. Could you have a look instead? Hong handed his phone to Kaigwa. Upon viewing the photograph on the credentials, Kaigwa was equally stunned. Xiao Feng, how could it be him? The name and appearance matched perfectly. But it was perplexing. When had Qin Feng become a professional bodyguard? I will call to clarify this immediately. Hong suspected that the security company was making a mistake. While Qin Feng was undoubtedly impressive, whether he could fulfill the role of a bodyguard was another matter altogether. No, there is no need to inquire. Kaigwa replied with a smile. I am quite satisfied with the bodyguard sent by the security company. Qin Feng possessed remarkable driving skills and his abilities surpassed those of the bodyguards already surrounding Kaigwa. Previously, Kaigwa had contemplated having Qin Feng serve as his driver and bodyguard, but Qin Feng had declined. He believed that with Qin Feng's capabilities, he could easily excel in this position. Father, but Qin Feng is far too young. I am concerned that he lacks experience. Hong voiced his apprehensions. Kaigwa chuckled. Xiao Feng has already been certified by the security company. I cannot believe they would send someone unqualified. Very well, it shall be Xiao Feng. With that, Kaigwa strode toward the entrance. Father, I will have someone go pick him up. You can wait here in the hall. Hong, feeling helpless, promptly made a phone call. The estate's entrance was quite a distance from the main villa, and it would be quicker to drive. Before long, Qin Feng arrived at the main villa in a vehicle. It was his first visit to the family estate, and he had to admit that it was indeed vast. For an ordinary person, it would take quite some time to traverse the estate. Xiao Feng, Kaigwa and Hong came out to greet him. Elder Kun, President, and Qin Feng acknowledged both individuals. I truly did not expect that the bodyguard sent by the security company would be you. Kaigwa clapped Qin Feng on the shoulder, smiling. Qin Feng, when did you join the security company? Hong felt it prudent to clarify certain matters. It must be acknowledged that Qin Feng possessed considerable talent. He was still their cybersecurity consultant at Qin Feng International. However, the role of a bodyguard required a different set of skills. Qin Feng explained, recently, I had some free time and managed to pass the security company's certification. After all, he possessed the credentials from the security company, so he could say whatever he wished. All right, let us head inside and talk. Kaigwa led Qin Feng into the hall. He was aware of Qin Feng's capabilities, thus he did not share his son's doubts. Xiao Feng, why did the security company say you could only come for 5 days? If possible, Kaigwa wished to have Qin Feng stay long-term, as he held a genuine fondness for the young man. Qin Feng replied, because I have other commitments. I apologize, Eldarin. I can only protect you for 5 days. During this time, I will do my utmost to locate the assassin. Qin Feng was not boasting. He possessed the capability to do so. Kaigwa waved his hand dismissively, that is of no concern. Leave the matter of finding the assassin to the police. Your presence by my side for these few days is sufficient. Hong pondered for a moment before saying, Qin Feng, the assassins likely do not know your identity as a bodyguard. How about this? You can remain by my father's side as a guest of the family. Unless it is absolutely urgent, do not reveal your identity. This arrangement effectively added a layer of security for Kaigwa. Not a problem. Qin Feng readily agreed. After all, his mission was to ensure Kaigwa's safety. Father, didn't you mention previously that you wished to see Qin Feng spar with Yang and the others? Now we can arrange for them to compete. Hong had only witnessed Qin Feng's prowess through video, and now he wished to see it firsthand to gain a better understanding. Xiao Feng, what do you think? Kaigwa inquired, seeking Qin Feng's opinion. He regarded Qin Feng more as a friend than merely a bodyguard. That sounds fine. Qin Feng agreed. He understood that Hong was testing his abilities. It was no wonder, considering Hong had invested a significant sum in hiring a bodyguard. With the family's wealth, money was a trivial matter. The concern lay in the possibility of a critical failure at a pivotal moment. Very well, follow me. Chapter 75. Suggestions. And Wen Hong was the first to exit the hall. Outside the main entrance stood the two bodyguards usually accompanying Nkaigwa. Xiaofeng, let's go. Nkaigwa patted Qin Feng on the shoulder. Qin Feng nodded and followed Nkaigwa outside. The group made their way to a nearby open area. Aliang, Amin, engage in a few exchanges with Qin Feng. Be mindful and hold back. And Wen Hong reminded. Understood. Both nodded in agreement. They had previously watched videos of Qin Feng taking on multiple opponents and were aware that the young man before them was no ordinary individual. Despite being professional bodyguards, they realized that in a one-on-one scenario, they would indeed struggle against Qin Feng. Nkaigwa added, it's merely a casual spar, no need to take it too seriously. With a smile, Qin Feng stepped forward, facing Nkaigwa's two bodyguards. Apologies, little brother. Aliang initiated the first move. His speed was remarkable, and as he closed in on Qin Feng, he unleashed a series of fluid military boxing techniques. Among the many bodyguards of the Yin family, Aliang was the strongest. However, in the face of Aliang's fierce assault, Qin Feng remained calm and composed, deftly evading without rushing to counterattack. Very good, very good. Nkaigwa observed with an appreciative expression. Soon after, the other bodyguard, Amin, joined in the fray. They coordinated seamlessly, attacking Qin Feng from both sides. Against the onslaught of their relentless strikes, most individuals would have long since succumbed. Yet, Qin Feng, capable of defeating 10 opponents, continued to evade with ease. Aliang and Amin were astonished to discover that their powerful techniques had no effect on Qin Feng whatsoever. Even with their flawless coordination, they were unable to contend with him. After allowing them to exchange over 30 moves, Qin Feng finally decided to engage. Having recently mastered both the 8 Extremes Fist and Jeet Kune Do, his strength exceeded that of his former self. Transforming his palms into fists, he struck simultaneously. The seemingly ordinary punches concealed tremendous power. Aliang and Amin chose to absorb the blows, only to be pushed back 2 steps, feeling a dull ache at the points of impact. Impressive. They exchanged glances, astonished. Despite having anticipated their inability to match Qin Feng, they were unprepared for just how formidable he truly was. Steadying themselves, the two charged at Qin Feng once more. Having learned from their previous encounter, they resolved not to confront him head-on. However, in the face of absolute strength, all technique proved futile. After a few more exchanges, Aliang and Amin found themselves pushed back 5 to 6 meters. Little brother, we are no match for you. They regarded Qin Feng with admiration. Had it not been for Qin Feng's deliberate restraint, they would have been defeated long ago. It was hard to fathom that such a young man could be so powerful. I concede. Qin Feng clasped his fists towards them. To be honest, Aliang and Amin were already quite capable. Unfortunately, they had encountered someone who seemed to possess extraordinary abilities. Xiaofeng's strength, how does it measure up? Nkaigwa inquired of his son. Very impressive. And Wen Hong finally acknowledged Qin Feng's prowess. After all, defeating both Aliang and Amin simultaneously was no small feat. Yet Qin Feng had accomplished it with apparent ease, undeniably showcasing his remarkable capabilities. Qin Feng, I entrust my father's safety to you. And Wen Hong's earlier concerns had finally dissipated. I will do my utmost. Qin Feng nodded in response. Xiaofeng, have you had breakfast? Nkaigwa asked with a smile. Mister. I have already eaten. Very well, then I shall take you on a tour of the estate. Nkaigwa intended to familiarize Qin Feng with the surroundings of the manor. By the way, has Xiaoya risen yet? Have her come over. I would like to introduce her to Xiaofeng. Nkaigwa looked towards Wen Hong. Wen Hong replied, she left for the exchange early this morning. She has decided to resign from there and has some formalities to attend to. Nkaigwa remarked, that's good. I've long wanted her to return to Qin Feng International. Dad, I also need to step out shortly, so you should remain in the manor. And Wen Hong, concerned that his father might grow restless, intentionally reminded him. Nkaigwa said, with Xiaofeng nearby, what do I have to fear from those assassins? Staying within the manor was exceedingly dull, and he had long wished to venture out. Wen Hong responded earnestly, better safe than sorry. Until we have dealt with the assassins, it would be wise for you to stay in the manor. The methods employed by those assassins were varied and unpredictable. All right, I understand. Nkaigwa waved his hand dismissively. He then led Qin Feng toward the back garden. Nkaigwa accompanied Qin Feng for nearly an hour. Though he was aging, his physical condition remained robust. Xiaofeng, do you know how to play Go? A little. It's too hot outside. Let us play inside the hall. Around 10 o'clock, Qin Feng received a phone call from Zhou Runan. Qin Feng, where are you? At the family estate. What's the matter? I just received a call from Mr. Wu Jinhao. He wants me to take you to a certain location, Zhou Runan explained over the phone. Is it now? Qin Feng had already deduced the nature of the matter, undoubtedly related to the third-generation Skynet system. Yes. After a moment of hesitation, Qin Feng said, I am currently serving as a bodyguard for Mr. And if I leave, I need to inform him. Only Qin Feng knew that the Snow Wolf was already dead. Even if there were other assassins targeting Ankaigua, the manor was undoubtedly secure. Besides the family's bodyguards, the police had also dispatched personnel. For an assassin to infiltrate the estate would be exceedingly difficult. What? You're acting as a bodyguard for M.R.An? Zhou Runan was quite surprised. She was aware of Qin Feng's capabilities, yet it appeared he was not in need of money. Why then was he serving as a bodyguard for Ankaigua? Zhou Runan found herself perplexed. It was a decision made this morning. Qin Feng offered no further explanation. All right then, I will come find you. Zhou Runan felt that she could not get to the bottom of things over the phone, so she planned to visit Qin Feng. Coincidentally, she also had some matters to attend to at the family estate. Half an hour later, Zhou Runan arrived at the manor in her car. Mr.An. Officer Zhou has arrived. Please, show her in. At that moment, Ankaigua was playing Go with Qin Feng. After a while, Zhou Runan entered the hall. Mr.An. Zhou Runan greeted Ankaigua, while also glancing at Qin Feng across the table. Have you discovered the whereabouts of that assassin? Ankaigua inquired of Zhou Runan. Zhou Runan shook her head. Not yet. We have dispatched numerous personnel for the search, but we have been unable to locate any trace of the assassin. Thus, I suspect that the assassin may have already left Ningchuan City. Zhou Runan articulated her conjecture. If that is the case, it is indeed a relief. Ankaigua hesitated momentarily before responding. Chapter 76. Qin Feng's Proposal. Zhou Runan spoke again. Hold on. This is merely my personal conjecture, and it has yet to be substantiated. Thus, I advise you to refrain from venturing out for the time being. Should any issues arise, Zhou Runan could not bear the responsibility. Even though the assassin had departed, caution was still warranted. After all, prudence ensures longevity. Ankaigua then turned to Qin Feng and inquired, Xiao Feng, what are your thoughts? Qin Feng replied, until the threats are neutralized, remaining within the estate is undoubtedly the most prudent course of action. He had no intention of revealing that the Snow Wolf was deceased, as this matter was entwined with his own secrets. It was unfortunate for that Snow Wolf to have accepted such a perilous assignment, assassinating Qin Feng. In the end, it cost him his very life. Then we shall heed Xiao Feng's counsel, Ankaigua said, shaking his head in resignation and opting to follow Qin Feng's advice. Olden, is Qin Feng now your bodyguard? Zhou Runan queried. Ankaigua nodded. Indeed. It is that I have a matter to discuss with Qin Feng. I need to take him out for a brief excursion, Zhou Runan suggested proactively. With the police present at the estate, there was no need for Qin Feng to remain on constant vigil. Not to worry. The estate is quite secure. Xiao Feng, you may accompany Officer Zhou, Ankaigua remarked, recognizing Qin Feng's capabilities. Even the police regarded Qin Feng highly. It could be said that he was a prized asset wherever he went. Olden, I will return promptly once my business is concluded. Developing the third-generation Skynet system was a task, and safeguarding Olden was another. Qin Feng wished he could be in two places at once to avoid delaying either responsibility. Very well. I shall await your return to resume our game of chess. With that, Qin Feng departed with Zhou Runan. Once in the car, Zhou Runan, filled with curiosity, asked, Qin Feng, what prompted you to become Olden's bodyguard? Given that Ankaigua was currently targeted by an assassin, serving as his bodyguard was an exceedingly perilous undertaking, one that could easily jeopardize his life. They offered an exceedingly generous compensation. Qin Feng replied with a starkly pragmatic answer. Zhou Runan shook her head, unconvinced by his words. She well knew that Qin Feng was not a man driven by greed. Not long ago, he had donated the entire bonus he received from the police. It was evident that there was another motive behind his decision to protect Ankaigua, but since he chose not to disclose it, Zhou Runan felt it inappropriate to press further. To her mind, Qin Feng harbored too many secrets. Take this instance, for example. She had no clearance to know the specifics of why Qin Feng was being taken to a certain location. Where exactly are you taking me? With Zhou Runan silent, Qin Feng inquired. To the Ningchuan City Technology Research Institute. Upon arrival, someone will be there to receive you. As for Olden, you need not worry. I have dispatched several individuals for his protection. He is quite safe. Moreover, Those assassins generally do not operate during the day. After more than 20 minutes, Zhou Runan brought Qin Feng to the Ningchuan City Technology Research Institute. This was a national institution with stringent security protocols. At the entrance, the security personnel halted their vehicle. Zhou Runan presented her identification, and after a brief glance, the guards allowed them entry. Once parked, Zhou Runan led Qin Feng to an office. Please sit for a moment. Someone will arrive shortly. Qin Feng had scarcely settled when a middle-aged man wearing glasses entered. Officer Zhou, the man greeted, clearly acquainted with Zhou Runan. They exchanged pleasantries. Director Yang, this is Qin Feng, Zhou Runan introduced. Hello, I have heard Mr. Wu speak of you. I did not expect you to be so young, Director Yang remarked, approaching Qin Feng with a smile. Greetings. Qin Feng replied. It seemed that Yang Yu was the director of this research institute. Director Yang, I leave the matter in your capable hands. I shall take my leave now. Zhou Runan excused herself, aware that the ensuing discussion was beyond her clearance. Very well. After Zhou Runan's departure, Yang Yu escorted Qin Feng to the basement via the elevator. Along the way, several staff members cast puzzled glances at the sight of Yang Yu accompanying a young man. Yang Yu first took Qin Feng to the control center of the institute. Xiao Feng, you are quite the computer expert. Please assess whether there are improvements needed in our network defense system. Qin Feng immediately began operating the computer. The system here is exceptionally secure. Given that this was a national institution, the safety measures far surpassed those of external networks. With your assurance, I am greatly relieved, Yang Yu expressed with a smile. Come, let me show you another area. Next, Yang Yu led Qin Feng to another office, where he opened a computer. This is a draft of the third-generation Skynet system design. Please take a look. Mr. Wu has also mentioned that you will be responsible for the security defense aspect of the system. Yang Yu opened a document. I'll have a look first. Qin Feng had prepared his own design draft the previous night and wished to compare it. My office is next door. Should you have any questions, feel free to come find me. Additionally, you can directly contact Mr. Wu through the phone here. Yang Yu left Qin Feng to his tasks, allowing him to review the design draft. As it was merely a preliminary proposal, he completed his review within a few minutes. It is rather conservative, Qin Feng remarked, shaking his head. He promptly exited the office and knocked on the adjacent door. Xiao Feng, have you finished so soon? Yang Yu inquired upon opening the door, smiling at Qin Feng. I have also prepared a proposal. If possible, could you assist in forwarding it to Mr. Wu? Qin Feng produced a USB drive and handed it to Yang Yu. Wu Zhenhao was the overall supervisor, holding the final decision-making authority. Oh! Yang Yu expressed surprise. It was worth noting that their team had deliberated extensively before arriving at that design. Many of the technologies utilized were well established. He had not anticipated that Qin Feng would also present his own version. All right, I shall take a look at it and promptly send it to Mr. Wu. Yang Yu accepted the USB drive. Curiosity piqued regarding Qin Feng's proposal. The plan had yet to be finalized. Subsequent development was temporarily stalled. Yang Yu instructed Qin Feng to wait in the adjacent office while he inserted the USB drive into his computer. Upon opening the file within the USB, Yang Yu's astonishment escalated as he scanned the contents labeled Third-Generation Skynet System Design Proposal. As he continued to read, the intensity of his shock grew ever stronger, for within this proposal, Qin Feng had incorporated numerous advanced technologies. Take artificial intelligence, for instance. It was far more audacious than the current plan. Chapter 77. Cashing out? Is this truly the proposal authored by Xiaofeng himself? Yang Yu expressed his incredulity. Should this proposal come to fruition, the practicality of the Skynet system would undergo a remarkable transformation, further enhancing the security index of the Dragon Nation. At this moment, Yang Yu felt a flicker of anticipation, yet a kernel of doubt lingered in the recesses of his mind. Some of the technologies mentioned by Qin Feng in the proposal might not be feasible. Even if they were attainable, their implementation would demand considerable manpower and resources. Most critically, their budget was limited. Thus, Yang Yu resolved to forward the proposal to Wu Zhenhao to gauge his reaction. Without delay, he encrypted the document and sent it to Wu Zhenhao via computer in Yanjing. Wu Zhenhao was seated at his computer when he received Yang Yu's message, informing him that Qin Feng had also crafted a proposal. Curiosity piqued, he opened the document. Upon witnessing the scenarios delineated within the proposal, he was equally astounded. Wait a minute, didn't Qin Feng tell me that he was unfamiliar with artificial intelligence? What Wu Zhenhao was unaware of was that Qin Feng indeed lacked knowledge in artificial intelligence at the time. The skills related to this field were rewards he received after accepting his task. This kid has certainly kept some aces up his sleeve. Wu Zhenhao felt a surge of excitement within. However, he remained uncertain whether Qin Feng's proposal could genuinely be executed. Technology was one aspect, but funding was another. After much contemplation, Wu Jinhao decided to call Qin Feng for clarification. He promptly dialed the landline in Yang Yu's office. "Xiaofeng, Mr. Wu wishes to speak with you." "Go ahead and take the call," Yang Yu said as he approached Qin Feng's office. Clearly, Wu Jinhao held Qin Feng's proposal in high regard, prompting him to call immediately after reviewing it. "Understood," Qin Feng replied, striding over to answer the phone. "Mr. Wu, this is Qin Feng." Wu Jinhao's hearty voice soon resonated from the other end of the line. "Qin Feng, I have reviewed your design proposal. The ideas are commendable. However, some of the technologies mentioned may pose significant challenges for implementation at this stage. The proposal they had previously discussed was the most prudent, and the budget was adequate. In contrast, Qin Feng's proposal raised numerous concerns that needed careful consideration." Qin Feng responded, "In truth, those technologies are not particularly difficult to realize. I have a plan." His mind brimmed with knowledge regarding artificial intelligence, which he could readily apply to the third-generation Skynet system. Had he not been entirely confident, he would not have penned that design proposal. "Qin Feng, you must understand that what we are discussing is a matter of great gravity." As the chief overseer of the Skynet system, Wu Jinhao could not afford any negligence. Qin Feng replied earnestly, "I am aware, and I am willing to take full responsibility for the proposal I have drafted." Upon hearing Qin Feng's declaration, Wu Jinhao fell into contemplative silence once more. After a moment, he continued, "I neglected to mention that our budget is constrained. Were the budget sufficient, Wu Jinhao would aspire to enhance the Skynet system to the fullest extent possible. However, the circumstances did not permit such leeway." Qin Feng reassured him, "Rest assured, the additional funding required will not be substantial. He could address the technological challenges, and the remaining expenses would not be exorbitant." Wu Jinhao hesitated briefly before stating, "In that case, to ensure prudence, I will assign the team from Ningchuan City to you. The upgrade of the third-generation Skynet system will commence in Ningchuan City. If it proves viable, we can then proceed with a nationwide upgrade." Such a monumental task necessitated a step-by-step approach. Wu Jinhao chose to place his trust in Qin Feng, thereby entrusting him with the Ningchuan City team. "Absolutely," Qin Feng affirmed. "By the way, Mr. Wu, there is something I need to inform you about." He disclosed his arrangement to serve as a bodyguard for Enkaigua. The following days would require him to remain at the family estate, rendering him unable to work in this vicinity. Therefore, the most pragmatic solution was to work from the family estate. "Handle it as you see fit. Just ensure that the secrets of the Skynet system remain confidential." Wu Jinhao's voice conveyed a hint of exasperation. He recognized that talents like Qin Feng were rare, and imposing excessive restrictions would be counterproductive. Subsequently, Wu Jinhao relayed additional instructions to Yang Yu, emphasizing the necessity of providing Qin Feng with maximum support in terms of resources, as well as ensuring his protection. Yang Yu acknowledged each directive. After Wu Jinhao concluded the call, Yang Yu turned to Qin Feng with a smile. "Xiaofeng, I didn't expect Mr. Wu to place such trust in you. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to let me know." Although Qin Feng was only responsible for the system development in Ningchuan City, his role was undeniably significant. It was noteworthy that Qin Feng was merely a university student. Being held in such high regard by Wu Jinhao foretold a boundless future ahead. Qin Feng nodded. "I still need to refine some details in the proposal. Once I have completed that, I will reach out to you." The task of developing the third-generation Skynet system was substantial, and it was impractical for Qin Feng to accomplish it alone. Fortunately, he could enlist the assistance of the team in Ningchuan City. Very well. Yang Yu had initially intended for Qin Feng to linger a while longer, but Qin Feng found an excuse to leave, primarily due to his pressing commitments. Protecting Enkaigua and developing the Skynet system demanded his utmost dedication. He took a taxi back to his rented accommodation, packed 2 sets of clothing, and brought along his laptop. To ensure Enkaigua's safety, he would need to reside at the family estate for the next few days. Just as he was preparing to head downstairs, he received a call from Lin Kuan. "Brother Feng, all the digital currency has been liquidated. I'm coming down to report to you." Lin Kuan was already waiting downstairs. Following Qin Feng's instructions, Lin Kuan had liquidated all assets at high positions. In a mere 4 days, the profits exceeded 400 million. "I'm heading down now." Qin Feng slung his backpack over his shoulder and descended the stairs, quickly spotting Lin Kuan. In high spirits, Lin Kuan radiated joy, having just received a 1% share of the profits from Qin Feng. He had never imagined that one day he would possess such wealth. "Brother Feng, here is your bank card. All the profits are deposited within. You can check it shortly." Lin Kuan returned the bank card to Qin Feng. Did you take your share? Qin Feng inquired as he accepted the card. I've already claimed it, Lin Kuan replied with a sheepish grin. Hey, Brother Feng, are you moving? Lin Kuan questioned, puzzled by Qin Feng's backpack. Qin Feng explained, I found a job as a bodyguard, and I'll be staying there for a few days. Let's go grab something to eat first. As they spoke, Qin Feng headed toward a nearby fast food restaurant. Are you serious, Brother Feng? Now that you're so affluent, you're still going to work as a bodyguard? Lin Kuan expressed his confusion. After all, Qin Feng had won a lottery jackpot last time, and this time he had profited over 400 million from digital currency. Combined, that was a substantial amount. Chapter 78. So you two are acquainted, Qin Feng remarked, experiencing life. There's no point in explaining it to you, as you wouldn't understand anyway. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, by the way, you have liquidated your personal investments, haven't you? He was concerned that Lin Kuan might succumb to temptation and hold on longer, especially since the digital currency was poised for a steep decline. If he didn't extricate himself in time, the likelihood of incurring total losses was substantial, a scenario Qin Feng wished to avoid. Brother Feng, I trust your judgment. I have already cashed out. Lin Kuan now unconditionally trusted Qin Feng. That's reassuring. In the future, refrain from engaging with digital currencies, Qin Feng cautioned earnestly. His foresight, courtesy of the business opportunity card, allowed him to predict the price trends of digital currencies. For the average person, attempting to profit from these currencies could easily lead to devastating losses. The two soon entered a fast food establishment, each ordering a meal. Brother Feng, are you free this evening? Lin Kuan asked. How about I treat you to a foot massage? Qin Feng replied, I won't be available for the next few days. All right then, Lin Kuan said with a hint of resignation. After finishing their meal, Lin Kuan returned home, while Qin Feng hailed a taxi to Anja Manor. On the way, Zhao Shuhan sent him a message. Brother Qin Feng, do you have any plans for today? Qin Feng, without hesitation, responded, I am currently serving as Old An's bodyguard. Ah. Zhao Shuhan quickly replied with a puzzled expression. Given that Enkaigua was being targeted by assassins, taking up the role of a bodyguard was undeniably perilous, prompting her to feel anxious for Qin Feng's safety. I only agreed to be Old An's bodyguard for 5 days. That's not too concerning, Zhao Shuhan expressed her unease. But Brother Qin Feng, it's far too dangerous. Even with knowledge of Qin Feng's capabilities, her worry remained. Qin Feng reassured her, there are other bodyguards alongside me, and the police have also dispatched personnel for covert protection. Those assassins wouldn't dare approach. Rest assured, everything will be fine. Realizing she couldn't dissuade him, Zhao Shuhan implored, Brother Qin Feng, could you promise me not to take on such dangerous work in the future? I promise you, Qin Feng replied readily. Yet in his heart, he resolved to keep similar matters from Zhao Shuhan in the future to spare her the worry. To Zhao Shuhan, the role of Enkaigua's bodyguard seemed fraught with danger, but Qin Feng felt otherwise, confident in his own strength. Just be cautious, Zhao Shuhan advised earnestly. I will. You needn't worry. She then said, Brother Qin Feng, I'll come to Anja Manor tomorrow to visit you and pay my respects to Grandpa. Qin Feng urged, given the current circumstances, it would be best if you held off for now. All right then. As they chatted, Qin Feng arrived at Anja Manor. This time, the guards at the entrance did not impede his passage, allowing him to enter smoothly. Inside the main villa's hall, Enkaigua was seated on the sofa, engrossed in his phone. Xiao Feng, you've completed your task so swiftly? Upon noticing Qin Feng's arrival, Enkaigua rose with a smile. It's done. Enkaigua continued. I've had the servants prepare your room. You can stow your belongings there. We'll resume our game of chess later. To ensure optimal protection for Enkaigua, Qin Feng was assigned a room adjacent to Enkaigua's. Should any disturbances arise during the night, he would be the first to notice. Nodding in understanding, Qin Feng followed the servant to place his backpack accordingly. He then resumed their game of Go with Enkaigua. As the clock approached 2 in the morning, Enkaigua succumbed to fatigue and retreated to his room for a brief rest. Meanwhile, Qin Feng remained industrious, opening his laptop to refine certain aspects of the third-generation Skynet system. He personally tackled the more challenging technical issues while delegating simpler tasks to his team to expedite progress. Time flew by as evening approached. The sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of crimson. Accompanied by 2 bodyguards, Inya returned to Anja Manor. Although the assassins were targeting Enkaigua, this did not imply that the other family members were free from peril. Upon entering the hall, Inya was greeted by the tantalizing aroma of dishes being prepared for dinner, with 2 maids bustling about in the dining area. Where has Grandpa gone? Inya inquired of the guard, a Liang, stationed by the entrance. Missin, Olden is taking a walk in the back garden. Anya made her way to the dining area, poured herself a bowl, and savored a few spoonfuls of delicious chicken soup before heading towards the back garden. Before long, she spotted Nkaigwa strolling leisurely, but to her surprise, a young man stood beside her grandfather. It was Qin Feng. Xiaoya, Grandpa. Nkaigwa noticed Anya, his face lighting up with a smile as he approached her. Upon seeing Anya, Qin Feng was equally taken aback. He recognized her from their previous encounters at the stock exchange, though he had not anticipated that the exchange manager would also be Nkaigwa's granddaughter. Allow me to introduce you. This is Qin Feng, Nkaigwa said with a smile. He is currently serving as a bodyguard for our family. A bodyguard? Anya's eyes widened in astonishment as she stared at Qin Feng. She was aware of his sharp acumen in stock trading. For instance, the 2 stocks he had purchased had surged significantly during a sluggish market period. Given his substantial investments, it was evident that his family must be quite affluent. Most notably, Qin Feng was also a university student. How could such a person now be serving as their family's bodyguard? Anya found herself baffled. Logically speaking, Qin Feng should not be in need of money. Manager In, it is a pleasure to meet you, Qin Feng greeted her. Mr. Qin, it's a pleasure to meet you as well, Anya responded with a smile. So you two are acquainted, Nkaigwa chuckled, surprised that his granddaughter had already known Qin Feng. Grandpa, Mr. Qin is actually my client. You may not be aware, but his stock-picking abilities are quite remarkable. Anya quickly shared the details of Qin Feng's investments. Xiao Feng, I truly didn't expect you to be so proficient in stock trading. If you have time this evening, I would love to discuss it further, Nkaigwa said. Qin Feng shook his head, chuckling. Olden, to be honest, I was just making random purchases. Anya clearly did not believe him. No, you cannot possibly be making random choices. On his first foray into the stock market, Qin Feng had invested a staggering 100 million and leveraged it threefold. Who would dare to act so recklessly without absolute certainty? Certainly not her. Mr. Qin, what brings you to my family as a bodyguard? Anya questioned, voicing her concerns. As far as I know, you are still a student. Given that Nkaigwa was currently under threat from assassins, this role was undeniably perilous. Whether a university student could shoulder such a responsibility remained highly questionable. Chapter 79. The original song became a hit. Qin Feng chuckled. Who says college students cannot be bodyguards? Anya shook her head once more. That is not what I meant. I merely find it rather peculiar. Could it be that my grandfather did not clarify things for you? After being targeted by an assassin, the Yin family contemplated hiring additional bodyguards. However, upon learning the reality of the situation, many declined, offering excuses, the primary reason being the perilous nature of the job. What use is a handsome pay if one cannot spend it? Are you referring to the assassin? I have been aware of it for quite some time. Qin Feng replied with an air of indifference. In fact, he was the first to realize that Nkaigwa had been marked by an assassin. Aren't you afraid? Anya's confusion deepened upon hearing Qin Feng's words. Knowing full well the precarious situation of the Yin family, yet still choosing to approach them, could only be described as audacious. At that moment, Nkaigwa interjected, Xiaoya, I have always told you to strike a balance between work and rest, and not to fixate solely on your job. If you had spent more time online during this period, you wouldn't be asking such questions. With Qin Feng's capabilities, safeguarding him was more than sufficient. What does being online have to do with it? Anya was utterly perplexed. She herself acknowledged that she was indeed a workaholic. Xiao Feng is now a social media sensation with over 10 million fans. If you check his Douyin account, you'll see just how impressive he truly is. Nkaigwa did not elaborate further. Additionally, Xiao Feng is currently our cybersecurity consultant at Qin Feng International. The last time Qin Feng International was hacked, it was Xiao Feng who resolved the issue. Anya's eyes widened in astonishment. Is that so? He is that remarkable? Although Anya did not work at Qin Feng International, she was aware of the significant incident. At that time, the technical experts from Qin Feng International had been at a loss. She had heard that it was ultimately a young man who had solved the problem. Little did Anya expect that this young man was Qin Feng. He seems to possess an abundance of knowledge. Not only is he adept at stock trading, but he is also a computer whiz. Let's go have dinner. Nkaigwa chose not to elaborate further and led the way to the dining room. Mr. Qin, what is your Douyin account? I would like to follow you. Anya inquired as she approached Qin Feng. There's no need, Qin Feng replied. Feeling it unnecessary, Anya insisted. No, I truly wish to see if you are as extraordinary as my grandfather claims. At that moment, her curiosity towards Qin Feng surged. With no other choice, Qin Feng reluctantly provided his account. Anya searched and discovered that Qin Feng's account indeed boasted over 10 million followers. Your account has hardly any content. How did you achieve this? Anya's face was filled with curiosity. Guess. Qin Feng chuckled as he caught up with Nkaigwa. Anya pouted, glancing at her phone while walking. Soon, she stumbled upon several videos related to Qin Feng. The popularity of those videos was astonishing, showcasing feats like single-handedly rescuing others and high-speed car chases. Moreover, Qin Feng's singing was surprisingly melodious. Such an outstanding young man undoubtedly deserves his legion of over 10 million fans. Anya finally comprehended why her grandfather held Qin Feng in such high regard. At that moment, her gaze towards Qin Feng's retreating figure transformed. With Qin Feng's prowess, he would be more than capable of fulfilling the role of a bodyguard. Upon returning to the hall, Qin Feng initially intended to dine with Liang and the others, but Nkaigwa insisted on bringing him into the dining room. Xiao Feng, you are now our guest at the Yin family. There is no need to stand on ceremony. From the very beginning, Nkaigwa had never regarded Qin Feng as merely a bodyguard. He genuinely admired this young man. Mr. Qin, I truly did not anticipate that you were so accomplished. Anya sat across from Qin Feng, her face reflecting newfound admiration. She continued to browse short videos related to Qin Feng, eager to uncover more of his secrets. Just call me Qin Feng from now on, he smiled. Anya's formal address stemmed from her respect for a client. All right, I shall call you Qin Feng from now on, Anya replied with a radiant smile. After a while, Wen returned, and the group sat down to dine together. Once the meal concluded, Nkaigwa had no further plans and resumed their game of Go. He had a habit of retiring early, heading to his room shortly after 8. The night was dim, with the full moon hanging high. The environment in the estate was splendid, accompanied by the sound of chirping insects. Qin Feng returned to his room, continuing to develop the third-generation Skynet system. He delegated some relatively simple tasks to Yang Yu, instructing the team in Ningchuan City to handle them. In the midst of this busy work, Qin Feng lost track of time. It was not until nearly 11 o'clock that he noticed a message from Zhao Shuhan on his phone. Qin Feng Gij, how does it feel to be Grandpa An's bodyguard? Qin Feng replied, it's only the first day on the job, and it has been quite pleasant. Zhao Shuhan, still awake, reminded him, make sure to pay attention to safety. With Qin Feng serving as Nkaigwa's bodyguard, Zhao Shuhan could not help but worry. I will, Qin Feng typed in response. Qin Feng Gij, the song you released is currently quite popular. Is that so? I haven't been paying much attention. After completing the task of reaching 300,000 plays, Qin Feng had not checked the data again. While chatting, Qin Feng opened his music platform account. Indeed, as Zhao Shuhan had mentioned, the total play count had reached 6 million. This was an impressive feat, considering it had only been 2 days since its release. Additionally, various music companies had sent messages via private accounts, extending invitations to Qin Feng to join their labels, with generous terms offered. However, Qin Feng merely glanced through them without responding. He also noticed that some netizens had begun to speculate about his identity based solely on his singing voice, though it had yet to be confirmed. Qin Feng perused some highly rated comments but chose not to engage. After chatting with Zhao Shuhan for a few minutes, he returned to his work. It was not until past 2 in the morning that he finally went to bed. The following morning, shortly after 6, Nkaigwa rose alone. The elderly gentleman had a habit of going to bed early and waking up early. Upon hearing the sound of the door opening, Qin Feng also awakened and proceeded to wash his face and brush his teeth. Although he had gone to bed relatively late, it did not impede his vitality the next day. This was primarily due to the enhancements he experienced after using the strength-boosting card. Nkaigwa also maintained a routine of morning runs. When Qin Feng descended the stairs, he found Nkaigwa already dressed in sports attire, prepared to jog. Good morning, Elderin. Qin Feng greeted him with a smile. Xiao Feng, why are you up so early? Nkaigwa inquired, glancing at Qin Feng. Chapter 80. Qin Feng's doubt. Qin Feng shook his head. Olden, allow me to join you for a morning run. Very well. Thus, Qin Feng accompanied Nkaigwa for a jog. The morning air was crisp and invigorating, perfect for physical exercise. Around 7 o'clock, Anya also rose, engaging in a game of badminton with a younger member of the Yin family. Under normal circumstances, she would not rise so early. As the sun ascended, the air began to warm considerably. Not long into the game, Anya was already glistening with perspiration. In the moment of retrieving the shuttlecock, she noticed Qin Feng. Grandfather, Qin Feng, you are both up quite early. Nkaigwa paused to join Anya in her game. At that moment, Qin Feng took out his phone and discovered several missed calls, all from Zhang Shuiying. Without hesitation, he returned one of the calls. Sister Ing, is there something you need? Zhang Shuiying replied, "Not particularly. I initially intended to call you down for breakfast, but then I realized you were not home." Feeling a bit anxious, she decided to reach out. Qin Feng explained, "I had some matters to attend to outside. I wasn't at my rental last night. I may not be returning for the next few days." Upon hearing this, Zhang Shuiying felt an inexplicable sense of disappointment and inquired, "Are you engaged in any part-time work?" Although Qin Feng was quite affluent, he often took on side jobs, a fact she was well aware of. Whether his intention was genuinely to experience life remained known only to him. "I'm working as a bodyguard for someone," Qin Feng stated. Zhang Shuiying was not surprised. Given Qin Feng's skills, he was indeed well suited for the role. "All right then, just let me know when you return." After exchanging a few more words, Qin Feng ended the call. At 7:30, the group reconvened for breakfast in the dining hall. "Xiao Feng, please drive me out for a bit later," Nkagwa requested. "I've been cooped up in the estate for days. It has become rather tedious." Nkagwa was the type who could not tolerate solitude, and with Qin Feng by his side, he felt secure against any potential threats. "Father, I would advise against going out. The outside is not safe," Wenhong cautioned, shaking his head in disapproval. The assassin known as Snow Wolf was skilled at concealment, and to this day, the police had been unable to track him down. If the assassin were waiting for Nkagwa to leave the estate, it would spell disaster. "Not to worry. I will be with Xiao Feng," Nkagwa reassured. "Still, utmost caution is necessary." Wenhong then recalled something and remarked, "Father, I almost forgot to tell you something important. Yesterday, Qin Feng International suffered another hacker attack. Thankfully, due to the defensive enhancements Qin Feng helped implement earlier, we avoided any damage. I plan to take Qin Feng to Qin Feng International shortly to check for any data breaches. Therefore, Father, you should remain here at the estate." With his son making such a case, Nkagwa found it difficult to argue further. After all, corporate matters were of paramount importance. "Very well, Xiao Feng, you will accompany Wenhong to the company. I appreciate your efforts," Nkagwa said, turning to Qin Feng with a smile. "It is my duty," Qin Feng nodded. As he was still the cybersecurity consultant for Qin Feng International, it was only natural for him to investigate such matters. However, he could not comprehend why Qin Feng International seemed to be a frequent target for hackers. Did they not fear being caught, or was there something within the company that was particularly enticing? Unable to discern the reason, he decided to set the thoughts aside. "Father, I will join you as well," Ya announced. "What is your purpose for going?" Wenhong appeared reluctant to include Ya. Ya replied, "I have resigned from my position at the exchange. Although I have not officially joined Qin Feng International yet, I need to familiarize myself with certain matters in advance, don't you think? Otherwise, how will I know how to begin once I start working?" Ya's reasoning was sound. "All right then," Wenhong conceded. "Xiao Feng, prepare yourself for a moment," Wenhong instructed. Qin Feng responded, "I require no preparation. I can go right after breakfast." Thus, after finishing their meal, Qin Feng set off with Wenhong. Wenhong had a dedicated driver, and for added safety, he brought along 3 bodyguards. Ya and Qin Feng occupied the back seat. "Qin Feng, once your role as a bodyguard concludes in a few days, what do you plan to do next?" Wenhong had taken the initiative to investigate Qin Feng's background and found the young man to be rather enigmatic, possessing considerable knowledge and assets. "There are some matters I need to attend to with the police." Qin Feng's brief response left Wenhong hesitant to probe further, as it pertained to confidential information. Indeed, with Qin Feng's vast knowledge, he was bound to be welcomed wherever he went. "Qin Feng, are you leaving so soon?" Ya was taken aback, not realizing that Qin Feng would be departing in just a few days. She had assumed he would remain for a considerable time. Qin Feng nodded. "In the coming days, I will focus on my duties and ensure old Anne's safety." Ya sighed, "I should have anticipated that being a bodyguard was not your primary occupation. Someone as exceptional as Qin Feng would not need to rely on bodyguarding for income." "The stock market is currently unfavorable," Ya remarked. "When do you intend to sell the 2 stocks you purchased?" She felt a twinge of concern for Qin Feng, as the market was in a downturn, and he had leveraged his investments. In such circumstances, it was prudent to take profits while they could. Qin Feng smiled. "There is no rush. I will hold on to them for a while longer." The stocks had not yet peaked, and it was premature to discuss selling. "I am no longer employed at the exchange, so you may seek assistance from others when the time comes," he added. Ya found Qin Feng's thoughts difficult to decipher. As 10 minutes passed, they arrived at the headquarters of Qin Feng International. "We have arrived. Let's disembark," Wenhong instructed. The bodyguards exited first, positioning themselves around the vehicle in a protective stance. Qin Feng and Anya followed suit, trailing behind in Wanhong. Good morning, President In. As they walked through the premises, various employees greeted In Wanhong with respect. The trio entered the elevator and ascended to the floor housing the technical department. Qin Feng, please check the company's defense system for any issues, In Wanhong instructed. I have a meeting to attend. You can find me in the office afterward. Understood. Qin Feng replied, making his way toward the technical department. An Ya hesitated briefly before following him. By this time, the workday had commenced, and the employees in the department were diligently engaged in their tasks. Mr. Qin, MS.An. The department head greeted Qin Feng with a warm smile, his eyes reflecting deep admiration. From the moment Qin Feng first visited the company, he had been captivated by his exceptional skills. Moreover, Qin Feng was currently a favored individual in the eyes of the chairman. As for Anya, many executives recognized her as the granddaughter of Nkaigwa. Qin Feng nodded in acknowledgement and then located an available computer, swiftly entering a series of codes. Chapter 81. The Mole. Activating the network defense system, Qin Feng commenced his examination. Ever since he upgraded the defense system previously, he had indeed faced numerous hacker attacks, yet none had breached it. After all, when it comes to hacking skills, Qin Feng ranks among the elite. How's it going? Anya inquired, observing from the side. She possessed limited knowledge regarding cybersecurity, merely aware of Qin Feng's exceptional computer skills. The defense system remains intact. There are no significant issues. The upgraded defense system was remarkably robust, not easily penetrable. That's a relief. Anya gently nodded. She then watched as Qin Feng continued his operations, his fingers dancing swiftly across the keyboard as he inputted lines of code. Through the IDs left behind, he sought to uncover the identities of the hackers, yet yielded no fruitful results. The hackers, upon realizing they could not breach Qin Feng International's defenses, had severed their connections. In such circumstances, no matter how adept Qin Feng was, he could not access their computers. I am quite curious as to why those hackers frequently target Qin Feng International, Qin Feng remarked, turning to Anya. After a moment's hesitation, she replied, This isn't exactly a secret. It wouldn't hurt to share it with you. You must be aware of Qin Feng International's primary business, correct? Qin Feng nodded, yes, battery production and research. In Ningchuan City, Qin Feng International was considered a top-tier enterprise, excelling even among its peers. Anya continued, they manufacture a wide array of batteries available on the market. However, the predominant focus is on lithium batteries for electric vehicles. A year ago, Qin Feng International invested heavily in the research of solid-state batteries. Recently, they made groundbreaking progress. The endurance of these batteries has doubled compared to conventional ones, and their safety has also improved. Crucially, the cost of solid-state batteries is comparable to that of ordinary batteries. Hence, the hackers are likely after the core technology of solid-state batteries. Although Qin Feng International had previously faced hacker attacks, they were nowhere near as frequent as now, making the reason abundantly clear. Once Qin Feng International's solid-state batteries hit the market, they would capture a significant market share. How could competitors possibly stand idly by while their share was eroded? They had two choices: cooperate with Qin Feng International or resort to stealing their technology. Among them, foreign forces were the most audacious. Now I understand, Qin Feng said, grasping Anya's explanation. In no wonder, the hackers had set their sights on Qin Feng International. It was indeed due to the solid-state batteries. The doubling of endurance was quite formidable. Once mass production was achieved, the batteries on the market would be rendered obsolete. With solid-state batteries, Qin Feng International Chapter 82. The Spy. At this moment, An Wanhong felt somewhat overwhelmed. The infiltrator certainly had an uncanny knack for selecting computers. Qin Feng remarked, once a computer has been used, traces are inevitably left behind. Perhaps we should involve the police, suggested An Wanhong. Such an act of stealing commercial secrets is a criminal offense. Once apprehended, the perpetrator would be handed over to the authorities. Anya concurred, indeed, we should report it to the police. Without hesitation, An Wanhong exchanged a knowing glance with Minister Li, who promptly stepped out to place the call. After a brief moment of contemplation, An Wanhong addressed the head of the HR department, please bring in the employee who used that computer. I have some questions to ask. Understood, Mr. In, the HR head replied. Shortly thereafter, the newly hired employee entered the room, her personal information laid out before An Wanhong. Faced with the company's general manager, the employee appeared visibly anxious. After a series of inquiries, An Wanhong gleaned little from her. It seems she is unlikely to be the mole, he concluded, dismissing her from suspicion. He then turned to Qin Feng and added, if the infiltrator erased all traces after using the computer, Even the police would find it challenging to uncover the truth in a short span. Qin Feng nodded, acknowledging the possibility. Additionally, personnel from other departments might also visit HR. Mr.An, if you trust my judgment, please provide me with the files of all HR personnel I can investigate. Qin Feng was eager to identify the mole and complete his urgent task, beginning with the most suspect department. Absolutely, and Wenhong replied, directing his gaze toward the HR head. Assist Qin Feng to the fullest extent. The HR head opened the computer and brought forward the records of all employees. Employing a process of elimination, Qin Feng dismissed those who had left the company, yet over 30 individuals remained. He then began to scrutinize the activities of those remaining. Qin Feng, have you made any progress? And Wenhong inquired, his impatience evident. He was eager to pinpoint the mole and eliminate the threat. It won't be quick. Please grant me a little more time, Qin Feng responded. In that case, I shall attend a meeting. I leave this matter in your capable hands. Before departing, An Wenhong relayed additional instructions to the HR head. Anya had initially intended to assist Qin Feng but soon realized she was of little help. Instead, she exited the office to prepare a cup of coffee for him. Thus, over half an hour passed before Qin Feng finally made a breakthrough. After excluding the majority, he identified the 3 most suspicious individuals. I found her, he declared, pointing to a document on the desk. The individual in question was the deputy head of HR, Zhou Qian. Furthermore, Qin Feng discovered that Zhou Qian's true identity was that of a foreign spy. She had joined Qin Feng International solely to avoid attracting police attention and would seize any opportunity to gather valuable information to transmit abroad. While Qin Feng International had been a prominent company, many of its technologies had been of little value. However, with the recent development of solid-state batteries, its reputation in the industry had surged. Zhou Qian had received her assignment 2 days prior, to steal Qin Feng International's technical data. Unfortunately for her, she had failed. Identifying a female spy was an unexpected gain for Qin Feng. Mr. Qin, are you certain it's her? The HR head asked, astonished. There's no mistaking it. That is the individual. Where is she? The HR head inquired. She's outside, at work, Qin Feng replied. Do not alert her. Find an excuse to summon her to the break room, he instructed. I will devise a plan to apprehend her. With so many employees around, any commotion would likely incite chaos. Furthermore, given her status as a spy, she would undoubtedly possess certain skills. Understood. The HR head promptly exited. Qin Feng, the police are on their way. Should we not wait to take action? Anya suggested, her eyes filled with admiration for him. No need, Qin Feng replied confidently. I am determined to subdue her. He refrained from mentioning that she was a spy, as any hint of danger might prompt her to flee. Stay here. Do not go outside, Qin Feng cautioned. Anya nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Qin Feng stepped out of the office, just in time to see the HR head leading Zhou Qian toward the break room. He quickly followed in pursuit. Zhou Qian, in her 30s, possessed an unremarkable appearance, yet her skin was impeccably maintained. Minister, why have you called me to the break room? She asked. I have something I wish to discuss with you privately, the HR head replied. I will explain once we arrive. She had no inkling that Zhou Qian was a spy. Otherwise, she would certainly not have remained so composed. Meanwhile, Zhou Qian sensed an ominous shift in the atmosphere, an overwhelming sense of crisis enveloping her. The various signs indicated that her intentions to steal the company's technical data had been discovered. Faced with this realization, she was left with but one option: to flee. With clarity of thought, Zhou Qian forcefully pushed the HR head aside and darted toward the stairwell. Her speed was remarkable, far exceeding that of an ordinary woman. Stop her. Do not let her escape. The HR head cried out as she fell to the ground, fortunately uninjured. She shouted for the security personnel outside. Before the guards could react, Zhou Qian had already dashed into the stairwell, fleeing downward. Thankfully, Qin Feng had already sensed her intention to escape and was in hot pursuit. Though Zhou Qian was swift, Qin Feng was swifter still. Damn it, Zhou Qian muttered, her expression darkening as she noticed someone was on her tail. If it had merely been an ordinary security guard, she would have felt confident in evading capture. Yet, it was evident that Qin Feng was no ordinary adversary. You cannot escape, he called out, the distance between them closing rapidly as he seized her shoulder. Mind your own business. Zhou Qian, unbeknownst to him, had concealed a fruit knife on her person. Just as she felt the grip tighten, she drew the knife and slashed wildly. Chapter 83. The Reward. Zhou Qian, unwilling to concede, struggled fiercely, but was firmly restrained by several security personnel. She had concealed herself in Ningchuan City for over 5 years, acquiring a wealth of valuable intelligence. Yet today, she found herself exposed due to her attempt to steal the core technologies of Qin Feng International. What infuriated her most was that she had not even obtained the technical documents. It was utterly unacceptable. She knew all too well the dire consequences that awaited her should she fall into the hands of the police. The fate of a spy is seldom a fortunate one. At this moment, however, her escape was impossible. Qin Feng returned to the floor housing the Human Resources Department and noticed employees inside whispering amongst themselves. Paying them little mind, he proceeded to seek out Anya. Just then, Anya was also looking for him. "Qin Feng, how did it go?" she asked, hurrying towards him upon seeing his return. "The woman has been apprehended and will soon be handed over to the police," Qin Feng replied. Anya sighed in relief. "That is good to hear." She then gazed upon Qin Feng's handsome visage, her curiosity prompting her to ask, "How were you able to ascertain that the traitor was indeed her?" Zhou Qian held the position of deputy minister in the Human Resources Department, her identity cleverly concealed. Few would ever suspect her. Qin Feng explained, "This woman has been in contact with foreign powers recently. Following this lead, I uncovered her alternate identity. Initially, he had not suspected Zhou Qian at all. It was only after eliminating several others that he settled on her." "What identity?" "A spy." Anya's eyes widened in disbelief. "There is a spy hidden within Qin Feng International?" Qin Feng's expression turned serious. "I am certain of it. I will be presenting the evidence I have gathered to the police shortly. First, let us inform my father." "Come on." They left the Human Resources Department and made their way to the General Manager's office. An Wanhong was still in a meeting, so they had to wait. Before long, however, the police arrived at the scene. Qin Feng handed the evidence to two officers, who were equally astonished. They had initially believed this to be a routine case, never imagining they would uncover a spy. This was indeed a significant catch. Subsequently, Zhou Qian was taken away by the police. "Ding! Congratulations, host. On completing the temporary mission, you have received a robotic bodyguard. You have received a cash reward of 20 million. The robotic bodyguard, possessing a visage indistinguishable from that of a human, boasted combat capabilities and intelligence far surpassing that of ordinary individuals. Furthermore, it possessed identification, rendering it impervious to scrutiny. This reward is quite commendable." Qin Feng had been troubled by the busyness of recent days. With the need to protect Nkaigwa while also developing the third-generation Skynet system, the addition of a robotic bodyguard to safeguard Nkaigwa would allow him to devote more time to system development. As long as no accidents befell Nkaigwa during these 5 days, he would have completed his task. After a few more minutes, Wanhong finally concluded his meeting and returned. Upon learning that a spy had infiltrated the company, he too was deeply shocked. This was akin to having a ticking time bomb within the organization. Thankfully, Qin Feng had managed to root out the spy. "Qin Feng, we owe you a great debt of gratitude. You have resolved a significant hazard for Qin Feng International." An Wanhong scrutinized Qin Feng anew. The young man before him exhibited exceptional capabilities and consistently delivered surprises. Now, he understood why his father held Qin Feng in such high regard. Anya interjected, "Dad, don't just offer verbal praise. Why not provide something tangible like a raise for Qin Feng?" And Wanhong chuckled, "Certainly, we must increase it. Qin Feng's annual salary is currently 1 million. So, let us raise it to 2 million. Moreover, Qin Feng, you should consider staying on as our bodyguard. Don't leave. The Yin family will surely treat you well. An Wanhong suddenly found himself reluctant to let Qin Feng go. Such talent should remain within the Yin family, proving beneficial in numerous ways. Regardless of the cost, he was determined to keep Qin Feng. Qin Feng chuckled helplessly, "An, we had an agreement yesterday. I am only here to serve as a bodyguard for 5 days. And Wanhong replied, "Actually, you needn't serve as a bodyguard. There are many positions available at Qin Feng International. Feel free to choose any." Given Qin Feng's outstanding abilities, relegating him to the role of a bodyguard seemed a gross underutilization. As long as he remained, everything could be negotiated. Qin Feng shook his head. "An, I appreciate your kindness. However, I cannot accept your offer." Though Qin Feng International was a significant platform, his aspirations lay beyond it. Accepting the role of bodyguard for Nkaigwa was merely a brief interlude. Once he completed his task, he would depart. Well then, An Wanhong, seeing that Qin Feng was resolute, refrained from pressing further. That morning, An Wanhong remained at the company to handle affairs, while Qin Feng too stayed behind. However, he was not idle. He found a computer and resumed developing the third-generation Skynet system. With his current expertise, he had no fear of his programs being stolen. At noon, An Wanhong took Qin Feng out for lunch. To alleviate Zhao Shuhan's worries, Qin Feng also took some time to chat with her, providing reassurance. "Qin Feng, look, The 2 stocks you purchased have hit the ceiling again, and you remarked as she opened her stock trading app during lunch. Since Qin Feng's investment, these stocks had experienced a continuous surge, which was nothing short of astonishing. Qin Feng merely glanced at it, maintaining an air of calm. Anya tentatively inquired, "How high do you think these stocks can rise?" Qin Feng replied nonchalantly, "Given the current trend, they have plenty of room to grow. Let the bullets fly for a while longer." He was in no rush to cash out. Anya, sensing the enigma surrounding Qin Feng, shifted the topic of conversation. After finishing their meal, it was already past noon. With no afternoon arrangements, An planned to return to the inn estate. While on his way to the restroom, Qin Feng encountered a familiar face in the hallway, Zhao Shuhan's mother, Wu Fengyi. "Auntie," Qin Feng approached her to greet. "Xiao Feng, I didn't expect to see you here." Wu Fengyi smiled upon recognizing him. "I'm having lunch with Mr.An." Qin Feng explained. Wu Fengyi remarked, "I heard Shuhan say you were working as a bodyguard for the Yin family?" She was aware of some recent developments concerning the Yin family, which naturally made her concerned for Qin Feng's well-being. After all, he was her daughter's boyfriend. Qin Feng nodded in acknowledgement. "It's just for a few days. Then you must be cautious," Wu Fengyi advised. Although she knew Qin Feng was skilled, the Yin family was currently under threat, making the situation highly perilous. "I will be well. You go ahead and attend to your business. I have a friend I'm meeting for lunch here." Wu Fengyi was about to leave when she suddenly felt dizzy. Qin Feng, quick to react, rushed forward as he saw Wu Fengyi on the verge of collapsing, catching her just in time. "Auntie, are you all right?" He noticed that her complexion was not well. I'm fine. It's just that I haven't been resting well lately." Chapter 84. The Secret of Wu Fengyi. "I just need a moment," Wu Fengyi said, leaning against the wall and standing still for quite a while. "Xiao Feng, I'm fine now. You can go about your business." Qin Feng, however, remained uneasy. "Auntie, allow me to escort you home." "No need." Wu Fengyi shook her head and took a few steps forward. "See, I truly am all right." Observing this, Qin Feng's worry diminished slightly. "Auntie, then I shall take my leave." With that, he turned to seek out An and the others. Yet, just as he had taken a few steps, a sound echoed behind him, accompanied by the startled exclamation of a restaurant server. "Ma'am, are you all right? Please wake up." Qin Feng turned to find Wu Fengyi had collapsed to the ground. A wave of foreboding washed over him. "Auntie." He rushed over, discovering that Wu Fengyi was unresponsive. Though he was unaware of the reasons behind her sudden fainting, the immediate priority was to transport her to the hospital. Noticing her increasingly pale complexion, Qin Feng wasted no time and promptly lifted Wu Fengyi onto his back. "Qin Feng, what happened?" At that moment, Anya happened to emerge. With no time to explain, Qin Feng replied, "You and President An should return. I have an urgent matter to attend to." He then dashed towards the restaurant exit, carrying Wu Fengyi. Outside the restaurant, he hailed a taxi and sped towards the hospital. Fortunately, a large hospital was nearby. Auntie." In the cab, Qin Feng, filled with concern, called out several times. Wu Fengyi regained consciousness, though she appeared exceedingly weak. Xiao Feng, just take me to the hospital." Qin Feng worriedly protested. "That simply won't do." "I will call Shuhan over," Wu Fengyi replied, as she reached for her phone to message Zhao Shuhan. "Please, don't inform Shuhan," Wu Fengyi implored, grasping Qin Feng's phone with a hint of urgency in her eyes. "Auntie, then please tell me what is truly happening." Qin Feng surmised that Wu Fengyi must harbor a secret she wished to keep from her daughter. After a prolonged silence, Wu Fengyi finally spoke. "I can share this with you, but you must not let Shuhan know." "Very well, I promise," Qin Feng replied, sensing he was on the verge of uncovering something significant yet not entirely certain. Wu Fengyi sighed softly. 2 years ago, during a medical examination, I was diagnosed with late-stage lung cancer. The doctor informed me that I have no more than 3 years to live. Despite the family's wealth, the current medical technology could not provide a cure. Wu Fengyi sought numerous physicians, but they could only delay the progression of the disease, not eradicate it. Recently, she had felt her strength diminishing. To spare others from worry, she had kept this secret buried deep within her heart. How could this happen? Qin Feng found it difficult to accept. If Xiao Shuhan were to learn of her mother's terminal illness, it would undoubtedly devastate her. Qin Feng also recognized that Wu Fengyi's relentless work ethic had likely led to her affliction. Although she and Zhao Hongchang had built their current life through hard work, it had also sown the seeds of her illness. Had the cancer been discovered sooner, there might have been a chance for a cure. Alas, it was all too late. Wu Fengyi continued, "Shuhan and Zhao Ming have grown into adulthood. I have no regrets in this life. Xiao Feng, Please remember to keep my secret. Never let them know. Qin Feng sighed in response. But auntie, concealing this is not a solution. They will inevitably find out. Wu Fangyi's health was deteriorating day by day, making it impossible to keep the truth hidden. It matters not. We must try to delay their knowledge as long as possible. After a moment's hesitation, Qin Feng asked, Does even Uncle Zhao remain unaware? Wu Fangyi replied, He did not know until 2 days ago when I finally confided in him. Some matters are already set in stone. Xiao Feng, do not trouble yourself on my behalf. Promise me, do not let Shu Han suffer any grievances. Qin Feng nodded solemnly. Subsequently, Wu Fangyi took out her phone to message Zhao Hongchang. I have already informed Hongchang. You can take me to the hospital now. Wu Fangyi understood that Qin Feng was busy and wished not to waste his time. Qin Feng remained silent. Before long, they arrived at the nearby hospital. The doctor arranged for Wu Fangyi to undergo an examination, yet Qin Feng did not rush to leave. After waiting a few minutes, Zhao Hongchang finally arrived. Uncle Zhao, Qin Feng called out. How is Fangyi faring? Although Zhao Hongchang was already aware of Wu Fangyi's condition, worry still gnawed at him. After all, they had endured hardships together over the years, forging a deep bond. She is still undergoing tests, Qin Feng replied. Xiao Feng, I appreciate your help. You can head back now. Let's keep today's events from Shu Han for the time being, Zhao Hongchang advised. He planned to take Wu Fangyi to Yinjing the following day, hoping for alternative treatments. Zhao Hongchang was not ready to surrender just yet. I understand. Qin Feng realized he could offer no further assistance and took his leave. As for this secret, he had no intention of revealing it to Zhao Shu Han. Leaving the hospital, Qin Feng felt a heavy weight in his heart as he took a taxi back to the family estate. Xiao Feng, you have finally returned. Come, play a game of chess with me. Upon seeing Qin Feng, Nkaigwa greeted him with a beaming smile. Auntie, there is a matter I wish to discuss with you, Qin Feng said. What is it? Nkaigwa inquired with curiosity. I am currently assisting the police. If all goes well, I am confident I can uncover the hidden assassins in Ningchuan City. Although Shualong had already been dealt with, the system's task was to ensure Nkaigwa's safety for 5 days, indicating that other assassins remained concealed in Ningchuan City. As Qin Feng was officially Nkaigwa's bodyguard, he needed to consult him regarding his plans. It would be ideal if Nkaigwa could understand his intentions as long as the Skynet system could be successfully upgraded. Qin Feng could shift from a passive role to an active one. Rather than merely protecting Nkaigwa, it would be more advantageous to take the initiative. Nkaigwa chuckled, Pursue whatever you wish. It is safer for me to stay in the estate. You need not follow me around for 24 hours. Once the assassins were eliminated, he would no longer be confined to the estate. Moreover, considering that Qin Feng worked for the police, his efforts ultimately aimed to assist Nkaigwa. This was not contradictory. Seeing that Nkaigwa did not oppose his plans, Qin Feng continued, Auntie, I will remain here for the time being, but I need to work from my room. To focus on developing the third-generation Skynet system, he intended to summon the robotic bodyguards to protect Nkaigwa. After all, safeguarding Nkaigwa was a crucial part of the system's mission, and he could not afford to be careless. That is acceptable, Nkaigwa nodded in agreement. Qin Feng added, I have a friend who is also a bodyguard, and his abilities surpass mine. I have messaged him, and he will be here shortly. He will ensure your safety in my absence. Until he received his reward, Qin Feng was determined not to squander his efforts. Chapter 85. A Night of Darkness and Wind. There's really no need for such trouble. The manor is quite secure. Nkaigwa shook his head, indicating that it was unnecessary. He could patiently wait for Qin Feng to unveil the assassin. Qin Feng remarked, Those assassins possess a variety of methods. It is prudent to exercise caution. Although the police were discreetly protecting Nkaigwa, this did not guarantee his absolute safety. Xiao Feng, I shall heed your advice. Nkaigwa no longer insisted. Olden, I have a question to pose. Is the reason those assassins have targeted you related to the solid-state battery? Qin Feng voiced his lingering doubts. Nkaigwa's smile faded as he nodded. Indeed. During this period, many foreign companies have expressed a desire to invest in Qin Feng International. However, I have turned them down. In truth, these companies were primarily interested in the solid-state battery developed by Qin Feng International. The market prospects for solid-state batteries were exceedingly promising, thus enticing many to seek a share of the pie. Some firms even resorted to threats against Nkaigwa, demanding he relinquish the technology of the solid-state battery. Naturally, Nkaigwa refused. Consequently, hackers frequently infiltrated Qin Feng International. Now, foreign forces had escalated their efforts by directly dispatching assassins. Their aim was to coerce the family into compliance, to surrender the technology. Qin Feng furrowed his brow. This implied that not only Kaigwa but also other members of the Yin family were at risk of assassination. Kaigwa seemed to have anticipated this, thus advising Chapter 86. Initiate. The robotic bodyguard has closed in, delivering a powerful punch to the assassin. The assassin is sent flying several meters away, his handgun clattering to the ground. Severely injured, he cannot rise again, his face etched with resentment. Although the gun is equipped with a silencer, the sound of the shot is still considerable, quickly alarming the other bodyguards of the Yin family. This man must be the assassin. We must apprehend him first. Two bodyguards restrain the assassin while the others move to protect Kaigwa. Uncertain if there are more assassins lurking within the estate, they remain vigilant. The gunfire awakens the inhabitants of the Yin household. What is happening? Kaigwa, roused from his slumber, steps out of his room to find Yang and Ming already stationed outside. Surin, an assassin has infiltrated the estate. Kaigwa furrows his brow. Is anyone injured? No. Tainyo has already wounded one, but we are still uncertain if there are additional assassins within the estate. Therefore, Surin, it is advisable for you to remain in your room, Yang suggests. What about Xiaofeng? Kaigwa nods, proceeding to the adjacent room. He discovers the door ajar, but Qin Feng is no longer inside. Mr. Qin has gone downstairs, Yang informs him, and Kaigwa ponders for a moment before descending the staircase. Surin, Yang, and Ming attempt to dissuade him further. I wish to see the wounded assassin. Kaigwa is curious about the fate of the injured foe. Meanwhile, in the main villa's hall, Qin Feng is present alongside the robotic bodyguard. From the robotic guardian, Qin Feng learns that only one assassin has breached the estate. Thus, he refrains from venturing outside to investigate further. Soon, Hong and Ya arrive in the hall. Is everyone all right? Kaigwa surveys the gathered individuals after descending the stairs. Everyone shakes their heads, indicating they are unharmed. That is a relief. What of the assassin that infiltrated the estate? Kaigwa inquires again. Qin Feng replies, he is at the back door. We will hand him over to the police when they arrive. Qin Feng has deliberately instructed the robotic bodyguard to leave the assassin alive. Otherwise, he would have been dispatched with a single blow. Tainyo has performed admirably, and Kaigwa is taken aback by the prowess of Qin Feng's companion. Even with a firearm, the assassin has been bested. Had it been another bodyguard, they likely would have sustained injuries, if not worse. Kaigwa's admiration for talent is sparked. The robotic bodyguard remains silent, standing quietly beside Qin Feng. At this moment, Hong poses a question. Does the assassin have any accomplices? Qin Feng responds, only a single individual. The robotic bodyguard possesses heightened perception. Had there been additional assassins, he would surely have detected them. That is good to hear. Hong exhales in relief. However, he also recognizes a grave concern. The assassin's ability to infiltrate the main villa indicates there are blind spots in the perimeter surveillance. Father, I will arrange for an upgrade tomorrow. It is never too late to remedy a problem. In truth, Qin Feng had identified this issue on his first day at the estate. Though he chose not to voice it, he was confident that even if an assassin managed to infiltrate, they would be unable to harm those within, given his current capabilities. Now that Hong seeks to address this vulnerability, Qin Feng refrains from interjecting further. After a while, the police arrive on the scene. Although they have deployed personnel to provide covert protection, they have yet to detect the assassin's arrival. This indicates the assassin's skill, as it is indeed difficult for an ordinary person to notice. Subsequently, the assassin is taken away by the police. All right, the situation is resolved. Everyone may return to rest, and Kaigwa addresses those present in the hall. With Kaigwa's directive, everyone disperses to their respective quarters. The following morning, at 9 o'clock, Qin Feng finally completes the development of the artificial intelligence component. The next step is to merge all the programs and conduct tests. He retrieves Yang Yu's phone number and dials it. Director Yang, how is the task I assigned to the team progressing? Qin Feng has delegated a straightforward task to the technical team in Ningchuan City, which is not overly burdensome. After 2 days of overtime, it is all set. However, Xiaofeng, are you certain these are the programs intended for the third-generation Skynet system? Qin Feng clarifies, this is merely a portion. The remainder is already taken care of. I will come over shortly to conduct the tests. Please prepare, Yang Yu responds. Despite Qin Feng's assurances, Yang Yu remains skeptical. He has reviewed Qin Feng's design and is aware that the development phase entails significant work. Their team has had little exposure to artificial intelligence development. Can Qin Feng truly accomplish this segment alone? Yang Yu holds on to his doubts, but since Qin Feng is coming over, the truth will soon be revealed. All right, I will prepare immediately, Yang Yu agrees. After hanging up, Qin Feng grabs his backpack and heads downstairs to find Nkaigwa. Surin, I need to step out for a while. I may not return quickly. Nkaigwa does not press for details, simply waving him off. Go ahead. With Qin Feng's friends still present in the estate, it is quite secure. By the way, it seems you do not have a vehicle. I will call a driver to take you, Nkaigwa offers. Surin, there's no need for such trouble, Qin Feng replies. It is no trouble at all. Ultimately, Nkaigwa calls for a driver to escort Qin Feng. Half an hour later, the vehicle arrives at the Technology Research Institute. Qin Feng exits the car and instructs the driver to return. He then makes his way into the institute alone. Upon entering Yang Yu's office, he finds Zhou Runan present, along with several others. While Qin Feng does not recognize them, he can surmise they hold significant positions. Xiao Feng, everything is ready. We are merely awaiting your arrival, Yang Yu states with a smile as he approaches Qin Feng. At this moment, Zhou Runan stands nearby, observing Qin Feng. Previously unaware of Wu Jinhao's motives for seeking Qin Feng, she now realizes it pertains to the development of the third-generation Skynet system. No wonder, as Qin Feng is indeed a prodigy in the realm of computers. Come, let us take a look. Under Yang Yu's guidance, Qin Feng enters a vast control room, where dozens of computers are neatly arranged. This connects to a supercomputer approved for testing the third-generation Skynet system. Qin Feng nods and opens the computer, first checking the simpler programs. No issues arise. He then takes out his laptop, connecting it to the supercomputer. The artificial intelligence program begins to initiate. In that instant, the lights in the entire control room flicker momentarily. The supercomputer consumes a considerable amount of power. Initially, as it runs numerous programs, this fluctuation in power supply occurs. Once it stabilizes, such disturbances will cease. Chapter 87. Success. After the program was executed, Qin Feng's gaze remained fixated on the screen. As long as there were vulnerabilities in the system, he would be able to detect and rectify them promptly. Xiao Feng, may I take a look at the programs on your computer? Yang Yu's eyes were glued to Qin Feng's laptop. Artificial intelligence was an emerging technology, and he was not particularly well versed in it. Thus he displayed a sense of curiosity. Of course. All running programs had already been transmitted to the supercomputer, so Yang Yu's desire to examine the laptop would not hinder progress. With Qin Feng's consent, Yang Yu immediately opened the programs that Qin Feng had written. He could comprehend the individual lines of code. Yet when they were combined, his mind was left with nothing but a series of question marks. Xiao Feng, did you accomplish all of these programs by yourself? Yang Yu found it hard to believe. From the moment Qin Feng submitted his proposal, it had only been a mere 2 or 3 days. The sheer volume of work he had completed was astounding. Setting aside the testing results, the magnitude of this undertaking would have required considerable time even if their entire team had collaborated. Qin Feng nodded, his attention still glued to the computer screen. Upon hearing Qin Feng's response, Yang Yu took a deep breath. He realized he had greatly underestimated Qin Feng. Now, he was even more eager to see how practical the third-generation Skynet system would be. If it truly functioned as described in the design proposal, it would be nothing short of extraordinary. Meanwhile, Zhou Runan watched Qin Feng's operations from the side. Over the years, they had relied on the Skynet system to solve numerous cases. If the Skynet system continued to upgrade, it would provide them with even greater convenience. The only uncertainty was to what extent Qin Feng could elevate the Skynet system. Nearly 10 minutes passed, and the program was running smoothly. Although 2 minor vulnerabilities emerged, Qin Feng swiftly rectified them. Everything is functioning normally. Next, we will train the artificial intelligence. Qin Feng had prepared ample materials in advance for Yang Yu, and then he commenced the training. Xiao Feng, how long will this training take? Yang Yu was impatient, eager to witness the results. After a brief estimation, Qin Feng replied, given the power of the supercomputer here, it should take around 2 hours to complete. The computer, akin to a brain, operates faster with greater computational power. What Qin Feng was doing now was testing, and the materials prepared were not numerous. Otherwise, the training duration would only extend further. Director Yang, if you have other matters to attend to, feel free to proceed. I will have someone inform you once the results are in. Yang Yu indeed had other tasks to manage, nodding in agreement. Very well. The training process was rather monotonous. As the developer, Qin Feng naturally remained present to handle any unexpected issues that might arise. Qin Feng, what distinguishes the upgraded Skynet system? Zhou Runan inquired. Now that they were in the testing phase, she had the authority to engage with it. Qin Feng opened the design proposal on his laptop and said, you may take a look. Zhou Runan perused the document, growing increasingly astonished with each line. The upgraded Skynet system had incorporated artificial intelligence, effectively granting it a brain. The most significant upgrade of the second-generation Skynet system was facial recognition. Many suspects had revealed their whereabouts under the Skynet system's scrutiny. With the third generation, it could now analyze data across various dimensions, including voice and motion. Provided the training data was sufficiently extensive, it could even be employed to solve cases. Truly remarkable. Can these capabilities genuinely be realized? Zhou Runan felt as if she were immersed in a science fiction narrative. Results will be forthcoming shortly, Qin Feng asserted confidently. Being the developer of the system, he was well aware of its formidable strengths. As long as the testing yielded no issues, he intended to have the Skynet system identify the assassin hidden within Ningchuan City. The system's task was to safeguard Enkaigua by eliminating all potential threats. Zhou Runan, upon hearing Qin Feng's words, felt a heightened sense of anticipation. Fortunately, 2 hours was not an excessively long wait. An idea struck Qin Feng, prompting him to ask Zhou Runan, "What can you tell me about the assassin you brought back yesterday?" Zhou Runan shook her head. That individual refused to divulge any information. "We only discovered that he arrived in Longhua half a month ago. As for whether he has any accomplices, that remains to be investigated." Qin Feng fell into silence. He understood that there was likely more than one assassin targeting the Yin family. Zhou Runan remarked with a hint of intrigue, "Your bodyguard friend is quite formidable. He managed to easily defeat that assassin." She was referring to the robotic bodyguard. Qin Feng smiled but remained silent. As nearly 2 hours elapsed, the testing finally reached completion. All surveillance cameras from the Skynet system were integrated into the supercomputer. Subsequently, Qin Feng uploaded data on some fugitives and inputted several commands. Under the supercomputer's enhancement, the Skynet system commenced data analysis. "Qin Feng, what are you doing?" Zhou Runan inquired, observing from the side, uncertain of Qin Feng's actions. Qin Feng explained, "I'm instructing the Skynet system to search for these fugitives. As long as they are in Ningchuan City, there is a significant probability of locating them." The volume of data processed was immense, and after 2 to 3 minutes, the Skynet system finally produced results. It indeed identified 3 fugitives, one of whom had undergone cosmetic surgery, yet the Skynet system still recognized him through habitual actions. "We did it." Gazing at the results displayed by the system, Zhou Runan was utterly astonished. Fugitives that even the police had struggled to track down were effortlessly identified by the Skynet system. Truly impressive. However, in contrast to Zhou Runan's excitement, Qin Feng maintained a calm demeanor. After all, these results were derived from mechanical analysis, and the veracity of the information still required verification. He operated the computer to validate the information. Fortunately, the system did not disappoint him. "We can send this information to the police for further verification. If confirmed, arrests can be made." Qin Feng informed Zhou Runan. "I know what to do." Zhou Runan suppressed her inner excitement as she spoke. With such a powerful Skynet system, the crime rate in Ningchuan City would significantly diminish in the future. If the entire nation upgraded to the third-generation Skynet system, criminals would find it exceedingly difficult to find a place to hide. At that moment, Yang Yu approached. Witnessing the formidable capabilities of the third-generation Skynet system, he was also deeply impressed. "Xiao Feng, congratulations. The third-generation Skynet system has been successfully upgraded. You have done a tremendous service. As long as there were no significant issues, it could be implemented nationwide." Chapter 88 Analysis from the system. Qin Feng remarked, "Let us conduct a few more days of testing. There may still be minor issues to address. Additionally, some development around the main system will be necessary. However, the subsequent tasks are relatively straightforward, and Yang Yu's team should be able to manage them without further involvement from Qin Feng. As long as the system is well maintained, it should continue to operate seamlessly." Yang Yu expressed his delight, saying, "I must relay this news to Mr. Wu. Let us see what instructions he has." He promptly took out his phone and stepped outside to make the call. Meanwhile, Qin Feng remained occupied. After verifying that the Skynet system was functioning without issues, he posed a challenging query for it to resolve. Attempt to identify the assassin concealed within Ningchuan City. With a resident population exceeding 15 million, pinpointing an assassin among such a vast number was no simple task. After a few minutes, the Skynet system finally provided its analytical results, displaying detailed information on 6 individuals. "There are actually 6 assassins hidden in Ningchuan City?" Zhou Runan's expression shifted. Qin Feng shook his head, saying, "Take a closer look. While the first 2 individuals had an 80% probability of being assassins, the likelihood for the others was significantly lower. The system merely presented its analytical findings. The determination of their authenticity ultimately rested with human discernment. After all, the data the Skynet system could gather was limited. Only with a nationwide upgrade to the third-generation Skynet system would assassins find themselves with nowhere to hide in the face of big data. Zhou Runan nodded, stating, "An 80% probability is indeed quite high. It seems the identities of these two individuals as assassins are nearly certain. As for the remaining individuals, further investigation is required." The implementation of the third-generation Skynet system had certainly saved considerable time. Moreover, any anomalies detected would prompt the Skynet system to issue alerts promptly. The advantages were indeed plentiful. Consequently, Zhou Runan sent the information regarding the 6 individuals Chapter 89, Shadows. Upon receiving Qin Feng's response, Zhou Runan immediately rushed over by car. After a brief interval of more than 10 minutes, she finally arrived at the control room of the Research Institute. Besides Zhou Runan, there were also 2 young police officers present. Qin Feng noticed that Zhou Runan's gait was slightly off. "Are you injured?" he inquired. Zhou Runan nodded. "The assassin possesses some skill. I was grazed by a dagger. But it's not a significant issue." Zhou Runan was indeed quite capable, often leading the charge during missions. However, sustaining injuries was not uncommon. She glanced at one of the officers behind her, who understood the cue and retrieved 2 mobile phones from his backpack. "These are the phones used by the 2 assassins. See if you can decrypt them. There might be some crucial clues within." The whereabouts of these 2 assassins had been uncovered by the Skynet system. Furthermore, there could potentially be other assassins lurking in Ningchuan City. Qin Feng nodded, accepting the 2 phones and examining them closely. He then connected them to his laptop and began the decryption process. With his expertise, he managed to crack one of the phones in just over 3 minutes. So fast. Although she was aware of Qin Feng's capabilities, Zhou Runan was still taken aback. The ease with which he decrypted the phone's password suggested that, in the presence of a top-tier hacker, secrets were virtually non-existent. One of the officers was eager to inspect the phone, but Qin Feng cautioned him. "Hold on, there may be a self-destruct program inside." Zhou Runan echoed his sentiment, saying, "Let Qin Feng handle this." The officer nodded and stepped back behind Zhou Runan. Subsequently, Qin Feng began decrypting the second phone, which he soon accomplished with equal ease. Next, he delved into the information and chat logs contained within both devices. Although some data had been deleted, recovering it was not a challenge for someone of Qin Feng's caliber. Thus, he extracted the vital information from both phones and organized it into a document. These 2 assassins are part of the same group that infiltrated the family estate last night. They're known as Shadows. The data indicates that this assassin group, referred to as Shadows, consists of 6 members in total. In addition to the 3 already identified, 2 more have also arrived in Ningchuan City, operating covertly. The last member is the leader of Shadows, currently abroad, orchestrating all operations remotely. Upon hearing Qin Feng's revelations, Zhou Runan furrowed her brow in concentration. The name Shadows sounds somewhat familiar. I recall seeing their profile when you hacked into the dark web previously. Their success rate for missions is exceedingly high, and their fees surpass those of ordinary assassins. I had initially thought Shadows was merely one assassin. I never imagined there were 6. Upon learning that 2 assassins were still concealed within Ningchuan City, Zhou Runan's expression grew increasingly grave. If they failed to locate them swiftly, it could lead to dire consequences. After all, no one could predict when they might strike. "Qin Feng, can you track down those 2 assassins?" Zhou Runan placed her hopes in him. Qin Feng shook his head. "The information is limited. I cannot ascertain their whereabouts for now." The fact that the group known as Shadows was operating separately made them difficult to locate. However, it was evident that they were executing their missions with utmost caution. Had they attempted to assassinate and Kaigwa together last night, they would have been apprehended without question. Regrettably, they had chosen to act in smaller groups. Zhou Runan suggested, "Shall we utilize the Skynet system to make another attempt?" She was eager to uncover the 2 assassins' locations. Qin Feng replied, "They are not within the surveillance range of the Skynet system. Further attempts would be futile. Moreover, the Skynet system is not infallible. The Skynet system relies on big data analysis, and presently, the dataset available for testing is still relatively sparse. Thus, occasional misjudgments are possible. Once a sufficient volume of data is collected, the Skynet system will reach maturity. Even the slightest anomaly will not escape its scrutiny." Additionally, the coverage of the Skynet system Chapter 90. A decade of valor. Qin Feng maintained a remarkable composure and suggested, "You should first converse with the assassin while I attempt to ascertain their location." He was aware that he lacked a concrete plan. Zhou Runan nodded in agreement, stating, "It seems we have no other option." With that, she too succumbed to contemplation. Minutes drifted by until the assassin's call finally came through. Zhou Runan glanced at Qin Feng, her eyes conveying a silent message. Qin Feng nodded and positioned himself in front of the laptop, readying himself for action. His only task now was to pinpoint the assassin's whereabouts. Zhou Runan decided to answer the call. "You must be Zhou Runan, Captain Zhou?" The voice emanating from the phone was chilling. "I am," she replied. The assassin continued, "I am aware that you are currently attempting to track my location. There is no need to search. I can inform you directly," he stated. "I am presently situated in the commercial building opposite the Qin Feng International Headquarters, Chapter 91. Bomb disposal. During his previous encounter at Jinwei Pavilion, Qin Feng discovered the remarkable efficacy of the system's detection capabilities. At this moment, the system's voice resonated with urgency. System is detecting. Detection complete. 2 remote-controlled bombs identified. The system promptly marked the locations of the bombs. One atop the elevator and the other situated in the storage room on the 3rd floor. The assassin had chosen his placement with meticulous consideration. The bomb on the elevator, evidently aimed at Nkaigwa, was strategically positioned, for only this elevator could access the chairman's office. Should it detonate, those within the elevator would face certain death. As for the other remote-controlled bomb, the ceiling of the storage room directly beneath the office posed a significant risk. Detonating it during working hours could incite chaos. Given its reliance on signal, the assassin dared not stray too far, opting instead to conceal himself within the opposite building, which offered an excellent vantage point for clandestine observation. However, unbeknownst to them, their elaborate plans had failed to account for Qin Feng's development of the Tianwang system, which led to the immediate detection of the other 2 assassins by the police. The remaining assassins, uncertain of their exposure, were left with no choice but to negotiate with law enforcement. Fortunately, they still held leverage in their negotiations. 2 bombs, you say? Qin Feng contemplated briefly before sprinting up the stairs to the storage room on the 3rd floor. With the elevator still in operation, he decided it prudent to disarm the bomb in the storage room first. The storage room was cluttered, yet Qin Feng swiftly located the bomb placed by the assassin. He gingerly placed it on a table and retrieved tools from the system's spatial storage. The tools were comprehensive, having been previously utilized by Xuelong. That fateful night, Xuelong had attempted to employ explosives to eliminate Qin Feng, but to no avail. Subsequently, Qin Feng had dealt with Xuelong, and the tools had remained in the system's storage ever since. Now, they were perfectly suited for the task at hand. The remote-controlled bomb was rather rudimentary, and for someone well-versed in explosive mechanisms like Qin Feng, disarming it posed little challenge. At that moment, across from Qin Feng International, a gaunt figure observed everything through binoculars. "It seems the police are hesitant to intervene," he remarked with a cold smirk. As long as law enforcement made concessions, there remained a chance for their escape. However, should the situation escalate to the point of detonation, it would spell certain doom for them. Sacrificing others to save oneself was never their intention. Who truly desires death when life is still an option? At that moment, his satellite phone rang. "What is the update? Have the police released anyone?" the man inquired. "They have released them. Once we find an opportunity, we will make our exit. After we leave Ningchuan City, assistance will be awaiting us," came the voice on the other end. As he monitored the entrance of Qin Feng International, he replied, "All right, you all leave first." Given the current circumstances, it appears the Dragon Kingdom's police are too afraid to act recklessly. Time passed, and over 10 minutes had elapsed. Everything seemed to be progressing favorably. Meanwhile, Zhou Runan had reorganized her strategy, deploying her team along 2 fronts, one to confront the assassins opposite Qin Feng International, and the other to closely monitor the 2 released assassins. The remaining assassin had yet to reveal himself, but it was reasonable to deduce he would attempt to rendezvous with the other 2 members. The crux of the matter lay in whether Qin Feng could successfully disarm the bombs. Failure in this endeavor would leave them at a significant disadvantage. After finalizing her plans, Zhou Runan donned plainclothes and personally led her team to the building across from Qin Feng International. However, they remained unaware of the specific floor on which the assassin was located, necessitating further investigation. "Qin Feng, I hope you can accomplish this daunting task." Zhou Runan could only place her hopes in him. After disarming the bomb in the storage room, Qin Feng returned to the 1st floor and approached a security guard in the lobby. "Mr. Qin." The guard recognized Qin Feng and treated him with utmost respect, aware of his close relationship with the chairman and general manager. Qin Feng explained the situation, requesting the guard to cut the elevator's power from the control room. The guard complied, promptly asking for Qin Feng's phone number to maintain communication. He then hurried toward the control room. Before long, the elevator arrived. As the doors opened, several employees of Qin Feng International exited. Qin Feng entered the elevator alone, repeatedly pressing the buttons to prevent the doors from closing. At that moment, he received a call from the guard. "We're ready to cut the power." "Understood, Mr. Qin. The power was severed, and the elevator came to a halt, lights extinguished. Qin Feng wasted no time, accessing the top of the elevator, where he successfully located the remote-controlled bomb. To avoid causing alarm, he activated the flashlight on his phone and began disarming the bomb. Although visibility was poor, it did not impede his efforts. In less than a minute, he successfully dismantled the device. Done, he declared, feeling a sense of relief that no unforeseen complications had arisen. What is this, Mr. Qin? The guard, standing at the elevator entrance, eyed the black object in Qin Feng's hand with curiosity. A bomb, Qin Feng replied tersely. A bomb. The guard's expression shifted. Mr. Qin, you mustn't frighten me. Let's place it in a less crowded area for now, and we'll hand it over to the police shortly. Rest assured, this bomb won't detonate. And don't exit through the main door. If he were to carry the bomb outside, the assassins across the street would undoubtedly notice. Next, they would need to deal with that assassin. Understood, Mr. Qin? The guard, trembling slightly as he held the bomb, made his way toward the back door of the company. Qin Feng, how are things on your end? As seconds turned into minutes, Zhou Runin could no longer restrain her anxiety and sent a message. If Qin Feng failed to locate and disarm the bomb, their plans would be thwarted, and the two released assassins could escape far beyond their reach. All set. I have disarmed both bombs, Qin Feng replied. Upon receiving his message, Zhou Runin was elated, but her joy was short-lived as a new concern surfaced. Qin Feng, can you be certain that only 2 bombs were placed by the assassins? If more than 2 bombs had been hidden, the situation could become dire. Qin Feng responded, there are no more bombs on the Qin Feng International side. I will head over to the opposite building now. He certainly could not be entirely certain, as the system's detection range was limited. Zhou Runin replied, that works, but please exercise caution. My team has just discovered that the assassins are hiding on the 11th floor of the building. Unbeknownst to her, Zhou Runin had developed an unwavering trust in Qin Feng. Understood. I will keep you updated. With that, Qin Feng returned to the parking lot, driving across to the opposing building. Chapter 92. The Supreme Medical Art. Although the assassin in the building noticed Qin Feng entering Qin Feng International, he dismissed it without much thought. After all, a young man like him could hardly be a police officer. Little did he know that the bomb he had planted had already been successfully disarmed by Qin Feng. System, continue the detection, Qin Feng instructed as he entered the building. Detecting. No hazardous factors nearby. The system responded. Qin Feng nodded. Since there were no bombs present, his mission could be deemed accomplished. Unsure if the assassin was still armed, he decided to leave the confrontation to Zhou Runin and her team. With this thought in mind, Qin Feng promptly sent a message to Zhou Runin. Confirmed, there are no bombs in the building. At that moment, a notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the temporary task. Acquired Supreme Medical Art. Received 38 million in cash. With the completion of the temporary task, the system's rewards arrived. Supreme Medical Art? As a surge of medical knowledge flooded his mind, Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback. This information encompassed all medical knowledge from both ancient and modern times, including many advanced concepts. Take, for instance, the current medical enigma, cancer. There were even methods to cure it. Aunt Wu is saved. Upon learning 2 days prior that Zhao Shuhan's mother, Wu Fengyi, was in the late stages of lung cancer, Qin Feng had been sorrowful for quite some time. Unexpectedly, he had now acquired the Supreme Medical Art. This meant that Wu Fengyi would no longer need to seek medical help elsewhere. He had the means to heal her. One could not help but marvel at the system's formidable capabilities. Wonderful. But Qin Feng, do you think the assassin might have planted bombs elsewhere? Zhou Runin still harbored considerable concerns. This time, there truly are none. Trust me. Since the system had deemed the mission complete, it also implied that there could not be any bombs in other locations. All right, then I shall leave the next steps to my team. Reassured by Qin Feng's affirmation, Zhou Runin hesitated no longer. She took out her walkie-talkie and issued orders. Operation commence. Received. The plainclothes officers began to execute the prearranged plan, entering the building in batches, subsequently making their way to the 11th floor. Given that the target was an assassin, Zhou Runin specifically selected capable officers for the task. Having sustained injuries, she did not participate in the operation but remained outside the building to oversee it. Meanwhile, the assassin, hiding on the 11th floor, continued to observe the surroundings. He had one last trick up his sleeve, hacking into the building's surveillance system via his phone. Through the screen, he could view live footage from the exterior cameras. What is going on? Although the officers were dressed in plain clothes, the assassin sensed something amiss. Years of experience told him that these individuals were indeed after him. Damn it. The assassin swiftly dialed Zhou Runan's number, speaking coldly. Officer Zhou, order your men to retreat immediately. Otherwise, do not blame me for detonating the bomb. Zhou Runan remained unfazed, replying with a smile, you can certainly try to detonate it. I forgot to mention, the bomb you placed at Qin Feng International has already been disarmed. The assassin's expression changed dramatically. He had never anticipated that the police would know about the bomb at Qin Feng International. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Then, a realization struck him, and he continued, do you think I only planted one bomb? You are mistaken. The assassin suddenly burst into maniacal laughter. Zhou Runan's tone remained calm. I'm sorry, both bombs have been disarmed. Shit. The assassin finally panicked. Since Zhou Runan could assert that 2 bombs had been disarmed, it meant that the police had indeed located and successfully neutralized them. At this moment, he had no trump cards left to play. The only option remaining was to fight to the death. Fuming, he hung up the phone and drew a handgun from his person, preparing to charge out. Gunfire erupted within the building, but it was quickly silenced. Alone, the assassin was no match for overpowering forces. Captain, the assassin has been neutralized. Zhou Runan, seated in the vehicle, received the report from her team. Did we incur any casualties? One officer was shot in the arm. Zhou Runan finally let out a sigh of relief. Send him for treatment. Afterward, she exited the vehicle and called Qin Feng. Qin Feng, where are you? At that moment, Qin Feng was at the main entrance of the building. After relaying his location, Zhou Runan made her way over. Qin Feng, you must tell me honestly, how did you locate those 2 bombs? Zhou Runan still had many questions and sought clarity. The TNWing system analyzed the assassin's route of action, and I made an educated guess, Qin Feng replied, knowing that he could not brush Zhou Runan off. Yet, he struggled to conjure a suitable excuse. Fine, I'll assume you guessed it. But how could you possibly disarm the bombs in such a short time? If I said I learned it online, would you believe me? Qin Feng inquired. Zhou Runan shook her head, I wouldn't. Qin Feng shrugged. If you don't believe me, then there's nothing I can do. Zhou Runan felt exasperated and contemplated saying more. If you keep pressing, we may not be able to cooperate in the future, Qin Feng warned. Zhou Runan fell silent. All right, I won't ask any more. Encountering such a peculiar individual as Qin Feng left her at a loss. She understood that if she continued to pry, it would surely provoke his displeasure, complicating any future requests for his assistance. At that moment, Zhou Runan's walkie-talkie sounded again, this time with good news from another team. The assassin had been successfully neutralized. Furthermore, the 2 assassins who had just been released had not managed to escape far and were apprehended once more. Overall, the operation had been executed flawlessly, with Qin Feng being the most significant contributor. Without him locating and disarming the bombs, they would not have been able to seize the initiative so easily. The only regret was that Qin Feng was not part of the police force. Otherwise, he would surely have been recognized for his contributions. I have matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Qin Feng bid farewell to Zhou Runan. Where are you headed? I can arrange for someone to take you, Zhou Runan offered. No need, Qin Feng replied, driving back to the research institute. He first returned the vehicle and then sought out Yang Yu to relay some information. The 3rd-generation TNWing system had no significant issues, but there were still minor vulnerabilities that needed addressing. As such, Qin Feng deemed it unnecessary to remain at the research institute. Shuhan, are you home? After leaving the institute, Qin Feng hailed a cab, intending to visit Zhao Shuhan. His primary motive was to see Wu Fangyi. If given the chance, he wanted to treat her cancer. Yes, I'm home. Brother Qin Feng, are you coming over? Zhao Shuhan inquired. Chapter 93, Unusual. As Qin Feng glanced at the time, he realized that dinner time was fast approaching. May I come over to your house for a meal? Zhao Shuhan inquired with a smile. I didn't buy any groceries today and plan to eat out. If you have time, it would be perfect to go together. She was aware that Qin Feng was serving as a bodyguard for Enkaigua, which explained her reluctance to message him these past few days. However, this did not imply a lack of concern. On the contrary, Zhao Shuhan had been sleeping poorly lately, primarily out of worry for Qin Feng's safety. After all, it was common knowledge that assassins had set their sights on Enkaigua. All right, I'm already on my way to your place. See you soon. Before long, Qin Feng arrived at the Xinghe Villa district. Standing before Villa number 15, he pressed the doorbell several times. Soon, the gate swung open automatically. As Qin Feng stepped inside, Zhao Shuhan came sprinting out, arms wide open, embracing him. It had been a few days since they last saw each other, and she missed him dearly, clinging to him without any intention of letting go. What's this about? Aren't you afraid of being seen by your parents? Qin Feng gently held Zhao Shu's hand, inhaling her delicate fragrance. I'm home alone. I'm not worried. Zhao Shuhan was typically a reserved girl. If her parents were present, she would never dare to embrace Qin Feng so openly. Suddenly, Qin Feng recalled what Zhao Hongchang had said in the hospital that day about taking Wu Fengyi to Yinjing for treatment. Where did your parents go? Qin Feng feigned ignorance. They left for Yinjing yesterday, claiming they had business to attend to. However, I have a feeling they're hiding something from me. Zhao Shuhan's intuition was often quite accurate. Connecting the dots with Wu Fengyi's recent odd behavior, she sensed that something was amiss. You're overthinking it. Your parents are simply very busy, Qin Feng reassured her. He had no desire for Zhao Shuhan to learn about Wu Fengyi's grave illness, as it would only cause her distress. Moreover, now that he possessed exceptional medical skills, he was confident he could cure Wu Fengyi, discreetly resolving the matter. Is that so? Zhao Shuhan pondered, her doubts not alleviated. Let us go out for dinner, Qin Feng suggested, deliberately changing the subject. Zhao Shuhan nodded slightly and said, You go to the living room and sit for a moment. I need to change into something else. Qin Feng followed Zhao Shuhan into the living room. She poured him a glass of warm water before retreating to her room. After several minutes, Zhao Shuhan emerged, now clad in a lovely pink dress, twirling before Qin Feng with a smile. Brother Qin Feng, does this dress look good? It's beautiful. You look like a fairy descending to earth, Qin Feng replied, admiring her flawless visage. Zhao Shuhan shot him a playful glare. I was asking about the dress. Both are lovely, Qin Feng answered. Exasperated, Zhao Shuhan grabbed her car keys, linking her arm with Qin Feng's as they headed toward the garage. Qin Feng took the initiative to drive. Shuhan, what do you feel like eating? He asked as they settled into the car. Anything's fine, Zhao Shuhan replied. By the way, brother Qin Feng, will you be going back to protect Grandpa later? Qin Feng nodded. I'll be on bodyguard duty for one more day tomorrow, and then I can leave. Once those 5 days were up, his task as a bodyguard would be complete. All right then. Zhao Shuhan had initially hoped to go shopping with Qin Feng, but upon learning he was unavailable, she refrained from pressing further. Qin Feng smiled. I have time this weekend. I can accompany you then. Zhao Shuhan's heart leaped at his words. Great, it's a deal. They arrived at a Chinese restaurant and ordered several dishes. The carefree moments always seemed to pass swiftly. After finishing their meal, Zhao Shuhan proposed, Brother Qin Feng, you still have work to do. You should head back. Qin Feng nodded, and after escorting Zhao Shuhan back to her villa, he made his way to the Yin family estate. Upon entering the hall, he noticed the Yin family gathered together. Besides Kaigwa and Wanhong, there were several younger members of the family present. However, the atmosphere felt unusually heavy. Old and Mr. In, Qin Feng approached. Kaigwa glanced at him, initially nodding before saying, Xiao Feng, I heard from Officer Zhou that you located 4 assassins in Ningchuan. And you also successfully dismantled 2 bombs at Qin Feng International. Splendid work. And Kaigwa had never doubted Qin Feng's capabilities. Since the assassins were after him, one would expect him to be pleased that Qin Feng had assisted the police in locating them. Yet, Kaigwa's expression bore little joy at that moment. Qin Feng noticed Anya standing by the window, her eyes red and clearly having cried. Olden, is something the matter? Qin Feng inquired. Nothing's wrong. Xiao Feng, you've had a long day. You should rest in your room, Kaigwa suggested, not divulging any details. All right. Qin Feng refrained from pressing further and returned to his room alone. The 3rd-generation Skynet system was nearly developed. Once testing was complete, it would be ready for nationwide upgrade. At that point, his mission would also be considered accomplished. Meanwhile, the security measures at the estate were adequate, requiring little of his attention. Additionally, the little group of assassins known as the Shadow had mostly been eliminated or captured. For the time being, it seemed unlikely that any assassins would dare to trouble Kaigwa. Lying on his bed, Qin Feng chatted with Zhao Shuhan for a while longer. Suddenly, he heard hushed voices from downstairs. The conversation was too quiet for him to discern the topic. After some hesitation, he decided to message Anya. Has something happened? Since Kaigwa remained tight-lipped, he opted to inquire with Anya. After a couple of minutes, Anya replied it turned out that her uncle, and Mingzhi, had been attacked by assassins in Modu that morning and was seriously injured. Despite the doctor's best efforts to save him, his condition continued to deteriorate. By afternoon, Mingzhi realized that he was beyond salvation and requested to return to the Yin residence. Now, he lay in his room. Naturally, Kaigwa wished to avoid burying his son, so he had summoned numerous doctors, hoping for a miracle. Kaigwa had two sons, an Hong and an Mingzhi, both capable and gradually taking over the family business. During this period, their family had been especially cautious. An Mingzhi was responsible for affairs in Modu. Although accompanied by bodyguards, the cunning assassins had ultimately found a way to strike. I see, Qin Feng understood now. Perhaps Kaigwa seemed aged after a mere half-day absence due to the misfortune of his younger son. Chapter 94. There is still hope. Having discerned the circumstances, Qin Feng stepped out of the room, driven by a desire to ascertain whether Mingzhi still had a chance for survival. Given his relationship with Kaigwa, he could not bear to stand idly by. Serendipitously, having acquired extraordinary medical skills that day, he was inclined to give it a try on the second floor. Kaigwa and others stood anxiously at the doorway of a room, awaiting news. Inside, a physician was attending to his second son. Everyone understood that the situation was dire, yet no one from the family was willing to concede defeat so easily. Qin Feng, Anya, standing at the back of the crowd, wiped her tear-streaked face upon seeing him descend. "What is the current situation?" Qin Feng inquired. With reddened eyes, Anya replied, "The doctor is still inside, attending to my uncle." Nodding without further comment, Qin Feng stood quietly, just as he was about to seek out Kaigwa. Suddenly, the door swung open, revealing a physician clad in a white coat. Appearing to be in his 60s, with a head full of silver hair, his expression bore the weight of gravity. "Old Yuan, how is Mingzhi faring?" Kaigwa questioned, his face etched with worry. Yuan Xinka sighed, shaking his head that I have done all that I could. However, Mingzhi's organ failure is severe. Even a deity would find it challenging to save him. Renowned for his exceptional medical skills in Ningchuan City, Yuan Xinka maintained a reasonably cordial relationship with Kaigwa. If he could not remedy the situation, it suggested that other physicians would be even less capable. Soon, several more doctors exited the room. "Olden, we are deeply sorry. We are powerless to help." They all shook their heads, indicating their inability to assist. Mingzhi had been attacked in the Magic City, and the doctors there had similarly expressed their helplessness. Is there truly no hope? Kaigwa shut his eyes, sorrow engulfing him. "Father, I will contact other doctors," Hong insisted, unwilling to surrender. Yuan Xinka interjected, "There's no need to waste time. While Mingzhi is still somewhat conscious, go in and speak with him." With Mingzhi's condition deteriorating, further commotion would prove futile. It would be better to listen to his final words. "No. I refuse to give up like this," Hong declared resolutely, turning to Kaigwa. "Father, you should go in and talk to my brother. I will seek out other doctors." Just as Kaigwa was preparing to enter the room, Qin Feng approached. "Olden, may I enter and take a look? Perhaps I can offer assistance." The crowd turned in unison to regard Qin Feng, perplexed by his audacity to make such a claim. If even the skilled Yuan Xinka was at a loss, how could this young man possibly have a solution? Kaigwa cast a glance at Qin Feng. "Xiao Feng, I appreciate your goodwill, but it is unnecessary." Although Qin Feng excelled in various aspects, healing was not his forte. Furthermore, Kaigwa felt that Qin Feng had little understanding of Mingzhi's dire condition. "Olden, I neglected to mention that I have studied medicine," Qin Feng continued. Upon hearing this, Kaigwa's expression remained largely unchanged. Faced with Qin Feng's goodwill, he found it difficult to refuse. "Xiao Feng, then come in with me." Kaigwa had little hope left. Thus, Qin Feng followed him into the room. Yuan Xinka hesitated momentarily before also entering. It appeared that Kaigwa held a considerable degree of trust in Qin Feng, though he remained uncertain about the young man's medical acumen. Once inside, Qin Feng was greeted by the pungent scent of medicinal concoctions. On the large bed lay a middle-aged man, whose features bore a resemblance to Kaigwa, albeit his complexion was pallid, teetering on the brink of death. Kaigwa hastened to the bedside, concern etched upon his face. "Father, no, there's no need to seek out more doctors." Mingzhi's frail body allowed only a faint whisper. One had to lean in closely to hear him. "Olden, I'll take a look," Qin Feng offered, stepping forward to examine Mingzhi's pulse. "This young man is Qin Feng." He previously assisted Qin Feng International in resolving a dilemma, Kaigwa introduced, "I've heard of him." Mingzhi weakly assessed Qin Feng, recognizing him as the family's protector. He wished to say more, but Qin Feng interjected, "There is still hope." Kaigwa momentarily faltered, inquiring, "Qin Feng, what did you say?" "Olden, I said there is still hope," Qin Feng reiterated. With his current medical prowess, restoring Mingzhi's health was not insurmountable. "Qin Feng, is that true?" Anya asked, a glimmer of hope igniting within her. Qin Feng met her gaze and solemnly nodded. "Young man, are you jesting? Do you comprehend what severe organ failure entails for an individual? Yuan Xinka's brow furrowed, convinced that Qin Feng lacked fundamental medical knowledge. Of course I understand, Qin Feng replied. Yuan Xinka retorted, then why would you utter such claims? Others may lack the means, but I possess the ability, Qin Feng stated calmly. The medical knowledge residing in his mind was unparalleled across the globe. Otherwise, he would not have made such a bold proclamation. Yuan Xinka found himself vexed by Qin Feng's confidence. Young man, I find your pulse-taking technique to be satisfactory. I am curious to learn where you acquired your medical knowledge, he probed, skeptical given Qin Feng's age. Even if he were training in medicine, it would be merely the beginning. To speak as he had was wholly irresponsible. Apologies, but I cannot disclose that, Qin Feng replied, unwilling to engage in a quarrel with Yuan Xinka. He turned his attention back to Nkaigwa. Olden, if you believe in my words, allow me to try. If you do not believe me, then dismiss my claims as mere nonsense. Nkaigwa, seeing the confidence radiating from Qin Feng, nodded in acquiescence. Since Qin Feng dared to assert such a statement, he must possess some degree of assurance. From his understanding of Qin Feng, he was not one to exaggerate. Even if it ended in failure, it would be destiny. Xiao Feng, then give it a try, brother. Yuan Xinka felt at a loss. Nkaigwa had chosen to trust a young man over him, which seemed utterly absurd. Should anything go awry, and Mingzhi's condition would only worsen. Young man, do you possess a medical license? Another physician queried, expressing doubt regarding Qin Feng's qualifications. Not at all, Qin Feng admitted candidly. The system had granted him extraordinary medical skills but had not provided him with a license. Declaring himself a doctor outside would hardly inspire belief in others. Fine, let him give it a try. Qin Feng, I am aware of my condition. Proceed as you see fit. Even if I cannot be saved in the end, you shall bear no blame. And Mingzhi, resigned to his fate, had come to terms with his impending demise and chose to take one last gamble. Chapter 95, Doubt. At this moment, Yuan Xinhai once again spoke up, young man, you just claim to have confidence. Very well, then I would like to inquire about Mingzhi's current condition. He was eager to witness the extent of Qin Feng's capabilities. The other doctors echoed his sentiments. Yes, please elucidate Mr. An's situation. If one is unaware of the injuries sustained by Mingzhi yet dares to assert they can save him, it would undoubtedly be an act of irresponsibility. In the face of the doctor's skepticism, Qin Feng's expression remained as calm as still water. He has sustained a gunshot wound. The bullet has struck his abdomen. However, this is not a fatal injury. If I am not mistaken, the assassin must have coated the bullet with poison. In other words, what is truly causing his organ failure is, in fact, the poison. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, the doctors exchanged glances in astonishment. They had not anticipated that Qin Feng would discern this. This young man indeed possessed some skill. Nevertheless, they harbored lingering doubts. Given Mingzhi's condition, it was akin to a death sentence. Based on their decades of accumulated experience, they firmly believed there was no possibility of recovery. Continuing to struggle would only prolong Mingzhi's suffering. At this juncture, a brief silence enveloped the room. Everyone turned their gaze toward Nkaigwa, awaiting his decision. Xiao Feng, I implore you, do not burden yourself with excessive psychological pressure. Nkaigwa placed considerable trust in Qin Feng, for this young man consistently managed to resolve various dilemmas. With no alternative but to take a gamble, they had no other choice. With Nkaigwa's endorsement, Qin Feng wasted no time and immediately requested paper and pen. He swiftly inscribed a list of herbal remedies. Yuan Xinhai, driven by curiosity, approached to see what medicines Qin Feng intended to utilize. However, his brow soon furrowed in concern. Although Yuan Xinhai primarily specialized in Western medicine, he also had a degree of knowledge in traditional Chinese medicine. Among the herbs Qin Feng wrote down, there were even two that were highly toxic. Was this a means of saving a life or a path to destruction? Olden, have someone procure these herbs as swiftly as possible, Qin Feng instructed, handing the list to Nkaigwa. Wait. Yuan Xinhai interjected, young brother, I am quite curious as to why there are two herbs on this list that are highly poisonous. After decades of practice, he had never encountered such a prescription. Have you not heard of the principle of fighting poison with poison? In response to Yuan Xinhai's skepticism, Qin Feng's patience began to wane. Take arsenic, for instance. Although it is indeed a lethal poison, when applied judiciously, it can also serve therapeutic purposes. It all depends on the dosage and the combination of herbs. Yuan Xinhai countered, I am well aware of that, but I do not believe these herbs will cure Mingzhi. Enough, cease your bickering, Nkaigwa interjected as he handed the paper to Nwanhong. Have someone go and purchase them. Nwanhong nodded and promptly exited the room. Witnessing Nkaigwa's lack of faith in him, Yuan Xinhai let out a quiet sigh. At this point, there was little more he could say. However, he believed that the answer would soon reveal itself. Next, you all may leave. I shall take care of this. Qin Feng addressed the crowd in the room. The presence of too many individuals would only hinder his forthcoming procedures. Xiao Feng, thank you for your assistance. Nkaigua was the first to exit. Subsequently, the others followed suit, leaving only Qin Feng and Mingzhi in the room. Qin Feng sat at the bedside and spoke to Mingzhi. Relax, I will ensure you have a peaceful slumber. He gently pressed several acupressure points on Mingzhi's body. Soon, Mingzhi fell into a deep sleep. His body was exceedingly frail, and preserving his bodily functions without further deterioration was paramount. Once the herbs were procured, Qin Feng would need to brew the medicine, and until then, he could not allow Mingzhi to experience any unforeseen complications. Fortunately, Qin Feng's medical skills were indeed exceptional. After Mingzhi fell asleep, the organ failure was significantly alleviated, buying precious time for the subsequent detoxification process. Thus, Qin Feng remained in the room, closely monitoring Mingzhi's breathing and heartbeat for any changes. Should any unexpected situation arise, he would be prepared to respond. After a span of over 20 minutes, the door creaked open, and Inya entered cautiously. Qin Feng, the herbs have been procured. Qin Feng nodded. Have someone keep an eye on your second uncle. I will go prepare the medicine. As he stepped out of the room, he found Nkaigua and the others anxiously waiting outside. Olden, you should take a moment to rest, Qin Feng suggested. No need. Nkaigua shook his head, entering to accompany Mingzhi. Qin Feng refrained from further comments and descended the stairs. Anya hesitated for a moment before following him. Qin Feng, the herbs have all been acquired. In the lobby on the first floor, Wenhong addressed Qin Feng. Qin Feng first inspected the herbs, then selected those of superior quality. After all, they were intended to save a life, and he could not afford to be careless. All set. I shall proceed to brew the medicine. Qin Feng declared as he made his way to the kitchen. Xiaoya, accompany Qin Feng and see if there is anything he might need assistance with, and Wenhong instructed his daughter. Yin nodded and entered the kitchen. She observed as Qin Feng poured water into a ceramic pot and began to heat it. Once the water reached a boil, he continuously added the herbs into the pot. Watching Qin Feng's focused demeanor, Yin dared not intrude, opting instead to observe from the sidelines. 5 or 6 minutes passed, and Qin Feng had added all the herbs. The next step was to patiently wait a while for the medicinal properties to extract. Qin Feng, will this medicine save my second uncle? Once Qin Feng had a moment of respite, Nya approached with curiosity. Absolutely. Qin Feng replied with a smile. He held a strong confidence in his medical abilities. I've noticed that you possess a great deal of knowledge. It was hard to fathom that someone so young could understand so much. Nya had also heard about Qin Feng assisting the police in identifying the assassin. It could be said that he had helped the Yin family eliminate a significant threat. Now, her second uncle's dire condition equally required Qin Feng's aid. Qin Feng smiled but chose not to respond. After waiting another 2 minutes, Qin Feng finally extinguished the flame, clearing the dregs from the ceramic pot, leaving just half a bowl of herbal infusion. Administer this bowl of medicine to your second uncle, Qin Feng instructed. Nya lifted the bowl and, alongside Qin Feng, ascended to the second floor, eyeing the corridor. The doctors cast disparaging glances at Qin Feng, harboring a sense of disdain. They did not believe he possessed the ability to cure Mingzhi. They anticipated that he would soon face the consequences of his claims. Xiao Feng, how did it go? Nkaigua, still inside the room, hurriedly inquired upon seeing Qin Feng enter. The medicine is ready. Administer it to him, Qin Feng replied. Grandfather, allow me to take care of it. Anya settled at the bedside, carefully spooning the medicine into Mingzhi's mouth. Although the process was time-consuming, Anya's patience proved sufficient. After 7 or 8 minutes, she finally completed the task. All done? You may all leave now, Qin Feng announced. Chapter 96, A Miracle. Although the medicine had been administered, Qin Feng still needed to continue observing. After Nkaigua and Nya exited the room, over an hour had passed. During this time, Mingzhi remained in a deep slumber. However, under the influence of the medication, the toxins within his body had been eradicated, and his bodily functions were gradually rejuvenating. With a few more doses of medicine, he would be completely restored. Once he confirmed that Mingzhi had been salvaged, Qin Feng pushed open the door and stepped outside. There, Nkaigua and others were still waiting. Qin Feng, is my second uncle all right? Anya rushed forward, her concern evident. The doctors also gathered around, regarding Qin Feng with curious expressions. If all goes well, your second uncle should return to normal in a few days. Qin Feng replied calmly. Really? Qin Feng, I cannot thank you enough, Anya exclaimed, tears of joy streaming down her face. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, the anxious hearts of Nkaigua and in Hong finally found peace. This cannot be possible. Young man, are you jesting? The doctors furrowed their brows, skeptical of Qin Feng's claims. How could a dying man possibly be saved? They were acutely aware that, under such circumstances, miracles were unequivocally impossible. Qin Feng stated, whether I am joking or not, you will know once you go in and see for yourselves. He had placed Mingxia in a profound sleep, unperturbed by any disturbances. Come, let's take a look. The doctors turned to Yuan Xi and he. After all, he had the highest reputation among them. Yuan Xi and he, with a stoic expression, swiftly entered the room, with the other doctors following closely behind. Xiaofeng, you should take a rest. I will go in and check on Wanjia, and Kaigua patted Qin Feng's shoulder before stepping inside. Within the room, Yuan Xi and he observed Mingxia lying quietly on the bed. His complexion had improved somewhat compared to 2 hours prior. Most importantly, Mingxia's breathing was steady, no longer reminiscent of his previous near-death state. A glimmer of astonishment flickered in Yuan Xi and he's eyes as he felt Mingxia's pulse. The readings indicated that while Mingxia remained quite weak, there was a clear sign of recovery. This young man, has he truly accomplished it? Yuan Xi and he was astounded. Old Yuan, what is the matter? Kaigua inquired, noticing Yuan Xi and he's uncharacteristic demeanor. Yuan Xi and he disregarded Kaigua's question and addressed one of the doctors behind him. Use the instruments for further examination. If Mingxia had indeed been saved by Qin Feng, it would undoubtedly be a medical miracle. A man on the brink of death had been astonishingly rescued. The doctor complied with Yuan Xi and he's orders and connected Mingxia to the monitoring equipment. The data on the instruments similarly indicated that Mingxia's condition was continuously improving. Moreover, this was not merely a fleeting revival but a genuine restoration. The doctors exchanged bewildered glances, unable to fathom the extraordinary skill of the young man before them. Simultaneously, they felt a profound sense of shame for having previously mocked Qin Feng. Old Yuan, do say something, and Kaigua, unfamiliar with medical terminology, felt anxious upon seeing the doctor's unusual expressions. Mingxia is fortunate. He has been saved, Yuan Xi and he stated with a smile. At that moment, he realized that Qin Feng's medical prowess surpassed that of their collective expertise, and no wonder he had been so confident. Splendid. Kaigua's face radiated with renewed hope. Qin Feng has truly achieved the impossible. Hong and Anya were equally elated. Initially, they had not harbored high hopes, but they had not anticipated that Qin Feng would create such a miracle. To avoid disturbing Mingxia, Kaigua decided to leave only one person in the room and ushered everyone else out. Brother, who exactly is this young man named Qin Feng? Yuan Xi and he suddenly inquired of Kaigua outside the room. His interest in Qin Feng was palpable. Xiaofeng is currently our family's bodyguard. However, he will be leaving tomorrow, Kaigua lamented, wishing that someone as talented as Qin Feng could remain with the family indefinitely. A bodyguard? Yuan Xi and he was taken aback. Isn't he a doctor? He assumed that Qin Feng must have received guidance from renowned physicians. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to possess such remarkable skills. Kaigua shook his head. Xiaofeng is capable of much more. If you have any questions, perhaps you should ask him directly. Kaigua was uncertain about the extent of Qin Feng's abilities. Whatever skill he displayed was always impressive. Yuan Xi and he, somewhat resigned, said, very well, I shall inquire with him. He also wanted to apologize to Qin Feng for his earlier demeanor. Yuan Xi and he sought out Qin Feng's room but found it empty. Eventually, he spotted Qin Feng in the lobby on the first floor. Young man, I sincerely apologize. I should not have questioned your medical expertise. You are remarkable, accomplishing what we could not. To save Mingxia is akin to creating a medical miracle. Yuan Xi and he expressed his admiration for Qin Feng. If Qin Feng were to pursue a career in medicine, he would undoubtedly have a bright future ahead. Qin Feng waved his hand dismissively, remaining silent. Given his current medical skills, healing in Mingxia was not particularly challenging. Young man, you truly are exceptional. Our medical abilities pale in comparison to yours. The doctors had also arrived, offering their apologies to Qin Feng. They had never before encountered a young man with such extraordinary medical prowess. Young brother, may I inquire where you learned your medical skills? Yuan Xi and he finally voiced his curiosity. He was acquainted with many renowned doctors from the Dragon Kingdom. Yet even if he gathered them all, they likely would not have been able to treat an Mingzhi that night. Yet, Qin Feng had achieved it. With such exceptional skills at such a young age, Yuan Xian he surmised that Qin Feng's mentor must be even more formidable. Meeting him would undoubtedly enhance his own medical knowledge. That I cannot disclose, Qin Feng replied. He had no master to speak of. His skills were derived solely from the system. Very well. Yuan Xian he refrained from pressing further. At that moment, and Kaigua descended with Anya. The doctors felt they could not contribute further and took their leave. Xiao Feng, I cannot express how grateful I am for your presence today, and Kaigua remarked with a smile. Without Qin Feng, he would have faced an unimaginable loss. It was merely a small effort, Qin Feng replied, feeling a camaraderie with Kaigua, which motivated him to assist. After all, this matter was not of great consequence to him. Subsequently, Qin Feng shared some precautions with Kaigua, considering that Mingzhi had not yet fully recovered and would require ongoing medicinal support in the coming days. Chapter 97. Indeed, abroad, in the basement of a villa, a bald foreign man sat before a computer, perusing information from the dark web. Suddenly, a knock resounded at the door. Come in, the foreign man called out. A man clad in a black suit pushed the door open and entered. Boss, the situation is dire. I have just received news from the Dragon Country regarding the assassination mission against the Onkai Nation. It has failed. Moreover, 5 members of the Shadow have already fallen into the hands of the Ningchuan City Police. With a total of 6 members in the Shadow, the loss of 5 in one fell swoop had rendered the organization virtually extinct. The foreign man's brow furrowed. Is the news credible? The Shadow had historically maintained an exceptionally high success rate in its operations. Even when faced with unforeseen circumstances, they managed to withdraw unscathed. Yet this time, they had been irrevocably ensnared in Ningchuan City, Dragon Country. It is credible. There are skilled individuals beside the Onkai Nation, and it appears the police have somehow discerned the Shadow's movements. As a result, the mission was met with considerable disadvantage. The foreign man rose, gritting his teeth in frustration. The loss of 5 members was indeed a painful blow. It is worth noting that cultivating a competent assassin is no trivial task. However, he was puzzled as to how the police could so accurately track the movements of the Shadow members. Such an occurrence had never transpired before. If the situation was not thoroughly investigated, future missions would be exceedingly challenging to execute. Deploy more personnel to ascertain the truth of this matter. Additionally, we must probe into the situation surrounding the Onkai Nation. He was eager to uncover the identity of the skilled individuals near the Onkai Nation. Boss, I shall take care of it at once. Shall we still send someone to carry out the assassination mission against the Onkai Nation? The foreign man shook his head. Until we have clarified the situation, the mission is on hold. Sending assassins to target the Onkai Nation again could very well lead to another failure. Thus, the immediate priority was to gather intelligence. Understood. Just as the man prepared to leave, he was abruptly called back. Furthermore, for any future contracts from the Dragon Country, the fees must be increased. First, the Snow Wolf had gone missing, and now the Shadow had failed. He had a foreboding sense that executing missions in the Dragon Country would only become increasingly arduous in the blink of an eye. A night had passed. Qin Feng arose early, taking a stroll with Onkai Nation in the estate. Upon returning for breakfast, he noticed Anya brewing medicine. Normally, such tasks could be entrusted to the servants, but Anya was particularly attentive to her second uncle's injuries. The process of concocting the medicine was somewhat cumbersome, yet Anya managed it alone, sparing Qin Feng from having to intervene. Xiaoya, have you had breakfast? Onkai Nation entered the kitchen in good spirits. He had already visited his second son, and Mingzhi, that morning, and the latter's recovery seemed promising. Grandfather, I have already eaten. Anya continued her work. Onkai Nation exited the kitchen to join Qin Feng for breakfast. After finishing, Anya's medicine was ready. Subsequently, she carried the medicine upstairs, following Qin Feng in the room, and Mingzhi lay in bed, attended by 2 servants. Upon seeing Anya arrive, the servants promptly withdrew. Qin Feng, Xiaoya, and Mingzhi attempted to sit up upon their entrance, but his weakened state thwarted his efforts. Anya rushed over. Second uncle, your injuries have yet to heal. Please lie down and refrain from moving. And Mingzhi smiled, glancing at Qin Feng. Qin Feng, I cannot thank you enough for last night. Initially, he had not harbored much hope. Fortuitously, Qin Feng's medical skills had pulled him back from the brink of death. No need for thanks. Qin Feng shook his head, once again checking in Mingzhi's pulse. The toxins within him had been entirely eradicated, and his bodily functions were on the mend. With proper rest, he would soon be able to rise from bed. How do you feel now? Qin Feng inquired. An Mingzhi replied, I am feeling significantly better than yesterday, though the wound still aches a bit. The injury was located in his abdomen, a non-fatal area. The true peril lay in the bullet's coating of lethal poison. Qin Feng nodded. Rest for another couple of days. There should be no serious issues. Recovery was of utmost importance. Exiting in Mingzhi's room, Qin Feng made his way to the grand hall on the first floor. The third generation of the Skynet system had now been completed, allowing Qin Feng to finally take a breather. He could entrust subsequent tasks to Yang Yu. Provided there were no major issues, Qin Feng need not intervene. Additionally, his Chapter 98, The Divine Doctor, upon hearing Zhou Runan's inquiry, Ankaigwa suddenly burst into laughter. Even Anya, seated beside him, covered her mouth in amusement, glancing at Qin Feng. This only deepened Zhou Runan's confusion, as she could not comprehend why Ankaigwa and Anya were laughing. I apologize, I seem to be rather out of the loop, Zhou Runan explained. Anya chuckled, distant yet close at hand. Following Anya's gaze, Zhou Runan's eyes landed squarely on Qin Feng. Could it be that the esteemed divine doctor is none other than Qin Feng? Zhou Runan was startled by her own thoughts. If this were indeed the case, then Qin Feng was extraordinarily impressive. It appeared he possessed an array of skills, each at a masterful level. Indeed, it's Xiao Feng. He is now a great benefactor to our family. Ankaigwa nodded. Observing Qin Feng's silent smile, Zhou Runan could only shake her head in resignation. Qin Feng, your knowledge is truly remarkable. I am curious, is there anything in this world that you do not know? Zhou Runan remarked with a hint of admiration. Qin Feng replied, Officer Zhou, you overestimate me. There are indeed many things I do not know. Ankaigwa interjected, Xiao Feng is truly a rare talent. If he were willing, I would wish for him to stay with us indefinitely. Unfortunately, Qin Feng had no such intentions. Of course, Ankaigwa was aware that Qin Feng was still assisting the police. As for the specifics, he was not entirely sure. After a brief conversation, Qin Feng indicated his need to step out for a while. Ankaigwa made no objections and even provided Qin Feng with a vehicle. Qin Feng drove towards the stock exchange. Being a weekday, the employees at the exchange were already at work. After parking, he headed straight to the VIP room. Anya was no longer working at the exchange. Instead, a newly appointed manager welcomed him. Hello, Mr. Qin. I am the new manager, Gu Yi. The new manager was a middle-aged man, slightly overweight, and wore a pair of reading glasses. He exhibited great respect towards Qin Feng, recognizing him as a significant client. In such a sluggish stock market, clients of Qin Feng's caliber were exceedingly rare. Hello, Manager Gu. Please assist me in selling my shares of New High-Tech in batches. Ideally, I would like to liquidate everything before the market closes on Monday. Qin Feng stated his purpose. When he purchased New High-Tech, he utilized a specialized fund of 100 million allocated by the system, along with 3 times leverage. Liquidating his investment would yield a return of 600 million. The manager appeared puzzled. Mr. Qin, New High-Tech has experienced 9 consecutive limit-ups. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, there is likely to be another limit-up before the market closes this morning. With such a favorable trend, why would you choose to sell suddenly? It is well known that identifying a worthy stock in the current market is exceedingly challenging. Moreover, numerous reports have been favorable for New High-Tech, with some stock experts even predicting it could double in value. Qin Feng smiled and replied, no particular reason, just a hunch. He was acutely aware of the price movements of New High-Tech. Otherwise, he would not have employed 3 times leverage. At this juncture, he believed the price had peaked. Very well, Mr. Qin. I shall have someone assist you with the transactions. Do you have any further instructions? Qin Feng provided the manager with a stock code. After liquidating everything, please assist me in purchasing this stock. He had already invested in 2 stocks and identified another viable option. The specialized fund of 100 million could not be utilized for anything other than stock investments. With the anticipated profit of 600 million, Qin Feng intended to reinvest it all. According to the predictions from the stock prophecy card, there was potential for further gains. Subsequently, Qin Feng planned to withdraw from the stock market altogether, as investing without the stock prophecy card would likely lead to losses, particularly in the current bear market. Mr. Qin, are you certain you wish to invest all of it? The manager was taken aback. Investing several hundred million seemed as casual as shopping for groceries. It was a reckless gamble. Should it result in losses, he might find himself on the rooftop contemplating his fate. Yes, all of it, Qin Feng affirmed with a nod. After leaving the stock exchange, Qin Feng had no other engagements. He drove back to the family estate, intending to fulfill his duties for the final day. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was a call from Zhao Shuhan. Pulling over, he answered. Brother Qin Feng, are you at the in-family estate? I'm outside the gate. I have something to discuss with you. Through the phone, Qin Feng could hear Zhao Shuhan's sobs. Shuhan, what is wrong? Is someone bullying you? Qin Feng's brow furrowed. Brother Qin Feng, no one is bullying me. I just want to see you, Zhao Shuhan cried. I'm on my way back. Just wait for me at the gate. Qin Feng surmised what might be troubling her but could not ascertain for certain. After ending the call, he hurried back to the in-family estate. Before reaching the gate, he spotted Zhao Shuhan's frail figure from a distance. She stood by a car, wiping her tears. Qin Feng parked and approached her. Shuhan, what is the matter? He enveloped Zhao Shuhan in his arms and asked again. Seeing her tear-streaked face nearly shattered his heart. Zhao Shuhan clung tightly to Qin Feng, and after a long moment, she cried out, Brother Qin Feng, did I finally understand why my parents went to Yinjing? Qin Feng's expression shifted. This was troubling. Zhao Shuhan had uncovered Wu Fengyi's secret. It turns out, my mother is gravely ill, and she didn't want me to know. Brother Qin Feng, what should I do? Zhao Shuhan's eyes were red-rimmed. Shuhan, how did you find out? Qin Feng inquired. A friend of mine works at the hospital. I asked her to look into it. My mother is now in the late stage of lung cancer. Upon saying this, Zhao Shuhan broke down again. She had sensed something amiss long ago but never expected it to be this severe. Feeling hollow, she sought out Qin Feng immediately. Shuhan, I was already aware of Auntie's serious illness. Now that Qin Feng was confident in his ability to cure Wu Fengyi, there was no need to keep it from Zhao Shuhan any longer. Brother Qin Feng, how did you know? Zhao Shuhan asked, puzzled. After all, Wu Fengyi had kept this matter concealed from her. How could Qin Feng possibly have known? That day, Qin Feng recounted the incident at the restaurant when he encountered Wu Fengyi fainting. So that's how it is. But Brother Qin Feng, why didn't you tell me? Qin Feng explained, it was Auntie's wish for me to do so. Moreover, I didn't want to see you distressed. Zhao Shuhan responded, but she is my mother. Qin Feng pulled Zhao Shuhan into his embrace once more, speaking earnestly. Rest assured, I have a way to cure Auntie's illness. Chapter 99. Believe. Zhao Shuhan inhaled deeply, her nostrils flaring. Brother Qin Feng, you need not comfort me in such a manner. Cancer remains a formidable challenge worldwide, and with it being in the advanced stages, the prospects for a cure are exceedingly slim. Shuhan, I spoke with utmost sincerity just now, Qin Feng declared, fixing his gaze upon Zhao Shuhan's eyes with solemnity. The medical skills he possessed surpassed those of anyone else in this world. Even a patient clinging to the last breath could be saved by his expertise. This was no jest. Qin Feng was utterly confident in his abilities. Observing the unwavering seriousness etched on Qin Feng's face, Zhao Shuhan fell into a brief silence. Brother Qin Feng, are you truly not deceiving me? A flicker of hope ignited within her, for she was aware that Qin Feng harbored certain secrets. Qin Feng smiled. I forgot to mention, I have indeed studied medicine. If you harbor doubts, you may inquire with Olden. Nkaigwa was the most knowledgeable about Qin Feng's medical prowess. Zhao Shuhan nodded slightly. Brother Qin Feng, I believe in you. Given the gravity of the situation, she felt it improbable that Qin Feng would utter falsehoods. Coupling this with the extraordinary abilities Qin Feng had recently displayed, she was convinced he possessed the means to heal her mother. With this thought, her anxieties began to dissipate. Qin Feng continued, in a moment, please call Uncle and Auntie and urge them to return swiftly. Wu Fengyi was in the late stages of lung cancer. The longer they delayed, the more detrimental it would be for her future recovery. All right, I will call right away. Zhao Shuhan was unwilling to procrastinate. It's rather sunny outside. Let us make the call in the car. Qin Feng opened the door for Zhao Shuhan, allowing her to enter, before joining her inside. The air conditioning in the car provided a far more comfortable environment than the heat outside. Zhao Shuhan dialed Zhao Hongchang's number, and it was quickly connected. Shuhan. The voice of Zhao Hongchang came through, slightly weary. They had intended to conceal the matter from Zhao Shuhan and Zhao Ming, but it had inadvertently been uncovered. Dad, you and Mom should return to Ningchuan City first. Brother Qin Feng says he has a solution. Zhao Shuhan spoke with delight. Zhao Hongchang fell silent for a moment before responding. Shuhan, there are many highly skilled doctors in Yinjing. They have already proposed a treatment plan, so you need not worry. Your mother and I will return after some time. In Zhao Hongchang's mind, Qin Feng was likely merely comforting Zhao Shuhan with his words. Over the past 2 years, Wu Fengyi had privately consulted numerous renowned physicians, Yet no effective solutions had emerged. Zhao Shuhan insisted, "Dad, I assure you, it's the truth. Brother Qin Feng has studied medicine. He genuinely has a way." Zhao Hongchang paused, taken aback by the revelation that Qin Feng had studied medicine. It sounded somewhat implausible. Undeniably, Qin Feng possessed a multitude of talents, yet Zhao Hongchang felt that given Qin Feng's youth, even if he had studied medicine, his knowledge would be limited. Thus, he deemed it unrealistic to rely on Qin Feng. "Shuhan, I understand. I will have a word with Qin Feng shortly." Zhao Hongchang intended to dismiss the matter for the time being. "All right, Dad, please do speak with Brother Qin Feng." Zhao Shuhan recognized her father's skepticism regarding her words and could only hope that Qin Feng would convince him. "Shuhan, let us leave it at that for now. Take care of yourself in Ningchuan City, and do not worry excessively." With that, Zhao Hongchang ended the call. He and Wu Fangyi had visited several hospitals and consulted numerous cancer specialists, yet none had provided a satisfactory solution, leaving Zhao Hongchang in a state of confusion. If all else failed, they planned to seek treatment abroad. "I knew it. There was no way to keep this from Shuhan." Zhao Hongchang sighed, gazing at Wu Fangyi, who was leaning against the headboard. Recently, she had been feeling increasingly frail, finding even slight movements to be a considerable effort. "I've caused her worry. What did she say on the phone?" Wu Fangyi sighed in response, inquiring. Zhao Hongchang replied, "Shuhan mentioned that Qin Feng has a way to cure your illness. In my view, it's likely that Qin Feng said that merely to comfort her." Wu Fangyi nodded. "I share the same sentiment. It's quite commendable of him. He simply wishes to spare Shuhan any distress." "Brother Qin Feng, it seems my dad doesn't quite believe what I said." Sitting in the car, Zhao Shuhan expressed her frustration. "No matter. I shall speak with your father personally." It was only natural for Zhao Hongchang to harbor doubts, for Qin Feng was merely a university student. However, he had a method to persuade Zhao Hongchang. Zhao Shuhan clasped Qin Feng's hand. "Brother Qin Feng, this means my mother's illness is quite troubling." Qin Feng chuckled, "We are all family. There is no need for such formality. From now on, you are not to speak in such a manner." Zhao Shuhan felt a sweet warmth in her heart as she gently leaned on Qin Feng's shoulder. "Since you are here, would you like to meet Olden?" Zhao Shuhan shook her head. "Let us not go in just yet. I didn't bring a gift for Grandpa in this time." She had come specifically to find Qin Feng. "Very well, tomorrow is the weekend. I shall take you out to unwind." After today, Qin Feng's task of protecting Enkaigua would be considered complete. "All right, I will wait for you at home tomorrow. Then I shall take my leave." Before departing, Zhao Shuhan planted a kiss on Qin Feng's cheek and then drove away. Subsequently, Qin Feng also drove into the estate in the hall, and Ya was seated on the sofa, engrossed in her phone. "Missin, Qin Feng, where did you go just now?" Qin Feng explained, "I made a trip to the exchange to sell all the stocks of New High Tech." It was Ya who had facilitated his initial investment in New High Tech, thus it was not a closely guarded secret. Ya opened her stock trading app and made some calculations. "Impressive. Your profit this time reached 600 million. Ever since Qin Feng had invested in New High Tech, the stock had experienced 10 consecutive limit ups. It was undeniable that Qin Feng possessed remarkable insight. 600 million was no small issue. It was no wonder that Qin Feng had only promised to serve as a bodyguard for 5 days. He had effortlessly earned that amount in the stock market, which was far quicker than working as a bodyguard. Naturally, Ya was also curious about Qin Feng's background. During his first visit to the exchange, he had invested 100 million, followed by another 200 million to purchase Shungan shares. To have such substantial funds for stock investment suggested he was likely a super-rich heir, and of course, it was also possible that he had earned that money himself, especially given his extraordinary abilities, having saved his uncle's life with his exceptional medical skills just the night before. "Qin Feng, I'm quite curious. What does your family do?" Ya ultimately posed the question. "My family? You wish to know about my parents, correct? They are both ordinary people." Qin Feng replied candidly, uncertain if Ya would believe him. Chapter 100, Gratitude. "So, are you saying that the money you invested in stocks was all earned by yourself?" Anya expressed her astonishment, for it amounted to a staggering 300 million. It is important to note that Qin Feng was merely a university student. Indeed, Qin Feng admitted, as that wealth was indeed acquired through the system. Anya chuckled, "Well, considering your exceptional abilities, earning 300 million does not seem particularly difficult. By the way, I have some good news to share with you. You saved my uncle's life, and my grandfather has stated that he will grant you a portion of Qin Feng International shares as a token of gratitude." Qin Feng waved his hand dismissively. "There's no need for that. It was merely a small effort on my part. His decision to assist was largely influenced by the good relationship he shared with Nkaigwa. From the very beginning, he had not sought the gratitude of the Yin family. That won't do, Anya insisted. In addition, my grandfather has already instructed someone to prepare the share transfer agreement. Given that Qin Feng was now regarded as a benefactor of the Yin family, it was only fitting that they express their appreciation. Where can I find Olden? I will speak with him. He is in my uncle's room, along with Officer Zhou. And Mingzhi had already awakened, and Officer Zhou Runin was inquiring about the details of the attack. Very well, I shall wait here for him, Qin Feng said as he settled onto the sofa. Qin Feng, you won't be serving as a bodyguard tomorrow. Should I ask your friend to stay? Rest assured, we will certainly treat him well. Anya referred to Qin Feng's robotic bodyguard, whose true identity remained undetected by them. Anya was merely aware that the robotic bodyguard was Qin Feng's friend and possessed formidable capabilities. That night, he had incapacitated an assassin who had infiltrated the estate. If he continued to protect Nkaigwa, there would be little to fear from any potential threats. That may not be feasible. The reason Qin Feng had assigned the robotic bodyguard to protect Nkaigwa was to complete a task set by the system. He was currently preoccupied with the development of the third-generation Skynet system. Now that the task was nearing completion, Qin Feng intended to take the robotic bodyguard with him, as it served as his trump card. In the future, should he encounter any inconvenient matters, he could rely on the robotic bodyguard to handle them. As for Nkaigwa's safety, it was already quite secure. With the successful testing of the third-generation Skynet system, it would be exceedingly difficult for assassins to infiltrate Ningchuan City unnoticed. Once the system was upgraded nationwide, it would be a formidable challenge for assassins to enter Longwa, let alone carry out any assassination attempts. Very well then, Anya replied, somewhat disappointed. After a few minutes, Nkaigwa and Zhou Runin descended from the upper floors. Zhou Runin had other matters to attend to, so she drove back to the police station. At this moment, the share transfer agreement had been prepared, and Nkaigwa presented it to Qin Feng. Xiao Feng, you are now a benefactor of our Yin family. This is a share transfer agreement. If you could kindly sign it, it would serve as our family's gesture of gratitude. Qin Feng picked it up and examined it, discovering that the shares being transferred were indeed from Qin Feng International. Though it was merely 2.5, Qin Feng International was a company valued at hundreds of billions, meaning these shares were worth over 2 billion. More importantly, with the company's development of solid-state batteries, the stock was steadily rising. It was conservatively estimated that the price would increase by at least 3 or 4 times in a year or so. Those shares would be worth far more than 20 billion. Olden, I cannot accept these shares. Qin Feng did not expect Nkaigwa to be so generous. Nkaigwa replied, Xiao Feng, do you believe my son's life is not worth these shares? Olden, that is not my intention. One's life cannot be measured in monetary terms. After a moment's hesitation, Nkaigwa said, how about this? You accept the shares for now. Given the current situation of our Yin family, you are surely aware. If any member of our family faces an attack again, I would like you to intervene once more. What do you think? Qin Feng's medical skills were exceptional, and obtaining his promise would provide an additional layer of assurance, potentially saving a life. Nkaigwa understood that Qin Feng was a valuable asset and that early investment was crucial. Delay could result in missed opportunities. Hearing Nkaigwa's proposition, Qin Feng hesitated for a while but ultimately decided not to refuse any longer. Olden, I can agree to assist your family 3 times. Qin Feng felt somewhat undeserving. He was not one to take advantage of others. Excellent. Nkaigwa beamed with delight. After Qin Feng signed his name, he added, Xiao Feng, our Yin family has 3 villas in Ningchuan City. If you find any of them appealing, you may select one. The Yin family was not lacking in wealth. Having already bestowed shares worth over 20 billion, the villas were hardly significant. No need for that. Not long ago, I purchased Longhu No. 1 for 75 million. Qin Feng declined Nkaigwa's offer of a villa, as he already owned one. While Longhu No. 1 may not be as expansive as the Yin family estate, its opulence was by no means lacking. Xiao Feng, you bought Longhu No. 1? Nkaigwa was utterly astonished. When Longhu No. 1 was purchased for 75 million, he had been curious about which wealthy individual had made such a purchase. He never imagined it would be Qin Feng. Given Qin Feng's capabilities, it was indeed plausible that he could afford that 75 million. Qin Feng nodded with a smile. Indeed? Interestingly, Longhu No. 1 was not far from the Yin family estate. Xiao Feng, I realize I have greatly underestimated you. Nkaigwa recognized that this young man harbored numerous secrets. Subsequently, Nkaigwa suggested a visit to Qin Feng International. Qin Feng expressed no objections and accompanied him. With the assassins in Ningchuan City already identified and under his protection, there was little to fear from danger. On their way to Qin Feng International, Qin Feng also sent a message to Zhao Hongchang. Uncle Zhao, I have a way to cure Annie's illness. You can return first. After sending the message, Qin Feng quietly awaited a response. He understood that Zhao Hongchang would likely not believe his words, as anticipated. Zhao Hongchang quickly replied, Qin Feng, I know you are trying to comfort Shuhan. I will cooperate with you. This unfortunate event had deeply saddened Zhao Hongchang. Uncle Zhao, I am serious. You may not be aware, but I have also studied medicine. Zhao Hongchang responded, Qin Feng, Fangyi is currently in the late stages of lung cancer. This illness is quite difficult to treat. In response, Qin Feng recounted how he had healed in Mingzhi to alleviate Zhao Hongchang's concerns. What did you say? And Mingzhi was attacked by an assassin in Modu yesterday, and you were the one who healed him? Zhao Hongchang, not being in Ningchuan City, had indeed not received any news. Uncle Zhao, if you do not believe me, you may call Olden to inquire. With Zhao Hongchang's connections in Ningchuan City, he could easily find out the truth with a simple inquiry.